Content summary. Time-stopping apocalypse, superpowers arrogance, forgetting one's roots. Bai Yi has traveled to a post-apocalyptic era 200 years in the future. Here, dangers lurk everywhere. The people are simple, and mutated beasts run rampant, but he is not worried. Because he can stop time for 1 minute each day, and if he doesn't use it today, it can accumulate for tomorrow. Thus, he deeply realizes that time is the essence of life. Faced with the brutal ruler of the wasteland, Bai Yi earnestly advises, "I really don't want to waste time killing you. How about you kneel and beg me? And we'll call it even?" Looking at the evil god lying in a pool of blood, Bai Yi sighs, "Do you know how much time I wasted to kill you? 10 seconds. That's a whole 10 seconds. How many 10-second intervals are there in a person's life?" Years later, reporter, "Mr. Bai Yi, as the Terminator of the apocalypse era, people want to know why you are so successful." Bai Yi, cherish time. Reporter, "You mean not to squander time on meaningless things, to seize every minute and second to strive, and to cherish the present, to embrace the future." Bai Yi, yes, that's what I mean. Reporter, in this new era, many people have not yet adapted and feel very lost and confused. What do you think people should do today? Bai Yi, cherish time. Reporter, you misunderstood. What I mean is, what is the ultimate goal of people today? Ultimately, what is life for? Bai Yi, to cherish time. Chapter 1. Good news, time stops. Bad news, 1 minute. Bai Yi's mood is very complicated right now. There's a good news and a bad news in front of him. The good news is that although he has traveled to the post-apocalyptic era 200 years in the future, where civilization is shattered, resources are scarce, people are simple, and there are radiations and mutated monsters everywhere. I have a golden finger, and it is very powerful time stopping. The bad news is 1 minute. Yes, 1 minute. His time-stopping ability only lasts for 1 minute each day. What can 1 minute accomplish? Not even enough to pull down his pants. The only consolation is that this minute can accumulate if not used today, after midnight. It will become 2 minutes the next day. Bang! The sound of gunfire interrupted Bai Yi's thoughts. Then came a group of wild cheers. He looked up to see the central square of the gray town filled with people. It was night, and the bright incandescent lights in the square illuminated countless moving shadows, combined with the wild cheers, making it seem like a chaotic dance of demons. Did they kill another one? That's the third one already. TSK. Don't these barbarians ever get tired of this? Bai Yi stretched lazily and moved his numb legs. The chains on his feet made a clinking sound. Yes, he is a slave to these crude barbarians. The Gray Town is a human settlement of 800 people, and similar towns are everywhere in this wasteland. At this moment, in the center of the square, there was a table. Sitting beside the table was a young man in a floral shirt, smoking a cigarette, while opposite him sat a bizarre corpse. The corpse held a strange revolver, entirely made of bones, with twisted, blood-colored patterns that looked like writhing blood vessels. The bizarre blood vessels not only covered the gun, but even extended into the corpse's right hand, rooting deeply within. Its absurd and strange appearance resembled a person with 5 needles stuck into their hand, simultaneously infusing 5 bottles of liquid. Sizzle. Accompanied by the creepy sucking sound, the corpse was drained to a dry husk by the revolver. The group of people standing behind the young man in the floral shirt cheered excitedly. "We won again. We won again." Indeed, the magic hand, you can actually win 3 rounds in a row if we win a few more rounds. We'll meet the containment conditions for the forbidden item Breath of the Bones. Breath of the Bones belongs to our West District now. Compared to the excitement of this group, the onlookers from the East District had gloomy faces, and the atmosphere was dead silent. Who among you will go up? East District Leader Tan Jie coldly scanned his men. All those caught in his gaze averted their eyes, not daring to meet his stare. Seeing his subordinate silent, Tan Jie grew angrier. But alongside the anger was a sense of helplessness. He had only about 20 core members, and 3 had already died. If more died, he would be left as a lonely commander with no one to lead in the East District. How would he govern the lowly people then? Waste. All of you are waste. The East District people hung their heads, fearing they would catch fire, many secretly cursing in their hearts. You can do it if you're so capable. Aren't you just afraid of dying, which is why you want us to go? The silence of the East District made the West District even more arrogant, with all kinds of vulgar insults flying around. At the back of the crowd, a boy with his feet bound by chains and in rags slightly curled the corner of his mouth. This person is Bai Yi. He knows his opportunity has come. An opportunity to break free from his slave fate and take control of a forbidden item. Bai Yi is currently a slave of the East District. When he first crossed over yesterday, he was still a lowly person in the East District. After using his time-stopping ability once, a small accident occurred. And today he became a slave. He looked at the Breath of the Bones placed on the table, and information about the forbidden item flashed in his mind. 100 years ago, a great disaster swept across the world, leading to the collapse of civilization, with animals, plants, and even some inanimate objects undergoing varying degrees of mutation. Forbidden items emerged in response, and Breath of the Bones is one of them, mutated from an ordinary revolver, possessing bizarre abilities. To use a forbidden item, one must meet its containment conditions, as forbidden items are no longer inanimate, but living entities. They have their own thoughts, therefore. Only by meeting their conditions can one gain the right to use them, commonly referred to as recognizing a master. The containment condition for Breath of the Bones is quite simple. Bet your life. In this wasteland, a thrilling gambling game called the Fate Roulette is popular. The Fate Roulette is a game specifically for betting one's life that a revolver can hold 6 bullets. The gameplay involves loading 1 bullet, spinning the chamber, and the position of the bullet relies on luck. The 2 players take turns shooting themselves, entrusting their lives to fate to see which bullet hits whom after several rounds. Whoever survives is the winner. Before Breath of the Bones became a forbidden item, it was used to play the Fate Roulette, possibly due to the high number of people shot or other reasons. This ordinary gun turned into a forbidden item. The containment conditions for forbidden items are mostly related to their past experiences, so its containment condition is to win the Fate Roulette. Winning 1 round isn't enough. One must continue to win until it acknowledges them. Only those who are lucky enough and brave enough can earn the favor of Breath of the Bones. Bai Yi glanced at the clock hanging on the stone wall of the square. 23:49. Just wait a bit more. It's not time, yet his ability will only recover after midnight. Tanjia, if no one from your East District dares to go up and gamble, then Breath of the Bones will belong to our West District. West District leader Wang Shi sneered, his metallic prosthetic eye glowing with a strange red light. Tanjia said with a dark expression, the forbidden object was found by me, and you in the West District can't touch it. Well, Wang Shi chuckled. How long have you had the forbidden object? You people in the East District are useless. There's not even one who can make the forbidden object acknowledge them. Now our Gray Soil Town is being targeted by the aberrant monsters outside. Without the forbidden object, how can we deal with them? Since your people can't make the Breath of Bones acknowledge them, do you still want to stop mine? Are you willing to bury the entire Gray Soil Town for your own selfish interests? His words caused various expressions among the residents of the town. They didn't care who in the East District obtained the forbidden object. They only cared about surviving. Seeing the shifting sentiments of the crowd, Tanjia's face grew even uglier. He knew that if he forcefully claimed the forbidden object, it would surely provoke public outrage. These people wouldn't hesitate to tear apart their East District leader for their own lives. But the thought of handing over the forbidden object was more unbearable than being killed. The East and West Districts had been at odds for many years, although they appeared harmonious on the surface. There were often frictions. Tanjia was very clear that once the West District possessed the forbidden object, after they dealt with the aberrant monsters, the next target would inevitably be himself. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, I, Tanjia, will not destroy Gray Soil Town for my own selfish gains. The forbidden object should belong to the capable, but he shifted his tone and stared coldly at Wang Shi. The East District is not lost yet. Wang Shi sneered. It seems you plan to let your people die before you give up. Then let's continue the gamble. I want to see who in the East District dares to step up. Tanjia turned around, his serious gaze sweeping over the people of the East District, causing his subordinates to shrink back in fear. However, his gaze did not fall on his subordinates, but rather over them, looking at the East District residents who were watching. Residents of the East District, I, Tanjia, promise here that as long as one of you can make the Breath of Bones acknowledge you from now on, you will be my brother. You will be the deputy leader of the East District. The people of the East District exchanged glances, and no one replied, creating an awkward atmosphere. How many brothers have been ruined by you? Tanjia. Who would dare to be your brother? Tanjia's expression turned angry. His thoughts were simple. Even if his subordinates couldn't obtain the forbidden object, it was better for it to fall into the hands of the East District's commoners than into the West District's hands. Yet he did not expect that after making such a big promise, none of these commoners would respond. Just as he was filled with impotent rage, a clear sound of chains clashing rang out. Everyone step aside. You'd think there's no one in the East District. A young man's arrogant voice emerged from the crowd. Chapter 2. Who reaches the peak at the end of the wasteland? The residents of the East District looked surprised. They truly did not expect someone to come out and seek death. This time, the Fate Roulette was different from usual normally. You only needed to win 1 round, but now you had to win until the forbidden object acknowledged you. The West District's magician, Liu, had won 3 rounds in a row and fired 5 shots without being acknowledged, showing how great the difficulty was. Who is so brave? Everyone turned to look, and they saw a ragged young man with chains on his feet slowly walking over. His face was covered in mud, making it hard to see his features, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, standing out from the dullness and cruelty of those around him. In their eyes, there was either numbness, dullness, or cruelty and greed, but the light in the young man's eyes had never gone out. It was a flame woven from civilization and savagery. Bai Yi, someone exclaimed. Wasn't he crazy before? Of course, if he wasn't crazy, would he stand up now? I heard Bai Yi got something while hunting in the wasteland and went mad, constantly mumbling that he was the god of the new era. He said he would rise to the heavens from today. Not just that, I also heard him reciting poetry, something like who reaches the peak at the end of the wasteland. Upon seeing Bai Yi, all is for naught. The wind and snow weighed down on me for 2 or 3 years, and I stepped through the snow to the mountain peak. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Bai Ye's face darkened. The painful memories surged back to him. When he first crossed over, he discovered he had awakened the ability to stop time. Without hesitation, he fast-forwarded to the point where he wouldn't eat beef. He considered himself the god of the new era, looking down on everyone as if they were insignificant. Just as he encountered Tan Jie and the others collecting protection fees, he became furious. What rubbish? A mere East District leader, an ant-like figure, collecting protection fees in front of God. He immediately unleashed a torrent of words, and just as he was about to display his power in front of Tan Jie and the others, he froze time, stopped for 2 seconds before resuming because he had previously wasted over 50 seconds experimenting with his ability at IT. Then he realized he could only stop time for 1 minute each day. Afterward, he became what he was now, from a commoner to a slave. In the era of great catastrophe, many were mentally polluted. Tan Jie and the others thought he was mad and not want to waste labor. They demoted him to a slave. The past was unbearable to recall, but fortunately Bai Ye's face was covered in dirt, so no one noticed his expression. East District Leader Tan Jie felt delighted upon hearing someone volunteer, but his expression changed to one of confusion when he looked closely at the person. Bai Ye, wasn't this kid crazy? Just this morning, this kid was in front of him, claiming to be a god, babbling about creating a new era. You, Tan Jie hesitated to speak. My illness is cured. I mistakenly ate poisonous mushrooms in the wild and had some hallucinations, Bai Ye said calmly. He had always enjoyed telling little lies. Seeing Bai Ye speaking coherently and no longer calling himself a god, a hint of joy appeared on Tan Jie's face. He knew there were indeed some poisonous mushrooms in the wild that could cause hallucinations, and some people even sought out these mushrooms to eat. Little Bai, I thought your mind was polluted, which is why I demoted you to a slave. Don't worry. As long as you can make the breath of bones acknowledge you, I will not only restore your resident status, but also become your sworn brother. From now on, the East District will be decided by you and me. Tan Jie's tone was very warm after all. Making promises cost nothing. Bai Ye scoffed. He had eaten enough empty promises in his previous life. The boss painted them every day, and he was tired of them, so he naturally wouldn't believe Tan Jie's words. Unlock this, he said, shaking the chains on his feet. Hearing Bai Ye's impolite command, a glint of coldness flashed in Tan Jie's eyes, but he smiled and said, look at my memory, I almost forgot. Someone, come and unlock little Bai. A subordinate ran over with a key to unlock Bai Ye's chains. Bai Ye moved his somewhat stiff legs and then kicked the corpse sitting on the chair. Bang! The corpse flew a meter away, shattering into pieces. His arrogant entrance drew the attention of many, though he also wanted to keep a low profile. Unfortunately, his strength wouldn't allow it. With the ability to stop time, how could he keep a low profile? Although it was only for a minute and he couldn't be the god of the new era, being a brash person was still possible, right? Across from him, the magician Liu narrowed his eyes, watching the young man who had entered so arrogantly. Feeling a hint of vigilance, he had some impression of this young man from the East District. Some said Bai Ye was a lone wolf in the wasteland, rarely interacting with others and surviving by hunting. In these times, anyone daring to hunt alone in the wasteland was not to be underestimated. I only heard later that Bai Ye went crazy, not expecting it to be due to eating poisonous mushrooms. But would a wasteland hunter really mistake poisonous mushrooms for food? Was he starving, or was it for the thrill? Liu pondered as Bai Ye had already taken a seat opposite him. If it weren't for the fear that Tan Jie would directly admit defeat, he would definitely have waited a bit longer before coming up. Because it was now 23:55. After experiencing the misunderstanding, he had already figured out the ability to stop time, even understanding its source, which was the desynchronization of time. Desynchronization of time sounds complicated, but explaining it is also quite complex. The mysteries of time can only be fully understood from the dimension of time, just as low-dimensional beings find it hard to comprehend high dimensions. He couldn't accurately describe the principle of the ability in words. He could only use metaphors to make his brain barely understand it in simple terms. The world he came from, the civilized world 200 years ago, and the current post-catastrophe world had different time flow rates. There was a 1-minute deviation between the two worlds. Whether before or after the catastrophe, humanity defined a day as 24 hours. But if calculated according to 24 hours, a day in the civilized world is indeed 24 hours, while a day in the post-catastrophe world is actually 1 minute slower, making it 23 hours and 59 minutes. The reason for the deviation was unclear to him, but it was probably caused by the catastrophe that occurred 100 years ago. His soul, as a 24-hour being, arrived in a world where time flows at 23 hours and 59 minutes, giving him an extra minute of free time every day. This was why Bai Ye could stop time for 1 minute each day. Let's get started, Liu said. Do you want to go first, or should I? Bai Ye asked knowingly to buy time. Liu frowned. Naturally, we decide who goes first with rock, paper, scissors. Haven't you figured it out yet? After playing the fate roulette just now? Bang! Bai Ye slammed the table, startling people in both districts. Some even instinctively reached for their guns. Who are you calling blind? I asked you, who are you calling blind? Say it again, if you dare. Liu was stunned. When did I say you were blind? You dare to say it. Bai Yi instantly exploded in anger, grabbing Li Yu by the collar of his floral shirt, looking like he wanted to hit him. Crack, crack. The King Snake and others from the West District quickly drew their guns, pointing them at Bai Yi. The people behind Bai Yi, including Tan Jie, also reacted, hastily drawing their guns and pointing them at each other. Both sides were on edge, as if they were about to break into a gunfight at any moment. Chapter 3. The surefire method of the fate roulette. Let go. I didn't mean it. Li Yu was both shocked and angry, fearing that a large fight would break out and he would be killed on the spot. Oh, you didn't mean it? You should have said so earlier. You almost made me misunderstand, Bai Yi said with a smile, releasing his grip and sneaking a glance at the clock. 23:56. Damn, only a minute had passed. Bai Yi's behavior made Li Yu's eyelids twitch. He looked helplessly at the black handprints left on his floral shirt. Who said he was back to normal? He was still crazy, wasn't he? What kind of poisonous mushroom did this guy eat to have such a strong after effect? Little Bai, came Tan Jie's cautious voice from behind Bai Yi. Are you sure you're completely back to normal? Or else? Bai Yi was just troubled about how to buy time, and this was the perfect opportunity. He raised an eyebrow and angrily said, or else what? Do you want to come up? I hate it when people chirp behind my back. If you don't trust me, come up yourself. Tan Jie's face instantly froze. Being publicly scolded like this as the East District leader made him feel humiliated, wishing he could just shoot Bai Yi. But he held back with aberrant creatures eyeing Grey Dust Town outside. If they couldn't find anyone to contain the bone breath, the entire Grey Dust Town would be finished. He suppressed his anger, constantly reassuring himself not to stoop to the level of a madman. Come on, let's get started. Everyone is anxious to get this forbidden object contained, said King Snake, the leader of the West District, coldly gripping his gun. Huh. Li took a deep breath, slowly calming his emotions, and focused on Bai Yi across from him. Is he really crazy or just pretending? Forget it. It doesn't matter because next, I'm going to dominate this gamble. A hint of confidence flashed in his eyes, the result of over a decade of hard practice and cheating techniques. He was nicknamed the Magician, which naturally meant he had his unique skills. He could not only deduce the suit of a playing card, but could also position the revolver's chamber to where he wanted it, meaning he could control when the revolver would fire. Rock, paper, scissors was basic. As long as he won the first move, he could load the bullets, spin the chamber, and thus control the game. Next, I will choose scissors, Li Yu said, his gaze sharp. He deliberately revealed his strategy, engaging in a psychological battle with Bai Yi. Bai Yi paid no attention to this, his mind fully focused on time. Only 3 minutes left. Damn, why is 3 minutes so long? I can only play it awkwardly. At this moment, Bai Yi suddenly sneered. Do you know there's a surefire method for the fate roulette? As soon as he said this, not only was Li Yu slightly taken aback, but the other onlookers were also stunned. Not engaging in my psychological battle? Li Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and forced a laugh. This kind of life and death game relies entirely on luck. How could there be a surefire method? Bai Yi showed a look of disdain, as if he found the other party unworldly. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The boy spoke so confidently that even Li Yu, a seasoned cheat, began to doubt. What's surefire method? Bai Yi's lips curled into a smirk. The surefire method is to let the opponent fire first. The crowd was baffled. This guarantees a win? How is that possible? And then what? What kind of joke is this? And then what? Li Yu questioned, suspecting Bai Yi was telling a cold joke. Then, Bai Yi spread his hands, then handed the gun to the opponent with 5 bullets. Li Yu? The most dreaded silence suddenly fell. In the square of over 100 people, due to Bai Yi's words, the atmosphere suddenly froze. It proved that a cold joke truly has a freezing effect. Someone couldn't help but laugh. Others cursed out loud. You Fing. What kind of bullshit surefire method is this? Why don't you just say to fire 6 shots directly at the opponent? Hee. Li Yu let out a cold laugh. This joke isn't funny at all. Let's just play rock, paper, scissors. Looking at the hand extended by the other side, Bai Yi remained silent. There were still 2 minutes left. Time passed second by second, and Li Yu's raised hand was starting to ache, with whispers rising around him. What is Bai Yi doing? Why hasn't he started yet? Is he having another episode? What episode? He's clearly scared. He probably got a bit too excited earlier, thinking he could become the master of the forbidden object, and jumped up without thinking now that it's time for the real deal. He's chicken out. Tan Jie's face darkened, gripping his gun tightly. The reason he could tolerate Bai Yi was that Bai Yi dared to come up and subdue the forbidden object, but now that Bai Yi was delaying his actions, how could he continue to tolerate it? If you're scared, just get down now and don't embarrass yourself here. Li Yu retracted his aching hand, speaking harshly. The doubts around them grew louder, but the last 2 minutes still hadn't arrived. Bai Yi, who was subtly becoming the target of everyone's scorn, suddenly laughed. I'm not scared, I just find it too boring. Boring? Li Yu frowned. You think a life and death game is boring? The chamber of the breath of bones can hold 6 bullets, and now it only has 1, which means there's a 1 in 6 chance of dying. Isn't that boring? If we're going to play, why not make it more exciting? How do you want to play? Naturally, by adding more bullets. The young man's words caused an uproar. A 1 in 6 death rate was already daunting enough, but they never expected Bai Yi would dare to add more bullets. Li Yu felt a heaviness in his heart. He was indeed a swindler and had practiced the fate roulette, but usually he practiced with only 1 bullet. If he carelessly added another, that perfect win rate would plummet to 98%, which was quite risky. Seeing Li Yu hesitate, Bai Yi continued, "Do you know why you can't contain the breath of bones, even after winning 3 rounds? Why? Because you don't have the guts. You damn." Li Yu instantly got angry. "Add it. Add the bullets right now." He picked up the breath of bones and quickly loaded in 2 golden bullets, glaring at Bai Yi. "That's more like it. Only those who possess both courage and luck are qualified to contain the breath of bones." But Bai Yi suddenly changed his tone, his gaze intense. "It's still not enough." "What? Not enough?" Gasps erupted from the crowd. 2 bullets, and still not enough? Does Bai Yi want to play with 3 bullets? Hiss. 3 bullets, a 50% death rate. Li Yu was also shocked by Bai Yi's words. 3 bullets meant his win rate would drop below 80%. What was the difference between that and asking for death? Bai Yi glanced at the time out of the corner of his eye. There was still 1 minute left. He felt a sudden sense of calm, but his face remained cold. "If you're scared, just get down now and don't embarrass yourself." Hearing such familiar words, Li Yu was furious. As a swindler, how could he be afraid of a mere kid? "Fine, he'll play with you." He pushed the 3rd bullet into the chamber. Unexpectedly, Bai Yi shook his head. "Not enough." Li Yu was stunned. "Not enough? For bullets?" Was he playing that big? He hesitated to meet Bai Yi's aggressive gaze, causing his hand to tremble slightly. The uproar around him added to his anxiety. He wanted to back down, but suddenly a hard object pressed against his back. A cold voice came from behind him, belonging to the district leader, Wang Shi. "If you can't get the forbidden item, you know what happens next." With Bai Yi in front and Wang Shi behind, Li Yu found himself completely trapped. Humans are a peculiar species when there's no way out. A kind of courage called burning bridges arises. Li Yu gritted his teeth, quickly calming his emotions, and steadily loaded the 4th bullet. Chapter 4. 6 bullets, I bet it misfires. Who? He took a deep breath, looking at the arrogant young man across from him, and said in a deep voice, "Let's play rock, paper, scissors." Seeing Li Yu's determined posture, Bai Yi smiled. That smile made Li Yu's heart skip a beat, filling him with an ominous premonition. It couldn't be. A devil-like whisper came as expected. "Not enough." What the hell? 5 bullets? What kind of poisonous mushroom has such a strong after effect? Bai Yi is playing for his life. Even the leaders from the East and West districts were stunned. They had seen many rounds of Fate Roulette and even participated in their youth, but they had never seen anyone so crazy as to play with 5 bullets. These were 5 bullets, almost a guaranteed death. "I see now you're not here to gamble on fate, you're here to commit suicide." Li Yu believed he had seen through Bai Yi's intentions and was certain the other was insane. With 5 bullets, the win rate was already below 60%, which touched his bottom line. "If you're too scared to bet, just hand over the forbidden item." Bai Yi's words brightened Tan Jie's eyes, and he quickly echoed, "Yeah, if you're too scared to bet, hand over the forbidden item." When the Eastern District leader spoke, his lackeys all began shouting in agreement. Li Yu showed a troubled expression, while Wang Shi behind him said coldly, "Don't fall for it, this kid wants to scare you into giving up the forbidden item willingly," and continue. "Gambling with him, if you're not confident, let him fire first. He's not a swindler. I don't believe he can survive the Fate Roulette with 5 bullets." The hard object at his back pressed even harder, the cold metal barrel sending chills through him, making his hair stand on end through his floral shirt. "Fine, he'll gamble with you, but forget it. Let's play rock, paper, scissors." Liu originally wanted to follow Wang Shi's advice and let Bai Yi shoot first, but ultimately gave up because he was not used to leaving his fate in someone else's hands. What if Bai Yi really had incredible luck and survived a shot? Wouldn't he be doomed? He preferred to use his well-practiced magic right hand to control his own destiny. Li Yu loaded in the 5th bullet, and there were 30 seconds left until midnight. In those last 30 seconds, Bai Yi once again shocked everyone by saying, "Not enough." Wow. The crowd erupted in shock, some even doubting their own hearing. 5 bullets were still not enough. A revolver could only hold 6 bullets if it was fully loaded and fired. Wasn't that certain death? Li Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. "Do you even hear what you're saying? This isn't even gambling." Before he could finish, he noticed the young man had already stood up and walked over to him. The boy reached out a hand covered in mud, gently taking the breath of bones from his hand, then, to everyone's astonishment, picked up the last bullet. 10, 9, 8, 7. Bai Yi counted down in his heart, his eyes, a mix of rationality and wildness, slowly scanning the crowd. "I've always had bad luck. I don't think I can keep winning round after round until the forbidden item acknowledges me. Rather than that, it's better to determine the outcome in 1 round." Saying this, he loaded the last bullet. Click. The chamber clicked into place, the bullet chambered. Under everyone's gaze, Bai Yi slowly raised the breath of bones, now filled with 6 bullets, aimed at his temple, the dark red veins on the gun writhing like serpents burrowing deep into his flesh. Everyone present, without exception, thought he had gone insane. This wasn't gambling. This was suicide. What the hell? I have bad luck, so let's determine the outcome in 1 round. Does that even make sense? Looking at the diverse faces around him, suddenly, Bai Yi smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. 6 bullets. I bet it misfires. The crowd was astounded. They had never heard such an obscure phrase before. Who told you that Fate Roulette was played this way? In the shocked gazes of the crowd, Bai Yi pulled the trigger decisively. Women and children in the crowd covered their ears in fear, and some instinctively ducked to avoid splatter. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ends, and the midnight bell tolls. Dawn. In the endless night, in a dimension invisible to the crowd, a massive and magnificent golden dial emerges beneath Baye's feet, swiftly covering the ground. He stands alone atop the enormous dial, like a traveler abandoned by time, but at the same time, the surrounding crowd, trees, buildings, and even the sky seem to vanish, as if a divine hand has swept away all existence, leaving only varying sizes of golden dials. These are the physical manifestations of time for all things. The hands on the golden dials of these people and objects all point to 12 o'clock, except for the enormous golden dial beneath Baye's feet shows 12:01. This is his own time, 1 minute more than that of this world. Feeling the return of power, Baye decisively activated his ability. Time stops. Buzz. A strange wave of time resonates. The world seems to have been paused. The once noisy square instantly falls silent, with everyone frozen like statues. The astonishment in Li Yu's eyes solidified. The second-hand smoke from his nose no longer spreads, remaining motionless in midair. In this absolutely still world, the only one who can move is Baye. This youth, who has just performed a miracle, swiftly opens the magazine of the Breath of Bones and begins to load bullets. In the moment, time stands still. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Can't waste time. Time is life. Ever since he realized he only had 1 minute each day, he became particularly precious about time, because he had calculated a sum. 1 minute a day amounts to 365 minutes a year. That's 6 hours and 5 minutes, and based on a year being 6 hours, in 10 years that's only 60 hours. Given that his current age is 16, living to 50 in the era of catastrophe would be considered a blessing, and if that blessing were to come true, he could live to 56, which is just 40 years, and in those 40 years he could accumulate 240 hours, and 240 hours equals 10 days. When Baye calculated that his entire life would amount to just 10 days, he truly understood the meaning of the phrase time is life. Perhaps due to the dirt on his hands and the long time without trimming his nails, he tried several times but couldn't get the bullet out. Come on, hurry up. At this moment, cold sweat began to pour down. Faced with the dangers of the catastrophic era, he didn't panic. Confronted with the fateful roulette of life and death, he remained calm. But now, just the thought of time passing for several seconds made him genuinely anxious. It wasn't just time slipping away, it was his life. Fortunately, on the 4th attempt, he finally managed to load a bullet. Phew. Baye let out a breath, quickly placing the bullet in his pocket. He only loaded one bullet, the one that was about to be fired, so this shot would be a blank. After doing all this, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and began to pose. He repositioned the handgun against his temple, quickly adjusted his mindset, and a smile returned to his face, ensuring the curve of his smile was exactly as before. Releasing the time pause. Release. Buzz. The strange wave of time dissipates, and the flow of time in the entire world resumes. And one knows that time had once stopped. Everyone's attention remains focused on Baye. In their eyes, Baye smiles and calmly pulls the trigger, exuding a powerful confidence that draws attention. The revolver, with its metallic texture and flesh-like feel, has its trigger slowly compressed, which drives the hammer backward and compresses the hammer spring. At the moment the trigger reaches its limit, the hammer swiftly moves forward under the spring's force. It strikes the firing pin hard against the gun body. Click! A crisp sound rings out, without smoke, without flame, and also without a bullet. There is nothing, only the unchanging smile of the boy remains. Chapter 5. Before, you called me Xiao Bai, and I didn't argue with you. Silence. A deathly silence fell, and everyone was frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief. As if time had stopped again, the scene of Bai smiling and lifting the gun to shoot seemed to be frozen in their eyes. It really misfired? After a long time, someone exclaimed in horror. This is impossible. Li Yu suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open, bloodshot from the excitement. More and more gasps of astonishment rose. Damn, the fate roulette of 6 bullets. Even if the King of Heaven came, he would have to take a shot. Yet Bai was completely unharmed. Can even taboo objects misfire? This quality is not good enough. You know nothing, it's not a misfire. Taboo objects have their own consciousness and must have acknowledged Bai, which is why it didn't fire. Look, the gun is glowing. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the taboo object, Breath of the Bones, suddenly erupted with a dazzling blood light, which spread continuously until it enveloped Bai's entire body, as if a deity had descended. Suddenly, Bai felt a strange sensation in his heart. He looked at the Breath of the Bones in his hand, as if he were looking at his own right hand. With a feeling of bloodline connection, successfully contained, Bai wasn't surprised. If the fate roulette of 6 bullets couldn't be successfully contained, that would be somewhat disrespectful to Breath of the Bones. As the blood light dissipated, the distorted blood vessels on Breath of the Bones slowly wriggled, first retracting from Bai's right hand, then shrinking into the gun body, completely disappearing. The bone-crafted gun body gradually faded, turning into a matte black metallic color. Eventually, Breath of the Bones became indistinguishable from an ordinary revolver. Bai lightly turned the revolver in his hand, his slightly wild eyebrows raising. This taboo object has some insight. He twirled the gun and casually tucked it into his pocket. The youthful and arrogant words echoed in everyone's ears, yet no one dared to refute. Deep down, they felt it was only right. Perhaps only such a person was qualified to possess a taboo object. Until this moment, everyone finally came back to their senses from the shock, but their gazes towards Bei were still filled with astonishment, as if what had just happened had draped a veil of miracles over him. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter came. East District Leader Tan Jie was beaming. The taboo object belongs to our East District now. Wang Shi, do you have anything to say? Facing Tan Jie's arrogance, Wang Shi's face was like water, silent, his cold eyes constantly scanning Tan Jie and Bei, while his men tightly gripped their guns, as if waiting for his command. Tan Jie's smile slowly receded, signaling his men with a glance, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Suddenly, Wang Shi chuckled lightly. Brother Bei is indeed a young talent, but it's a pity he has been demoted to a slave of the East District. I wonder if you would be interested in joining our West District? Tan Jie's expression suddenly changed, quickly stepping forward to Bei's side, putting his arm around his shoulder. The matter of slavery is just a misunderstanding. Now Xiao Bai is my brother Tan Jie, the deputy leader of the East District. How could he possibly join the West District, right Xiao Bai? His gaze towards Bei contained both hope and threat. Bei smiled slightly, brushed off Tan Jie's hand, and said calmly, before I contained a taboo object. You called me Xiao Bai, and I didn't argue with you, but now that I have contained the taboo object, what do you think you should call me? In front of everyone, Tan Jie's face changed again and again. He suppressed his anger and smiled. Brother Bei, I'm not good with words, but I always mean what I say. From today on, you are my brother, and we will rule the East District together. Bei raised an eyebrow. Old Tan. How many times have I said it? Address me by my title in front of others. Tan Jie was taken aback, thinking to himself, when did you say that? Besides, you didn't call me by my title either, but he didn't dare to refute at all, fearing Bei would join the West District, and could only smile. Right. Right, Deputy Leader Bai. Brothers, hurry and call him. The dozens of younger brothers in the East District shouted in a scattered manner. Deputy Leader Bai? Bei nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand grandly. Let us go home, boys. The younger brothers of the East District exchanged glances, hesitant to act, stealing glances at Tan Jie's unsightly expression. Tan Jie forced a smile. What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear Deputy Leader Bai's words? A group of people marched back to the East District. The leaders of the West District, including Wang Shi, stood with ugly expressions at the spot. Leader, I Liu, said tremulously. Shut up. Useless. Wang Shi shot him a cold glance. Go back. Soon, they left as well. With the withdrawal of both factions from Grey Earth Town, the onlookers also dispersed. East District, at the Tire Tavern. Tan Jie and others warmly surrounded Bei. Everyone cheerfully raised their cups, speaking vulgar words, drinking low-quality liquor. The Tire Tavern was not originally named this. The wooden sign painted in red read, Old Times. The owner, Old Wang, over 40, with graying hair, was said to have read some books, thus giving it a literary name, but no one knew what he was reminiscing about, nor did anyone care. Due to limited funds and difficulty finding good materials for decoration, he brought in a lot of discarded tires from the junkyard to serve as seats. Most people in Grey Earth Town couldn't read and didn't recognize the characters for Old Times, so they referred to it as the Tire Tavern. Now that Deputy Leader Bai holds a taboo object, we no longer have to worry about those mutated monsters outside. Yes, those mutated aberrant beasts have surrounded Grey Earth Town for almost a month. If we don't deal with them soon, we'll starve to death. Those aberrant beasts are really cunning. I feel their intelligence is almost on par with humans. They know that a strong attack on Grey Earth Town would be costly, so they deliberately stay outside, cutting off trade routes and preventing us from going out to get food. By the way, Deputy Leader Bai, this is the first time we've seen someone contain a taboo object. Could you demonstrate its power for us to broaden our horizons? Someone flattered. Just as Bei was about to speak, Tan Jie suddenly shouted angrily. What are you saying? This isn't a circus. Why demonstrate? Besides, firing Breath of the Bones will drain the user's vitality. Can it be demonstrated casually? Then, he suddenly changed his expression to smile at Bei. Deputy Leader Bai, don't mind the little ones. Human vitality is precious. Better to save it to deal with aberrant beasts. Bei patted Tan Jie's shoulder with his greasy hand. Old Tan, you really know how to talk. Someone, bring me another plate of meat. A flash of pain crossed Tan Jie's eyes. In Grey Earth Town, eating meat is a very luxurious thing. Most people can only have one meal a day, hardly ever seeing meat, and sometimes going 3 days with only one meal. Now that the aberrant beasts have surrounded the city, their food reserves are almost exhausted. And only he, as the leader, can eat meat every day. Chapter 6. The most important thing about being a person is, of course, to forget one's roots. Deputy Leader Bai, the aberrant beasts have yet to be dealt with, and food is really scarce. How about you save some food for now and have a cockroach protein bar instead? Tan Jie pulled out a long rectangular black protein bar. On this protein bar, a few cockroach antennae could be vaguely seen. This is the daily food of the wasteland residents, the cockroach protein bar. It even has simple packaging, with a rough slogan printed on it. Cockroach protein bar. The taste is really great. Satisfies your nutritional needs for a day. Cockroach Protein Workshop. Bai Yi glanced at the cockroach protein bar and was instantly furious. This thing had appeared many times in his previous memories and was considered a staple food. Although it looked disgusting, at least it was edible. The taste was like that of a sweaty-footed person wearing short stockings stuffed into snow boots, running 5 kilometers in the snow, then sealing the stockings in the boots until spring, and finally pulling them out to rub on the tongue. Before I became the deputy commander, I ate cockroach protein bars every day, and now that I am the deputy commander, I'm still eating this? Isn't that a waste of my position? Get rid of it. Even dogs want to eat this. He waved his hand, sending the cockroach protein bars flying off the table, which fell into the crowd and sparked a scramble among the people. Tan Jia's expression darkened, and he forced a stiff smile, saying, "But weren't you eating this before?" Bai Yi seemed not to notice and, with a serious tone, put his arm around Tan Jia's shoulder, saying, "Old Tan, do you know what the first thing a person does after becoming successful? What? Of course, it's to forget their roots. If you don't remember your roots after succeeding, then what is the point of your success? Tan Jia, Old Tan, don't worry with me around. Those aberrant beasts can be wiped out with a snap of my fingers. When the time comes, how much meat do you want? So don't be stingy. Bring it out for me to replenish my strength. Otherwise, when it comes time to deal with the aberrant beasts, how can I use breath of the bones if I'm low on energy? Right, Deputy Commander Bai is right. Someone, hurry up and bring the meat." Tan Jia forced a smile, but in his heart, he was filled with malice and decided that after Bai Yi dealt with the aberrant beasts, he would kill him. Of course, if Bai Yi were to die from excessive blood loss after shooting the aberrant beasts, that would be even better, as it would save him from the blame. After a bout of gluttony, Bai Yi, satisfied, went to the house that Tan Jia had arranged for him to sleep. He certainly wouldn't return to his previous doghouse, forgetting his roots. After he left, the Tire Tavern fell completely silent. Tan Jia had a dark expression, and a flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes from time to time. The younger brothers felt their leader's anger and didn't dare to speak. At this moment, one of his trusted subordinates quietly approached and said softly, "Boss, I think this Bai Yi kid is a bit disrespectful to you. Relying on his forbidden item." Bang! Tan Jia slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "That is not just a bit disrespectful. He clearly doesn't take me." Shanju Tan Jia, seriously. With his anger, the hair on his body stood on end, becoming black and stiff, like the bristles on a wild boar, and a fierce aura unique to beasts spread out. 2 wisps of white breath faintly exhaled from his nostrils. The crowd immediately knelt down. "Boss, calm down. Boss, calm down. You are a genetically modified person who has injected gene agents, while that kid is just an ordinary person relying on external items. Once he finishes shooting the aberrant beasts, he will definitely be low on energy, and then he will be at our mercy." Humph. Tan Jia's expression slightly softened, although his subordinate's words touched his heart. As the leader, he couldn't just agree and had to maintain his image. "I originally wanted to become brothers with Bai Yi and jointly govern the Eastern District. But I didn't expect this kid to become so complacent after obtaining a forbidden item. This person has a strange personality and insatiable greed. If he were to govern the Eastern District with me, it would definitely bring disaster to the people of the Eastern District. For the future of my brothers and the citizens of the Eastern District, I, Tan Jia, would rather bear the blame than go back on my word. Boss is righteous. We swear to follow you to the death, boss." In a shabby red brick house, Bai Yi stood in front of the mirror, naked after his shower. He touched his chin and kept examining himself. Not bad, handsome just right. In the mirror, the boy's messy black hair hung slightly over his brow, as if purposely trying to hide his wolf-like sharp and proud black eyes. A still-healing bruise crossed his high nose, with dried blood crusted at the edges. The injury did not ruin his appearance. Rather, it added a touch of wildness. His figure was tall and lean, with skin showing signs of malnutrition. This was Bai Yi's first time truly looking at himself. Mainly due to the water shortage, he had been unkempt every day, which was common for people in the dusty small town, except for a few special workers. Now, with Tan Jia backing him up, he could comfortably take a shower. If I'm not mistaken, Old Tan is probably figuring out how to kill me, right? TSK, Old Tan is really not a good person. Bai Yi didn't care about the threat from Old Tan. It had taken him 10 seconds to contain the forbidden item earlier, and now he had 50 seconds left. Killing Old Tan would be easy, even if the other party was a genetically modified person. No matter how much his genes were modified, he was still a carbon-based life form. Even if he was covered in bristles, his throat, lower body, and eyes were all fatal weaknesses. Bai Yi lay on the bed, playing with breath of the bones, a faint smile on his lips, perfect containment, quite a pleasant surprise. Ordinary people only know that forbidden items can be contained, but do not realize that there are 2 containment modes, ordinary containment and perfect containment. Bai Yi, as a wasteland hunter, had hunted and survived in the wasteland and had encountered many wasteland hunters. These people traveled far and wide, their strength not necessarily strong, but their experience and knowledge were extremely rich. This information was also learned from those people. Simply put, ordinary containment means the user meets the conditions set by the forbidden item, and then the forbidden item can work for the user, similar to a boss hiring employees, paying them to work. The employees belong to the boss, but they are not of one mind. Perfect containment, on the other hand, means the dead soldier is completely subdued. Both body and mind belong to you. Bai Ye's 6 bullets perfectly contain the forbidden item, Breath of the Bones. The ability of Breath of the Bones is also simple. It extracts the user's energy and attaches it to the bullets, enhancing their power. Ordinary firearms find it difficult to break through the skin defenses of aberrant beasts, and even if they do break through, it is hard to cause serious harm. Breath of the Bones can easily bypass defenses and even kill. Due to the extraction of energy, using Breath of the Bones is extremely harmful to the body. If fired too many times, one could even die from energy depletion. But for Bai Yi, who had perfectly contained it, it was entirely different. Although he would also have energy extracted, when Breath of the Bones killed an enemy, it would feed back the energy plundered from the enemy back to Bai Yi. In this way, not only would he not suffer energy loss, but he would actually grow stronger with each fight. After playing with it for a while, Bai Yi lay down on the soft bed and fell into a deep sleep. Compared to his comfort, the treatment of the magician Li Yu, who had bet against him earlier, was completely different. Main character image, still watching? My friend, you are the true protagonist. Chapter 7, Magician Li Yu in the West District. In a simple 2-story villa, Li Yu, pale-faced, knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. The leader of the West District, Wang Shi, sat in a shabby leather chair. His expression cold. Li Yu, you fled from another small town and I took you in, gave you a meal, but how do you repay me? You previously swore to me that if you couldn't contain the forbidden item, you would come to me with your head. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Li Yu trembled even more violently, pleading, Leader, you can't blame me. If it weren't for Bai Yi showing up halfway, I would have definitely contained it. Shut up, you worthless trash. Wang Shi interrupted darkly. I hate people who make excuses for their failures the most. People should look for reasons within themselves. Why can Bai Yi succeed when you can't? Are you not human? Are you even human? Commander, please give me one more chance. I am still useful. I have practiced my right hand for over 10 years. My skills are extraordinary. I can help you win at the casino. Damn it. Grey Dust Town is full of poor folks. Where am I supposed to open a casino? Since you don't want to maintain your dignity, then I will help you maintain it. Wang Shi signaled to his subordinate with a glance, who immediately understood and cocked his handgun, aiming it at Li Yu's head. Li Yu trembled like a leaf, constantly begging for mercy, tears and snot flowing. Commander, I don't want to die. Please spare me. My mother is still waiting for me to go home. I am her only son. The pitiful pleas made the subordinate show a trace of pity, but under Wang Shi's cold gaze, he still chose to slowly pull the trigger. Who would have thought that at this moment, the pleading Li Yu would suddenly explode, his right hand moving like a shadow, instantly taking the gun from the subordinate's hand and then lunging at Wang Shi. Wang Shi only felt a blur before his head was pressed against the gun. Li Yu seemed like a different person, fiercely pointing the gun at Wang Shi's head. Get back. Otherwise, I will kill him. This sudden turn of events made everyone hesitate, afraid to act recklessly. No one expected Li Yu to have such courage and such quick skills. Clap, clap, clap. The room was filled with applause. Wang Shi coldly laughed and clapped, praising. As expected of a magician, your skills are indeed extraordinary. Even I couldn't see it clearly. Enough talk. Get your people out of the way. Wang Shi remained unfazed, casually lighting a cigarette and blowing smoke rings, saying, do you know? I hate it most when someone points a gun at my head. Damn it. Still acting tough while being pointed at? I'm pointing at you. What can you do about it? Li Yu shouted angrily, forcefully aiming the gun at Wang Shi's head. But the next moment, when the gun barrel collided with Wang Shi's head, it produced a crisp metallic sound. Li Yu froze, his face instantly pale. Alloy. Crack. Bang. The sound of bones breaking coincided with the gunshot. Ah, my hand. Li Yu screamed in agony. His right hand and the gun were crushed by Wang Shi's mechanical arm. It was only at this moment that he saw clearly that Wang Shi not only had a metal prosthetic eye, but also had a mechanical arm hidden under his right sleeve, gleaming with a metallic, cold light. Humph, you do have some insight. Wang Shi released his mechanical arm, allowing his subordinates to pounce on Li Yu. He touched his charred head, where the synthetic skin had already burst open, revealing not human bones, but a gleam of metal. He sneered. I told you, I hate it most when someone points a gun at my head. Once, I was pointed at by someone, and since then, I spent a fortune embedding an alloy plate in my skull. Li Yu had lost the will to listen. He screamed heartbreakingly, not from pain, but because his magic hand was ruined. The right hand he had trained for years with pride was now shattered. Oh, my hand. My magic hand that I practiced for many years. His eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of despair, and he appeared as if his soul had been drained. Lost and hopeless, Li Yu let his subordinates control him without any resistance. You can kill me, oh? Wang Shi smirked coldly. Just a moment ago, you were begging for mercy. Why are you seeking death now? Li Yu smiled bitterly. I have lived my whole life relying on this hand. Now that my proud magic hand is ruined, I have become useless. What is the point of living? Tears streamed down his face. He looked at the empty space beside him, choking back tears. Mom, I am unfilial. I can't let you see the day I succeed. My hand is ruined. After saying that, he seemed to lose all his strength, collapsing to the ground. Ha ha ha. Wang Shi suddenly laughed, his smile savage and cruel. You want to die? I want to let you die. I want you to live forever with the title of a useless person, suffering for a lifetime. The pleasure of destroying someone's cherished possession made Wang Shi feel very satisfied. He waved his hand, letting his subordinates drag the useless Li Yu away. Bang! The lifeless Li Yu was ruthlessly thrown into the garbage dump. Countless trash fell, completely burying his body. Two subordinates covered their mouths and noses in disgust, quickly leaving. After they left, the garbage shifted, and Li Yu peeked out from the dump, his bright eyes showing no trace of despair. Ha ha, that fool Wang Shi. I knew that a psychological pervert would enjoy this. He covered his right hand, laughing while gritting his teeth, enduring the piercing pain. Taking steps toward the distance as the cold moonlight cast a silver glow, lighting up his path. He instinctively looked up at the moon, a little lost in thought. It was still the same moon, but he felt that today's moonlight was particularly beautiful. Suddenly, he smiled. Hee hee, I've lived another day. How nice. His face was full of the joy of surviving a catastrophe, but deep in his bright eyes, there was a shadow that could not be dispelled. Clearly, regarding the ruin of his magic hand, he did not feel as carefree as he appeared. Vice Commander Bai, there's no time to lose. Let us go eliminate the mutated beasts. Early in the morning, East District Commander Tan Jie came to visit, accompanied by dozens of armed subordinates. Bai Yi yawned. There's an old saying, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. I haven't even touched a gun a few times. How can I act rashly? Tan Jie was taken aback, thinking that Bai Yi's words were not without reason. Although bone breath is useful, it is ultimately a firearm. If it is not accurate, it is not as convenient as a machete. What do you mean? Naturally, practice with the gun first. All right, I'll accompany you to practice. Tan Jie had been crawling through the wasteland for over 10 years. Even without formal training, he had become skilled and had some insights into shooting. Thus, on this first day, Bai Yi practiced shooting all day under Tan Jie's guidance. Bai Yi was quite satisfied today, having indulged in his gun cravings, wasting a lot of Tan Jie's bullets and eating quite a bit of meat. Tan Jie, on the other hand, felt quite pained, as both bullets and meat were scarce resources in Grey Dust Town. Using a little meant having less, but to deal with the mutated beasts, he had to endure the pain of supporting Bai Yi. Chapter 8. Where did all these old sayings come from? The next day, Vice Commander Bai, you're familiar enough with the gun now. The mutated beasts are not small in size, so when we get close, it should not be a problem to hit them. How about we set off today? Tan Jie inquired. Bai Yi waved his hand impatiently. Old Tan, I'm not saying this to you, but there's an old saying. Haste makes waste. Yesterday I practiced shooting at a stationary target, but the mutated beasts are not inanimate. They will move, so today we practice on moving targets. Tan Jie suppressed his anger and reluctantly nodded. The third day, Vice Commander Bai, you've practiced on moving targets, so today we should take action, right? It's not that I'm rushing you, but our food in the East District is almost exhausted, and we don't have many bullets left. If we keep going like this, we might not last long enough to deal with the mutated beasts. How about today? Old Tan, there's an old saying. As the saying goes, the faster you want to go, the slower you get. Bai Yi had just started, but Tan Jie was about to explode with anger. Where did all these old sayings come from? Just as he was about to explode, he heard Bai Yi's tone change, but another old saying goes. Time is of the essence, a quick knife cuts through tangled cords, so let us not delay and set off quickly. Tan Jie, his chest heaved violently, and his triangular eyes glared fiercely at Bai Yi, furious enough to want to split open Bai Yi's head to see how many old sayings it contained. Old Tan, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and move, run forward quickly. Just thinking about the residents of Huitu Town suffering from hunger due to the threat of the mutated beasts made my heart feel like it was being cut by a knife. Bai Yi, who had already walked several meters ahead, urged impatiently, as if Tan Jie was the one delaying and unwilling to set off. Tan Jie took a deep breath and silently followed with his younger brothers, his murderous intent surging. He could hardly contain himself. After Bai Yi shot the mutated beast, he swore he would immediately kill Bai Yi, or he would die of anger sooner or later. After a long time, a group of people arrived grandly at the top of the city wall of Huitu Town. Rather than calling it a city wall, it was more like a dirt wall built from mud, bricks, and barbed wire. Although crude, it was very effective. Brother Bai Yi, it's been 3 days, and you look even more impressive. On the city wall, Wang Shi smiled and greeted him, completely ignoring Tan Jie. Now that Bai Yi was clean and at the brightest age of youth, even in tattered clothes, he could not hide the unique vigor of a young man. Bai Yi glanced at Wang Shi and said coldly, call me Vice Commander Bai. His expression was indifferent, showing no respect for Wang Shi, the leader of the West District, which made Tan Jie feel somewhat better. It turned out Bai Yi was not targeting me. He treated everyone like this. Wang Shi's eyes narrowed slightly, secretly calculating. He had heard about Bai Yi's attitude toward Tan Jie over the past few days. Their discord was just what he wanted. The last thing he feared was for the two to get along like brothers, as that would put a lot of pressure on him in the West District. Logically, if Bai Yi and Tan Jie were at odds, he should at least treat the West District leader better, as the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But unexpectedly, it was the same for him. This made one ponder. Was this kid's head muddled by the forbidden object? Did he think that holding the forbidden object made him invincible, so he looked down on both leaders? Or was he hiding his true abilities, deliberately acting aloof to let others lower their guard? In fact, Bai Yi was not hiding his abilities. He was simply indifferent, just a leader of a town. He had never regarded them highly, let alone now that 3 days had passed. The saying a soldier should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days applied particularly well to Bai Yi, as today. 3 days later, his time reserve had reached 3 minutes and 50 seconds. What does 3 minutes and 50 seconds mean? It means Bai Yi could instantly kill Wang Shi, Tan Jie, and even their subordinates. This was also why he looked down on forming connections with Wang Shi and Tan Jie, perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people. The leader of a town with 800 people was an unreachable big shot who held the power of life and death, but in his view, everyone present is garbage. The reason he hadn't killed them yet was not out of kindness. Although he came from a civilized world, he was not a good person. Wang Shi and Tan Jie had committed enough crimes in Huitu town over the years to be executed 100 times. And he had no psychological burden in killing such people. The main reason was the mutated beasts. The mutated beasts were not just one, but a group. Bai Yi needed Wang Shi and Tan Jie to assist him in dealing with the mutated beasts. Otherwise, if the mutated beasts broke through the city, he would also suffer. At this moment, Tan Jie handed over a worn tactical telescope. The mutated beasts are hiding nearby. These bastards never come within 100 meters of Huitu town. They just circle outside. As soon as someone dares to go out, they will attack. Bai Yi took the telescope, and through it, he saw a desolate land. The yellow-brown ground was cracked into countless jagged wounds, and the howling wind whipped up clouds of dust. Under such geographical conditions, there should be no plants surviving. But scattered weeds, dead trees, and even a few bushes were growing on the ground. These were all mutated plants, but the mutation degree was not deep, so they had not become living forbidden objects. His gaze swept across the land through the telescope, and soon he spotted a pair of scarlet eyes among some bushes about 100 meters away. The howling wind pressed down the bushes, revealing their full appearance. Hyenas. These mutated beasts were transformed from hyenas, their once brown fur largely falling off, replaced by gray-purple flesh tumors covering their bodies, with blood vessel-like protrusions all over the surface. And their claws were sharp as blades. Why are there only so few? Bai Yi put down the telescope and asked. These few mutated beasts are just the Hyena King's scouts, preventing us from escaping, Tan Jie explained. These pups aren't stupid. What's your battle plan? Leave the city. Wang Shi squinted his eyes, watching the hyenas hidden in the bushes. Tan Jie and I will each take our elite subordinates, and you will come with us. We will engage the hyenas, and you will use Breath of the Bone to kill them. Why must we leave the city? Bai Yi asked, somewhat surprised. Can't we draw them over and shoot from a high position? Wang Shi shook his head. We've already tried that. We once sent someone as bait to lure the hyenas within 100 meters and then shot at them. We did kill a few, but after that, the hyenas learned. No matter how we lured them, they wouldn't recklessly approach. So we can only go out and meet them. Bait. Bai Yi's heart stirred. He didn't need to think to know what would happen to those baits. They must have long been devoured by the hyenas. In the wasteland, human life was the least valuable. Chapter 9. Bai Yi is still shooting? What are we waiting for? Boys, follow this commander out of the city to confront the enemy. Bai Yi waved his hand and took the lead towards the city gate. He was eager to test the power of the forbidden object. Wang Shi and Tan Jie exchanged glances, silently signaling their subordinates to follow Bai Yi out of the city. Soon, a group of more than 30 people grandly walked out of the city gate. The younger brothers nervously gripped their guns, their eyes anxiously scanning around, fearing a hyena might suddenly leap out from a corner. They formed a circle, protecting Bai Yi, Wang Shi, and Tan Jie as they slowly moved forward. Facing the scene, the hyenas in the distance remained indifferent until they were 100 meters away from the city wall. Suddenly, several hyenas in the bushes began to bark wildly. Howl, howl, howl. The sounds of beastly howls grew louder, and on the horizon, clouds of yellow sand blew across, revealing countless black dots slowly emerging from the yellow sand. 1, 2, 3, 50. Over 50 hyenas charged from afar, their size far exceeding that of ordinary hyenas, nearly the size of adult bulls. The ground echoed with the thunderous sound of their frantic running, causing the earth to tremble and Tan Jie and the others' hearts to quiver. Fire! Tan Jie shouted, and the guns in their hands fired first, like a signal flare, instantly igniting the battle. Facing the charging hyenas, more than 30 people raised their guns and fired frantically. A dense barrage of bullets forming a net of fire that covered the hyenas. No one conserved bullets, and no one retreated because everyone clearly understood that if they couldn't eliminate these hyenas, they would eventually be trapped in Huitu town. It was precisely this life and death crisis that caused the leaders of the East and West districts to unite without reservation. The downpour of bullets blocked the hyenas' charge. But Bai Yi and the crowd did not shoot, as the distance was too far, and his marksmanship was not that great. Therefore, he couldn't waste his vitality using the forbidden object and had to wait for the hyenas to get closer. He observed silently, intuitively sensing the power of the aberrant beasts. These distorted flesh and blood bodies were completely unafraid of bullets fired from ordinary firearms. The bullets could only break the surface of the hyena's skin, although blood splattered and it looked terrifying. They were merely superficial injuries that wouldn't be fatal unless a large number of bullets focused on a single hyena at the same time, or if luck allowed a shot to hit an eye. Otherwise, it was very difficult to kill them. Tan Jie and his group had dozens of guns in total. But their ammunition was limited, making it impossible to achieve heavy fire suppression. They could only rely on the powerful lethality of the breath of bones. After a round of concentrated fire, everyone hurriedly reloaded their bullets, while the hyenas took advantage of this gap to close the distance rapidly. Just then, a hyena suddenly dashed out from behind a withered tree and sank its teeth into the arm of a man from the East District. Ah! The man screamed in agony, completely unaware of the hyena that had silently circled behind him. Panic and fear spread through the crowd in an instant, revealing the gap between those who had received professional training and those who had not. The panicking people instinctively fired their guns, missing the hyena and instead shooting the bitten man dead. Bai Yi, shoot! Tan Jie shouted in anger. Bai Yi methodically chambered a bullet, his cold eyes and the gun barrel locking onto the hyena simultaneously. Call me Vice Commander Bai. Bang! The roar of breath of bones intertwined with his indifferent voice. The bullet, flashing a crimson glow, sliced through the air like a blood meteor, striking the hyena hard with a long tail. Boom! The hyena's head exploded instantly, like a watermelon falling from the 10th floor, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. And the power of the blood-red bullet did not diminish. It subsequently broke the withered tree behind the hyena in half. Is this the power of a forbidden object? Tan Jie was shocked. As a genetic modifier, even though his physical attributes far exceeded those of ordinary people, if that shot hit him, he would have no way to withstand it. His murderous intent towards Bai Yi increased once again, but when he saw Bai Yi's pale face and heavy breathing, he felt relieved. Fortunately, the immense power came with strong aftereffects. With Bai Yi's physique, he could hardly withstand a few shots. Bai Yi was gasping at the moment he fired. He felt as if his body had been emptied, like having donated blood for 3 consecutive days. If he hadn't eaten meat to replenish himself in the past few days, he would have nearly blacked out. However, after the hyena was shot dead, a warm current surged from breath of bones, spreading throughout his body. In an instant, the vitality he had lost was not only replenished, but even slightly enhanced. That refreshing feeling of improved physical quality made him feel invigorated. So he raised his gun and began shooting at the closest hyena. Bang! The gunfire roared again, and the crimson bullet accurately hit the hyena. Not because Bai Yi's marksmanship was precise, but because the hyena charging towards him had already been hit by several bullets, making its movement sluggish. The warm current swept through his body again, and Bai Yi's eyes became brighter, the wildness and defiance in his gaze ignited completely. If it weren't for needing to maintain appearances, he would have laughed out loud. Bang! 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 He kept firing, and the nearby corpses increased in number. With both hyena corpses and the corpses of his subordinates, more and more hyenas prompted the 2 commanding figures to join the fight. Wang Shi tore off his shirt, revealing a mechanical arm glinting with metallic cold light. The hydraulic rods emitted a sharp screech, and the silver-white alloy skeleton suddenly expanded. With the mechanical arm charging up in 0.3 seconds, he threw a punch, and the punch's wind compressed the surrounding air into transparent ripples. Bang! A hyena's skull caved in instantly, flying several meters away. Although that hyena suffered severe injuries, it still defiantly got up from the ground and continued its charge. Tan Jie roared repeatedly. The hairs on his body thickened and hardened rapidly, becoming the perfect protective armor that allowed him to engage in close combat with the hyenas without falling behind. With the defensive power, Tan Jie even had the spare energy to observe Bai Yi. Seeing Bai Yi continuously firing, he felt delighted. This fool must have gone mad with bloodlust, using breath of bones so intensely that he would probably be drained dry in a few days. He had originally thought that if Bai Yi deliberately slacked off, he would have to force him to act even if it meant pointing a gun at his head, but he didn't expect Bai Yi to be so dedicated. Tan Jie chuckled inwardly. At this rate, he wouldn't even have to deal with Bai Yi afterwards. That kid would end up killing himself. After laughing for a moment, he could no longer find humor in the situation. Because Bai Yi was still firing, was this kid seeking death? There were still plenty of hyenas. The 50 that had appeared were merely the vanguard. The main force led by the Hyena King had yet to show up. Looking at Bai Yi's pale face and swaying figure, Tan Jie felt a pang of fear. He had never intended to annihilate the hyenas in one go. Instead, he prepared for a war of attrition to gradually wear down the hyena pack. In his view, Bai Yi could die, but it absolutely could not be now. There were still several days of battles ahead. Bai Yi, no, Vice Commander Bai, today we have achieved remarkable results. We can retreat and fight again tomorrow. Tan Jie shouted. He thought Bai Yi would comply, but unexpectedly, the pale-faced youth angrily retorted, retreat? The enemy is not yet defeated. I see who dares to take a step back. Kill them. Chapter 10. No, what are you doing with your life? The wild killing intent rushing towards him made Tan Jie momentarily stunned. How come he had never noticed before that this kid had such a strong urge to kill? This was madness. Vice Commander Bai, there are too many hyenas. The main force behind them probably exceeds 100, and the more than 30 of us have dwindled to just over 20. We can't rush. Brothers are about to collapse. And Wang Shi's mechanical arm is running out of energy. If we keep going. Bullshit. 20 against 100, the advantage is mine. Lao Tan. If you dare to shake the morale again, I'll be the first to take you down. Bai Yi was in the middle of a killing frenzy, his physical quality continuously enhancing. So how could he retreat? Facing Bai Ye's furious glare, Tanjia was both shocked and angry, and amidst his shock and anger, there was even a hint of absurdity. Who the hell was the commander here, him or Bai Yi? No, you, a powerless vice commander. What are you doing with your life? Although he was furious, he couldn't let it out. He could only patiently advise, Vice Commander Bai, listen to me. I won't listen. Tanjia, this is really off the charts. You're about to be drained dry, and you still want to kill? Looking at Bai Yi, who could barely stand, Tanjia's eyes turned red. If you want to die, don't take us with you. Once we finish off the hyenas, no one will stop you. But you cannot die now. Just a few minutes ago, he had desperately wanted Bai Yi to fire. Now he wanted Bai Yi to retreat. Just as he was about to forcibly take Bai Yi away, suddenly, Bai Yi seemed to be completely drained, staggering and falling to the ground. Tanjia was startled and braved the hyena's bites, rushing to Bai Yi's side, fearing that he might die. Vice Commander Bai, are you all right? Bai Yi grabbed Tanjia's arm, his pale face filled with determination, and he trembled as he said, help me up. I can still fight. With that final shout, he pulled Tanjia's arm and stood up, raising Breath of Bones, to fire again. Tanjia was completely stunned. This kid is a madman, right? Is the after effect of the poisonous mushroom still not over? Vice Commander Bai? Vice Commander Bai? Take it easy. You really can't fight anymore. If you keep going, you'll die? Tanjia saw that he couldn't persuade Bai Yi, so he directly grabbed Bai Yi and tried to pull him back. Bai Yi struggled continuously, shouting, Old Tan, let go of me. I want to kill all these scum. Deputy Commander Bai, we really can't kill anymore. Let's retreat, please, I'm begging you. Tanjia's tone even carried a hint of pleading. Retreat? Where can we retreat to? Now we're surrounded by a pack of dogs, and I've long since run out of places to retreat to. At this point, we can only fight to the death. Guys, charge. Brother Bai, what nonsense are you talking? Gray Soil Town is right behind us. We can run a few hundred meters and get home. Tanjia was almost in tears, regardless of whether Bai Yi agreed. He pulled him and started running. Bai Yi was furious and began to punch Tanjia's face, mainly because the other party was covered in coarse hair, leaving little on the face. Behind me are the 800 residents of Gray Soil Town. As their commander, if I don't lead them to fight our way out, should I just watch them starve to death in the town? Tanjia, having received several punches, was furious and was about to explode when suddenly, from the distance, a thunderous sound of galloping horses echoed from the yellow sand, and a series of fierce black shadows quickly approached under the cover of the sand. The leading black shadow was even more terrifying, standing over 2 meters tall. Hyena King. Tanjia turned pale with fright, not bothering about anything else, and ran for his life while carrying Bai Yi. But Bai Yi was still fighting. Let go of me. I want to fight the Hyena King to the death. Behind me, the smoke from thousands of kitchens hasn't dissipated, and the cries of children are still ringing in my ears. Today, the weapons in our hands are the last barrier to protect this human warmth. Tanjia said nothing and just kept running. They call me Deputy Commander Bai. This is not just a title, but a responsibility. Even if I die in battle today, my remains will become bricks and stones, forging a flesh and blood great wall to resist the hyenas. Tanjia was stunned by this passionate roar. Crazy. This kid must be brain damaged by poisonous mushrooms, causing permanent brain damage and completely gone mad. Every inch of land beneath their feet was buried with the seeds of the people, and every piece of armor on their shoulders was tied to the lights of thousands of homes. Only by fighting. Deputy Commander Bai, stop shouting, we're home. Tanjia abruptly put Bai Yi down on the ground. Bai Yi was still shouting. Of course, I should shout because we're home. Otherwise, who am I shouting for? How do I win people's hearts? These words might sound a bit false to civilized people, but the group of wastelanders in Gray Soil Town had never read much and had never heard such passionate persuasion. Close the gates. The bloodied King Snake shouted. The subordinates and residents waiting in the town quickly closed the city gates, with heavy iron and wooden doors embedded with dense iron nails, a weapon to block the hyenas. Don't close the door. Let us in. Boss, we're still outside. Please, open the door. A few injured little brothers, unable to move quickly, were left outside the door. Moments later, the fierce howls and screams mixed with some chilling crunching sounds echoed. The impact of the sounds left the survivors pale and uneasy. Some showed signs of reluctance, turning their heads away, their eyes reddening uncontrollably. The ones left outside were brothers they had lived with for many years. But now, a door separated them from life and death. Clearly, the Hyena King was still far away, and they still had a chance to escape back to Gray Soil Town. But King Snake and Tanjia were unwilling to take any risks, directly shutting them out, an action that inevitably chilled hearts. Perhaps no one dared to say anything. But this incident would always hang over everyone's hearts like a dark cloud. Open the city gates. I want to save them. The young man's passionate voice pierced through the dark clouds in everyone's hearts like a golden sword. The residents involved in the defense and King Snake and others turned back in astonishment. Countless gazes focused on Bai Yi's resolute face. Their expressions varied. Seeing no one respond, Bai Yi said nothing and took out the Breath of the Bones, heading straight for the city gate. This action frightened Tanjia, who quickly stepped in front of him. Deputy Commander Bai, you can't go out. The Hyena King is outside. Get out of the way, Old Tan. Bai Yi said coldly. The brothers outside, whether from the East District or the West District, are all citizens of Gray Soil Town. As long as I am deputy commander for one day, I will protect them. If someone else had said this, Tanjia would have thought they were just putting on a show, but coming from Bai Ye's mouth, he couldn't help but believe it. Just a moment ago, if he hadn't pulled Bai Yi back, this kid would have still been out there fighting to the death. Deputy Commander Bai. It's not that I don't want you to save them, but they're already dead. You can hear that the screams have stopped. Tanjia was sweating in anxiety. Then I'll go collect their bodies. You can't understand human language, can you? King Snake and others gathered around, trying every means to prevent Bai Yi from going out. Bai Yi sighed deeply, feigning a look of disappointment, and turned away. The crowd watched his departing figure, feeling inexplicably desolate. After a long time, Tanjia spat a thick phlegm on the ground and cursed, crazy. This kid is a complete lunatic. You don't know? If I hadn't brought him back just now, he would have been drained dry by the forbidden object outside. His cursing received no response as the others silently threw stones from the city walls to drive away the hyenas outside, but a different thought arose in their hearts. They also felt Bai Yi was insane because, in this wasteland, only a madman would sacrifice their life to protect unrelated people. They all heard Bai Yi's furious roar outside and remembered it well. But they felt this madman was 100 times, 1,000 times better than the current two leaders. Those who were born in the disaster era and had never seen civilization did not know that 100 years ago, such madmen had another title. A century ago, people from the civilized era called them heroes. In a shadow unnoticed by anyone, a pair of eyes disappeared along with Bai Yi's fading figure. Bai Yi returned to his temporary residence, with not a trace of desolation on his face. Instead, he excitedly took off his shirt and stood in front of the mirror. His once thin and emaciated body was now replaced by a streamlined muscular physique. In the recent battle, he had killed 12 hyenas, and the breath of the bones had rewarded him with 12 chi and blood. With the support of these 12 chi and blood, his long nutritionally deficient body finally regained vitality. Feeling the fullness of strength within him, Bai Yi smiled. Although his physique was not comparable to the genetically modified Tanjia, it at least exceeded that of an average adult male. After all, he had only hunted 12 mutated hyenas. If he were to kill nearly 100 hyenas and the Hyena King, to what extent would his physique be enhanced? What truly delighted Bai Yi was not just the enhancement of his physique, but that he could save more time. The reasoning was simple. In the same minute of stop time, a scrawny person could run 300 meters, but a robust person could run 500 meters or even more. This meant that within the same time frame, his efficiency in doing things had greatly increased, effectively saving time. Not enough. More strength is needed. I need more and more strength. The wildness in the youth's eyes ignited a flame called ambition. He clearly understood that time stopping could only be considered a trump card. An auxiliary tool to help him gain more strength because time was limited. Using a little meant having less. So he must use the limited time to exchange for more power. Only then can he prevent the day when time runs out. But he still has the strength to protect himself. In the crisis-ridden wasteland, only power is the truth. Here, there are not only various distorted aberrant beasts, but also powerful genetic modifiers, mechanical modifiers, and even more mysterious extraordinary beings. This is an era where the strong dominate everything. In the memories of his former self, he has seen too many bloody events. Killing? That's nothing new. A piece of blackened bread, a bottle of murky water, or even a glance can become a motive for murder. I'm hungry, and you just happen to have food. Then I'm sorry, you have to die. You say you are not in conflict with anyone. Wait until the slave-capturing team comes knocking. They will let you know what despair is. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Bai Yi's thoughts. Vice Commander Bai, the hyena pack has retreated, and the commander is holding a celebration banquet and wants you to come. Upon hearing that there was food, Bai Yi's eyes lit up. After fighting for so long, he was indeed hungry. He opened the door and instantly became an acting master, leaning weakly against the door attendant. The attendant was taken aback. Vice Commander Bai, let me help you. I'm weak, Bai Yi said feebly. The attendant glanced at Bai Yi's weak demeanor, then recalled his earlier reckless actions, and felt a surge of respect, quickly helping him with great reverence. The celebration banquet was, of course, at the Tire Tavern. Grey Dust Town was too poor, and this was the only tavern. Inside the tavern, dozens of people were cheering with their wine glasses. For these wasteland dwellers, drunk today, forget tomorrow was the greatest luxury. They had no time to mourn the dead, for the next could very well be themselves. So it was better to enjoy the moment. This celebration banquet not only included Tanjia, but also the West District Commander, Wang Shi. The two commanders shared a table, holding wine glasses, beaming with smiles, and chatting happily. It was just uncertain how much of that smile was genuine and how much was feigned. Bai Yi had truly stolen the limelight this time. I noticed the way people from the East District looked at him had changed. Wang Shi took a sip of his drink and said with a smirk, "Humph." Tanjia coldly snorted, naturally hearing the underlying meaning. After all, the ones who know you best are not your friends, but your enemies. You don't need to sow discord. You can see for yourself what kind of person Bai Yi is. This kid's brain has been poisoned by toxic mushrooms and has gone mad. A madman will not submit to anyone. In other words, I can't tolerate him in the East District, and you can't in the West District either. Wang Shi nodded in agreement. He had already seen the answer in Bai Yi's eyes. Whether it was himself or Tanjia, Bai Yi didn't take them seriously. He previously thought it was youthful arrogance, believing himself invincible because he had forbidden items. Now he knew it wasn't youthful arrogance, but youthful madness. He had gone mad. What do you plan to do? Do you need help? Wang Shi asked with a smile. Tan Jie shot him a cold glance. No need for your help. This madman can kill himself. I see your help is pretense. You really want to get your hands on Breath of the Bones. Don't speak so harshly. After all, we are both from Grey Dust Town. Internal strife leads nowhere. Haven't you noticed that the world is becoming increasingly unstable? Dawn City has frequently mobilized troops to plunder people from various settlements. War is probably coming. If we don't unite and cooperate, we will end up with nowhere to bury our bones. Therefore, in my opinion, once Bai Yi dies and the hyena pack is dealt with, we can take Breath of the Bones to Dawn City to sell, split the money, you can buy advanced gene potions, and I can update my mechanical devices. Only with strength can we ensure survival. Chapter 12. Old Tan, you will regret it. A shadow crossed Tan Jie's eyes. As the East District Commander, he felt like an ant in the eyes of the giant that is Dawn City. If war is imminent, Grey Dust Town is no different from cannon fodder. Wang Shi continued, have you considered that the sudden appearance of the hyena pack is related to Dawn City? Oh, what do you mean by that? Vice Commander Bai? A loud voice rang out in the Tire Tavern. Dozens of eyes turned towards the door, where the weak Bai Yi was slowly walking in, supported by an attendant. The attendant's face turned red as he whispered, Vice Commander Bai, I've done as you instructed and called out. Don't forget to reward me with a piece of meat later. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Bai Yi patted the attendant's shoulder with satisfaction. Don't worry, I've forgotten. Huh. Vice Commander Bai, you finally arrived. How are you? Are you in good health? Tan Jie approached with a beaming smile, personally helping Bai Yi to his seat. Do I look like I'm in good health? Bai Yi shot a dissatisfied glare at Tan Jie. Tan Jie was not annoyed. Ever since accepting the fact that Bai Yi was mad, his mindset had surprisingly improved. He wasn't even angry about being slapped multiple times before. Sit down, sit down. Bai Yi directly sat between Tan Jie and Wang Shi, exuding an aura of authority. What are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and bring the drinks and meat. Soon, food and drink were served. Dark roasted meat, lacking any culinary skills, relying solely on the most primitive ingredients. But Bai Yi ate heartily. There was no helping it. This body hadn't had many full meals. Eat slowly, don't choke. Tan Jie said with a smile, pouring wine. Now watching Bai Yi eat meat didn't make him feel pained. He wished Bai Yi would eat more to replenish his energy. This kid really fights for his life. As Bai Yi ate the meat, he mumbled. What were you two just talking about? Were you secretly talking bad about me? How could that be? You are the great contributor. We couldn't praise you enough. We were just talking about the hyena pack. Once she picked up the topic, the hyena pack's sudden appearance makes me suspect it's related to recent movements in Dawn City. Oh, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Tell me more. He had naturally heard of Dawn City. To be precise, almost no one in Grey Dust Town was unaware of it. It was a holy place in the hearts of its residents. The legend says that everyone there has food to eat, schools to attend, and clean water to bathe in every day. The women are all stunning, with delicate, fair skin, unlike wasteland people whose skin is rough from the sun and wind. Indeed, Wang Shi organized his thoughts and slowly said, recently, Dawn City has frequently mobilized troops and slave-capturing teams, plundering populations from various settlements, seemingly preparing for war. Bai Yi nodded. There were not only large cities in this wasteland. 100 years had passed since the Great Disaster, and during that time, humanity had recuperated, and large cities had sprung up in the wasteland, with various factions vying for power. What does this have to do with the hyena pack? As far as I know, the hyena pack originally occupied the area near Black Mountain. Although they have transformed into aberrant beasts, their animal instincts remain, and they have territorial awareness. So they usually wouldn't leave Black Mountain. Now, suddenly appearing in Grey Dust Town, I guess something must have happened at Black Mountain. When I went to Dawn City to trade for supplies, I inadvertently heard people from Dawn City talking about how the Dawn Army frequently crossed into Black Mountain. So I believe Dawn City wants to occupy the Black Mountain stronghold to prepare for war, Wang Shi explained. Does it have to be war? Perhaps Dawn City is trying to eliminate the aberrant beasts on Black Mountain? Tan Jie scoffed. Vice Commander Bai, you really have a high opinion of Dawn City. You haven't been to Dawn City, so you don't know the nature of those people. Compared to the wasteland, people who lick blood from the edge of a knife. The city dwellers are the real cannibals. Those big shots would never do anything without benefits. If the major powers united to deal with the aberrant beasts, those damned monsters would have been exterminated long ago. It is precisely because of their constant infighting that no one is willing to waste troops to eliminate the aberrant beasts outside their own territories. Some forces even intentionally leave the aberrant beasts alive to serve as a buffer between themselves and other factions. Bai Yi smiled slightly. This is very much in line with my stereotype of humanity. Alright, enough of that. Wang Shi changed the subject. We can't concern ourselves with those big shots. The urgent matter is to deal with the hyena pack first. Deputy Commander Bai, can you continue to fight tomorrow? Yes, I must be able to. Bai Yi couldn't wait any longer. No. Tan Jie hurriedly stopped him. You've expended too much today. You should rest for another day. The food in Grey Earth Town can last a few more days. There's no rush. He was genuinely afraid that Bai Yi would fight halfway and then die. And who would shoot the Hyena King then? Didn't he see that Bai Yi even needed someone to help him walk? Old Tan. Bai Yi slammed the table, the sound overpowering the noise in the tavern. Everyone in the tavern stopped what they were doing and looked towards the three commanders, the atmosphere suddenly becoming awkwardly quiet. Seeing this familiar scene, Tan Jie felt a headache coming on. Deputy Commander Bai Yu. What am I? Old sayings have it right. One should not lose momentum after gaining it. Stop. You have too many old sayings. I can't argue with you. But don't forget, I'm the commander. You must rest tomorrow. Tan Jie asserted firmly. Bai Yi stared at Tan Jie, speaking slowly and emphatically. Old Tan, you will regret this. After saying that, he picked up the food and turned to leave. Hey, someone, quickly help Deputy Commander Bai. At night, Bai Yi lay comfortably in bed. But his mind was replaying the conversation with Tan Jie and Wang Shi from earlier. War is imminent. A sense of crisis arose. War is not a banquet, but one with guns and live ammunition. He could certainly stop time, but the question is whether he would have enough time. The speed of bullets is faster than his thought speed. In a real battle, with thousands of soldiers firing, even a minute would not be enough to escape the battlefield. Besides bullets, there are cannons, sniper rifles, and tanks. In the chaos of battle, he can't keep time stopped all the time. There wouldn't be enough time for that either. Grey Earth Town is nominally under the jurisdiction of Dawn City's power once war breaks out. Will the people from other factions let Grey Earth Town off? What if one day he falls asleep and suddenly some shells fall from the sky? Without even activating time stop, and he dies directly? Who would he seek justice from, even if he remains vigilant? Assuming he is sharp enough to sense all attacks in advance and uses time stop to evade, how many times can he dodge? He can't afford to waste all his time on that, right? Damn it, this is not safe at all on the wasteland. He must find a safe place to better accumulate time. With this thought, Bai Yi's mind turned towards Dawn City. If he could enter Dawn City, it would be much safer than being on the wasteland. Even if a war broke out, the citizens inside would be the last to suffer. By then, he could easily escape in advance, instead of being on edge every day on the wasteland, facing aberrant beasts today, gunfire tomorrow, and food shortages the day after. Chapter 13. What are you showing off? Are extraordinary beings so impressive? Squeak. A faint friction sound suddenly echoed in the room. Bai Yi, interrupted in his thoughts, squinted his eyes and looked towards the source of the sound, the window. His window had actually opened by itself. That's right, he wasn't mistaken. There was no one outside, and there was no wind. Strangely, the window had slid open by itself, as if an invisible hand had gently pushed it. Bai Yi's expression remained unchanged. He continued to lie on the bed, calmly gazing at the window, faced with this supernatural phenomenon. He didn't even bother to grab the breath of the undead by his pillow, because he knew it wouldn't be of much use. He quietly waited. As long as there was a hint of danger, time stop would activate immediately. After about 30 seconds, a yellowed piece of letter paper floated in from the window without any wind, hovering in front of Bai Yi before slowly settling down. On it was a line of blood-red text. At midnight tonight, a person will meet me in the northern woods of the town. Do not make a sound. This concerns your life. Damn, are you kidding me? Floating letter paper, blood-red text. Such an eerie scene not only failed to frighten Bai Yi, but instead ignited his ferocity. With 3 minutes and 50 seconds of time, even if a god descended, he would dare to slap them in the face, let alone now. Time stop. Buzz. A massive golden dial appeared beneath Bai Yi, as if commanded by a deity, instantly halting the flow of time. He sprang up from the bed, holding the breath of the undead, and charged out the window. His dark, brooding eyes were filled with rebellious flames. You think you can scare me with a torn piece of paper in the middle of the night? No matter if you are human or ghost, if I don't squeeze some eggs out of you today, consider yourself innately deformed and hiding too deep. Outside the window, Bai Yi scanned the area with his gun and quickly spotted a sneaky figure crouching in the corner, its bandaged right hand raised high, pinching the air between its index finger and thumb as if holding an invisible piece of letter paper. Ah, so it's you, huh? He charged over. And as he got closer, aided by the moonlight, he saw, oh, it's a familiar face. Magic Hand Liu. Bai Yi had heard about Liu long ago. He was said to have had his right hand broken by Wang Shi and left to fend for himself. He never expected to see him here in the dead of night. An extraordinary being? The words popped into Bai Yi's mind. Though he had never seen an extraordinary being, he had heard some legends. Compared to gene modifiers and mechanical modifiers, the extraordinary group was more mysterious and rare. It was rumored that extraordinary beings possessed various miraculous abilities, and the strange display Liu was showing was very much like that of an extraordinary being. He speculated that Liu's ability should be related to his right hand. After all, the manner in which he crouched in the corner with his right hand raised was too bizarre. To verify his suspicion, Bai Yi reached out towards Liu's right hand, and upon touching it, he indeed discovered the problem. An invisible, intangible hand extended from Liu's right hand. Its texture as hard as steel, and this invisible hand was long, extending a full 3 meters. With this thought, Bai Yi understood everything. It was Liu who opened the window with his invisible hand, and the letter paper had also been sent in by this hand, which is why it was hovering in midair. All right, you've come to play tricks on me, huh? Time resumes. Liu rubbed his aching right hand with his left, muttering, this kid should have read it by now, right? Why is there no movement at all? Logically, he should at least be scared enough to jump out of bed, right? Could it be that he is asleep? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind Liu. I'm not asleep, but I know you'll soon be in eternal sleep. Click. That was the sound of a bullet being chambered, and the cold gun muzzle pressed against Liu's head. Liu's body instantly stiffened, and his face changed dramatically. Bai Yi, don't move. If your right hand dares to drop even a little, I guarantee you 1 TC tomorrow, son. Liu became even stiffer. His right hand, which he was about to lower, remained rigidly in midair, inwardly lamenting. Oh no, this kid has discovered my ability. He originally thought of using an invisible right hand to control Bai Yi. He believed that facing an unseen big hand, even if Bai Yi had taboo items, he would still fall into the trap without a moment's hesitation. However, he didn't expect that his ability would be seen through at a glance. Aren't you asleep? Liu spoke to Bai Time while desperately thinking of a countermeasure. Heh, a cold laugh came from behind him. Haven't you gone to the bathroom in the middle of the night? Liu didn't believe a word of it because before he opened the window, he had secretly glanced at Bai Yi, who was still in bed at that time. So the other party definitely didn't come out to use the bathroom, but rushed out the moment he saw the window open, sneaking up behind him while he was letting the letter fly. No wonder there was no response from the letter for so long. The person had already come out. This was bad. It was completely different from what he had imagined. How could Bai Yi's way of thinking be so different from an ordinary person's? An ordinary person would be stunned upon seeing the window open and then think about the source of the anomaly, right? Who would rush out recklessly in the middle of the night at the first sight of something unusual, not even afraid of encountering a ghost. Liu, no? I should call you Liu's one now. Bai Yi slowly pointed a gun at Liu's head. The cold touch of the gun made Liu shiver all over. He hurriedly said, Bai Yi, actually, call me Deputy Commander Bai. Bai Yi interrupted him with a kick to his rear. Liu was stunned for a moment, anger flashing across his face, but he quickly changed his words. Deputy Commander Bai, I actually mean no harm. I just have important matters to discuss. Oh. A dangerous smile curved at the corner of Bai Yi's mouth. Isn't that convenient? You mean no harm, but I do. Do you know? I hate people wasting my time the most. Because of your unreasonable actions, you wasted my precious 10 seconds. That's 10 seconds. How many 10 seconds are there in a lifetime? Liu didn't realize Bai Yi was referring to the time when time had stopped. He thought he was talking about the time spent coming out of the room. He paused for a moment and cautiously replied, assuming a person lives to 60 years. There are about 189, 216, 000 10-second intervals in a lifetime. You damn. Bang. Bai Yi kicked Liu's rear again, nearly causing him to fall flat on his face. So you think you're good at math, huh? Do I need you to tell me? Bai Yi could indeed calculate, but he wasn't as fast as Liu. He had to find a piece of paper and calculate with a pen. I'll give you 3 seconds. Give me a reason not to kill you, Liu. Liu hurriedly said, I'm here to help you. You think you deserve that? I'm an extraordinary person. Bang. Another kick. Bai Yi angrily shouted. What are you showing off for? Being an extraordinary person is so impressive. Chapter 14. To be an extraordinary person, one must have a mother. No, what I mean is, don't you want to know how I became an extraordinary person? Go ahead, tell me. Then you promise. Fine, I promise not to kill you, Bai Yi interrupted. Liu's heart sank. He hesitated and said, you agreed so quickly. It gives me no sense of security. Then say it again. Liu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and slowly said, after the wheel of fate lost to you, the king snake, in a fit of rage, disabled my right hand and left me to fend for myself. The magical hand was my livelihood, which I had practiced for more than 10 years. When my right hand was disabled, I felt a death wish. But when I thought of my mother far away in my hometown, still waiting for me to succeed and return home in glory, a flame ignited in my heart. I swore I could not disappoint her. I had to survive. Then I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my brain, as if something was stirring in my mind. After the pain subsided, I found that my previously shattered right hand had actually healed somewhat. Although I couldn't lift heavy objects, at least I could move it a little. Moreover, an invisible arm had grown from my right hand. So that's how it is. Bai Yi nodded seriously. To become an extraordinary person, one needs to first have their right hand disabled, and also have a mother. Liu was now completely convinced that Bai Yi was a madman. He had heard people say that Bai Yi's behavior on the battlefield was somewhat unbelievable, but now he believed it completely. What nonsense was this? Deputy Commander Bai. The point is not about mothers and right hands. It's about the transformation of the spirit. Simply put, it's about experiencing significant trauma that leads to mental distortion and awakening into an extraordinary person. Bai Yi nodded. He knew that it had nothing to do with mothers and right hands. He was just making a small joke, but unfortunately, these barbarians didn't understand humor. He had heard other wasteland hunters say that during the era of great disaster, whether human or object, even if they appeared normal, they had undergone varying degrees of distortion and mutation. However, the degree of mutation in ordinary people was relatively shallow, so it wasn't noticeable. But it was like a seed buried deep within everyone. Once certain conditions were met, the seed would sprout. Liu, who became an extraordinary person, was a clear example. This meant that in the era of civilization, no matter how much mental trauma one experienced, at most, they would become mentally ill. But in the era of great disaster, they could potentially become extraordinary people. Upon deeper thought, it was terrifying to realize that extraordinary people all had the potential for mental illness. He suddenly felt that this global disaster wasn't entirely harmful. It also contained opportunities, an opportunity to initiate evolution in all things. Mutated beasts seemed more like the products of incorrect evolution, while extraordinary people were those on the right evolutionary path. Wait, perhaps it was still uncertain whose evolution was more correct. Deputy Commander Bai, I've said everything I needed to say. I beg you to put down the gun first, okay? I'm scared. You don't even say please. Is that how you beg? Toughened up. My fists are tightened. Liu was so angry his teeth were itching. If it weren't for the gun pointed at him, he would have loved to punch Bai Ye's mouth. Can you please put down the gun first? No. You damn. Then can I at least lower my right hand? My hand isn't healed yet. I can't keep holding it up like this. No. Bai Ye. Liu suddenly stood up, angrily saying, I told you, we're not enemies. I'm here to cooperate with you. Haven't you realized your situation? The King Snake and Tanjia can't tolerate you. They have already conspired to kill you as soon as you disperse the hyena pack, then sell your taboo item and split the profits. So cooperating with me is your only chance to survive. I'm an extraordinary person, and you have taboo items. If we join forces, we might not be their match. Besides, the King Snake disabled my magical hand. I must take revenge on him. You come to find me in the middle of the night just to say this? That's right. Moreover, I already have a detailed plan. When you leave the city next time, I will ambush outside the city. When they exhaust themselves from fighting, you and I can coordinate a surprise attack on them and take them down in one fell swoop. After it's done, Grey Dust Town will be under your control. I won't interfere. Bai Yi was slightly surprised. Then what do you gain from this? Revenge? Liu shook his head. Revenge is one aspect, but I need money. After it's done, Grey Dust Town belongs to you, and the money belongs to me. I will leave as soon as I get the money. To be honest, after becoming an extraordinary being, I no longer care about the position of the leader of Grey Soil Town. I plan to take my money to Dawn City and find the best physician to heal my right hand. Although awakening as an extraordinary being has significantly improved my physical condition and allows my right hand to move somewhat, it still cannot match its previous agility and strength. My extraordinary abilities are closely tied to my right hand. If I heal it, my combat power will definitely exceed what it is now. I want to revive the glory of my magical hand. Once I, Liu, establish myself in Dawn City, I will bring my mother to the city to enjoy wealth and honor. Liu's words changed Bai Ye's perception of him somewhat. To be fair, although Liu isn't much of a person, at least he is filial. Moreover, it turns out that the two have no enmity against each other and instead share a common enemy. With this thought, Bai Yi put away the breath of bones. Hearing the commotion, Liu immediately brightened. Have you agreed to cooperate? No, not at all. Bai Yi shook his head. Why? This is beneficial for you without any harm. Liu was somewhat incredulous, not understanding why Bai Yi would refuse such a good proposal. Sighing, Bai Yi looked up at the moon at a 45-degree angle and said solemnly, I could team up with you to kill the King Snake and the others. But have you thought about what to do about the hyena pack? What will happen to the citizens of Grey Soil Town? Liu was taken aback and his expression changed as he looked at Bai Yi. After a moment of silence, he said, I can help you deal with the hyena pack. Bai Yi shook his head again. How many people will die then? Although you are an extraordinary being, your strength probably doesn't match that of the King Snake and the others. Otherwise, you wouldn't be looking for my cooperation. If they have trouble dealing with the hyena pack, how can you? So, I won't cooperate with you until the hyenas are dealt with. Liu showed urgency, but once the hyenas are killed, they will immediately turn against you, and with your method of killing, they might not even survive until they attack you. Don't say any more. Bai Yi angrily waved his sleeve, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Am I Bai Yi someone who fears death? Is my life more important? Or the lives of 800 people in Grey Soil Town? That furious voice struck Liu's heart like a heavy hammer. In this damned era, there are indeed people like this. For some reason, standing next to Bai Yi, he suddenly felt ashamed. Chapter 15. I lost but not unjustly. I understand now. Liu calmed down, staring intently at Bai Yi, and said earnestly, do what you want. Although I, Liu, am not a good person, I respect your character and am willing to follow your wishes. Once you deal with the hyena pack, we can cooperate to take down the King Snake and the others. But I can't guarantee that you'll still be alive by then. If you encounter danger, I can only say that I will help where I can. But I won't take risks to save you, because my mother is still waiting for me to return, and I can't put myself in danger. That's fine. My mind is made up. Bai Yi stood with his hands behind his back, the cold moonlight casting a silver edge around him. Liu was moved. I lost the game of fate. Take care. Don't see me off. The rustling sound echoed as Liu disappeared into the woods without looking back. Under the bright moon, Bai Yi stroked his chin, a look of contemplation on his face. Is it really okay to deceive a disabled person like this? Actually, it can't be considered deception. A gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. The reason he disagreed with Liu's plan was not for the sake of Grey Soil Town, but to kill more hyenas under the protection of the King Snake and Tanjia, thereby enhancing his own strength. He could certainly follow Liu's plan to kill the King Snake and Tanjia from within and without, but what then? Who would protect him while hunting hyenas afterward? Can Liu, who is only half-baked, really protect him? At that time, he might even have to waste time using Time Stop to kill all the hyenas. Rather than that, it would be better to continue using the King Snake, Tanjia, and their lackeys. During the previous battle, They had protected him in the center position, allowing him to shoot easily. How considerate. However, Li Yu's appearance was also an unexpected joy when the time came to reveal the dagger. Dealing with the king snake and the others alone with just breath of bones would not be enough. He would definitely need to use time stop. With Li Yu's help, perhaps he could save a bit of time. Thinking of this, Bai Yi couldn't help but smile. I really am a master of time management. The next day, Bai Yi woke up to find it was already noon. Today was supposed to be the day to hunt hyenas. But Old Tan insisted on delaying it by a day out of concern for Bai Yi's health. With not much entertainment available in Gray Soil Town, he could only sleep. After lunch, feeling bored, he yawned and walked along the streets of Gray Soil Town. Rather than a street, it was more of a dirt path, which became a road from the number of people walking on it. On both sides were low houses, and many people were directly sleeping beside the road. It was summer, and people chose to sleep outside to stay cool. Deputy Commander Bai. The dusty pedestrians greeted Bai Yi with respect. Gray Soil Town was small, and Bai Yi's deeds from yesterday had already spread, earning him some respect. He walked with a demeanor that was indifferent to everyone, enjoying the attention of the crowd. The defiant look on the young man's face was as vivid as a color photo compared to the dull people around him. Although bored, the time increased by a minute, making his mood quite pleasant. For minutes and 40 seconds. Yesterday, Li Yu wasted 10 seconds. Suddenly, a few panicked voices came from a distance. Not good. The hyena pack is attacking the city. The mutated beasts are attacking the city. Bai Yi focused his gaze and saw several ragged residents fleeing in panic from the direction of the city gate. He grabbed one of them and asked with joy in his eyes, "What happened?" The person, still in shock and glancing back frequently, said with a pale face, "The mutated beasts have gone crazy. They're attacking the city." Bai Yi's joy increased. Attacking the city? He had been worried about not being able to hunt mutated beasts today, but unexpectedly, they came to attack the city directly. This was even more convenient. He wouldn't even have to lure them out of the city and could shoot from the city wall. However, amidst the excitement, he also felt a bit puzzled. Why would the mutated beasts suddenly attack the city? At this moment, Tan Jie, the leader of the East District, also rushed out with his men upon hearing the commotion. "Come, follow me to the city gate," Tan Jie shouted to his subordinates. His gaze landed on Bai Yi, and he hurriedly said, "Deputy Commander Bai, let's hurry over." Bai Yi took out Breath of Bones and eagerly followed. Once they reached the city wall, they indeed saw nearly 100 hyenas rushing towards Gray Soil Town under the lead of the Hyena King. What is going on? Why have the hyenas suddenly gone mad? Tan Jie asked uneasily. His greatest fear was that the hyenas would recklessly launch a strong attack on Gray Soil Town. The city gate seemed solid, but it could not withstand the strong assault of nearly 100 hyenas. As long as the enemy didn't care about casualties, they could always break through. Previously, they hadn't launched a strong attack because the hyenas feared the number of people in Gray Soil Town. After all, the number of humans was 8 times that of the hyenas. The mutated hyenas are not low in intelligence, but they ultimately cannot reach the level of humans. They think that humans and beasts are the same and will fight back desperately in the face of life and death crises, not realizing that most people would just wait for death. I don't know. They suddenly appeared one after another. A guard said in a panic, "Don't panic. They're attacking the city may not be a bad thing." The cold voice of the king snake came from a distance as he made his way onto the city wall, surrounded by a group of people. With the protection of the city wall, we can shoot from a high position. As long as Commander Bai can withstand it, even if the city gate is breached, they will suffer heavy losses. I'm just afraid he can't hold on. Tan Jie looked at Bai Yi with worry in his eyes. If one didn't know better, they would think the two had a close relationship. Humph, Bai Yi snorted coldly, his rebellious gaze sweeping over. If you can't speak, then shut your mouth. Even if you die, I won't. With another minute added to the time, he couldn't even be bothered to call Old Tan anymore. Tan Jie's face was dark. He couldn't shake the feeling that as the days passed, Bai Yi's disrespect towards him was growing, but he knew it wasn't the time to confront Bai Yi. After all, without Bai Yi, who would deal with the Hyena King? Anger boiling in his heart, he could only vent it on his subordinates. What are you all standing there for? This group of beasts has come to our doorstep. Do I need to teach you how to act? Raise your guns and wait for them to get closer. Then shoot them hard. Everyone hurriedly found their positions, set up their guns, and waited for the hyenas to approach. Excitement flickered in Bai Yi's eyes as he found a central position and raised the Breath of Bones, waiting for the hyenas to come. Closer, closer. He could even see the true form of the Hyena King with the naked eye. Last time, they were too far away, and with the yellow sand swirling, he could only see a blurred shadow over 2 meters tall. The Hyena King was covered in dark purple skin, which was thin to the point of being nearly transparent, with a dense network of crimson veins twisting and writhing as it ran. On its head, there was a fist-sized dark purple tumor, looking hideous and terrifying. Bai Yi didn't rashly open fire. The effective range of an ordinary handgun was only 50 meters, although the Breath of Bones had a longer range of 200 meters. It lacked accuracy. With his current marksmanship, he wouldn't even be able to hit a target at 20 meters, let alone 50. So he had to wait for his subordinates to fire first. Once they injured the hyenas and slowed their charge, he would take the opportunity to shoot. Chapter 16. Crisis in the Town. Prepare. Tan Jie raised his left hand, about to give the order. Wait a moment. Bai Yi suddenly spoke to stop him. Tan Jie grew even angrier, thinking Bai Yi was trying to usurp command, and glared at him, only to find that Bai Yi wasn't looking at him but was frowning at the pack of hyenas. Put your guns away. Bai Yi put away the breath of bones and said blandly to everyone. Everyone was taken aback, a bit confused. Tan Jie angrily questioned, Commander Bai, what do you want? Our enemy isn't the hyenas. There's no need to waste bullets. Bai Ye's gaze passed over the group of hyenas, fixed tightly on the area where the yellow sand was swirling in the distance. Not the pack of hyenas? Tan Jie thought Bai Yi was having another episode and felt a surge of anger, but before he could explode, a subordinate suddenly exclaimed. The hyenas turned. What? Tan Jie quickly looked over, only to see the fierce pack of hyenas changing direction, avoiding the gray dirt town and running off into the distance. Why are the hyenas running? Are they scared of us after what happened last time? Many of the defenders exclaimed joyfully. They didn't want to fight the hyenas. However, unlike their simple thoughts, Wang Shi and Tan Jie felt something was off. Commander Bai, what's going on? Wang Shi asked gravely, knowing Bai Yi was a wasteland hunter, an ordinary person but with rich survival experience in the wild. The hyenas aren't attacking the town, they're fleeing, Bai Yi said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Fleeing? Does that mean something even more terrifying is coming? The fierce pack of hyenas had already made the gray dirt town feel like it was facing a formidable enemy. But now these hyenas were fleeing like lost dogs. What kind of powerful creature could be chasing them? Panic and unease spread instantly among the crowd, and they looked to their leaders, as if seeking a backbone. However, the leaders they had high hopes for were also flustered. Tan Jie and Wang Shi exchanged a panicked glance, unsure of what to do. Tan Jie chuckled nervously. Could it be that the army of Dawn City is nearby, which scared the hyenas away? An army? Not as good as the mutated beasts. Wang Shi said darkly. Don't talk, it's coming. Bai Yi suddenly looked up at the distant sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A faint buzzing sound came from the horizon, with a very high frequency that seemed to penetrate the eardrum and reach the soul, causing an inexplicable shudder. What sound is that? Someone panicked. The buzzing grew louder. It sounds a bit like electricity. No, wait. It's birds. Look. The crowd looked up in horror and saw a dense swarm of black dots suddenly appear in the distant sky, the dots intersecting with the white clouds, making the cloud sea seem like it was riddled with holes. They were getting closer, a dark mass approaching, the sounds of birds chirping and flapping wings becoming deafening. It's the gray sparrow. The mutated beast gray sparrow. So many of them run. The gray dirt town can't hold up. The screams that erupted from the crowd acted like a signal flare, and the pale-faced people snapped back to reality, terrified and turning to flee, ignoring their leader's orders. Bai Yi squinted his eyes, watching the rapidly approaching gray sparrows. They were also a type of mutated beast, their predecessors being the most common sparrows, known for appearing in flocks. This batch of gray sparrows was estimated to number in the thousands. While 1,000 sparrows might not seem like much, they looked frightening. But in reality, it was far from that. The mutated gray sparrows had gray skin all over, with lifeless pale eyes, and their bodies were as large as eagles, with claws as sharp as steel. 1,000 eagles flying over the town could block out the sun, casting shadows that sliced through the light. This is bad. Bai Yi's expression darkened slightly. In terms of individual combat power, gray sparrows were no match for hyenas, but their numbers were overwhelming, and they were extremely mobile. He could certainly stop time, but he couldn't fly. If all the gray sparrows were on the ground, he could unleash a massacre when time stopped. But the problem was they were in the sky, and he couldn't reach them. He had considered using his gun, but his marksmanship was poor. Aiming and shooting one by one would likely take 4 minutes, and he wouldn't be able to kill all the gray sparrows. He could only retreat into a building and take it step by step. Bai Yi jumped down from the city wall and sprinted rapidly, his enhanced physical abilities allowing him to run quickly, soon surpassing the first group of fleeing people, though there were still some ahead of him. It was Wang Shi and Tan Jie. These two had fled the moment they saw the gray sparrows, fully aware that the city wall of the gray dirt town couldn't withstand an attack from the sky. However, no matter how fast a person ran, they couldn't outrun birds, especially mutated ones. A piercing scream rang out in the crowd. A gray sparrow swooped down from the sky, its metallic beak shining coldly like an arrow, piercing through a person's skull, then greedily sucking up blood and brain matter. More and more gray sparrows descended from the sky, attacking like they were hunting insects, ferocious and swift. Bang bang bang. Chaotic gunfire erupted as some fought back desperately. I'll fight you to the death. Some people frantically rushed into the buildings. Get inside. The fleeing townspeople cried out in panic, each one seeming to go mad as they ran home. However, how could the rickety wooden houses withstand the gray sparrows? Even if the brick houses could barely hold up, what about the windows? It should be noted that the mutated beasts didn't just mutate physically. Their brains had changed as well. It's all chaos. Everything is in disarray. The entire town of Grey Earth fell into extreme chaos. Bai Yi accelerated amidst the chaotic crowd. Unlike Tan Jie, Wang Shi, and others who immediately took refuge in houses, he headed straight for the Tire Tavern. That was Tan Jie's stronghold, where they had stockpiled water, food, and firearms. Bullets were Bai Yi's target. The breath of bones would drain the user's vitality, so Tan Jie hadn't given him many bullets, believing he wouldn't need that many. Whoosh! A sound like a sharp arrow slicing through the air rushed towards Bai Yi from above. The boy's eyes glinted with ferocity. He knew he was being targeted by the gray sparrow. After all, there were fewer and fewer residents on the road, either dead or hiding in their houses. And he was the only one still running. It was only a matter of time before he was spotted. He chose not to evade, but instead activated Time Stop. Chapter 17. Limitations of Time Stop Buzz. A dazzling golden dial rose from beneath Bai Yi's feet, and the gears of time suddenly came to a halt. All sounds in the world seemed to peel away from his ears, leaving only his own breathing. Under the influence of inertia, Bai Yi ran another 2 meters before finally stopping. As is well known, it is very difficult for a person to change direction quickly while running at full speed, which is why he didn't attempt to turn around and shoot, but decisively activated Time Stop. When he turned around, he was met with a pair of pale, lifeless eyes, those of the gray sparrow. The eagle-like gray sparrow was frozen midair 3 meters off the ground, its gray feathered wings spread wide. Sharp claws aimed directly at Bai Yi's head. Just a fraction more. If Bai Yi had hesitated for another second before activating Time Stop, his head would have been blown apart. An unnamed rage surged within him. You want to blow my head off, huh? I'll blow yours first. Crack. The breath of bones was loaded, the gun barrel aimed straight at the gray sparrow's head. At such close range, hitting a stationary target was easy. Even an elementary school student wouldn't miss, and Bai Yi certainly wouldn't either. Bang. A blood-colored bullet flew from the gun barrel. But the expected scene of a head exploding did not occur. Bai Yi froze, staring blankly at the blood-colored bullet suspended in midair, just 2 centimeters from the muzzle. It remained there, completely motionless. What is going on? Bai Yi suddenly thought of a possibility. He had stopped time for the entire world, and in this frozen world, the only things that could move were himself and the external objects he interacted with. Since the bullet had left his hand, it had also entered a state of suspension. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, during Time Stop, he would only be able to run around naked, as clothes would also count as external objects. Thus, he quickly increased the distance between himself and the gray sparrow before restoring time. At the moment time resumed, whoosh. The previously motionless blood-colored bullet vanished from Bai Yi's sight, and at the same time, the gray sparrow's head exploded, blood splattering everywhere. The decapitated body flapped its wings twice before crashing to the ground. Thankfully, the firearm was usable, though it had been a bit troublesome. Feeling the surge of vitality within him, Bai Yi ran off again without looking back. By now, there was no one left on the street, to be precise. There were no living people except for Bai Yi. Thousands of gray sparrows ravaged Gray Earth Town, killing hundreds in just a few minutes, while the rest hid inside. Some gray sparrows lingered over the corpses, tearing and gnawing, while others crazily slammed against windows, breaking in, and soon, the houses echoed with piercing screams. A portion of them had set their sights on Bai Yi. The only person running in the street stood out too much. Dozens of gray sparrows flapped their wings, all flying toward Bai Yi in unison. Bai Yi suddenly dodged and ran into the alley formed by the houses. The narrow terrain prevented the gray sparrows from attacking simultaneously. They could only come at him one by one. He stopped, a fierce glint appearing in his rebellious eyes. He coldly watched the first gray sparrow that charged at him, raising the breath of bones, and waiting silently. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, now. Bang. Blood and fire erupted as the headless gray sparrow plummeted from the sky, its body scraping violently against the ground due to inertia, kicking up clouds of dust until it finally came to a stop at Bai Yi's feet. This time, he didn't use Time Stop. Instead, he took advantage of the terrain, shooting in the narrow alley where it was hard to miss against the straight-charging gray sparrows. The vitality flowing into him from the breath of bones felt like power rapidly multiplying within him, intensifying the ferocity in Bai Yi's eyes. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let all your screams turn into my power. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the handgun echoed continuously, the flames flashing in the dim alley, repeatedly illuminating the blood-soaked face. Moments later, the ground at Bai Yi's feet was already piled with the bodies of gray sparrows, the stench of blood soaking his shoes. Yet, more gray sparrows fearlessly charged at him. Halftime. He seemed like the referee of this battle. Upon his command, all the participants froze in place. A sharp claw stopped half a meter in front of his face. He could even count the feathers on the gray sparrow. In the dim alley piled with corpses, the blood-soaked boy lowered his head expressionlessly, loading bullets one by one with his blood-stained hands. After loading 6 bullets, he flicked his revolver, and the chamber clicked back into place with a crisp mechanical sound. The boy raised his head, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The slaughter continues. Bang, bang, bang. After emptying the magazine again, Bai Yi turned and ran because he had run out of bullets. This time, he ran significantly faster than before, his physical abilities enhanced again. However, he still couldn't outrun the gray sparrows. That was the advantage of their race. After all, he didn't have wings. Helpless, he had to keep activating Time Stop to shake off the gray sparrows, wasting quite a bit of time before finally making it to the Tire Tavern. Upon reaching the Tire Tavern, Bai Yi found the door locked. He pushed against it a couple of times, and peering through the crack, he could see a pile of tables and chairs blocking the entrance. Is someone inside? Open the door, Bai Yi shouted. There was no response from within. So he kicked the door a few times. Finally, a voice came from inside. Get out of here. Don't attract the gray sparrows. Bai Yi recognized the voice as belonging to Old Wang, the owner of the Tire Tavern. Old Wang was also one of Tan Jia's people. Though older, he had read some books, knew how to brew alcohol, and had some culinary skills. So he specifically handled logistics. He named the tavern Old Times because he didn't like hanging out with Tan Jia and the others. He often buried himself in a few books from before the catastrophe, frequently lamenting that he was not born in a civilized era. Old Wang, it's me. Open the door. There's no danger outside for now. I need bullets to deal with the gray sparrows. Bai Yi had temporarily shaken off the gray sparrows using time stop. They wouldn't catch up for a while. I know it's you, Bai Yi, but I can't open the door for you. What if the gray sparrows come in while I do? Old Wang's trembling voice came from inside. Don't blame me for not helping. I just want to survive. I have no obligation to save you. Bai Yi stopped kicking the door and stood quietly in front of it. At that moment, the gray sparrows circling above had already noticed him. I'll say it one last time, open the door. His indifferent words carried an undeniable tone, causing Old Wang, panicked inside, to seemingly be stimulated, and he began shouting. Do you really think you are some kind of deputy commander? You're just a lucky little brat who hasn't even read a book. What right do you have to command me? Old Wang shouted in frustration, but there was no response from outside. Only the sound of gray sparrows flapping their wings and attacking. His face instantly turned pale, and he curled up in the corner of the wine cabinet, trembling and not daring to look up. Chapter 18, The Scholar and the Dog Butchers. Outside, 5 gray sparrows circled in the air, their dull, lifeless eyes fixed on Bai Yi as they swooped down from 5 different directions. Seeing this, Bai Yi pulled out a dagger from his pants leg, his gaze fierce. He didn't care about the 5 gray sparrows overhead, even though they had sealed off all his escape routes. When the 5 beasts got close, time would freeze, and it would be easy to slaughter them. What really annoyed him was Old Wang. Because Old Wang refused to open the door, he couldn't get any bullets, and naturally couldn't use Breath of Bones to enhance his vitality, which was just wasting time without any gain. Not opening the door, huh? Just wait until I deal with the gray sparrows. Then I'll set your tavern on fire and see if you'll open the door. The 5 gray sparrows let out piercing cries and swooped down on Bai Yi with the force of a slaughter, moving as fast as 5 gray bolts of lightning. Bai Yi gripped the dagger tightly, the fierce light in his eyes growing stronger as he waited for the sparrows to get a little closer. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A sound of breaking air exploded in the air, and to Bai Yi's astonished gaze, the 5 gray sparrows seemed to be struck by an invisible force. Bang bang bang. Flesh and blood splattered. Countless gray feathers fell like rain. It was Li Yu. Bai Yi suddenly turned to look at the corner of the house on his right, where he saw Li Yu lowering his right hand, gasping heavily. Bai Yi, over here. Bai Yi quickly dodged and reached the corner where Li Yu was hiding. Li Yu was not in good shape. He was clutching his right hand tightly, his expression pained, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. How are you? I'm fine, not dead yet. Li Yu forced a smile. By the way, you came to find bullets, right? Bai Yi paused slightly, looking at the bulging snakeskin bag behind Li Yu, and suddenly understood something. Li Yu struggled to open the snakeskin bag, revealing its contents. Firearms, bullets, cockroach protein bars, water. Did you steal this from the Tire Tavern? Hee hee, Li Yu chuckled. I have a grudge against Wang Shi, so I can only hide in your East District. Just now, when I saw the gray sparrows entering the city, I realized something was wrong. So I came to the Tire Tavern in advance and used my magical hands to steal the supplies inside. With these supplies, we have enough to escape from Grey Earth Town. Bai Yi's eyes flickered. You could have run away by yourself. Why bring me along? Li Yu seemed surprised. Why so many questions? Didn't I say before that I respect you? You risked yourself to protect Grey Earth Town and agreed to cooperate with me. Isn't it normal to help you? Besides, you have forbidden items. We can look out for each other while escaping. Bai Yi laughed. You haven't read books, have you? Li Yu looked even more surprised. Yeah. I haven't read books. Why do you ask that? It's nothing. Old Wang has read books. Old Wang. He has indeed read books. I heard he used to stay in Dawn City, one of the few cultured people in Grey Earth Town. But this old man really isn't honest. He won't even open the door. How did I end up chatting with you? We shouldn't stay here for long. Let us hurry up and go. Bai Yi did not move, but loaded the bullets one by one. Go. Click. The bullets were loaded. Bai Yi raised his head, a defiant smile on his face. No rush. Li Yu was shocked. You're not planning to stay behind and save the residents of Grey Earth Town, are you? No. Then what do you want to do? Li Yu looked at the gathering gray sparrows, his expression increasingly anxious. He withdrew his gaze to look at Bai Yi, only to see the boy's lips curling into a knife-like smile. Of course, I'm going to kill them all. Are you joking? I never joke. Last time you called me Li Zua and said you wanted to become an extraordinary being by getting rid of your right hand. Shut up, Li Zua. Under Bai Yi's lead, the two arrived at an alley near the Tire Tavern. You're responsible for protecting me. I'll shoot down the gray sparrows. Li Yu showed a hesitant expression, but before he could speak, a swarm of gray sparrows had already swooped in. Bang bang bang. The continuous sound of gunfire rang out. One gray sparrow after another fell into the alley, gray feathers scattered like dandelions. For a moment, the narrow sky above the alley seemed to be raining gray. Some gray sparrows attacking from the rear were firmly blocked by Li Yu's invisible hand. Facing the invisible attack, even the aberrant beasts had no way to defend themselves. Inside the Tire Tavern, Old Wong, curled up behind the wine cabinet, tightly covered his ears, seemingly afraid of the bird calls and gunfire outside. He knew that Bai Yi was fighting the gray sparrows, and he also knew that Bai Yi was doomed. One person could not defeat so many gray sparrows. When he would die was just a matter of time. Old Wong covered his ears and muttered to himself, "I'm not wrong. I just want to survive." A wasteland person who hasn't even read a book can only be respected by those fools outside. If I had forbidden items, I could kill hyenas too. I could become a hero. The more he spoke, the faster his words became, and a self-affirming light gradually emerged in his eyes. Need bullets to deal with gray sparrows? Who does he think he is? Even the leader can't save Gray Earth Town. What kind of hero is he trying to be? He must be lying to me. Trying to trick me into opening the door to hide in here. Clearly, he is scared to death. What sound? Old Wong, like a startled bird, looked towards the tavern's window, only to meet a pair of pale, lifeless eyes. In that instant, he was so frightened that his heart almost stopped. Thud, thud, thud. The gray sparrows continuously crashed into the window. Each impact felt like a blow to his chest. The weak glass had already begun to show cracks, and the debris used to block the window fell down, scattering everywhere. Don't crash anymore. Go eat Bai Yi, he is right outside. Fear made Old Wong unable to get up to reinforce the window, and he could only keep praying. However, if prayer were useful, the world would have long been free of disasters and diseases. Bang! The fragile glass shattered with a loud crash, and a gray sparrow the size of an eagle squeezed in, its lifeless eyes locking onto Old Wong. Ah! Old Wong screamed, fleeing in panic, with the gray sparrow flapping its wings in pursuit. The debris inside the tavern saved Old Wong's life. The tires that hung on the pillars and walls for decoration squeezed the gray sparrow's flying space, making it difficult for it to move. Ironically, these tires were what Old Wong hated the most. His old tavern was nicknamed the Tire Tavern by those wasteland people precisely because of these tires. He had sworn more than once that he would clear all the tires once he had money. Old Wong frantically ran around the tavern, only to finally discover in horror that all his escape routes had been blocked by himself. In a panic, he rushed to the front door, madly pushing aside the tables and chairs blocking the entrance. There were still gunshots outside. This means Bai Yi hasn't died. He has forbidden items. He can save me. Flash. The sharp claws tore through Old Wong's back, leaving 3 deep gashes that brought intense pain. Ah, ah, ah. He screamed while using the tables and chairs blocking the door to hit the gray sparrow. The gray sparrow, hit by the objects, lost a few feathers but was otherwise unharmed, though it did manage to halt its attack. His hands were cut and bleeding from the splinters on the edges of the furniture, but fear helped him block out the pain. Finally, with the last obstacle removed, the door opened. Chapter 19. After all, I have no obligation to save you. Old Wong tumbled out of the door, falling hard and landing in a heap, half of his body covered in dust. His terrified eyes scanned the surroundings, trying to find Bai Yi. But at that moment, the gunfire stopped. Old Wong was instantly filled with dread. Did Bai Yi die? Ah, help, help. As Old Wong searched, the gray sparrow flew out of the house, its metallic claws sinking deeply into his arm. He struggled violently, the fear in his eyes almost tangible. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from the alley beside him. A glimmer of wild joy sparked in Old Wong's terrified gaze as he looked toward the sound, seeing a young man stepping out of the alley, leaving bloody footprints and holding a revolver. Upon seeing the young man, Old Wong shouted frantically, as if clutching at a lifeline, "Bai Yi, save me." But before he could finish, the young man's leisurely voice interrupted. "Oh, isn't this Old Wong? Bai Yi, save me. Please save me." Old Wong desperately gripped the gray sparrow's claws, his eyes filled with a pleading that hinted at impending death. Bai Yi casually opened the revolver cylinder, giving it a light flick that sent 6 shiny brass casings clattering to the ground. "Call me Vice Commander Bai," he said as he pulled out the few remaining bullets, loading them one by one. "Vice Commander Bai, please, I beg you to save me." Old Wong's face was contorted with effort, causing his capillaries to burst, making him look somewhat grotesque. Bai Yi casually flipped the gun, the cylinder snapping back into place, then slowly raised the revolver, aiming at the gray sparrow as he executed a flourish, tucking the gun into his waist. The excitement on Old Wong's face instantly froze. Bai Yi tilted his head slightly, blood from the gray sparrow dripping down his strong jaw, sketching a chilling smile on his face. He shrugged and unapologetically said, "Old Wong, don't blame me for not saving you. After all, I have no obligation to do so." The smile on the young man's lips grew wider, revealing his white teeth. "No, you can't do this. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong." Old Wong's wailing gradually morphed into a painful scream as the gray sparrow's sharp claws ripped him open, then it bent down, pecking at his innards like a chick pecking at grain. "Are you really not going to save him?" A weary-looking Li Yu emerged from the alley, clutching his right hand. Bai Yi shook his head slightly. He doesn't know he was wrong. He knows he's about to die. "Actually, I always thought Old Wong was one of the few good people in Grey Dust Town. After all, he has read books, understands things, and yearns for a civilized era." Li Yu sighed. "Reading books doesn't mean you're a good person. There's an old saying, Those who are righteous often kill dogs. While ungratefulness is common among scholars, yearning for civilization doesn't mean one is civilized themselves. Li Yu was taken aback. He didn't quite understand the meaning of this statement. But he felt as if Bai Yi was insulting him. What do you mean by killing dogs? You seem to kill hyenas more, right? You'll know in the future. Li Zua. Bai Yi pulled out the breath of bones and aimed it at the gray sparrow feasting on old Wang's corpse. Bang. The gray sparrow fell dead in old Wang's embrace. My name is Li Yu. Li Yu shouted angrily. All right, Li Zua. Forget it. What do we do next? The gunfire over there has stopped. It seems Wang Shi and the others are out of bullets too. How many do you have left? 3 rounds left. Bai Yi weighed the gun in his hand, then looked up at the gray sparrows circling above the western district. Even if Wang Shi and the others had run out of bullets, there were still hundreds of gray sparrows left. The remaining gray sparrows were madly attacking the houses, trying to devour the people inside. The gray sparrows near the Tire Tavern had already been dealt with, due to the lower number of people here. Fewer gray sparrows had come to hunt, which was why Bai Yi had to come here, away from the crowd. You only have 3 bullets left. How will you save them? Li Yu asked. Bai Yi looked at him in surprise. When did I say I wanted to save them? Li Yu was stunned. No. You keep shouting about protecting Grey Dust Town more passionately than anyone else, and now you're not saving them? At this moment, Bai Yi had already decided to retreat. His recent massive hunting of gray sparrows was primarily to gather vitality and enhance his own strength. Now that he had only 3 bullets left, there was no longer a need to gather vitality. The key point was that he had only 1 minute and 19 seconds left. To hunt gray sparrows and reach the Tire Tavern, he had already wasted too much time. 1 minute was his psychological warning line. If the time dropped below 1 minute, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Although he had spent a lot of time, the rewards were still decent. His physical fitness had once again improved, allowing him to rival Tan Jie, who had injected gene serum. Of course, if it came down to a fight without weapons, he would still find it difficult to defeat Tan Jie, as Tan Jie had not only strength, but also a thick hide. Now that his physical fitness had improved to this extent, the vitality gained from hunting gray sparrows was no longer enough for him to advance. He needed to hunt more powerful mutated beasts. Since you don't plan to save them, let us hurry and escape, Li Yu suggested, eager to run. The prolonged battle had pushed his mind and body to their limits. Bai Yi shook his head. Running away is the most foolish choice. We can't outrun the gray sparrows. Once we reach the open wilderness, we'll be sitting ducks. The best option is to hide in a sturdy building and wait for the gray sparrows to leave. All right, I'll follow your lead. Li Yu knew Bai Yi was a wasteland hunter with rich experience, so he trusted Bai Yi's judgment without hesitation. The two did not choose the Tire Tavern. While it was sturdy, it had too many windows, some of which were already broken. They set their sights on a brick house in the northwest corner, but it required crossing the street. Without much hesitation, they dashed toward the brick house. A few nearby gray sparrows noticed the two running and immediately turned, rushing toward them. Li Yu struggled to raise his right hand, an invisible force blocking the gray sparrows' attack. The gray sparrows hit an invisible wall and fell from the air, flapping their wings to regain their balance. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Yi raised his gun and fired. After 3 shots, 3 corpses lay on the ground. The two had developed a bit of tacit understanding in their previous cooperation. With the bullets completely spent, only 2 gray sparrows remained. Bai Yi holstered his gun and pulled out a dagger, planning to deal with them before entering the house. Otherwise, they would continue attacking the house from outside, likely causing significant damage. Damn, that hurts like hell. Li Yu suddenly screamed, his right hand hanging limply, while his remaining left hand clutched his head tightly. Chapter 20. Are you so handsome that you don't care about your life? Bai Yi frowned slightly. What is wrong with you? Extraordinary abilities rely on mental energy. My mental energy is severely depleted. You go in first, leave these 2 to me. He reversed his grip on the dagger, fixing his gaze on the 2 gray sparrows rising from the ground. The 2 gray sparrows shook their heads and then sprang off the ground, transforming into 2 gray arrows racing toward him. Bai Yi did not use time stop. With his current physical condition, dealing with 2 isolated gray sparrows was not a problem. Just as he was about to take action, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from the roof nearby. Immediately after, a clear sword sound, like a dragon's roar, rang out. A woman clad in black and shiny silver knight armor descended from the sky, abruptly entering Bai Yi's line of sight, accompanied by a fierce sword light. Clang! The sword light flashed, and the 2 gray sparrows were split in midair, blood splattering everywhere. The corpses of the gray sparrows fell to the ground simultaneously with the night woman. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened. That sword was incredibly fast. He barely saw a flash of the sword light before the 2 gray sparrows were reduced to pieces. To be clear, with his enhanced physical abilities, he could barely make out the trajectory of ordinary handgun bullets, yet he couldn't see the woman's sword light, which indicated that her sword was faster than a bullet. Who is she? An extraordinary being or a genetically modified person? The night woman slowly turned around. Her silver-white mask, devoid of facial features, was particularly eye-catching, with only 2 hollow eye sockets revealing a pair of clear, mirror-like, light brown eyes. She said nothing but calmly observed Bai Yi, who was covered in blood. The scorching summer wind swept through the yellow sand over the gray earth, stirring the woman's long black hair. and Bai Yi could even see a playful strand of black hair curving out from her slender waist. Her fingertips, resting at her side, tightened around the hilt of the crossed sword, and the slender pure silver blade was slightly raised. Bai Yi squinted his eyes. He did not know the woman's intentions. He only knew that if she harbored ill intentions at this distance, he had to be highly focused to stop time before she could draw her sword. His attention was entirely on the sword, which was a pure silver crossed sword, slender and long, with silver patterns flowing like clouds beneath the slightly arched back. Suddenly, the woman's sword moved. However, the target was not Bai Yi, but the gray sparrow. At some point, a gray sparrow hidden in the shadows launched a sneak attack from behind the woman. She did not turn around, but simply raised her pure silver cross sword lightly, letting the blade pass over her right shoulder. Puff! The rushing gray sparrow seemed to have intentionally crashed into the sword tip, directly pierced through, and hung in midair like a candied hawthorn on a stick. While the pure silver cross sword was shouldered by the woman, her movements clean and smooth, like flowing water. This scene made Bai Yi's eyelids twitch. He almost wanted to curse. Damn, so cool. Is she trying to get herself killed? The woman casually flicked her wrist, and the gray sparrow's corpse and blood slid off the shiny silver blade, her light brown eyes deeply gazing at Bai Yi for a moment before she turned to leave. She lightly tapped her toes and gracefully landed on the rooftop like a flying swallow, then dashed towards the gray sparrows in the sky above the western district. Is it her? Li Yu, at the door of the brick house, exclaimed, watching the woman's departing figure. Do you know her? Bai Yi turned to ask. Li Yu shook his head. No, I don't know her, but I've seen her before. I stayed in Graveltown for a while, and when it was attacked by aberrant beasts, she suddenly appeared and drove them away. Bai Yi frowned slightly. A person who specifically hunts aberrant beasts? It seemed this person aimed to protect the people of the wasteland community. In the sky above the western district, the knightly armored figure floated down, and the woman leaped into the swarm of hundreds of gray sparrows, which obscured the sky, rushing towards her while the cries of the birds were particularly piercing. In the next moment, the pure silver cross sword emitted a clear dragon's roar, overpowering the cries of the thousand birds. The woman exerted strength in her waist, suddenly spinning in midair, her wrist straightening, and the sword edge instantly drew dazzling arcs. The silver mask and sharp sword edge complemented each other, while her long black hair danced with the black skirt of the shiny silver knight armor. For a moment, the gray sparrows rained down. This scene directly shocked Tanjia, Wang Shi, and the others hiding inside the house. They had exhausted their bullets, many had died, and they were already filled with despair. But unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the woman descended like a savior from the sky. Her terrifying speed and miraculous swordsmanship made every gray sparrow she encountered no match for her. Her movements were crisp and elegant, devoid of bloody slaughter, making it seem as if she was dancing among the flock of birds. In an instant, the gray sparrows that had enveloped the gray earth town like a dark cloud were entirely cleared away. The woman stood at the center of the countless gray feathers, twisting her wrist as the pure silver cross sword spun, and then precisely sheathed it. Those who witnessed this scene were left dumbfounded. No one had expected that the gray sparrows, which had almost wiped out the gray earth town, could only hold on for mere seconds in the woman's hands. Survived? Someone in the house erupted with a wild cheer of relief. Wang Shi and the others hesitated for a moment before finally stepping out of the house, their faces filled with obsequiousness as they thanked the woman. They knew that in front of such a powerful person, the houses that could barely withstand the gray sparrows were like paper. Rather than cowering in fear, it was better to quickly express their gratitude and respect to the strong. Thank you, my lady, for saving our lives. We have no way to repay you. Tanjia's large face was filled with a flattering smile. The woman did not respond but stood there, as if contemplating something. May I ask for your name, my lady? Wang Shi cautiously said, don't get me wrong. We mean no offense. We just want to know who our savior is, so we can repay you later. No need to wait, you can repay me now. A cool young female voice came from beneath the silver mask, flowing without a hint of emotional ripples, her voice like a clear lake on a windless morning. Serene and calm. Wang Shi and the others were taken aback, not expecting the voice of the woman beneath the mask to be so young, let alone her directness. Wang Shi hurriedly smiled and said, as long as my lady can use us, just give the orders. The night girl extended her hand and said lightly, give me money. Wang Shi and Tanjia exchanged glances, their eyes communicating for a moment, then hurriedly sent a subordinate to get money. They didn't know how much to give, but their long experience of surviving in the wasteland told them that the more, the better. Money could be earned again, but if life was lost, nothing would remain. My lady, here is all the money. Wang Shi cautiously handed over a package, not daring to have any physical contact with the girl. The girl took the package, weighed it in her hand, and then said indifferently, Silent Court. These 4 words struck like thunder, leaving Wang Shi and Tanjia stunned, their expressions horrified. Silent Court? She is from the Silent Court? As Wang Shi was about to say something to curry favor, he suddenly realized that the girl was not speaking to him, but to Bai Yi. Wang Shi turned to look, and Bai Yi came into view. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking, what the hell are you talking about? I didn't ask you. Chapter 21, Kain? The Silent Court is an organization composed of extraordinary beings. Are you interested in joining? The girl's light brown eyes fixed on Bai Yi as she spoke. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Is your silent court recruiting people so casually? An organization composed of extraordinary beings, and you're not recruiting extraordinary beings but me? He glanced at Liu beside him and suddenly realized something, tentatively asking, Kyan? A flicker of contemplation passed through the girl's eyes. It was clear she did not understand what Kyan meant. She spoke again, I observed you before. Upon hearing this, a trace of killing intent flashed through Bai Ye's heart. Observe me? Could it be she knows the secret of Time Stop? Time Stop was his greatest secret, and he would not allow anyone to know. However, the girl's next sentence dispelled his killing intent. Although you are not an extraordinary being, you are a good person. I heard what you said when you faced the hyena pack. No, giving out good person cards on the first meeting? The Silent Court is indeed an organization of extraordinary individuals, but it values character even more. We are looking for like-minded allies. Bai Yi frowned slightly, and from this implication, combined with the girl's actions in saving others, it seems the Silent Court is a righteous organization, right? Since it's a righteous organization, then I won't join. Bai Yi decisively refused. He wasn't someone who would selflessly dedicate himself. He was already short on time, and wasting it on executing justice was pointless. All right. The girl calmly nodded, her eyes showing no sign of emotion. Her light brown eyes swept over the crowd. And she said lightly, the aberrant beasts from Black Mountain are wreaking havoc. The hyenas and gray sparrows are just the first wave. This place is no longer safe. If you want to live, you should evacuate. After saying that, the girl turned and left, her valiant knight armor gradually disappearing from the crowd's view. The message left by the girl left those who had experienced the tragedy somewhat bewildered. They stared blankly at the corpses and bloodstains all around them. In the town of Grey Earth, with a population of 800, only more than 300 survived after the beast disaster. Watching familiar faces fall one by one before them, they didn't even have time to grieve. Fear consumed them. What exactly happened in Black Mountain? Could there still be aberrant beasts coming out of Black Mountain? What a joke. Tan Jie trembled as he spoke. As the leader of the Eastern District, he truly felt the smallness and helplessness of his own life in front of the aberrant beasts. The people from the Silent Court wouldn't casually make such jokes. A strong individual like her wouldn't need to deceive us. Wang Shi suppressed the shock in his heart and swallowed hard. We can't stay in Grey Earth any longer. The two exchanged glances, and both already had plans in mind. Tan Jie, although you and I have fought for many years and had our frictions, we don't have any true, deep-seated grudges. In this situation, only by uniting can we survive longer. What do you think? Wang Shi said in a low voice. Tan Jie nodded seriously, understanding this principle. What do you plan to do? The aberrant beasts are on the move. All the nearby towns are unsafe. This time we were lucky to have the Silent Court come to our rescue, but next time we might not be so fortunate. In my opinion, if we want safety, we can only go to Dawn City. Wang Shi's thoughts coincided with Tan Jie's, but Tan Jie worriedly said, Dawn City doesn't accept wasteland people at all. To have a legal identity, we can only spend money. But all our money was taken by that woman, and even if it hadn't been taken, we still wouldn't have enough. The people under us, At this point, what are you still dreaming about? Still thinking that once we get to Dawn City, we can command a following? Those discarded pieces can only be abandoned. Money is not the issue. Have you forgotten we still have the forbidden item? Wang Shi sneered. Mentioning the forbidden item, a shadow flashed in Tan Jie's eyes. Bai Yi has a problem. After the battle with the Grey Sparrow, he still looks vigorous and doesn't he seem like someone who has had his life force drained. We were all deceived by this kid before. Did you just notice? This kid is a big problem. Not only did he deceive us, but Li Yu also deceived me. I saw the situation during the battle. Li Yu should have become an extraordinary individual, and these two have probably been secretly allied for a long time. What should we do? Tan Jie exclaimed in shock. How can we seize the forbidden item now? Wang Shi, however, was unconcerned. A newly promoted extraordinary individual. How strong can he be in just a few days? If he were truly powerful, why would he need to secretly cooperate with Bai Yi? He would have come to find me for revenge long ago. Moreover, just now I saw his face was pale, clearly showing signs of excessive mental power consumption. He is not to be feared. As for Bai Yi, I suspect he has achieved the legendary perfect containment. Perfect containment? Tan Jie was taken aback, feeling somewhat familiar, as if he had heard someone boast about it before. However, after injecting the gene serum, his mind had become a bit muddled, and he often forgot things. Using a forbidden item usually requires a price, while perfect containment does not. However, very few can achieve it. Perfect containment is like a fleeting legend. No one knows if it is true or not. It's like a gun. If you have mastered it, you can use it, but perfect containment means the gun has developed an emotional bond with you. Who would believe that? But even if Bai Yi is perfect containment, so what? No matter how powerful bone breath is, it still needs bullets. Without bullets, it's just scrap metal. So now is the best opportunity. Dawn City needs extraordinary experimental subjects. An extraordinary individual can fetch a high price. By then, Li Yu will belong to me, and the forbidden item will belong to you. With this, both of us can enter Dawn City. Tan Jie's eyes grew brighter, although a crisis was approaching. As long as the plan worked, they could turn danger into safety and enter Dawn City to become esteemed citizens. Let us do it. In a moment, we'll take people to capture Bai Yi and them, and let our subordinates exert their last bit of energy. His sinister gaze subtly swept over the bewildered subordinates. Then he looked towards the eastern district, only to be instantly stunned. Where are Bai Yi and Li Yu? Wang Shi looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the two, who were originally in the eastern district, had already disappeared. Not good. They are trying to run. Hurry and chase. Where did they run to? I don't know. How about this? Let us split into two groups to chase. Surround them from the front and back to prevent them from escaping separately. Wang Shi and the others hurriedly called their subordinates to take action. Run. If we don't run now, it will be too late. Li Yu covered his right hand and urged the slow-moving Bai Yi while running. We can't escape. Bai Yi said. They have a car, do you? Although they were just a few old off-road vehicles, four wheels are faster than two legs. Rather than wasting energy running away, it's better to focus on recovering stamina to prepare for battle. But we can't just wait here to die. My mental power is exhausted, and I can't use extraordinary abilities, and your bullets are gone. What are we going to fight with? Just then, the rumbling sound of wheels came from not far behind them. Li Yu's previously pale face turned even paler. He turned back to look and saw an off-road vehicle speeding towards them, its sturdy tires crushing the dry dirt road and kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. We're done for. This is it. Damn it. I'm an unfilial son. Chapter 22. Courage Screech. A harsh scraping sound rang out as the rear of the off-road vehicle swung sharply due to inertia, sending plumes of yellow dust exploding outward. And the ground was plowed with several black tire marks. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes, watching Tan Jie and 5 of his subordinates emerge from the off-road vehicle. The few of them held machetes, their expressions fierce and sinister. Since their guns were out of bullets, they directly discarded them and switched to using machetes. The rusted machetes glinted with cold light under the sun, enhanced with magical damage, even if one wasn't struck in a vital area. Just getting a wound in this wasteland without medical supplies was tantamount to a death sentence. Seeing the aggressive approach of Tan Jie and the others, Bai Yi knew that today would not end well. At this moment, Li Yu had basically lost his combat ability. Even if he stayed, he would just be a burden. So Bai Yi had no intention of letting Li Yu engage in the fight. Li Yu, they are coming for me. You go first. Bai Yi, I will definitely avenge you. Li Yu's voice floated from afar as he sprinted away, leaving a trail of dust on the yellow ground, simply a smoke run. Bai Yi. Facing Li Yu's escape, Bai Yi didn't blame him. Previously, the other party had taken risks to help, which was already very generous. Now that he felt the situation was untenable, it was only natural to run early. Moreover, during their collaboration, Li Yu had mentioned that he would help. But when faced with insurmountable risks, he wouldn't save him because he still had a mother waiting for him. But isn't he running too fast? Just as Bai Yi was thinking this, unexpectedly, Li Yu ran back again in a flash. Why are you back again? Bai Yi asked in surprise. Li Yu gasped heavily, but his eyes became very determined. Although I am afraid of death, I am even more afraid of living the rest of my life in regret and self-blame for leaving my friends behind and running away alone. Bai Yi looked deeply at Li Yu. At this moment, Li Yu's face was pale and trembling like a sift, yet he stood firmly by his side, as if he had undergone a fierce internal struggle. Friends? Bai Yi laughed and patted Li Yu's trembling shoulder. Don't worry, with me here, you won't die. Although Li Yu was initially scared to run away, he later turned back, wavering repeatedly between courage and fear. But because of this courage became even more precious. Didn't it? The bravery of the strong is certainly admirable, but the turn of the weak is equally moving. When instincts scream to retreat, courage insists on finding a way out in the midst of that desperate cry. Is this the meaning of courage? The roaring sound of an off-road vehicle interrupted Bai Yi's thoughts. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw an off-road vehicle coming from the direction Li Yu had just fled. With a screech, the off-road vehicle came to a sudden stop, and Wang Shi, with a cold smile on his face, got out of the car with his subordinates. He mockingly glanced at Li Yu. Li Yu, why don't you keep running? Hee, I knew you would split up, so I blocked your escape route in advance. Otherwise, I might have let you slip away. Li Yu showed a polite yet awkward smile. Bai Yi, listen to my explanation. Actually, stop right there. It would be rude to continue. Bai Yi felt like hitting someone. Damn it, he almost let this kid Li Yu fool him, and what he said sounded really nice. Although I am afraid of death, I am even more afraid of living the rest of my life in regret and self-blame for leaving my friends behind and running away alone. Damn, clearly, it was Wang Shi who drove him back, yet he pretended to be a hero, sacrificing himself for his friends. By Vice Commander Spit, Bai Yi, hand over the forbidden item, and I can spare your life. Tan Jie shouted, holding a machete. Bai Yi, blame yourself for being stupid. You clearly had the chance to join the Silent Court, but you refused it. If you had joined, we certainly wouldn't dare to come and trouble you, but unfortunately, you cut off your own path. Wang Shi sneered. With Tan Jie in front and Wang Shi behind, their escape routes were completely blocked. It seems you are very wary of the Silent Court. Bai Yi's expression remained unchanged, and he even had the leisure to extract a bit more information. Wang Shi didn't intend to say much, but the self-assured Tan Jie slowly began to show off. As most people find it hard to resist the pleasure of mocking their enemies when they feel victory is assured. A lowly person who got lucky and was chosen by a forbidden item doesn't know about the Silent Court. Otherwise, you wouldn't have refused to join. The Silent Court is an extremely extraordinary organization. Anyone who has come into contact with the Extraordinary Circle knows about it. This organization prides itself on justice, but in reality, it abuses vigilante justice, killing mercilessly in the name of justice across the wasteland. Anyone labeled as a criminal by them never survives to see the next day. Haha. They are just a bunch of lunatics. What era is it that they still pursue justice? According to their standards, everyone in the wasteland should die. The world is equally dark. Bai Yi realized. No wonder Tanjie and the others were so afraid of the Silent Court. If that girl knew what they did in Grey Dust Town, they would have faced judgment long ago. The Silent Court was originally meant to judge evil. But why is it called silent? Enough, less talk. Let's get to it. We can't let this extraordinary person Li Yu recover. The cautious Wang Shi could no longer hold back. He didn't want to complicate matters. However, he didn't take action himself, but let his subordinates act first to test the waters. Tanjie made the same choice. Under the gestures of the two leaders, a dozen subordinates armed with rusty machetes approached Bai Yi and Li Yu step by step, surrounding them. They weren't 100% sure whether Bai Yi's gun had bullets or whether Li Yu could still activate his extraordinary abilities, so every step was taken with great caution. Sigh. A long sigh broke the tense atmosphere. In fact, Bai Yi slowly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. We got along well before. There's no need to make it a life-and-death struggle. I really don't want to waste time killing you. How about this? You kneel down and beg me. And we can let this matter pass. How about that? When Tanjie and the others heard this, they almost laughed out loud. Do you want to hear what you're saying? We beg you. Bai Yi, I thought you were just pretending to be crazy. But it turns out you're really insane. First, figure out who's in control of the situation now. Tanjie scoffed. The subordinates laughed along, as if mocking Bai Yi's overestimation of himself. Bai Yi didn't care about the laughter. Instead, he said in a very serious tone, Really? You should kneel down and beg me. I absolutely hate wasting time in my life. Chapter 23. Why are you forcing me? Damn, what a lunatic, kill him. Tanjie waved his hand, and the subordinates rushed forward. Li Yu, who was back-to-back with Bai Yi, instantly tensed up. He quickly said, I'll deal with Wang Shi. You handle Tanjie. Whether we can survive depends on luck. After saying that, he shouted and charged towards Wang Shi, his trembling right hand swinging out. And the several rushing subordinates were instantly sent flying, spitting blood. Wang Shi, die. Li Yu's face was covered in cold sweat. His right hand felt as if it was carrying an immense burden, lifting it with great difficulty, but in the next moment, a slight cracking sound was heard. Crack. His right hand fell limply, as if its bones had been pulled out, swaying in the wind. Damn it. Why now? Li Yu was filled with anger and despair. His already injured right hand could no longer hold up, and even the bones that had healed had cracked open again. Looking at Wang Shi 3 meters away, anger and despair surged in his heart. Just a little more, and his magical hand could reach Wang Shi. Damn it. Suddenly, Li Yu froze, because he noticed that Wang Shi's expression had changed. That cold man, like a venomous snake, now looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face filled with extreme terror, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Has my earlier bravery scared him? Li Yu couldn't help but feel ecstatic. It must be that his extraordinary ability had instantly taken down several subordinates, intimidating Wang Shi. With this thought, he slowly straightened up, enduring the severe pain in his right hand, and spoke with as much contempt as possible. Wang Shi. Blocking me is the worst decision you've ever made in your life. The mechanical arm you rely on is utterly useless before my magical hand. Today, I will use this extraordinary power bestowed upon me by you to personally. Please step aside. Bai Yi's voice came from behind Li Yu, followed by a strong hand patting his shoulder. Hiss. This slap directly shattered the strong aura Li Yu had feigned, and the sharp pain in his right shoulder almost made him curse. He turned around, glaring at Bai Yi, but due to the current dangerous situation, he didn't dare to shout loudly, instead lowering his voice. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to deal with Tan? Damn it. When Li Yu's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Tanjie and the others, he was instantly struck by lightning, freezing in place. In his sight, there were no longer any Tanjie and the others. All that remained were headless corpses scattered across the ground. You. Li Yu opened his mouth wide, unable to utter a complete sentence. He couldn't comprehend why. In the blink of an eye, Tanjie and the others were all dead, and without a sound. Not even a scream had escaped their lips. He turned his head in a daze to look at Wang Shi, only to find that the expression on his face was identical to his own, even more intense. It turned out that Wang Shi was not frightened by him, but by Bai Yi. What did they see? How did Tanjie die? No one had more authority to answer this question than Wang Shi. In Wang Shi's vision, Bai Yi merely raised the dagger in his hand, and then the heads of 6 people, including Tanjie, instantly separated from their necks, turning into 6 human fountains. These 6 human fountains even maintained their charging posture. This is impossible. Wang Shi suddenly shouted like a madman, his eyes bloodshot. What did you do to them? Bai Yi, holding the bloody dagger, brushed past Li Yu and walked step by step towards Wang Shi. Drip, drip. A drop of bright red blood fell from the dagger. I clearly gave you the chance to kneel and beg for mercy. Why didn't you listen? Why did you force me? Bai Yi's face was as cold as ice, for he had only 1 minute left. Such a severe waste of time not only failed to give him the thrill of slaughtering his enemies, but instead brought him only the pain and anger of wasting time. Hey, who is forcing whom here? Li Yu felt his scalp go numb. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the situation, he would have really wanted to make a sarcastic remark. At that moment, Wang Shi's pupils suddenly constricted, horrified. You are also an extraordinary being. This was the only possibility he could think of. In an instant, he couldn't see how the action was taken to kill Tan Jie and the others. This terrifying power was even stronger than that of the girl from the silent court. At least that girl's actions could be seen when she struck. But with Bai Yi, he could only see people die. Go ahead, say your last words. Bai Yi stood still in front of Wang Shi. Looking at the ragged youth before him, Wang Shi felt a fear rising from the depths of his heart. So much so that he couldn't muster any thoughts of resistance. Thud. Wang Shi knelt on the ground, trembling as he pleaded for mercy. Spare my life. Please. Spare me. I promise to roll as far away as I can. Now you know to beg for mercy. Where were you earlier? Bai Yi directly kicked Wang Shi on the head, knocking him to the ground. The tremendous force made Wang Shi's head spin, even through the alloy skull. This strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person, making Wang Shi more certain that Bai Yi was also an extraordinary being, because after becoming an extraordinary being, the body would transform along with the evolution of mental will. The kid is dead, and you come to nurse it? The car hit the tree. And now you know to turn? With snot dripping to the mouth, you know to wipe it? A series of rhymes almost disrupted Wang Shi's rhythm of kneeling and begging for mercy. It took him 2 seconds to remember the next steps. I have money. I'm willing to pay for my life. Bai Yi looked at him suspiciously. Didn't your money get taken by the people from the silent court? Wang Shi hurriedly shouted. I still have money. It's hidden in my mechanical arm, and only I know how to open it. As long as you promise to let me go, I'm willing to give you all the money. Bai Yi sneered coldly, a fierce light flashing in his rebellious eyes. Killing you. The money is still mine. You want to buy your life with my money? Are you out of your mind? Swish. A cold light flashed, and the sharp dagger ruthlessly sliced through Wang Shi's neck, causing his head to fall. The look of horror had yet to spread across his face before it completely froze. He never expected Bai Yi to act so decisively. Without even giving him a chance to offer money, Bai Yi naturally wouldn't give Wang Shi the opportunity to open his mechanical arm. He knew Wang Shi was cunning and more clever than the simple-minded Tan Jie, so he didn't want to take the risk. What if Wang Shi opened the mechanical arm as a trick and activated the mechanisms inside? If caught off guard, he wouldn't have time to activate time stop. Wouldn't that be a disaster? After killing Wang Shi, Bai Yi immediately bent down to start cutting, fearing that there really was money inside Wang Shi's mechanical arm. It wasn't that he was greedy, but he was afraid of being poor. Right now, he was completely broke, unable to produce a single penny. Chapter 24. Worse than shit sticking to you this thing. How do I open it? Faced with the blood-stained mechanical arm, Bai Yi was troubled. His dagger couldn't cut through the mechanical arm at all, and since he didn't understand machinery, he couldn't open the inner workings of the mechanical arm. Li Zhua, can you open it? Li Yu walked over with a complex expression. You're also an extraordinary being? The mindset of fearing for his brother's hardships while also fearing his brother drives a luxury car was vividly displayed on him. Do you believe me if I say I'm not? Bai Yi retorted. Li Yu had an expression as if to say, do you think I'm an idiot? What is your extraordinary ability? How did you kill so many people in an instant? I want to tell you. Bai Yi did not explain that he was not an extraordinary being. He truly wasn't he was just an ordinary time traveler. The ability to stop time was merely due to the different flow rates of time in the two eras. This isn't fair. I treated you as a friend. And I told you about my extraordinary ability. Heh. Bai Yi sneered and began to expose the shortcomings. Although I'm afraid of death, I'm even more afraid of the rest of my life. Brother, I was wrong. Don't recite it anymore. Li Yu's old face flushed, and he quickly begged for mercy. I'll help you take a look at the mechanical arm. The two of them exerted tremendous effort and ultimately succeeded in turning the mechanical arm into a pile of scrap metal. Damn, Wang Shi, you really deserve to die? Not a single truth from your mouth, even at death's door. Bai Yi cursed angrily. After all that effort, there was no money inside the mechanical arm. But there were some precise mechanisms that could be used for ambush. Damn it, let us go, what a waste of time. Bai Yi kicked the mechanical arm and then turned to get into the off-road vehicle that Tan Jie had driven. Once Li Yu got in the car, he started the engine. You can actually drive? Li Yu was astonished, watching Bai Yi handle the vehicle with familiarity. He suddenly felt that the other person didn't seem like a wasteland dweller. What is so surprising? Isn't it just about having hands? Bai Yi scoffed, completely ignoring the fact that he had taken the driving test 3 times before passing the second subject. But why are you driving back? That's the direction to Shuguang City. Obviously, I'm going back to Grey Earth Town. Li Yu was stunned. Are you crazy? What are you going back for? To wait for death. Bai Yi looked at him disdainfully. Don't use your still unrefined brain to question my decision. It will be dark soon. And as a wasteland hunter, I solemnly tell you that traveling at night in the wasteland is tantamount to suicide. Bai Yi was speaking the truth. The wasteland at night was 10 times more dangerous than during the day, and even the most experienced wasteland hunters wouldn't choose to hunt at night. Even if they were unfortunate enough to be trapped in the wild, they would choose a hidden and safe place to huddle. Aside from this reason, more importantly, he wanted to save some time. There was only 1 minute left. What if they encountered some danger in the wilderness? Although Grey Earth Town always had the risk of mutated beasts appearing, at least for now, it was safe, and there was a place to land. The yellow sand was blown by the wind across the streets of Grey Earth Town, scattering gray feathers around the hundreds of corpses fluttering in the wind. The surface, where blood and yellow earth intertwined, cracked into a spider web, with a half-rusted pull-tab stuck in the crevice, rolling out hollow echoes in the sandstorm. Clang, clang, clang. The pull-tab rolled past Liyu's feet, looking at the desolate and empty town before him. He couldn't help but voice a soul-searching question. Aren't there people? Grey Earth Town had so many people. Although it went through a calamity, Grey Dust Town still survived with 300 to 400 people, but in just a short hour, they were gone. Bai Yi bent down to look at the traces on the ground and suddenly understood. There were many footprints and signs of heavy objects being dragged. If I'm not mistaken, the people must have all run away. Run away? That's right, Grey Dust Town isn't large. And many people heard the night girl's words, with the King Snake and others directly chasing us in their vehicles. The residents mistakenly thought that the commander had fled in a car, which naturally caused even more panic, so they all ran away. Damn, these people ran really fast. I still wanted to find a doctor to bandage my right hand. Liyu grimaced in pain, covering his right hand and cursing in dissatisfaction. Apart from his life, his right hand was the most precious to him, fearing it would leave him with a hidden ailment that would affect his ability to use his extraordinary powers in the future. They may run fast, but can they be faster than you? Liyu's face turned awkward. Can we not talk about this? Let us go and find a place to settle down first. After hours of busy work, the two of them finished setting up a relatively sturdy brick house, sealing the windows and doors. Liyu wrapped his right hand in a bandage, while Bai Yi stared at the cockroach protein bar in his hand, feeling troubled. There was no need to worry about food for the time being, because Liyu had stolen supplies from the Tire Tavern in advance, which included drinks and cockroach protein bars, but no meat. Liyu thought meat was hard to store and took up space, so he didn't take any. By the time they returned to the Tire Tavern, it had long been looted by the residents. The gray sparrows outside were mutated beasts, and their meat had already been contaminated, making it inedible. What is wrong with you? Would rather take alcohol than meat? Bai Yi said unhappily. Meat can be obtained by hunting, but alcohol cannot. In the wasteland, you can live without anything, but you can't live without alcohol. Liyu happily took a sip of the low-quality alcohol, feeling that his right hand didn't hurt as much anymore. Alcohol is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you feel. It not only fills your stomach, but also boosts courage and numbs pain. Where can you find anything so good? As he spoke, he blew a smoke ring. Bai Yi asked with a dark face, and what else with this smoke? Smoke is more expensive than gold. If it's fine to spend money, and with the pressure of survival in the wasteland so great, one must relieve the tension. Hey, what are you doing? Beating up a disabled person. Do you even have a conscience? Get lost and smoke somewhere else. Bai Yi pushed the annoying Liyu aside, then continued to stare blankly at the cockroach protein bar in his hand. I could tolerate the cockroach protein bar, as long as I hadn't eaten meat. Bai Yi swallowed the pitch-black cockroach protein bar, which had cockroach antennae, without daring to chew, fearing he would accidentally spit it out. Ugh, bro. Your expression looks like you just ate shit. Ugh, this thing is worse than shit. It's stickier than shit, and less sweet than shit. Shit is free. But this costs money. Is it really that bad? I eat this every day, and I'm not exaggerating like you. You've only been vice commander for a few days. You've forgotten where you came from too quickly. Liyu muttered softly. That's because you've never eaten good food. Bai Yi glared at him. He missed the days of civilization immensely. At this time, he would have already gone to the barbecue stall downstairs, drinking beer and enjoying skewers. Chapter 25. Pregnancy, I've never eaten good food? Liyu immediately rebutted. Back in the day when I ruled the gambling houses, I earned money in a day that you've never seen in your life. Have you ever had curly noodles? I bet you haven't even seen them. Those noodles are twisted and compressed into hard pancakes, with patterns more complex than sweaters, boiled until golden in hot water, completely unlike ordinary soft noodles, but incredibly chewy. And then topped with an egg. It's simply amazing. This is a delicacy only city folks can enjoy. Curly noodles? Bai Yi showed a strange expression. The more he heard about it, the more it sounded like instant noodles. Not just similar, it's literally instant noodles. Looking at Liyu's reminiscing expression, Bai Yi felt a sense of disconnection and absurdity. He had traveled through time for a short while, and sometimes his thoughts still lingered in the civilized era. Now he felt a bit dazed. Instant noodles, which he once despised as junk food, were now a delicacy that most wastelanders had never seen in their lives. Seeing Bai Yi suddenly go silent, Liyu chuckled, knowing his words had given this inexperienced kid a slight shock. What? Are you craving it? Don't worry. In appreciation for you saving my life, when we get to Dawn City, I'll treat you to 2 bowls, with 2 eggs each. I really thank you. Bai Yi replied with irritation. No problem, we're buddies. Liyu patted his chest, looking heroic, even though his pockets were emptier than his face. By the way, why didn't you join the Silent Court before? Looking at Tanjie and the others, the Silent Court seems to be a powerful, extraordinary organization. And with such a strong and beautiful woman inviting you, how could you refuse? You can tell she is beautiful just by looking at her in a mask. Maybe she is wearing a mask because she is too ugly. What kind of decent person wears a mask? Bai Yi recalled the night girl's appearance. Tall and outstanding. with long black hair down to her waist, definitely a back killer. You wouldn't understand this. Back when I ruled the dating scene, I had seen countless beauties. Although she wore a mask, I could tell she was a beauty at a glance. That unique aura of a beautiful woman cannot be faked. I could see she was clearly interested in you. Otherwise, why would she invite you instead of me, the obvious extraordinary one? I really feel sorry for you. If you had joined, maybe after spending day and night together, you could have won her heart. Childish. Why didn't he want to bother with the US nonsense? In his view, such fantasies of male adolescence were very childish. He wouldn't have such childish fantasies himself. As a god of the new era, wielding supreme power over time, although his divine power was sealed, allowing him to extract only a minute each day, the pride of being a god remained. How could he waste precious time on a woman? Hey, you still haven't answered me. Why did you refuse her? She has a deep background, strong power, and a beautiful heart. You wouldn't be. Liu's eyes gradually turned strange, revealing a hint of vigilance and defense. What the hell are you thinking? Bai Yi angrily said. I really can't believe it. How did I end up with a clown like you? You wanted to know the reason, right? Then listen carefully. The reason I refused her is simple. 6 words. Pregnancy and abortion. Liu froze, blinking in confusion. What do you mean? I didn't understand. Didn't you say 6 words? How come that's only 3 words? Slowly figure it out. No, don't keep me in suspense. What does it mean? Suddenly, Bai Yi stood up and walked toward the window where Liu was. Liu was startled. Hey, what are you doing? If you're not going to say, then don't take action. He realized Bai Yi wasn't coming over to hit him, but was leaning against the window. Outside, don't talk, a car is coming. Many cars. Bai Yi listened carefully and heard the rumble of a convoy approaching. Liu's expression changed, quickly getting up to look. However, his sudden movement pulled on his right hand, causing him to wince in pain, but he didn't make a sound. Instead, he endured the pain to listen, and indeed, he heard the sound of vehicles. Inside Grey Dust Town, 10 military transport vehicles moved forward in a line, each truck packed with armed soldiers, numbering at least 100. Surrounding the transport vehicles were over 200 dirty and disheveled wastelanders, herded along by the soldiers like sheep. Bai Yi looked through the window and saw many familiar faces among the more than 200 wastelanders. They were residents of Grey Dust Town, back again. The Eye of Apocalypse. The soldiers wore uniforms adorned with the Eye of Apocalypse insignia. They were the army of Dawn City. Liu exclaimed softly. Bai Yi also saw the so-called Eye of Apocalypse, which resembled an eye containing the mysteries of the universe, with patterns embedded in it that looked like countless stars, and 3 silver lightning patterns running through it. What is going on? Why did the army of Dawn City drive the residents back? You ask me, who should I ask? Bai Yi said irritably, hating the uncertainty. He just wanted to quietly accumulate some time. Damn it, not even a bit of time is being given to me? Regardless of what these Dawn soldiers were here for, it was definitely not a good thing. Stop the car, it's getting late. Let us rest here for the night and head towards Black Mountain tomorrow. A voice from a transport vehicle in the middle of the convoy sounded over the radio. An officer was issuing orders, and the convoy soon stopped at Grey Dust Town. It was clear that this army intended to spend the night here. Bai Yi and Liu were not ordinary people. Although they were still far away, they could barely make out the officer's voice. Black Mountain. They are going to Black Mountain? Liu's eyes widened in surprise. Nowadays, with the mutated beasts rampant in Black Mountain, only such a regular army would dare to go there. What exactly is in Black Mountain? Why does Dawn City keep sending troops? Is it really for war? But this 100-man squad wasn't carrying heavy weapons or transporting supplies. They didn't look like they were going to fight at all. Bai Yi pondered quietly. It would be a lie to say he wasn't curious, but he had no intention of joining the fray, as it would waste too much time. If he had an hour to spare, he would definitely go take a look. Who knows, he might even get some benefits, but now there was only a minute left. So it was better to keep a low profile. They were going to Black Mountain. Why did they still bring these residents along? Suddenly, Liu thought of a possibility, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Yi, both understanding each other's thoughts. Cannon fodder. A suicide squad. The two exclaimed in unison. It turned out they had no tacit understanding at all. Not only were their words different, even the number of words was different. They were driving a group of defenseless wastelanders to Black Mountain, clearly using them as a suicide squad to pave the way. Liu's expression darkened. He was also a wastelander, so he felt very disgusted by the behavior of the Dawn soldiers. Chapter 26. The 16 Words of Wasteland Survival. Bai Yi nodded. You're right. Not only are there mutated beasts in Black Mountain, but there are also even more dangerous mutated plants. Guns are effective against mutated beasts, but against the mutated plants that cover the mountains, the effectiveness is greatly reduced. So they want to use lives to explore the safest route. Analyzing this, he roughly sorted out the cause and effect. This 100-man squad was likely on a mission to Black Mountain and encountered fleeing residents of Grey Dust Town along the way, then took control of them to act as advanced scouts. Seeing that it was getting late, they came to the nearest Grey Dust Town to rest for the night. These damn city people don't regard our lives as lives at all. Liu cursed in a low voice, and as he continued to curse, a look of sorrow crossed his face. This damn world is like this. Those high-ranking figures hide in their castles to wage wars, and then all the common people suffer the consequences. Bai Yi's eyes flickered. Liu's words reminded him of many things. The previous disaster caused by mutated beasts and the current army, in the end, it all stemmed from a command from the powerful figures in Dawn City. Although the residents of Grey Dust Town lived hard lives, they were at least able to live peacefully at home. But now they were first driven out by mutated beasts and then pushed by soldiers to their deaths. They hadn't provoked anyone, yet calamities kept coming their way. Living in such an era, most people are helpless. Every speck of dust from the times weighs heavily on the shoulders of ordinary people. Bai Yi said gloomily. Li Yu's eyes lit up. He mulled over this sentence several times, deciding to remember it to boast about later. I didn't expect you to be quite cultured. Unlike me, who can only say I'm unlucky. Shoo, quiet. Bai Yi's expression changed as he leaned in to listen to the movements of the army. Team 1 and Team 2, take the thermal imaging device to check all the houses and see if there are any living people in the town. The officer in the transport vehicle began issuing orders again. The officer's words made Li Yu's face change drastically. He said urgently, "It's bad. They're going to search. Hurry and hide. It's useless. They have thermal imaging devices." Bai Yi's eyes flickered. He initially wanted to hide and wait for the army to leave, but now it seemed he couldn't. What is a thermal imaging device? Li Yu, being illiterate, looked confused. A thermal imaging device can see the heat emitted by the human body in the dark, so hiding won't work. What? Li Yu suddenly stood up, angered. At this point, we have no choice but to fight back. Brother Yi, with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to take a vehicle, right? Then we can drive away. The previous miraculous strength of Bai Yi gave him plenty of confidence. Bai Yi shot him a glance. Now that you're in danger, you're calling me brother? Hey, Brother Yi, what you said makes it sound like I, Li Yu, am someone who goes with the wind? Bai Yi outside. The soldiers' footsteps were drawing closer. Brother Yi, when do we strike? Li Yu asked seriously, glancing at his bandaged right hand, a flash of pain crossing his eyes. Damn it. Since becoming an extraordinary being, this arm has never been well. Strike? What do you mean by strike? Bai Yi looked puzzled. It was impossible to fight back. There was only 1 minute left, which was not enough to kill over 100 people. Even if they were going to fight, they should wait until after midnight when it would be safer. However, Li Yu was even more surprised, urgently saying, Brother Yi, this is not the time for jokes. If we don't act, should we just sit here and wait to die? I don't want to be captured and turned into cannon fodder. Sigh. Bai Yi, looking disappointed, patted Li Yu on the shoulder. Young people always think about being brave and fighting hard. How can you live long like that? Do you know the way of survival in the wasteland? Li Yu was taken aback. What is the way of survival in the wasteland? The so-called way of survival in the wasteland is a knowledge that can help you live long in the wasteland. The principle is very simple. It consists of a total of 16 words. If the enemy is weak, humiliate them. If the enemy is small, bully them. If the enemy is fierce, surrender. If the enemy is strong, follow them. The 16 words left Li Yu in a daze. If the enemy is strong, follow them? This child can be taught. Bai Yi looked pleased. He had already made up his mind. Since this squad needed cannon fodder, they might as well act as cannon fodder first. After all, there were still a few days' journey to Black Mountain. Once there was enough time, what couldn't they do? But, Brother Yi, what if the enemy doesn't plan to leave us any way out? Then it's simpler. If the enemy is strong, we die. Bai Yi said indifferently. Li Yu. Bai Yi bent down and began to smear the dust on the ground onto his face. Seeing this, Li Yu hurriedly followed suit. At this moment, shouts of alert from soldiers sounded outside the house. There are 2 people in here. Chaotic footsteps began to gather a large number of soldiers around the house, where Bai Yi was. Hearing the commotion, Li Yu clearly became a bit flustered. However, Bai Yi was completely unflustered. He patted his shoulder to comfort him. To survive in the wasteland, one must have a heart of reverence and humility. Take it to heart. I believe my words have touched your soul. Then, in the astonished gaze of Li Yu, he strode towards the door while shouting, Don't shoot. It's our people. Bang. The door was violently kicked open, and a dozen guns were aimed at Bai Yi and Li Yu. You two, who are you? Why are you hiding here? A soldier asked. Sir, we are good citizens of Grey Dust Town. When the Grey Sparrows attacked, my brother and I were too scared to come out of our room. Now that we've met the commander of Dawn City, we feel like we've encountered a savior. Bai Yi started to babble. The soldiers did not lower their guns but continued to question. The residents of Grey Dust Town have all fled. Why didn't you run? My brother is injured, and I'm worried that traveling will affect his condition, so I wanted to wait a bit before leaving, Bai Yi said, pulling Li Yu over and discreetly pinching Li Yu's right hand, causing him to turn pale and break out in cold sweat. Seeing Li Yu's condition did not seem fake. The soldiers finally relaxed a bit. One soldier took out a walkie-talkie and reported, Report, sir, we have found 2 wastelanders, requesting instructions. Check if they are carrying weapons. If there are no issues, let them join the group. A cold and authoritative voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Yes, sir. 2 soldiers stepped forward to search them. Li Yu continually gave Bai Yi meaningful glances. He knew there were forbidden items on Bai Yi. However, Bai Yi seemed not to notice and allowed the search to proceed. After a moment, the soldiers found nothing and completely lowered their guard. You two, follow me. The 2 followed the soldiers toward the gathering place of the residents of Grey Dust Town. Chapter 27. No one understands humility better than me on the way. Li Yu suspiciously stared at Bai Yi and whispered, Brother Yi, where are your forbidden items? I didn't see you throw them away. He used lip movements to convey the words forbidden items. Bai Yi glanced at him and did not answer. Of course, the forbidden items were still on him. The reason they were not found was simple. When the soldiers searched his upper clothing, he hid the forbidden items in his pants, and when they searched his pants, he simply stopped time to hide the forbidden items in his upper clothing. It would be a miracle if they found them. Soon, under the soldiers' guidance, they arrived at the main camp, where soldiers were setting up tents. The residents of Grey Dust Town were huddled in an open area, guarded by several armed soldiers. Bai Yi kept observing. Among the soldiers, two individuals were particularly eye-catching, an officer in a high-ranking uniform and a young man carrying a half-man-high silver metal box. The officer appeared to be in his 30s, with a cold and arrogant expression. His legs and arms were replaced by mechanical structures, and the exposed areas shone with a mercury-like silver glow. The complex and precise alloy machinery was clearly far superior to the mechanical arms of the king snake. The young man with the silver box looked relatively normal, with a physique like an ordinary person, but his eyes were particularly eerie, resembling eagle eyes. The golden brown pupils were sharp enough to penetrate the night. After glancing at the two, Bai Yi roughly understood their identities, a mechanical augment and a genetic modifier. However, just from their appearances, it was clear they were far superior to Wang Shi and Tanjia. Report, sir, the two wastelanders have been brought in. No weapons or genetic modifications were found, the soldier reported respectfully. The officer nodded indifferently and casually glanced at Bai Yi and Li Yu. Seeing that the two were covered in dirt and their clothes were tattered, just like other wastelanders, he didn't say much but waved his hand impatiently. Number them in order and assign them to the refugee camp. Subsequently, Bai Yi and Li Yu each received a simple identification tag and were placed among the residents. The two entered the crowd without any sense of incongruity, watching the despondent and numb expressions of those around them. They casually found a secluded spot to sit down. Nearby, a few wastelanders glanced at them, but seeing their dirty faces and not being able to clearly see their features, they quickly averted their eyes. Bai Yi felt relieved that no one recognized him as Vice Commander Bai. He was always cautious, as with so many people around. There might be those with ulterior motives who would expose his possession of forbidden items to curry favor with the officers, which was why he had disguised himself. Brother Yi, you are 258, and I am 259. Why did they give us numbers? Li Yu asked, looking at his tag with some confusion. Am I the one who arrived first? Bai Yi shot him a sideways glance. Li Yu was taken aback. No, didn't we come together? Knowing we came together, why are you asking me? Go ask someone else. After being rebuffed, Li Yu muttered some indistinct curses and went to talk to someone nearby. Not long after, he returned with an ugly expression. The numbering is for grouping. 20 people make a group, and everyone in the group has to supervise each other. If anyone in the group escapes, the whole group will be shot. These bastards are too sinister. Now everyone dares not escape. Bai Yi nodded thoughtfully. Go ask them what they are doing with so many people. Although he already had his suspicions, he wanted to confirm. Excuse me, what are the officials of Dawn City planning to do with us? Li Yu quietly approached a wastelander and asked. The wastelander appeared numb and seemed uninterested in responding. Li Yu persistently asked a few more times before the person finally muttered. The big shots in the city want to take us to Black Mountain. They say they are short-handed and want us to scout the way to Black Mountain. They also said that if we succeed, they will take us to Dawn City so we won't have to live in the wasteland anymore. That's a good thing. We can become city folk. Li Yu feigned surprise. The man gave a bleak smile. That kind of talk might fool a child. But not everyone can go to Dawn City. Even if the big shots are telling the truth, how many will survive after going to Black Mountain? After saying that, the man fell silent, his gaze hollow. Li Yu's heart sank. It was indeed like that. He quickly moved back to Bai Yi's side. Brother Yi, what should we do now? Should we find a chance to escape? Escape? Do you understand the problem from a different angle? Bai Yi would not run. Entering the wilderness at night was tantamount to seeking death. Don't you see that this group isn't even daring to travel at night? What angle? It seems that we have become cannon fodder, but in fact, as long as we haven't reached Black Mountain, we are being protected by this group. Li Yu's eyes brightened. That's true. Right now, with the aberrant beasts rampant, nowhere is safe. Staying close to this group at least means we don't have to worry about the aberrant beasts. Brother Yi, you are truly brilliant. I increasingly understand what you said before about how one must have reverence and humility to live long. All right, get some rest. Bai Yi said, lying down on the ground and closing his eyes to rest. Dong, dong, dong. The clock in the central square of Grey Dust Town rang, signaling that it was 12 o'clock. Bai Yi, who had been pretending to be asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He discreetly poked the sleeping Li Yu beside him. Li Yu opened his eyes in confusion. What's wrong, Brother Yi? Get ready to move. Bai Yi's low voice instantly awakened Li Yu. He exclaimed, No way, Brother Yi. What are we moving for? To kill. Huh. Li Yu was instantly dumbfounded, suspecting Bai Yi was joking, but looking at the hidden ferocity in Bai Yi's eyes. It didn't seem like a joke at all. But Brother Yi, there are only 2 of us against 100 armed soldiers? Uh-huh. At this moment, Li Yu felt numb all over, his mind replaying Bai Yi's earlier words. The so-called survival in the wasteland is a knowledge that can help you live longer in the wasteland. There are a total of 16 words of truth. If the enemy is weak, I insult. If the enemy is small, I bully. If the enemy is fierce, I throw myself. If the enemy is strong, I follow. To survive in the wasteland, one must have a heart of reverence and humility. Brother Yi, my dear brother, this is different from what you said before. Li Yu said with a mournful face. Didn't you say that people should be humble? What is different? No one understands the migration of tombstones better than I do. I can even move graves while migrating tombstones. Bai Yi sneered. Li Yu was dumbfounded. No? Are we even talking about the same word for humility? How did you wake up and completely change into a different person? Chapter 28. The Secret of the Era, the Panga Project. But what happens after we kill them? Naturally, we will seize the vehicles, guns, and money, and then leave the gray town when dawn breaks. By then, we can sell the car and guns, and with enough money, we can buy the identity of a resident in Dawn City. Brother Yi, please don't act impulsively. That officer and the young man beside him look tough. We are not in danger right now, so why take the risk? Li Yu was so anxious he was almost in tears, desperately trying to wake Bai Yi's limited rationality. Bai Yi interrupted. You don't understand anything. Right now, there is no danger, but their goal is to push all of us into the fire pit of Black Mountain, forcing us to our deaths. A man should not be coerced by others. I have made up my mind. I will sneak over and behead those two officers. Once chaos erupts in the camp, you will strike immediately. We will work together and annihilate them all. After saying that, Bai Yi didn't give Li Yu a chance to persuade him further and quietly moved towards the dark corners under the surrounding houses. Brother Yi, don't be impulsive. Think about the 16 words of truth. This is a crime. Li Yu sighed in frustration. He nervously watched Bai Yi moving forward in the shadows and couldn't tell if it was his eyes playing tricks on him, but in the blink of an eye, he found that he could no longer see Bai Yi. Bai Yi quietly approached the camp area, where there were quite a few soldiers on watch. But they couldn't stop him at all. Time stopped. Buzz. A strange time fluctuation enveloped the world, and Bai Yi dashed into the camp like a racing cheetah. Time resumed. After passing through the outermost soldiers, he immediately restored time without wasting a moment. His target was the tent in the center of the camp area, where the officers and the eagle-eyed man were located. As long as he beheaded these two, the remaining ordinary soldiers would be easy to handle. Such a risky move was not due to Bai Yi being overwhelmed by an extra minute of time, but rather because he had carefully considered it. It was known that the Black Mountain had already seen the entry of the Dawn Army. Once this troop united with the main force at Black Mountain, it would be much harder for him to escape, so it was better to strike early. In fact, he could simply run away. It was easy to escape with time stopping, but where could he get money? Dawn City had strict checks on smugglers. Even if one managed to sneak in, without a formal resident identity, one would be stuck inside. Now, with hundreds of guns in front of him, how could he not seize them? With the help of time stopping, Bai Yi avoided all patrolling soldiers and soon reached the tent where the officers were. Mr. Ng, there are rumors outside that the Panga Project, established before the Great Disaster, is inside Black Mountain. Is it true? The officer's deep voice sounded from inside the tent. In the shadow behind the tent, Bai Yi paused. The Panga Project? What kind of plan would be named after Pangu? It is known that Pangu is a being that opened up the heavens and the earth, which means that the implementation of this plan could have earth-shattering effects. Moreover, it concerns the time before the Great Disaster, which made him very curious. The Great Disaster occurred 100 years ago, and he had crossed over from 200 years ago, meaning that the civilization era he was in had developed for another 100 years. And then suddenly a great disaster of unknown cause occurred, leading to the collapse of human civilization. After the collapse of civilization, the remaining humans spent 100 years forming the current era. The 200 years of history in between interested him greatly. He suddenly was not in a hurry to carry out the beheading, planning to first listen to what the two were saying. Don't ask what you shouldn't. The young man, named Mr. Ng, said coldly. Forget it, let's just kill them all. Bai Yi silently took out his dagger. Mr. Ng, now the news is spreading throughout the entire Baiming. Why hide it from our own people? The officer smiled. Mr. Ng pondered for a moment and finally spoke. Inside Black Mountain, there is a shelter established before the Great Disaster, numbered 189. And the Panga Project was implemented in the 189 shelter. Just as expected, the officer's voice showed little fluctuation, obviously anticipated. The Panga Project is said to be capable of opening the heavens and the earth after the Great Disaster, creating a new era. Is this true? It is true. When the Great Disaster occurred, humans established many shelters to escape the calamities. Due to the limited space and resources in the shelters, only the top human elites at that time could enter. These elites planned to wait until the Great Disaster passed before coming out of the shelters to utilize the Panga Project to create a new era of human civilization. And the key to the Panga Project lies in Shelter 189. Unfortunately, they failed. Now, 100 years after the Great Disaster, the Panga Project has not been implemented, and the elites in the shelters have not appeared. No one knows what happened. All that is known is that the elites all died. In the end, it was the ordinary people they abandoned who survived. These ordinary people, without the protection of the shelters, perished under the pollution of the Great Disaster, with 95% dying. The remaining 5% adapted to the pollution and miraculously survived, re-establishing civilization on the wasteland. Some fortunate ones even found buried shelters, obtaining some technology from the previous era, and rapidly growing their own power, establishing large cities like Dawn City. At this point, Mr. Ying's words carried an ambiguous sarcasm. I understand this point well. As the actual controller of Dawn City, the Apocalypse Technology Company, rose to power based on a remaining shelter. Mr. Ng, you've said so much. But what exactly is the specific content of the Panga project? Mr. Ng was silent for a moment. I do not know the specific details. I only know that there is a key item in the Panga project called the Panga Disk. Panga Disk? The Panga Disk contains all the knowledge of the civilization era. It is the crystallization of human civilization. Because of this, the Panga project has the foundation to open the heavens and the earth on the wasteland. The crystallization of human civilization? The officer exclaimed instinctively, his heart surging with waves, as he clearly understood what the crystallization of human civilization meant. The Apocalypse Technology Company, which controls Dawn City, became a giant in Biming precisely because its founder found a remaining shelter and obtained some gene editing technology, right? Just a small portion of gene editing technology could create such a powerful force. If a force were to grasp the complete crystallization of human civilization, ruling the world over time would not be difficult. You make me laugh, Mr. Ng. The officer calmed down his emotions after a long while and then spoke again, still unable to hide his shock. With my limited knowledge, it's really hard to imagine just how much world-changing technology the crystallization of human civilization would contain. Gene editing, mechanical armor, artificial intelligence, life engineering, extraordinary evolution, and so on, whether you can think of it or not, all exist in the Panga Disk. Hiss, the officer gasped. Chapter 29. The 12 Zodiac Signs Outside the Tent. Bai Yi quickly covered his mouth, almost gasping in shock. My goodness. It turns out that the civilization era I am in has developed to this extent at the end of civilization. But how can there still be extraordinary evolution? The officer inside the tent had the same question. Mr. Ng, I can understand the previous few, but what else with the extraordinary evolution? Aren't extraordinary beings only supposed to exist after the Great Disaster? Could it be that there were extraordinary beings during the civilization era as well? Extraordinary beings did indeed only appear after the Great Disaster, which destroyed the civilization era in less than 3 years. During the 3 years of chaos when civilization still existed, a group of extraordinary beings emerged, and the people of the civilization era took the opportunity to study them. In such a short time, they even unraveled the mystery of the extraordinary and mastered ways to achieve stable awakenings. Hiss, the officer gasped again. Are you saying that they accomplished in 3 years what we couldn't do in a century? In the current era, the awakening of extraordinary beings remains an unsolved mystery. Otherwise, their numbers wouldn't be so scarce. Mr. Ng shook his head. Not 3 years, but 2.5. As soon as he said this, the tent fell into a brief silence. Outside the tent, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. The mystery of the extraordinary? He had long been envious of Li Yu's magical abilities. Who wouldn't envy such extraordinary powers that consumed only mental energy and not time? If he could also become an extraordinary being, how much time could he save? He didn't envy gene editing or mechanical modifications. He always felt such technologies that altered one's own structure were unreliable. But extraordinary beings were different. This was an evolution on a spiritual level. Moreover, besides extraordinary evolution, there was also life engineering. This was a technology that could extend human lifespan. Wouldn't extending life mean having more time? The more Bai Yi thought about it, the hotter his heart burned. His rebellious eyes were filled with desire and not a single distracting thought. He despised hypocrites. In his view, humans were inherently a collection of various desires. People should face their desires head-on and clearly know what they want. There's nothing shameful about it. Now he wanted the Panga Disk. The crystallization of the civilization era should be inherited by someone like him, a civilized person. With this thought, Bai Yi changed his plans. He no longer intended to kill these people. He wanted to go to Black Mountain. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Success comes from taking risks. If he could obtain the Panga Disk, he wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. Although he viewed time as life and hated wasting it, it was because often the time spent did not proportionately translate into gains. If he could use time stagnation to obtain the Panga Disk, how could that be considered waste? This was clearly a way to solve everything at once. Rather than risking himself to go to Black Mountain, it would be better to enter Black Mountain under the escort of the army. These people aimed to have the Wastelanders scout Black Mountain, which meant that before reaching Black Mountain, the Wastelanders would be protected by the army. As he was pondering, the two inside the tent began discussing another topic. Mr. Ng, being a member of the 12 Zodiac Signs, was indeed well informed. However, I still have one question. Now that news of Black Mountain has leaked, more and more major forces are heading there, all wanting a piece of the pie. Since the Panga Disk is so important, with your unparalleled sniping skills, Mr. Ng, why not join the main force to help the company seize the disk, instead of going to the cliff of Black Mountain? Isn't the 189 shelter under the Black Mountain? The officer asked, voicing the confusion that had been in his mind since receiving the escort mission. Why go to the cliff of Black Mountain instead of focusing on the shelter? The company has its own arrangements regarding the shelter. I am not responsible for seizing the Panga Disk. My only responsibility is to kill. The officer was taken aback. Is there anyone in this world worthy of your personal sniping? Hearing such blatant flattery, Mr. Ng's cold tones softened slightly. Everyone loves to hear compliments, as long as they hit the right spot. It was evident that Mr. Ng took the most pride in his sniping skills. Humph, Mr. Ng snorted coldly. What you say is not untrue. There are indeed very few people worthy of my personal involvement. However, this time, my assassination target is definitely qualified. He paused, and then coldly uttered a name, Yang Jie. What? The officer was instantly shocked. Are you talking about the tyrant Yang Jie? Of course. It's him. Only he qualifies me to use the Black Flood Dragon 300. Mr. Ng caressed the metal box, his eyes filled with a trace of fervor. Compared to Mr. Ng's confidence, the officer felt a bit worried. The tyrant Yang Jie is one of the 10 kings. A powerful, extraordinary being like him has a mental strength that has long surpassed human limits. Any assassination would trigger a mental alert. Indeed, if the tyrant Yang Jie was so easy to kill, he would have been taken out by other snipers long ago. Then Yumf. Mr. Ng sneered. Not long ago. The tyrant single-handedly destroyed a satellite city of the company, gaining a notorious reputation. Some even privately ranked him as the top among the 10 kings. That battle indeed caused significant losses for the company, but the company also gathered data on the tyrant through that battle. The tyrant's mental alert range is 3,000 meters. If someone snipes him within that range, he will perceive it the moment the shot is fired. However, if the shot is fired from beyond 3,000 meters, he naturally won't sense the danger in advance. Shooting from over 3,000 meters. The officer was astonished, having long been in contact with firearms. He naturally understood what it meant for a sniper to accurately hit an enemy from 3,000 meters away. Snipers are already a rarity, and those capable of sniping from 3,000 meters are even rarer among the rare. It's important to note that bullets are affected by gravity, wind speed, humidity, and other factors. Initially, a bullet flies in a straight line, but as the distance increases, it will deviate. The farther the distance, the more it deviates. Snipers must consider all influencing factors and finally calculate the bullet's landing point. The difficulty can be imagined. The officer came back to his senses and quickly praised, I see. No wonder it's you. In my eyes, the tyrant's weakness can't really be called a weakness because even if other snipers know, they can't hit this top extraordinary being accurately from 3,000 meters away. Only you have such capability. This flattery made Mr. Ng, who naturally didn't like to smile, chuckle. That is natural. Once I take care of the tyrant, it won't be a problem for the company to obtain the Panga Disc. Oh, killing the tyrant can also help the company get the Panga Disc? The news of the Panga Disc has long leaked. Do you know why no one has been able to obtain it until now? Why? Chapter 30, Bullying the Weak, Fawning Over the Strong. The officer was doing a great job of flattering, making Bai Yi outside the tent very satisfied. It was clear that the officer wanted to curry favor with Mr. Ng, so he continued to go along with him. Because of the defense facilities at the 189 shelter, the technology level far exceeds that of the era, and no one can break it. Only the tyrant has the possibility to breach the defenses of the 189 shelter, and he is almost at Black Mountain now. The officer's eyes lit up. Are you saying that after the tyrant breaches the defenses, you will personally snipe him, and then the company's people can smoothly enter the shelter to obtain the disc? Exactly. Once the tyrant is dead, who can compete with the company in the Black Mountain? Brilliant. Truly brilliant. If Mr. Ng can kill one of the 10 kings, the ranking among the 12 zodiac signs will surely rise, and even being at the top of the zodiac won't be a problem. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi stopped listening because the rest of the words were not worth hearing, all flattering praise pouring out of the officer's mouth, making one wonder why this person didn't pursue a career in comedy. He already had a rough understanding of the plan of the Apocalypse Company, which was simply to use the tyrant to eliminate the tyrant. Little did he know, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole is behind. 10 kings, 12 zodiac signs. What garbage. Once time stands still, they'll all have to kneel before me. Bai Yi turned and left, but not before checking the ground nearby for dry branches or similar objects. To his surprise, he indeed found a half-dry branch waiting for him to step on. Stepping on it would surely trigger the law of eavesdropping in films and dramas. Luckily, I'm clever. Bai Yi stepped over the half-dry branch and quietly left in the shadow cast by the tent, wasting a bit of time, but successfully avoiding the patrolling soldiers. Among the refugees, most had already fallen into a deep sleep, but Li Yu's eyes were wide open like copper bells. He was nervous and anxiously scanning the area where the soldiers were stationed. Why hasn't Bai Yi made a move yet? Could he have failed? He shouldn't have. If he failed, there would be some commotion at least. Could it be that he was captured as soon as they met? Surely he wouldn't give me away under torture, right? The more Li Yu thought, the more anxious he became, wishing he could just run away right now. What are you mumbling about? Bai Yi's voice came from behind him. Li Yu jumped in surprise and almost cried out. He quickly turned around and saw Bai Yi unharmed, finally letting out a sigh of relief. What could I be mumbling about? Naturally, I was praying for you, Brother Yi. By the way, what is the situation? Did you kill someone? A look of surprise crossed Bai Yi's face. Kill someone? Who would I kill? Li Yu was taken aback. Aren't you going to kill the officer? Nonsense. Why would I do something so reckless? That's the behavior of a brute. I've always been one to plan before acting. It seems you can't learn the 16-character mantra. How about this? Let me teach you a simpler one. The 8-character mantra. Oppress the weak and kneel to the strong. Bully the weak and flatter the strong. Remember this time, don't forget it. Li Yu, Brother Yi. Don't be like this. You're making me a bit scared. Since you didn't go kill anyone, what were you doing for so long? Of course. I was taking a piss. Taking a piss for such a long time? I often feel troubled because of my overly strong kidney function. Li Yu. Fine, Let us go to sleep. Bai Yi wiped his hands on Li Yu's shoulder. Indeed, when he returned, he had taken a quick piss. Li Yu, exasperated, said, when I was sleeping, you said you were going to kill someone. Now you want me to sleep. How the hell can I sleep? Bai Yi, what do you actually want? Can you be honest? Bai Yi thought for a moment, realizing he could still use this kid's right hand when they got to Black Mountain. So he stated his purpose. I'm going to Black Mountain. What? Are you going to commit suicide? I'll go to hell. Bai Yi kicked him angrily. I said I'm going to Black Mountain. How did it turn into suicide in your mouth? Is there a difference? Get lost. I'm going to sleep. Looking at Bai Yi lying on the ground with his eyes closed, Li Yu stood there in a daze for a long time before finally sputtering out a sentence. Now I understand how you awakened. It must have been the toxic mushrooms that stimulated your nerves, which is why you became an extraordinary being. The next day, just as dawn broke, a group of wastelanders was urged by the military to set off. Among the crowd, Bai Yi was yawning in dissatisfaction, not having slept enough. He was quite irritable, and the thought of wasting 30 seconds yesterday made him even angrier. Boom. 10 transport vehicles emitted a loud roar, and the soldiers on the vehicles pointed their guns at everyone, constantly urging them to move forward. Move faster. Keep up, or you'll die if you fall behind. A group of ragged people was herded like sheep by the soldiers. Bai Yi blended into the crowd, following the flow without drawing attention. Soon, the morning passed, and the soldiers stopped the vehicles to start a fire and cook lunch, finally giving the wastelanders a chance to catch their breath. They had barely eaten a few full meals, and after a long trek, their strength was nearly exhausted. One by one, they collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Many looked longingly at the food in the soldiers' hands, swallowing hard. They had escaped from a food-scarce town, and now being driven back, they had no food on them. The soldiers ignored the pleading gazes of these people, chatting and boasting while eating their canned food. When they had eaten enough, one soldier mischievously tossed an empty can into the crowd, instantly causing a scramble. Several wastelanders even fought over licking the remnants from the can. Ha ha. Don't these wastelanders look like wild dogs fighting for food? The soldiers laughed crudely, being city dwellers and part of the Apocalypse Company's direct forces. Their sense of superiority made them not see the wastelanders as their kind. Damn, this group of bastards. Li Yu bit into a cockroach protein bar, unable to stand such behavior as a fellow wastelander. Brother, can you spare some food? A middle-aged man approached, swallowing hard, his eyes fixed on the cockroach protein bar in Li Yu's hand. Here you go. Without hesitation, Li Yu tossed him one, wanting to show his difference from the city dwellers. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he caught the cockroach protein bar and immediately devoured it. Bai Yi, seeing this scene, couldn't he help but shake his head. Still too young, Li Yu. After finishing, the middle-aged man didn't even say thank you, but instead stared intensely at the tattered sack behind Li Yu. Brother, do you have any more? I'm still hungry. Chapter 31. No, are you really eating? Li Yu frowned slightly, and before he could speak, several nearby wastelanders swarmed over like locusts, each extending their muddy hands toward him. Give me something to eat. I haven't eaten for several days. Me too. Seeing the eager faces, Li Yu hesitated for a moment and took out a few more cockroach protein bars to share with them. Unexpectedly, this action was like poking a hornet's nest. Those who had finished their food lit up with excitement and eagerly asked for more. More and more wastelanders noticed the situation and kept gathering. He has food. Give me some. I'm starving. Get away. Don't block the way. Li Yu's brows furrowed. Although he had quite a bit of food, it was impossible to feed so many people. If everyone got a little, he would starve himself. There's none left. Get away. He shouted. However, seeing the food, the crowd was like hungry wolves spotting their prey, their eyes shining greedily. I see it. The sack behind him is full of food. Quickly hand over the food. There are so many of us who haven't eaten. Do you want us to starve to death? Some couldn't hold back and even started to try to snatch the sack. Li Yu was instantly furious. Although he was injured, he was still extraordinary. With just a push, he knocked a few people to the ground. What do you mean I want to starve you? The soldiers have food. Why don't you go ask them for it? A tall wastelander retorted defiantly. Nonsense. If the soldiers could give me food, would we still ask you for it? Hurry up and hand over the food, or don't blame us for being rude. You were born. You bunch of born. Li Yu's face turned pale with anger, and his right hand started to hurt again. Seeing the crowd getting agitated, more and more people began to stir. At this moment, Bai Yi, who had finished the cockroach protein bar, slowly stood up, his defiant eyes sweeping over the crowd, a chilling smile appearing on his face. Look at how stingy you are. Everyone just wants to eat a little food. Why refuse? Brother Yi, you're so generous. Li Yu stared blankly as Bai Yi picked up a sack and came in front of the crowd. Everyone who wants food, come to me. I'm not stingy like him. Bai Yi said with a smile. The crowd instantly became excited, rushing to Bai Yi as if they wanted to devour him alive. A tall wasteland man squeezed to the front with his strong physique. Kid, you're generous. Hurry up and bring the food. Bai Yi smiled and handed over a cockroach protein bar. Don't be in a hurry. We are all from Grey Dust Town. We should help each other out when outside. When a person is hungry, they naturally need to eat. You have no food, and I happen to have some. So it's reasonable for you to come eat my food, right? The man quickly reached out to grab the cockroach protein bar, praising him. Right. You really know how to talk. It's just eating your food. Is it necessary to be so stingy? The man intended to take the cockroach protein bar, but found that Bai Yi hadn't let go at all. A look of astonishment crossed his eyes. Kid, what do you mean? However, Bai Yi acted even more surprised than him, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Wait, you really eat? You. A shrill scream echoed through the crowd as Bai Yi casually let go, and the tall wasteland man collapsed on the ground. His right hand twisted into an unnatural shape. The sudden change shocked the others. Some looked at the young man in fear. I was just joking with you. I didn't expect you to really dare to eat. Ah, my hand. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Bang. Bai Yi stepped on his broken right hand, enjoying the agonizing screams while forcefully pressing down. Still want to eat? No, I don't want to eat anymore. Spare me. The man was covered in cold sweat, his eyes filled with terror. He just wanted to eat some food. If you don't want to give it, so be it. Is it necessary to resort to violence? In the crowd, a short wasteland man angrily shouted, Go to hell. Bai Yi suddenly stepped forward and yanked the speaking man out of the crowd. His powerful grip was like picking up a chick. Then he slammed the man hard onto the ground. Ah, another scream rang out. But that is not all. Bai Yi stepped heavily on the man's mouth, forcing the scream back into his stomach. A ferocious glint flashed in his rebellious eyes. I hate it most when people bark behind my back. Shout. You dare to shout again. Bang bang bang. With each kick, he knocked out all the man's teeth, leaving only a mouthful of bloody pulp. You still want to eat food? Why hit him if I don't give it? I'm hitting him, and I'll hit you too. The brutal scene directly intimidated the restless crowd, who looked at Bai Yi in anger and fear. And no one dared to step forward to help. What are you looking at? A bunch of idiots. If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes. Hurry up and get lost. Bai Yi's fierce and wild gaze swept over the crowd. His wild aura and tangible pressure hit them like a wave. The crowd quickly dispersed. No one dared to come and ask for food again. Not far away, in the transport vehicle, Mr. Ng and the officer watched the scene with great interest. This is the barbaric and ignorant wasteland people. I really don't understand why the company keeps these wastelanders. In my opinion, all wasteland people should be eliminated. Only then can we restore civilization as soon as possible, the officer said coldly. Mr. Ng replied lightly. Even trash has its value. The company's vision is beyond your imagination. Yes, 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 what Mr. Ng said is right. The officer quickly smiled in agreement. Report, sir. Just now a wasteland man came and said he has important news to report. A soldier ran to the window and reported. The officer frowned slightly, impatiently waving his hand. Tell him to get lost. A mere wasteland man dares to say he has important news? They consider it a big deal if they see a mutated hyena in the wild. The soldier hesitated. Sir, the man said it concerns a taboo item. The officer paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. He didn't act on his own, but glanced at Mr. Ng beside him. A look of interest appeared on Mr. Ng's stern face as he nodded slightly. Bring him up. Soon, a timid wasteland man, led by a soldier, approached the window. Chapter 32. It's not me who is wrong. It's this era. Good long officer, my name is Wang. No one cares what your name is. What news do you have about the taboo item? If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll shoot you with one bullet, the officer said with disgust, taking out a white handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, seemingly wanting to isolate the polluted air from this wasteland man. The wasteland man was so scared that he fell to his knees. I dare not. I dare not. Every word I say is the truth. Hurry up and say it. Yes, yes, yes. In the gray dust town where I was before, there is a taboo item called Breath of the Bones, which was obtained by Bai Yi. I just saw Bai Yi in the crowd. What? A look of surprise appeared in the officer's eyes. Are you saying that someone in the refugee camp is carrying a taboo item? Wait, that is not right. Everyone was searched before and didn't carry any weapons. The wasteland man hurriedly said, Sir, you see clearly. Every word I say is the truth. Bai Yi indeed recognized the taboo item as his own. Even if he doesn't have it on him now, it must be hidden somewhere. Why didn't you say so earlier? Mr. Ng's gaze came over, his yellow-brown eagle eyes flashing with a chilling light. I didn't mean to hide it. Bai Yi was one of the two who joined the refugee camp yesterday. He was covered in dirt, and it was too dark yesterday, so I didn't recognize him. Just now when he started hitting people, I suddenly felt he looked familiar. He is the deputy leader of our East District. I worked with him for a few days before. When he was injured, I even helped him go eat. At that time, he promised to give me a piece of meat, but in the end, he didn't give it. Sir, can you give me a piece of meat to eat since I provided the news about the taboo item? The wasteland man was clearly frightened by Mr. Ng's gaze and began to ramble, spilling everything he knew. Brother Yi, did I do something wrong? Liu said dejectedly. I just thought he looked pitiful. Bai Yi curled his lips. What? Did your conscience get eaten by a dog? Liu was so angry that I almost choked. He was first furious, but quickly deflated. Maybe I was really wrong. No, you're not wrong. The one who is wrong is this era. Liu's heart shook violently. He suddenly raised his head, looking at Bai Yi with some emotion, not expecting the other party to comfort him so well. Brother Yi, you're right. The one who is wrong is this era. If it were the civilized era, this wouldn't happen. If. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Surprised. What nonsense are you talking about? What I mean is, if a person wants to live well, the first point is to never admit they are wrong. How could I possibly be wrong? That's mental self-consumption, which is unacceptable. You remember, if you can blame others, If you can't, then blame the times. Li Yu. He considered himself to have discovered and known Bai Yi in just a few short days, with countless distorted and twisted principles bombarding his fragile spirit. What 16-character mantra, 8-character mantra, and now there's another one. It's not my fault, it's all the fault of the times. He didn't think of himself as a good person. But compared to Bai Yi, he suddenly felt he was actually not bad. Brother Yi, I really envy your mental state. By the way, do you still have those poisonous mushrooms you ate before? I'll poison you. Hey, wrong, don't hit me. Li Yu hurriedly dodged, protecting his right hand. He would rather suffer harm elsewhere than hurt his right hand. But Bai Yi's character was well known. Kicking the good leg of a cripple was his usual style. The two were messing around for a while when suddenly, there was a disturbance in the nearby army, and the officer and Mr. Ing got out of the vehicle. Standing beside them was a timid wasteland person. When Bai Yi saw that wasteland person, he sighed. Sigh? What's wrong, Brother Yi? Li Yu asked curiously. Get ready to make a move. Huh, another move? Bai Yi didn't answer, but slowly stood up and walked towards the officer and Mr. Ing. His actions immediately drew everyone's attention. Even the wasteland people who were eating stopped and nervously looked at them. No one knew what would happen next. They only saw the high-ranking officer walking towards the refugee camp, and at the same time, a young boy stepped out from the camp. Sir, it's him, he's Bai Yi. The wasteland person following the officer excitedly pointed at Bai Yi, desperately proving he wasn't lying. Looking at Bai Yi approaching, the officer's mouth curled into an interested smile. This wasteland person is quite interesting. Mr. Ing coldly stared at Bai Yi. His yellow-brown eagle eyes seemed capable of seeing through people's hearts. Do you have a forbidden object? He said. Bai Yi did not deny it. Yes. After saying that, he directly pulled out the breath of bones. This action instantly triggered the soldiers' nerves. The sound of countless bullets being chambered echoed, and a dozen soldiers raised their guns, aiming at Bai Yi. The officer frowned slightly and scolded. What are you doing? With Mr. Ing here, do you think a forbidden object can turn the tide? Put your guns down. You say so, right, Mr. Ing? Mr. Ing calmly nodded. With no arrogance on his face, but his essence revealed an absolute confidence. In his view, even if this wasteland boy held a forbidden object, it couldn't pose any threat to him. You have 6 bullets to win the fate roulette and contain the breath of bones. Although just a wasteland person, you do have some courage. The unique tone of praise from the higher-ups was vividly reflected in him. This was not pretentiousness, but a natural expression stemming from his habits. You should quickly thank Mr. Ing. Receiving his praise is a great honor for you. The officer was still flattering. Bai Yi did not respond, but was thinking about how to kill all the more than 100 soldiers present in the shortest time. Kid, I'm talking to you. Hey, it's normal for wasteland people to lack manners. Mr. Ing gently raised his hand, stopping the angry officer. The yellow-brown eagle eyes looked at the breath of bones in Bai Yi's hand, and he asked slowly, what's its power? No bullets. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, casually shaking the revolver in his hand. Give him bullets. Mr. Ying's words shocked the soldiers. Give bullets to a wasteland person? Aren't they afraid of? Chapter 33. Did I let you go? The soldiers were worried, but when they saw Mr. Ying's calm expression, they couldn't help but be infected by this confidence that everything was under control. Soon, bullets were delivered to Bai Yi's hands, and he wasn't polite, directly loading them with great flair before firing. Bang! The loud gunshots startled the wasteland people and soldiers. Only Mr. Ing and the officer remained calm. Thud! The wasteland person who had been snitching next to Mr. Ing fell to the ground, a huge blood hole in his chest, his eyes wide open, unable to close. The wasteland people were shocked by Bai Yi's boldness. He actually dared to kill someone in front of the officer? Mr. Ing casually glanced at the corpse on the ground, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A snake-level forbidden object. Its power is quite good. If you can survive the Black Mountain trip, I can give you a chance to follow me. After saying that, he turned and left, showing no concern for Bai Yi's response. Perhaps in his view, no wasteland person would refuse to follow him, as it was a great honor. The officer sneered, Kid, you got lucky. He also turned to leave, having no intention of seizing the forbidden object. It wasn't that he looked down on it, but he had long learned from the snitch how to contain the forbidden object, and he wouldn't use such a barbaric and crude method. Moreover, the side effects of using the breath of bones were significant. Its only value was to be sold. However, since Mr. Ing had taken a liking to this wasteland boy, he naturally extinguished that thought. Did I let the two of you go? The young boy's rebellious and unrestrained voice rang out, shocking everyone. Mr. Ing and the officer frowned simultaneously and stopped. Bai Yi held up the breath of bones, casually pointing at the two. Dust and grime couldn't hide the rebelliousness in the boy's eyes. Brother Yi, my dear brother, calm down. Li Yu anxiously whispered from the side. They didn't seize your forbidden object. Why bother? Bai Yi's mouth curled into a sinister smile. They didn't seize it from me, but I want to seize it from them. Li Yu stared in shock at the boy before him. This reckless and audacious style truly astonished him. Although he didn't understand, he was deeply shocked. In his understanding, they could clearly coexist peacefully. The others had already let you go. Why go looking for trouble again? According to the average person's understanding, it was indeed like that. But Bai Yi didn't think so. What he saw was two self-important big shots tossing a piece of meat bone to the ground and expecting him to lick it and be grateful. In front of me. You think you can just act tough and leave? He originally wanted to quietly follow the group to the Black Mountain, but unexpectedly. Two pieces of trash popped up to show off in his face. It made him laugh in anger. No, who gave you the courage? Kid. I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to want to be a dead person. Mr. Ng said coldly. The last bit of appreciation in his eyes had long since dissipated, leaving only high-handed indifference. Mr. Ng didn't need to get angry over such a person. He was just a wasteland person who was blinded by a forbidden object, so let someone else deal with it later. Mr. Ng lightly hummed, with his status. It was indeed beneath him to deal with a wasteland person. The officer slowly stepped forward, casually shaking his head. The sound of Metal Gear's grinding came from his neck. He sneered. Kid, I've seen plenty of stupid people, but I've never seen someone as stupid as you. You really think you can be invincible with a broken gun? The power of forbidden objects was indeed not small, but it also required hitting the target. With your shooting speed, even if I stand here for you to shoot, you won't be able to hurt me a bit. Stop wasting time with him, quickly take care of it, and prepare to set off. Mr. Ying's cold voice suddenly rose, his body stiffening in place as his instincts screamed danger, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. A chilling sensation climbing up his spine to the top of his head. The source of all this was the gun pressed against the back of his head, held by a young man. There must be limits to how much one can talk to oneself, right? Don't you think so? Mr. Ying's proud voice echoed in his ears. This is impossible. When did Mr. Ng's yellow-brown eagle eyes shrink to pinpoints, disbelief written all over his face? He couldn't understand why Bai Yi, who had just been in front of him, suddenly appeared behind him. His eagle eyes had high dynamic vision. Not even the 10 Kings could move faster than his eyes. Was it the legendary teleportation? Let go of Mr. Ng. The officer was filled with rage, instinctively trying to activate his mechanical limbs, but as soon as he exerted force, he was horrified to find that his mechanical arms and legs had all disconnected. The most terrifying part was that his torso was gradually sliding down. Thud. The officer fell to the ground, left with only his torso and head, his mechanical limbs scattered all around. What the hell is going on? What did you do to me? The officer's face twisted in fear, the dust on the ground staining the delicate skin of the townsfolk. He had never seen anything so bizarre. He hadn't even made a move, and his mechanical limbs had been removed. How did you do that? After a brief panic, Mr. Ng had regained his composure. He didn't act rashly but quietly searched for an opportunity. It was true that he was a genetically modified human, but his combat strength was not strong. At most, he could dodge bullets. The reason he could become one of the 12 Zodiac was mainly due to his eagle eyes and unmatched sniping skills. As long as he had distance and a sniper rifle, even the 10 Kings could be killed. But now, with Breath of Bones pointed at his head, no matter how capable he was, it would be hard to exert himself. Let them put down their guns. Bai Yi, hidden behind Mr. Ng, said lightly. Everyone put down their guns. Mr. Ng shouted in a low voice, and the surrounding tense soldiers exchanged glances before finally placing their guns on the ground. Li Zhua, come out and get to work. Bai Yi shouted to the crowd, and a dumbfounded Liu stepped out, his shocked eyes never leaving Bai Yi. He walked through the crowd, coming to Bai Yi's side under the watchful eyes of everyone, and foolishly asked, Brother Yi, what do you want me to do? Seeing his foolish expression, Bai Yi was infuriated and kicked him, shouting, go collect the guns. Oh. Liu hurriedly went to pick up the guns on the ground, and it took him a while to recover from his shock. Turning around to give Bai Yi a thumbs up. Brother Yi, you're awesome. Chapter 34. Who would have thought he was alive before he died after all the guns were collected by Liu? Mr. Ng said solemnly, I've done as you asked. Now we can talk. Before Mr. Ying's words were finished, he was interrupted by Bai Yi's mocking voice. You do what I say just like that? Are you a dog? Bang. Breath of Bones erupted with a massive roar, fire and blood light howling out simultaneously, a blood-colored bullet precisely hitting Mr. Ying's right knee. He let out a muffled groan, kneeling on the ground, his face pale with pain, beads of cold sweat covering his forehead, but even so, he gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out. At this moment, the difference between Mr. Ng, the genetically modified human, and an ordinary person became evident. If an ordinary person were shot, they would definitely lose a leg, but Mr. Ng only had a bullet-sized hole in his leg, although he couldn't use his right leg for the time being. At least it could be treated. The soldiers' faces changed dramatically, ready to rush over to grab the guns, but they saw Mr. Ng raise his hand in pain. Don't act rashly. After stopping the soldiers, he turned his head with difficulty to look at Bai Yi. You didn't kill me directly, which means we still have something to discuss. I was abrupt before. I didn't know there was such a powerful, extraordinary person hidden in the team. This time, I admit defeat. You can propose any conditions as long as you let me go. Now you realize you're admitting defeat? It's not your time to give me opportunities. Bai Yi's gaze was proud and violent, the metallic barrel firmly aimed at Mr. Ying's head. I'm giving you a chance now. I, a wasteland dweller, have never seen the lofty nobles of the city bow down and admit their mistakes. If you bow down sincerely, maybe I'll let you go. Mr. Ying's face turned extremely ugly. Asking him to bow down to a wasteland dweller was more uncomfortable than killing him. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Bang. Mr. Ying's mind suddenly went blank as he fell straight to the ground, shock and disbelief filling his yellow-brown eagle eyes. He never expected Bai Yi would actually act on his words. You actually killed Mr. Ng? The officer shouted in horror, his voice distorted. Bai Yi shrugged helplessly. You can't blame me. It was he who said it first, that a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. So I fulfilled his wish. The officer's eyes widened in rage. How dare you? How dare you? Mr. Ng is one of the 12 Zodiac. The company 1T let you go. Damn. Bai Yi walked over and kicked the officer in the face, sending him sprawling with blood gushing from his nose. His eyes glinted with ferocity as he leaned down. Why are you so stupid, like a pig? Have you gotten used to pretending to be tough? You're about to die and still dare to talk big? I not only want to kill him, but I want to kill you too. The officer seemed to wake from a dream, cold sweat pouring down his body. No, no, you can't kill me. If I die, the company. To hell with the company. Bai Yi was furious, kicking the officer several times until his front teeth were knocked out. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you can die. No, no, please don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. Just spare me. I'm willing to kneel down and bow my head. The officer screamed incoherently, using only his abdomen and neck to repeatedly slam his head against the ground. Ha ha ha, Bai Yi laughed wildly, turning to the stunned wasteland dwellers and saying, see, the noble lord of Dawn City you fear is also bowing down to a wasteland dweller. In the crowd of hundreds, no one responded. Only the boys' arrogant laughter echoed in the wind. Liu glanced at the officer, who was continually bowing, then looked at Mr. Ng, who had his mind blown, and instinctively swallowed hard, disbelief in his eyes. Everything happened too quickly, so fast it felt like a dream. His mind was still stuck on Bai Yi's words about getting ready to act, and only now, seeing such a big figure as Mr. Ng die. Did he wake from the dream? Brother Yi, did the big shot just die? Even when faced with the reality, he still found it unbelievable. The class gap between city dwellers and wasteland dwellers was unimaginable, so vast that he couldn't dare to think that such a big figure would die so hastily before his eyes. Sigh. Bai Yi sighed yes. Who would have thought he was still alive before he died? Liu. Don't worry, he didn't die in vain, Bai Yi grinned. Mr. Ying's death was valuable, providing him with a lot of vitality. One Mr. Ng provided as much vitality as 10 gray sparrows, which further enhanced his physical quality slightly. Spare me, spare me. The officer was still bowing, bloodied but not stopping. Bai Yi glanced at the nearby soldiers who were restless, and a plan formed in his mind. His original intention was to use the army's power to head to Black Mountain. Now, it seems that threatening the officer with a gun to take him to Black Mountain is also a viable option. Although the process is different, the result is the same. All right, stop hesitating. I'll give you a chance to live. Escort me to Black Mountain. The officer was first overjoyed, then suddenly stunned. You want to go to Black Mountain? Bai Yi glanced at him coldly and said, what? You don't want to? The officer's heart sank. No, I do want to. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and drive. Escort this lord to Black Mountain. The soldiers exchanged glances, but no one dared to act rashly. The mysterious Mr. Ng had just been shot in the head, and their commander was instantly dismembered, even with guns in hand. They didn't feel capable of dealing with Bai Yi, a superhuman, especially since they were unarmed at the moment. Just as they were preparing to act, suddenly, a shrill scream erupted from the crowd of wastelanders. Ah, there's a snake. A ragged wastelander jumped up as if electrocuted. A small black snake coiled around his left arm. The man frantically swung his arm, but he couldn't shake off the black snake that was biting into his flesh. Within just 2 seconds, a dark hue began to creep up his arm and onto his face. The man's screams abruptly stopped as he fell stiffly to the ground, frothing at the mouth, his eyes bulging as he died. The shocking scene sent everyone scattering in panic, but after running just a few meters, they were horrified to find the ground was writhing. Small mounds began to bulge up from the earth, accompanied by faint cracking sounds, as black snakes emerged from underground. Snakes. Countless snakes. They raised their triangular heads, their crimson tongues flicking in and out, surging toward the crowd like a black stream. The sound of scales rubbing together created a spine-chilling tremor, and the sheer number was enough to scare anyone with a phobia of clusters to death. The mutated beast. Black Snake. The officer on the ground cried out in despair. Chapter 35. If you can talk, say more. Bai Yi frowned. He hadn't expected to encounter mutated beasts so soon. First hyenas, then gray sparrows, and now black snakes. How many mutated beasts had escaped from Black Mountain? Liu. Give them guns. Prepare for battle. Liu hurriedly called over the soldiers to take guns. There was no time for infighting now. They had to deal with the black snakes first. Bai Yi yanked the officer up and said coldly, have your men hunt the black snakes. Yes. The officer nodded vigorously. At this moment, he didn't need Bai Yi to tell him what to do. After all, facing Bai Yi, a human, he could plead for mercy, but against the mutated beasts, words were useless. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire erupted as the soldiers who got their hands on guns immediately joined the fight. If they didn't fight, they would die. As for the wastelanders, most of them were panicking and fleeing, with only a few picking up stones from the ground to attack the black snakes, but it was utterly useless. Running away would only lead to a quicker death, and stones couldn't kill the black snakes at all. Continuous screams rang out as a panicking wastelander ran into a pile of snakes, only to see dozens of black snakes slithering up his pant legs, climbing up his thighs. The cold body temperature of the reptiles made his hair stand on end, and goosebumps spread all over his body. He screamed in panic, jumping around like a monkey. frantically scratching at his body. He threw off one snake, but soon more snakes crawled onto him. Finally, one black snake slithered up to his neck, its triangular head raised, flicking its crimson tongue, and then it dove into his mouth. He was on the verge of exploding with rage, mumbling incoherently before his body stiffened and he fell into the pile of snakes. In an instant, countless black snakes covered him. Bai Yi watched with his eyelids twitching. He had just killed Mr. Ng and dismembered the officer in 33 seconds, and now only had 57 seconds left. 57 seconds, let alone killing snakes. Even escaping might not be enough. These snakes were estimated to be at least 1,000, covering the ground like a black carpet. Instead of sitting idle, he started firing madly. Several crimson veins sprouted from the breath of Bone's skeletal gun body, stabbing into Bai Yi's palm and continuously draining his life force. Bang bang bang. The crimson bullets shot out, with enough power to take the lives of 23 black snakes with a single shot. If lucky, he could even kill 5 in a densely packed area. But even so, facing the overwhelming number of black snakes was still a drop in the bucket. Damn it. What trash. The life force provided is even less than that of the gray sparrows. Bai Yi cursed in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, during a brief moment of reloading, he glanced at the distant crowd of wastelanders. Due to their lack of weapons and the ensuing panic, almost all of them had perished, with only 3 or 5 still struggling for life, madly running toward the soldiers. However, the soldiers couldn't hold on either. Using bullets against the writhing black snakes on the ground was not convenient. Some soldiers who were close even discarded their guns and started hand-to-hand combat with military knives. Among everyone present, the one with the highest efficiency in killing snakes was actually Li Yu. He gritted his teeth as he swung his bandage-wrapped right hand. His superhuman ability, Magic Hand, activated instantly, and an invisible giant hand 3 meters long descended from the sky, capable of smashing dozens of black snakes with a single slap, leaving half-inch deep giant palm prints on the ground. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Li Yu to be somewhat useful. Li Zhua, how much longer can you hold on? Li Yu gasped heavily. 33. Bai Yi was overjoyed. 3 minutes is enough. According to Li Yu's efficiency, at least 2/3 of the black snakes could be killed in 3 minutes, leaving only 1/3 to deal with. 2. Bai Yi was stunned. 1 with a thud. Li Yu's right hand fell limply, faint red blood seeping through the white bandages. Li Zhua, why the hell are you being so clever at a time like this? Do you think you're funny? Li Yu forced a smile. Isn't this what I learned from you, Yigo? Can't you learn something good? Seeing that he couldn't rely on Li Yu, Bai Yi turned his gaze to the officer. He thought that since the officer and Mr. Ng dared to bring people to Black Mountain, they must have a way to deal with the mutated beasts along the way. What do you think about me installing a mechanical arm for you right now? The officer gave a miserable smile. It's useless. The mechanical arm isn't just a simple installation. It requires an internal neural connection device to function like an arm. Since you've severed the device, installing it now is pointless. Damn it, then I'll send you to meet Mr. Ng. Bai Yi picked up the officer and was about to throw him into the snake pile. No, there's a way. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes and released the officer. What way? There's a self-destruct device in my mechanical arm, meant to take out enemies with me and prevent them from disassembling the arm to obtain the technology. Although I can't activate the self-destruct device now, if the internal mechanism of the arm is severely damaged, it can trigger the self-destruct. You just need to shoot the connection point of the mechanical arm with a forbidden item to trigger the self-destruct. Why didn't you say so earlier? Bai Yi kicked the officer, nearly knocking the breath out of him. The reason he didn't say it earlier was that he didn't want to destroy his own mechanical arm. One mechanical arm costs millions, and all 4 limbs combined were over 10 million. He had invested all his wealth into the mechanical limbs to attain his current position. If he lost his mechanical limbs, he would have no chance to rise again. Furthermore, he initially thought Bai Yi, being such a strong individual, could easily handle the black snakes. So he hadn't planned to mention it. Now that he was almost being thrown to feed the snakes, he naturally didn't dare to hide it. Bai Yi picked up a silver-white metallic mechanical arm from the ground and hurled it toward the densest area of the snakes. Then, after the mechanical arm landed, he aimed at the connection point and pulled the trigger fiercely. Bang! Nothing happened, and the mechanical arm did not self-destruct. How dare you lie to me? Bai Yi was instantly enraged and kicked the officer again. The officer's face turned pale from the pain, repeatedly saying, "It's impossible. I really didn't deceive you. There is a self-destruct device inside." That brother Yi, it seems you missed. Li Yu, standing nearby, reminded him quietly. Bai Yi's face darkened. If you can talk, then say more. He fired again, bang bang bang, and after 3 shots, he finally hit. When the bullet struck the connection point of the mechanical arm, a crisp metallic clink sounded, followed by a loud boom. It was as if 10 grenades exploded simultaneously, and a huge fireball shot into the sky, instantly flipping over hundreds of black snakes. Countless charred snake halves fell from the air. The remaining black snakes seemed to be frightened by the massive explosion and turned to flee, disappearing into the ground in the blink of an eye. The crisis was temporarily averted. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 36, A Gift from Mr. Ng. Bai Yi looked at everyone and found that all the wastelanders had died, and even more than 30 soldiers had perished, reducing the once large group to just over 60 people. The good news was that there were no injuries. as those bitten by the black snakes had all died from the poison. At this point, many soldiers came back to their senses and looked nervously at Bai Yi. Bai Yi sneered, "What? Have you all forgotten how Mr. Ying died?" The soldiers felt a chill in their hearts, recalling Mr. Ying's tragic, unblinking death. The desperate officer hurriedly shouted, "Put down your guns. Anyone who dares to defy Lord Bai Yi will face military law." Bai Yi then began to soothe the crowd. "As long as you escort me to Black Mountain, I will let you go." He lied again. Everyone would die when they reached Black Mountain. If even one of these people returned alive to Dawn City, he would have to face the siege of Dawn City's army and the revenge of that damned 12 Zodiac. After a simple combination of rewards and threats, the remaining team set off again. To prevent the soldiers from escaping, Bai Yi confiscated their firearms and punctured all the vehicle tires, leaving only a transport vehicle for himself to drive, while the soldiers had to jog in front of the vehicle. Their roles had reversed. Previously, Bai Yi had been running on the ground while the soldiers rode in vehicles. Now, it was the opposite. In the transport vehicle, Bai Yi drove, and Li Yu held the officer hostage. "Brother Yi, what's in this box?" Li Yu curiously eyed the silver metal box beside his seat. "This is a gift from Mr. Ying. Why don't you open it and see?" Bai Yi casually replied, but he already knew what was inside. The sniper rifle Black Flood Dragon 300. Click. Li Yu opened the metal box, and a cold metallic scent mixed with the smell of oil rushed at him. 8 precise components glinted with a matte finish on a black foam pad. The barrel coiled like a sleeping black python in the center. "This is a sniper rifle." Li Yu looked at the Black Flood Dragon 300 in surprise. Although he didn't understand sniper rifles, anyone could tell from its precise appearance that this sniper rifle was valuable. "This is Mr. Ying's Black Flood Dragon 300, one of the top sniper rifles. Its power even comparable to the Flood class forbidden items," the officer whispered nearby. The situation was dire, and to survive, he naturally had to perform well. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow while driving. Flood class forbidden items? Previously, when Mr. Ying saw the breath of the skeleton, he mentioned snake class forbidden items, and now there's a flood class. Could this be the ranking of forbidden items? The officer seemed to notice Bai Yi's confusion and hurriedly explained. "Forbidden items are divided into 3 levels: snake, flood, and dragon. Your revolver is a snake class forbidden item. While Mr. Ying's Black Flood Dragon 300, although not a forbidden item, in terms of power and rarity, is not much different from a flood class forbidden item, which is why it is named Black Flood. So this sniper rifle is very valuable?" Li Yu's eyes lit up. The value of the Black Flood Dragon 300 is hard to measure in money because it is not a product of this era. It is a relic from the civilized age, irreplaceable, and belongs to a limited edition. After undergoing numerous repairs, it was restored. The current technological level cannot produce such precision sniper rifles. Today's sniper rifles have an effective range of only 800 to 1,000 meters, while the Black Flood has an effective range of a terrifying 4,000 meters and uses specialized supersonic bullets that can penetrate any bulletproof device. "Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me how much it's worth." Li Yu was not in the mood to listen to all this. He only cared about money. The officer paused. If put on the black market, it could sell for at least tens of millions. "How much?" Li Yu's scream almost pierced Bai Yi's eardrum. "Keep your voice down. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. It's just a few tens of millions." Bai Yi complained while rubbing his ears. Li Yu's face turned red with excitement. He had never heard of so much money in his life. "Brother Yi, that's tens of millions. If we sell the Black Flood Dragon 300, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives." "Wrong. It's I who won't have to worry for the rest of my life." Li Yu's face immediately fell, and he hurriedly fawned. "Brother Yi, considering our life and death bond, could you share a little with your younger brother?" "I can't share a bit." Li Yu's excitement was doused like cold water, completely extinguished. As he looked at the Black Flood Dragon 300 with a face full of despair, Bai Yi drove without glancing away, calmly saying, "However, I don't plan to sell it." "Not planning to sell?" "Brother Yi, this gun is worth tens of millions. Why not sell it?" "Because it's too eye-catching. There are hardly a few sniper rifles like this in the world. If you sell it, won't that be equivalent to telling the whole world that you killed Mr. Ying?" Li Yu was taken aback. "But if I don't sell it, what's the difference between this gun and scrap metal?" Bai Yi shot him a sidelong glance. "Who said it's scrap metal? Can't I keep it for myself?" "You?" Li Yu recalled how Bai Yi had to fire 3 shots just to hit the mechanical arms connection point, filled with deep skepticism and not a trace of trust. Bai Yi's face darkened, and he angrily said, "I had an upset stomach from eating cockroach protein bars, and I didn't perform well at that moment. Give me a break." "Brother Yi, it's one thing to deceive others, but don't deceive yourself. You bastard. Get out of the car and run 1,000 meters away. Let's see if I can shoot your rebellious hair with one shot." Li Yu instinctively touched the rebellious tuft of hair on his head, quickly smoothing it down. But as soon as he removed his hand, the tuft sprang back up. He hurriedly changed the subject, fearing that Bai Yi, who seemed to have eaten poison mushrooms, might actually try to use him for target practice. "Brother Yi, the range of the Black Flood Dragon 300 is really impressive. Looking back now, I'm still a bit scared. Luckily, you dealt with Mr. Ying directly. Otherwise, facing a sniper 1,000 meters away, I probably wouldn't even know how I died." Bai Yi was also very clear about this principle. His ability to stop time was not omnipotent, and snipers could counter him to some extent because it was hard to detect bullets coming from 1,000 meters away. If he didn't react in time, he could lose his life on the spot. That's why he wanted to keep the Black Flood Dragon 300, hoping to train himself to become a sniper as well, knowing oneself and the enemy for better preparation. Li Yu continued, snipers are the most terrifying enemies, hiding far away and invisible. Brother Yi, if there's a sniper out to get me, should I run in a straight line or zigzag? A straight line wouldn't help at all. Huh. My advice is to stand still and wait for him to have a change of heart. Li Yu. Chapter 37. So Mr. Ng was this strong? At night, the sky was pitch black, as if the stars had been wiped away, with only the bright moon hanging high. In the camp, a group of soldiers sat around several campfires, their faces grim as they looked at the number tags in their hands. Yes, they had been grouped by Bai Yi. Just like they had previously dealt with the Wastelanders, with 20 people in each group supervising each other. If one ran away, everyone in the group would die. The officer had become the supervisor, and Bai Yi told him that if someone ran, he would cut off a piece of flesh from him. The terrified officer didn't dare to blink, staring intently at the soldiers. On the transport vehicle, Bai Yi was staring blankly at a golden pocket watch. A selfless gift from the officer. 10:28. Why isn't it midnight yet? Ever since he gained the ability to stop time, he had been wishing for time to pass quickly. Currently, there was less than a minute of usable time left, which made him quite uncomfortable. Especially tonight, they were camping in the wild. The closer they got to Black Mountain, the sparser the population became, and there was no town nearby to rest in, so they could only camp outdoors. Brother Yi, we can't encounter any aberrant beasts tonight, right? Li Yu looked into the pitch-black night, feeling anxious. He was truly afraid of the aberrant beasts. In just a few days, they had encountered 3 waves of them, witnessing hundreds of people die before his eyes. Not having nightmares while sleeping at night would be considered brave for him. It shouldn't happen, right? Bai Yi wasn't sure either. Black Mountain isn't a zoo. There can't be that many aberrant beasts, can there? That Lord Bai Yi. The officer hesitated, saying, according to the data, there was indeed a wildlife park within Black Mountain during the civilized era. Bai Yi, moreover, usually, to ensure the integrity of species, shelters often collect various animals, so. Oh, a long wolf howl echoed in the dark wilderness. You damn crow's mouth. Bai Yi angrily kicked the officer, ignoring the officer's cries of pain, and jumped out of the vehicle. Everyone, grab your weapons and prepare to fight. It is well known that wolves are social animals. Hearing a wolf howl often means you are surrounded by a pack of wolves. The soldiers jumped up like startled birds, quickly grabbing their weapons to prepare for battle. In their line of sight, pairs of eerie green beast eyes appeared in the dark wilderness. Bang! A soldier, panicking, pulled the trigger, and the battle instantly began. As the pairs of eerie green beast eyes rushed into the light of the fire, their true forms were revealed. They were over 2 meters tall gray wolves, with strong, powerful limbs and claws sharp as hooks. A single step on the ground could leave deep claw marks, and their fur was not a single color like ordinary wolves, but exhibited a bizarre mottled pattern, with deep gray as the base color. There were dark red and black stripes mixed in, resembling dried blood intertwining with the night. Dozens of gray wolves charged forward, their eyes filled with bloodlust and hunger. Their strong limbs stomped the ground, creating an atmosphere like a stampede of horses. Their speed was too fast, and with poor visibility at night, the soldiers' shooting accuracy drastically decreased. In just a moment, the gray wolves had rushed right in front of them. Screams erupted continuously as some soldiers were paralyzed with fear. Some stood frozen waiting for death, and others turned to run. But how could 2 legs outrun 4? Bai Yi kept shooting, even after emptying his magazine. He had only killed 1 gray wolf. Their intelligence was not low. It seemed they understood the threat of guns. After killing soldiers, they never lingered and immediately pounced on the next soldier, exhibiting high mobility. Especially after becoming aberrant beasts, the already fast gray wolves were even quicker, almost leaving afterimages in the darkness. At this moment, Bai Yi was deeply frustrated with his marksmanship. He vowed that when he had time in the future, he would practice shooting diligently. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even these soldiers who had received shooting training found it difficult to hit the gray wolves because they were too fast. Damn it. I can only throw out another mechanical arm. He used the same trick again, throwing a mechanical arm into the wolf pack, and then suddenly firing his gun. Bang bang. This time, he was lucky. The second shot hit the joint of the mechanical arm. Boom. A massive fireball shot into the sky, and a deafening explosion knocked over several gray wolves and a few soldiers. The effect was immediate. Wild beasts are inherently afraid of fire and loud noises, and the explosion of the mechanical arm quickly scared off the remaining gray wolves. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He had not wasted time after all. After this battle, the number of soldiers reduced to just over 50, with more than half of them injured. Brother Yi, why don't we retreat? I don't think we have to go to Black Mountain. There are other shelters. We can wait until my right hand is better, and then we can explore other shelters. Li Yu said, covering his bandaged right hand that was seeping blood, feeling apprehensive. He felt that if this continued, his right hand might never heal. Watching the gray wolves retreating into the distance, Bai Ye's expression darkened. Where can we retreat to? The aberrant beasts of Black Mountain have come out. They are wandering nearby. Who can guarantee we won't encounter them if we retreat? Black Mountain might actually be safer. He had already told Li Yu about Shelter 189 and planned to make a profit there. Anything left over from the civilized era could fetch a high price on the black market. At that moment, Bai Yi seemed to think of something. He grabbed the fallen officer and coldly said, "I'm really curious how you have the guts to venture into Black Mountain with such little strength. Do you have some secret weapon hidden?" The officer had a hard time expressing his difficulties. He hurriedly explained, "My lord, it's not that we are weak, but that you are too strong. There really isn't any secret weapon. If there is, it can only be Mr. Ing. Isn't that Mr. Ing just a sniper? Is he that strong?" Bai Yi was somewhat puzzled. He really couldn't see how strong Mr. Ing was. Anyway, he was quite good at bragging about killing the 10 kings. Mr. Ing wasn't strong in close combat, but his marksmanship was divine. With his gunfighting skills and sniping techniques, he could become one of the 12 zodiac signs, the eagle. Externally, he was regarded as the strongest and also the weakest of the 12 zodiac signs. He was strong in that as long as he maintained distance. He could kill any of the 12 zodiac signs. But he was weak in that if he got close, any of the 12 zodiac signs could kill him. Take the gray wolves from earlier. If Mr. Ing had been there, he alone could have killed all the gray wolves, no matter how fast the gray wolves were. In Mr. Ying's eagle eyes, they would appear to be moving at a snail's pace. With just a submachine gun, he could penetrate all the gray wolves' eyeballs in 3 seconds. Bai Yi was stunned. Wait, that guy is that amazing? Treating a submachine gun like a sniper rifle? Wait, that is not right. Which of the 12 zodiac signs has an eagle? The officer was dumbfounded, clearly not expecting Bai Yi's focus to be so peculiar. He cautiously explained, "The 12 zodiac signs belong to an organization under Apocalypse Technology, composed of 12 powerful genetic mutants. Their names are determined by their genetic modification directions, not according to their zodiac signs. And the gunfighting skills? I'm not too sure about the specifics, but it seems to be a profound shooting technique that allows the bullets to curve by rapidly swinging the gun barrel at the moment of firing, using the centrifugal force." Bullets curving? That doesn't sound scientific at all. Chapter 38. Arrival at Black Mountain. Bai Yi had also heard of the technology of bullets curving in his past life, but that only appeared in films and television works. He didn't expect it to exist in reality as well. He glanced at the corpse of the mutated beast, the gray wolf, on the ground and instantly felt relieved. Forget it. After all, mutated beasts are unscientific, or perhaps they are too scientific, having long surpassed his understanding of technology. After all, there are cyborgs, genetically modified humans, and extraordinary beings here. Is someone like the sniper named Ing really worth protecting by you smelly fish and rotten shrimp? The officer dared not speak his anger. What does it mean to be smelly fish and rotten shrimp? If my mechanical arm hadn't been dismantled by you, I would definitely show you my strength. In fact, the officer wasn't weak, but his time-stop ability was too treacherous, preventing him from utilizing the power of his mechanical limbs, leading to his disarmament. My lord, Mr. Ing actually doesn't need protection. We are merely cooperating with Mr. Ing's actions. To kill him, one must get close. No one can match him in long-range attacks. But in front of those eagle-like eyes, who besides you can get close to him? Bai Yi nodded. Indeed, in the face of time stop, there is no difference between the strong and ordinary people. They are all immobile targets. A night passed quickly, and the good news was that after the gray wolf escaped, no mutated beasts appeared. Time returned to 1 minute and 57 seconds, and Bai Yi felt he could move again. As they continued on their way, the outline of Black Mountain gradually appeared in everyone's view. On the distant horizon, the undulating Black Mountain range lay like a giant dragon sprawling across the earth, with peaks soaring into the clouds, and the mountains exhibited a strange bluish-black color, as if poisoned. Finally, they arrived at Black Mountain. Li Yu was overjoyed. Bai Yi curled his lips. It's still early. As the old saying goes, a mountain looks closer than it is. Brother Yi, as a fellow wasteland dweller, why do you know so many philosophical old sayings? It really hits me hard. Li Yu felt a bit dejected. He realized that not only was his combat power inferior to Bai Yi's, but even his understanding of principles was lacking. Clearly, he was a few years older than Bai Yi and had mixed in various gambling houses in multiple towns, but now he felt like he had wasted his time. Sometimes I even doubt my usefulness as an extraordinary being, he sighed. These days I've indeed been hit hard. His right hand hadn't healed, and he could barely last 3 seconds in a fight, mostly relying on Bai Yi's support. Li Yu's mindset was like that of a newly rich person who won 5 million in the lottery, arriving in the big city only to sadly discover that this amount of money was only enough to buy a toilet in a wealthy district. Bai Yi patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Young people should have confidence in themselves, be a bit more self-assured. Is there still a need to doubt? The touched expression on Li Yu's face suddenly darkened after hearing the second half of the sentence. Listen, is this something a person can say? Everyone continued forward, and the Black Mountain became clearer in their sights, but after a whole day of walking, they still hadn't entered Black Mountain. One can imagine how vast Black Mountain is. Fortunately, no mutated beasts appeared, possibly because all the mutated beasts that should have fled from Black Mountain had already run away. They passed a day peacefully, and when Bai Yi's time accumulated to 2 minutes and 57 seconds, they finally entered the territory of Black Mountain. As the saying goes, one does not see the true face of Mount Lu, only because one is in this mountain. This saying also applies to the towering Black Mountain. When viewed from a distance, one can still see the whole picture of Black Mountain, but upon arrival, all that meets the eye is a sea of towering trees. as if one is in a primeval forest, only able to see a corner of Black Mountain. In the era of great catastrophe, not only animals were mutated, but plants were as well. At least in his previous life, Bai Yi had never seen such magnificent trees. Each one was nearly 100 meters high, and even the thinnest tree required 5 people to hug it. Get out of the car, you can't drive on the mountain roads. Bai Yi called out, and then got out of the car. Considering the potential dangers in Black Mountain, he distributed firearms to the remaining 50 or so people and instructed them to clear the way in front. The soldiers moved nervously through the jungle, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes involuntarily scanning the depths of the forest, as if fearing that a fierce mutated beast would leap out at any moment. What made them even more anxious was Bai Yi behind them, the ragged wasteland youth whose breath of the bones was always aimed at them. Over 50 soldiers walked in front, while Bai Yi, Li Yu, and the officer walked behind them. The officer's leg had been violently fitted with Bai Yi's device. Although it could not connect to the neural interface, it could barely function as a prosthetic. He limped along with the group, his shoulders bare, without arms. My lord, we've already reached Black Mountain. Can you let me go? The officer said cautiously. Bai Yi's rebellious gaze swept over, causing the officer's heart to tremble. And he hurriedly added, My lord, I have over $1 million in savings in the bank. If you let me go, I'll give you all the money. You don't have to worry about me leaking information to the Apocalypse Company. If Mr. Ng is dead, the company won't let me go. So I plan to flee to another city to live. Bai Yi ignored him, thinking it was a beautiful dream. Didn't you treat us wasteland dwellers as cannon fodder? He coldly shot a glance at the officer and then shifted his gaze to the soldiers ahead, instantly furrowing his brows. Stop, he commanded, halting everyone. The soldiers turned back in confusion, waiting for Bai Yi's next command. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Li Yu approached. We're missing someone. Bai Yi carefully counted the number of soldiers. He clearly remembered that there were 52 soldiers, but just in the blink of an eye, it had turned into 51. One person had disappeared without a sound, and this unknown method made him feel vigilant. He was not afraid of open enemies. In his view, no matter how powerful the mutated beasts were, as long as they were carbon-based life forms, they would die in the face of time stop. What he feared most were unknown mysterious methods that were impossible to guard against. Even when activating time stop, he couldn't find where the enemy was. Missing someone. Li Yu's expression changed slightly. Could it be that he ran away? Bai Yi shook his head. Although the soldiers are trained, they are still ordinary people. How could they suddenly run out of my sight? The soldiers also realized that one person had suddenly disappeared from the group, and their expressions grew increasingly tense. Quiet. People cannot just vanish into thin air. Look carefully for traces around. The soldiers hurriedly searched, and after some searching, one soldier exclaimed, There's a shoe in the grass. Bai Yi walked over and indeed found a bloody shoe in the waist-high weeds. It was a standard military boot from the Dawn Army. You, go look in the grass. He raised his gun at that soldier. The soldier's face turned pale, but due to Bai Yi's terrifying strength, he didn't dare resist, and could only cautiously approach the grass. Rustle, rustle. The sound of the military boot rubbing against the grass was initially very subtle, but at that moment, it sounded particularly harsh. As he delved deeper, the bloodstains on the ground increased, along with dragging marks. Those marks abruptly stopped at the base of a large tree. My lord, the blood trail ends here, the soldier stammered. Come back. The soldier nodded repeatedly, hurriedly jogging back. Seeing the approaching group, he felt a bit relieved. But just as he was about to come within 10 meters of everyone, he suddenly noticed the strange expressions on their faces: shock, fear, bewilderment. His heart sank, and trembling, he turned back, instantly feeling a chill down his spine. A thick green vine hung down from the big tree like a python, with a huge flower bud at its tip. At that moment, the bud split open in the middle, revealing serrated flower petals, resembling a beast opening its bloody maw, filled with sharp barbs. Ah! He shouted in panic, running towards the crowd like a madman, while the thick vine, with the carnivorous flower on top, struck like lightning. It's a carnivorous flower tree. The officer's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, Fire! Bai Yi decisively issued the command, and the soldiers, after a brief moment of confusion, raised their guns to shoot. Bang bang bang. The dense bullets mostly hit empty spaces, but there were enough to make up for the lack of accuracy. When several bullets struck the cracked flower bud, the carnivorous vine emitted a roar similar to a wounded beast, green liquid dripping from it, sizzling as it hit the ground. The soldiers were overjoyed. Anything that could be resolved with bullets was not a problem. With renewed confidence, the soldiers' aim became more precise, and after several shots, the carnivorous vine was shot to pieces, falling helplessly to the ground. Just as they sighed in relief, Bai Yi's voice echoed from afar, Run, damn it. The crowd was stunned, and the next moment, a scene of despair unfolded before them. Among the canopy that blocked the sun, thorny green vines descended, densely packed, as if a rain of snakes had fallen in the woods. Hundreds of green vines, each with a carnivorous flower with a bloody mouth at the top, dropped from the sky, precisely landing on the soldiers' heads, and then swallowed them whole. Allah! Cries of horror rang out continuously. Whenever a soldier was swallowed by a carnivorous flower, the green vine would rapidly retract, swiftly disappearing back into the 100-meter-high canopy, presumably to digest. At that moment, The firearms seemed utterly powerless. The carnivorous vines appeared endless. For every one that was shot down, a dozen more would drop from the canopy. A few clever soldiers realized that the tree was the key, so they aimed and shot at it, but facing a 100-meter giant tree that could accommodate 10 people. Bullets hitting it were like ants gnawing at an elephant, having no impact at all. Bai Yi, who had already run to a safe distance, looked at the bloody scene before him, his eyelids twitching. Is this Black Mountain? Save me. Sir, save me. The officer, with limited mobility, could not escape the attack range of the carnivorous flower tree, and in his panic, lost his balance and fell hard to the ground. Seeing this, Bai Yi rushed over. The officer was overjoyed. Thank you, my legs. Just as he uttered the word thank you, Bai Yi swiftly detached the officer's 2 legs and ran away while holding them. Bai Yi, you bastard, give me back my legs. Watching Bai Yi's retreating figure, the officer's eyes were about to burst with rage. The next moment, a shadow of death descended from the sky, and a bloody mouth swallowed him whole. Bai Yi and Li Yu, with their extraordinary physical qualities, plus the distraction of the cannon fodder drawing the attention of the carnivorous flower tree, managed to escape the range of its threat without any surprises. Moments later, all the screams abruptly ceased, and hundreds of vines retracted back into the canopy. All the soldiers were dead, but there were no corpses on the ground, only pools of blood proving they had once been there. Li Yu, still shaken, swallowed hard. They all died. Only the 2 of us extraordinary ones survived. Don't worry. Even if they become ghosts, they won't let you go. Li Yu's face went pale. No, Brother Yi, it was you who brought them here. Why wouldn't they let me go? Because even if they become ghosts, they can't provoke me, so they'll naturally come after you. Bai Yi casually replied as he continued forward, carrying 2 mechanical legs. The Black Mountain was indeed dangerous, but it didn't scare him. He was determined to obtain the Panga disc. If there was a 50% benefit, he would be tempted. If there was a 100% benefit, he would dare to take risks. And the Panga disc was not just a 100% benefit. It was 1,000%, 10,000. The technological crystallization of the civilized era not only contained methods to become extraordinary, but also life engineering to extend lifespan. Each technology was enough to incite wars among major powers. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, but also leads to loss and danger. The latter part can be ignored. Don't come looking for me. Don't come looking for me. Li Yu kept muttering. You were supposed to go to Black Mountain anyway. Dying there was just a matter of time. It has nothing to do with me. Brother Yi, wait for me. Amidst the green shade, the 2 walked together, if one ignored their vigilant expressions. It looked like they were on a picnic amidst the primitive scenery of Black Mountain. Brother Yi, don't stand too close to the tree. I'm scared. What are you afraid of? This tree is so thin, it's clearly not dangerous. Bai Yi raised his head speechlessly, looking at a carnivorous flower vine dropping down from the canopy, which was staring at him, seemingly eager to strike. Although it had no eyes, it still gave him the illusion of making eye contact. Are you doing this on purpose? Bai Yi was genuinely speechless. He thought all carnivorous flower trees were as thick as the one he had just encountered, so he specifically chose to walk near the thinner trees. But he didn't expect to encounter another one. Brother Yi, run. Li Yu anxiously made a move, swinging his right hand to directly blow up the carnivorous flower vine. What are we running for? These trees clearly have brains and know how to ambush. If we don't show them a bit of strength, they might really think I'm the prey. Bai Yi had his own speculations. He believed these carnivorous flower trees possessed predatory instincts similar to beasts. Beasts understand the principle of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. They follow the food chain as strength hierarchy when hunting and rarely provoke stronger creatures. Therefore, one must display their own power to avoid trouble. Chapter 40. I'm not here to argue. I walked in and saw them fighting the air. Do you like to eat? Come try this mechanical leg. Bai Yi directly tossed a mechanical leg beside the big tree. At that moment, more and more carnivorous flower vines dropped from the canopy. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. His powerful physical prowess erupted instantly, effortlessly dodging several incoming vine attacks, then creating distance. His right hand shot to his waist, fingers accurately hooking around the gun handle, pulling it out with force. The black revolver sliding into his palm like a serpent. Next, he raised his right hand, his wrist flicking, the revolver spinning half a circle in his hand, the muzzle steadily pointing at the target. His middle finger quickly hooked the chamber, pulling it back with force, the brass bullet clicking precisely into place. Several dark red veins extending from the gun body, piercing into his palm. Then, he pulled the trigger with his right index finger, and with a loud bang, flame shot out, the bullet whistling away. All the movements flowed seamlessly, as if he had practiced it countless times. Then he missed. Bai Yi's face darkened as he rolled to dodge another incoming vine and fired again, finally hitting his target. He performed a flourish with the gun, tucked it into his waist, and turned to leave, casually calling out to the dazed Li Yu beside him. Real men never look back at explosions. Boom. A massive fireball erupted into the sky, the explosion reverberating through the mountains. The carnivorous flower tree blasted apart, green juice spraying everywhere, a large hole appearing in its trunk. The explosion ignited the tree trunk, and amidst the raging flames, the carnivorous flower tree crashed to the ground. Having sacrificed a leg, he successfully dealt with a carnivorous flower tree, thanks to the selfless gift from an unknown officer, until the officer died. Bai Yi did not know his surname or given name and had never asked, because the dead do not need to know names. By noon, Bai Yi and his companion had not encountered any more disturbances from the man-eating flower trees. How about it, Li Zhua? My guess wasn't wrong, right? It was only after we hurt the man-eating flower trees that they realized who the prey was. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Is there a possibility that we have walked out of the growth range of the man-eating flower trees, so it's absolutely impossible? Bai Yi said decisively. Li Yu's mouth twitched. Right, you're right. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. A dangerous light flashing in them. Is it that your right hand is almost healed in the past few days, and you think you're capable again? No. Wild brother, let me explain. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dense gunshots saved Li Yu's right hand. His expression changed, and he looked towards the east. There are gunshots. It should be others entering Black Mountain. Those who can come to Black Mountain at this time are definitely here for the shelter. Wild brother, the gunfire is so intense. And there are screams. These people must have encountered something tricky. We should stay away. Li Yu subconsciously regarded these people as competitors and wanted to avoid trouble. However, Bai Yi shook his head, his face full of disappointment. Li Zhua, people shouldn't be so selfish. How can we not save our kind in trouble? Li Yu was stunned, blinking several times, trying to see what had gotten into Bai Yi. Wild brother, we don't know them, and they're our competitors. Why save them? What if we get ourselves involved? Shallow, isn't it? When out in the world, we should help each other. You help me, I help you. That's how society can develop harmoniously. If I help them this time, how could they not help me? Looking at Bai Ye's malicious smile, Li Yu suddenly realized, you want them to help you find a way, just like those soldiers. A child can be taught. As the old saying goes, those who gain the Tao have many helpers, while those who lose the Tao have few helpers. Now, if I save their lives, then they will use their lives to help me find a way. Isn't that reasonable? After all, our destination is the 189 shelter deep in Black Mountain. We all go the same way. Bai Yi had a harmless smile on his face. His idea was simple. Black Mountain hid many unknown dangers. And if one is not careful, they might die before even activating the time freeze. At this time, the importance of someone scouting the way becomes apparent. So, the two of them stealthily moved toward the source of the gunfire. When they crossed a patch of jungle and saw the source of the gunfire, the two were instantly stunned. Bai Yi and Li Yu exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. What are they doing? I don't know. But when I arrived, I saw this group of people battling with the air. It was no wonder they were confused. This group of people was indeed somewhat abstract. In a grove, more than a dozen people in various outfits were randomly firing at the surrounding air, as if they had a grudge against it. Wild brother, do you think they ate poisonous mushrooms? Take away them also. What on earth are these people shooting at? Wild brother, look at that person wearing a black mask. He seems to be an extraordinary person. Li Yu whispered in surprise. Bai Yi focused his gaze and saw a man in the crowd wearing a black mask and a black trench coat, standing out sharply. This person had a tall stature, arms crossed in front of his chest, contrasting with the solemn expressions of the others. The most bizarre thing was that the shadow beneath him seemed alive, completely detaching from his body and standing up on its own. The strange black shadow waved its hands, and several shadow darts shot out toward the air. Whoosh! The shadow darts flew across the sky, and a feather abruptly fell from the air. Everyone kept turning their heads, looking around. The intense gunfire also ceased. After a moment, they seemed to confirm there was no danger, and a hint of joy appeared on their faces. A chubby man in his 20s laughed heartily. Mr. Li Xiong indeed lives up to his reputation. He truly is the top extraordinary person next to the 10 kings, able to knock down a feather from that beast. It seems that beast has been scared away. The cold and proud gaze flashed in the eyes of the man in the black mask. Next to, I, Li, have never fought against the 10 kings. On what basis does the world judge me as inferior to the 10 kings? The chubby man was taken aback, not expecting his words to hit a sore spot. He wasn't embarrassed, but instead followed up. What Mr. Li said is true. I heard that one of the 10 kings, Tyrant Yang Jia, will also come to Black Mountain. Perhaps we will witness the birth of a new 10 kings. The eyes beneath the black mask suddenly burned with enthusiasm, brimming with fighting spirit. I came here for the tyrant. Otherwise, how could you, Boss Gao, invite me? The man named Boss Gao nodded speechlessly, seemingly used to Li Xiong's pride. After this battle, the name of the Shadow People will surely resonate throughout the world. Li Xiong said proudly. Mr. Li, Boss Gao, this is not a place to talk. I'm worried that beast will return, so we should hurry and leave. A middle-aged man with stubble and dual pistols urged. This man was unkempt, wearing a worn-out cowboy hat and carrying gun bags, typical of a bounty hunter. Yes, brotherly, you're right. We should hurry up and run. Boss Gao repeatedly agreed, calling over a young maid nearby. Xiao Kuei, let's go? Weighing over 200 pounds. He quickly leaped onto the back of a girl who was less than 1.6 meters tall. The girl, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, remained expressionless, not even trembling, as if she were carrying a feather. In the distance, behind a large tree, Li Yu looked completely baffled. Wild brother, what are they doing? Why did a feather suddenly fall from the sky, and then these people left? That extraordinary person looks very powerful, and that chubby man is too shameless, making that little girl carry him? A series of questions left Bai Yi with a headache. He was too lazy to respond to Li Yu and instead focused on the feather that had fallen to the ground, feeling that it looked somewhat familiar. The feather was entirely gray-black, with black spots and stripes, and the tip was dirty white, forming a unique pattern. Such a unique feather made him feel like he had seen it in the animal world. What was it? Holy crap! It exploded. Li Yu suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, shocked to the point of shuddering. Bai Ye's pupils suddenly constricted as he looked at the group of more than 10 people. Seeing that one of them had their head explode without warning. That beast is back. Mr. Li, act quickly. The crowd erupted in screams. And they began shooting at the air again. The shadow behind Li Xiong moved and stood up again. He struck out continuously, and dozens of bizarre black shadow darts intertwined in the air, spinning rapidly. Ding ding ding. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously, as the shadow darts seemed to collide with some creature, producing small sparks. At this moment, Bai Yi finally saw what they were shooting at. They weren't shooting at the air, they were shooting at a peregrine falcon. Earlier, he hadn't seen it because the distance was too far. And the peregrine falcon's speed was too fast for the naked eye to capture. It was completely like a black flash of lightning, vanishing in an instant. Now, pressured by Li Xiong's shadow darts, the peregrine falcon's speed slowed down, allowing him to see its full appearance. It's actually a peregrine falcon, Bai Yi murmured softly. After catching a glimpse of some of the peregrine falcon's shadows, Li Yu hurriedly asked, what is a peregrine falcon? Bai Yi recalled the introduction to the animal world. The peregrine falcon is the second fastest bird in the world, known for its incredible speed. Often referred to as the invisible bomber among birds. It swoops down on anything it doesn't like with a claw, and creatures targeted by it often don't even see its shadow before being ripped apart. Li Yu was astonished, having read little. He naturally didn't know that such a creature as the peregrine falcon existed. Such an exaggerated speed is only second? Then who is the fastest bird? Bai Yi glanced at him and said lightly, naturally, it's you, my friend, because you only have 3 seconds. Huh, me? Li Yu was puzzled. And it took him 3 seconds to realize he had been subtly insulted, which made him fume with anger for a moment. This was a mutated peregrine falcon, clearly even faster, almost surpassing the limits of human vision. This group of people was in danger. Bai Yi observed the panicked crowd, and just then, another person had their skull pierced. The speed of the mutated peregrine falcon was too fast, already surpassing bullets, flying past ordinary people's eyes, and even unable to form an image on the retina. After observing for a while, he devised a plan and decided to step in to save the group. This group was not weak. The extraordinary person could manipulate shadows, and the petite maid was no ordinary person either. Just now, she had taken a claw from the falcon to protect the fat man, and apart from a slight wobble, she hadn't been hurt at all. The middle-aged man holding dual pistols had excellent marksmanship and new gunfighting techniques, and there were several gene mutants in the group. Clearly a tier above the wild boar, Tangia. Only the fat man seemed like an ordinary person, needing others to protect him throughout. This team could not be considered weak. If they had faced the previous hyenas or gray sparrows, they could have easily crushed them. Unfortunately, they were now up against a mutated peregrine falcon. The strength of the falcon was not remarkable, but its speed was absolutely unparalleled, no matter how strong they were. It was pointless if they couldn't hit the falcon. But for Bai Yi, the falcon's speed was nothing. Could anything be faster than time standing still? He thought for a moment and said to Li Yu beside him, Li Zhua, it's your time to show off. Huh, me? Li Yu gaped, pointing at himself with a confused expression. Bai Yi smiled mysteriously and whispered a few words into his ear. Li Xiao, can you do it? I paid a high price to hire you to protect me. Boss Gao, covered in cold sweat, shouted. He had nearly died moments ago. If it weren't for Xiao Kuei blocking a blow for him, he would have been done for. Seeing Li Xiao unable to deal with the falcon, he no longer cared about being polite. Li Xiao's face was very grim, his eyes darting rapidly in their sockets. But even so, he could only catch a glimpse of the falcon's afterimage. How could the proud him admit that knocking off a feather earlier was just lucky? Shut up. Don't make noise, I'm thinking of a way. Li Xiao was sweating coldly. He was even contemplating whether to abandon these people and run away alone. After all, he was a man destined to become one of the 10 kings. How could he be humiliated by dying at the hands of a bird? Just then, the grass in the distance suddenly rustled, and the sound of shoes rubbing against the weeds abruptly rang out. Someone was coming? Li Xiao and the others sensed the arrival of someone and immediately felt a surge of joy. Anyone daring to appear in Black Mountain at this time was certainly not an ordinary person. However, when the main figure stepped out of the grass, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. 2 ragged wastelanders slowly emerged, their appearance quite bizarre. One had a mechanical leg slung over his shoulder, while the other had a dirty bandage wrapped around his right hand and was carrying a bulging sack in his left hand, which seemed to contain a square box along with several miscellaneous items. 2 wastelanders. How could there be wastelanders here? Were they captured to scout the way? They had seen many being brought to Black Mountain for this purpose along the way, facing great danger. Boss Gao could not care much and hurriedly shouted to the 2 behind Bai Yi. Friends at the back, I am Gao Banqing, son of Gao Shana, president of the Jinfu Merchants Association. If you can help me get through this crisis today, I promise a generous reward in the future. Everyone looked expectantly for a reply. However, only the 2 wastelanders stood there, and the people behind them did not appear. Damn it, Gao Banqing cursed inwardly. Just then, The Wastelander with the bandaged hand coldly spoke. How much? Gao Banqing was taken aback. Were these two not just simple Wastelanders? It wasn't that he judged them by their appearance, but even the most unkempt strong person wouldn't dress as ragged as Bai Yi and the others, almost resembling nakedness. Initially, the two had worn tattered clothes that could at least cover their bodies. But after encountering 3 waves of mutated beasts in the attack of the man-eating flower trees along the way, their already cheap, torn clothing had become even more ragged. Chapter 42. Pretending to be an expert. Friend, as long as you can save us all, I'm willing to pay 5 million, Gao Banqing urgently called out. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Yi's eyes. He hadn't expected this chubby man, who looked like a shrewd businessman, to be so righteous and willing to spend money to save everyone. Moreover, the fat man claimed to be the son of Gao Shanha, and in Baiming, almost no one was unaware of Gao Shanha's great name. It wasn't he because he was strong, but because he was rich. He was recognized as the wealthiest in Baiming. Even the Wastelanders living in the town had heard of his name, as the cockroach protein bars they ate every day were one of Gao Shanha's ventures. 5 million was indeed a sum he could afford. Deal, Liu said coldly. Then, he leisurely began unwrapping the dirty bandage on his right hand, his expression focused and serious, as if he were doing something very important. Gao Banqing was alarmed. What was he doing? Hadn't they reached a deal? Please, sir, act quickly to assist us. Liu didn't even lift his eyelids, saying, There's no rush. In front of my magical hands, no enemy will escape. Bai Yi was taken aback. Come on, buddy, are you addicted to acting? Are you even designing your own moves and lines? His original intention was to let Liu pretend to be an expert, while he used time stopping in conjunction with Liu to take down the falcon, thus concealing the time stop and reducing his own presence. Although he was a god of the new era, he also understood how fragile his mortal body was. Not to mention, if someone were to ambush him from behind, he might not even be able to react in time to use time stop. Time stop made him invincible in frontal conflicts, but he feared ambushes the most. He wouldn't be afraid of 10 kings in frontal combat, but being ambushed by an ordinary person with a gun was enough. The unfamiliar group before him was not weak, and he needed to be more cautious while accompanying them. So he thought it best to let Liu, this extraordinary person, stand in the spotlight to attract attention while he secretly provided cover. But he hadn't expected Liu to be so awkward and cringy. Bai Yi hurriedly signaled to him with his eyes, implying, stop showing off. If someone dies later, who will collect the money? Seeing Bai Yi's affirmative gaze, Liu felt confident. Indeed, Ye Gu also recognized my acting skills, and for a moment, he became even more enthusiastic in his performance. Due to the distance, Gao Banqing and the others could not see the exchange of glances between the two and could only see Liu meticulously unwrapping the bandage, with no intention of making a move, which made them feel disheartened. Li Shao snorted coldly. What time is it? Still counting on 2 Wastelanders. This beast is temporarily restrained by me, but my shadow won't last long. Soon, let your maid carry you, and I'll take you away first. Don't worry. With me around, you won't die, but I'll need extra pay afterward. Gao Banqing glanced at the others nearby and gritted his teeth. What about them? I'm only responsible for protecting you. The others have nothing to do with me. Liu said coldly, a typical high EQ statement. He didn't say he couldn't protect others, but emphasized that the target was only one person. Gao Banqing hesitated even more. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of the wasteland man unwrapping his bandages, who was actually walking straight toward him. As he advanced, under everyone's gaze, the bandages on his right hand slowly fell off. When the blood-stained bandages scattered on the ground like snakes, a pale right hand re-emerged. It was strikingly white, even whiter than his own skin tone. Hiss! Liu subtly gasped. Damn, it was too tight usually, and he wasn't even bleeding. Unsealing the seal, Liu moved his rusty right hand, striding into the attack range of the falcon like a strong man, walking leisurely. The sound of gunfire, the whistling of shadow darts seemed to echo his entrance. Be careful, Your Excellency, this beast is extremely fast. Seeing him act so recklessly, even without a weapon, Gao Banqing instinctively reminded him. Oh, how fast? Liu asked expressionlessly, raising his right hand. The toes of Bei, who was ready to act, immediately activated the time freeze. He really couldn't bear to watch any longer. When would this embarrassing habit of acting for others change? A huge golden dial emerged beneath Bei's feet. He lightly tapped the tip of his foot, and the gears of time emitted a subtle clicking sound, creating a layer of golden ripples. Buzz. Mysterious time fluctuations enveloped the world. The wind halted in the forest, fallen leaves suspended in midair, and the whistling bullets and shadow darts froze. The once lively crowd now resembled a still photograph taken by a camera. Also frozen was the mutated falcon, which resembled black lightning, its half-meter-long body. Black and gray wings folded at its side, abruptly hovering above everyone's heads like a cannonball, its sharp beak flashing with a metallic glint. In this absolutely frozen world, a ragged wasteland boy weaved through the seams of time. He was the only one capable of interacting with time. Each step he took felt like shattering a mirror. Yet behind him, it reassembled into a complete stillness. Bei approached the mutated falcon, then took a running leap and effortlessly brought it down. Looking at the falcon in his hand like a specimen, He directly broke its wings and then stuffed it into Li Yu's outstretched magical hand. Done. Bei quickly returned to his original position, and time resumed. Buzz. The mysterious time fluctuations dissipated, and everything was as if it had never happened. The crowd's consciousness remained frozen at the moment Li Yu spoke that line. Oh, how fast. In the next moment, everyone saw a shadow abruptly freeze in midair, and the fierce gunfire ceased as the shadow appeared. Their pupils contracted violently, standing there like stone, as if again trapped in time freeze. They stared in disbelief at the mutated falcon, tightly grasped by an invisible hand, its fierce bird head thrashing and struggling, emitting painful and sharp screams. The struggle was so intense that many of its gray and black feathers fell off. How is this possible? The shadow person Li Xiu was shocked. As someone who had personally fought the mutated falcon, he was acutely aware of its speed that surpassed visual limits. It was so fast that even his shadow darts couldn't catch up, and one should know that shadow darts were weightless and could ignore air resistance. A serious look passed through his eyes as he silently adjusted Li Yu's rating to match his own level of strength. The others were not as confident as Li Xiu. They felt it was unbelievable. No one expected this ragged wasteland man could instantly subdue the mutated falcon. Chapter 43. So it turns out it's the 10 kings in front of us. Li Yu was equally dumbfounded. He raised his right hand, staring blankly at the mutated falcon in his hand. Wait, what's going on? How did the falcon just crash into my hand when I raised it? Bei just told me to act cool, but he didn't say to act this big. At this moment, Li Yu's figure suddenly appeared mysterious and tall in the eyes of the crowd. They only saw the mutated falcon, which had been a source of trouble for them, caught effortlessly by a wasteland man. In an instant, this wasteland man was also a transcendent being. What kind of ability is this? Grasping from a distance. I thought it was fast. It turns out it was just like that. Realizing this, Li Yu hurriedly maintained his aloof persona, his tone mixed with 3 parts coldness, 3 parts arrogance, 3 parts mockery, and 1 part disdain. He loosened his right hand, and the nearly suffocated mutated falcon fell to the ground. Bang! A scarlet bullet shot out, accurately piercing the falcon's head, blood splattering. Bei silently put away the breath of bones. This was what he and Li Yu had agreed upon, with him delivering the final blow. After all, it was a mutated beast, and the essence couldn't be wasted. Forbidden item. Everyone's hearts jumped. They didn't expect these 2 wastelanders were not ordinary people and had misjudged them. Feeling the fresh essence surge in, Bei suddenly froze. He realized that the essence provided by the mutated falcon was somewhat off. Too little. By rights. The strength of the mutated falcon far exceeded all the mutated beasts he had seen before. Even the Hyena King was no match for it. Yet the essence provided was only equivalent to 10 gray sparrows, comparable to Mr. Ing from before. Wait, could it be? Bei instantly understood. This was the limit of essence that Breath of Bones could provide. The essence of 10 gray sparrows was already the maximum. No matter how many stronger mutated beasts were killed, the essence provided would only reach this point. Breath of Bones was like a bottle, and the mutated beasts were the water source. Whether you filled the bottle in a stream or the ocean, the result was the same. In the end, you could only fill 1 bottle. No wonder Breath of Bones was only a snake-level forbidden item. If it could endlessly plunder the essence of others to nourish the user, it would probably be dragon level. Thank you for your help. May I ask your name? Gao Bansheng was the first to come back to his senses and hurriedly cupped his hands at Li Yu. Li Yu glanced at him indifferently and said lightly, Magical Hand Li Yu. Magical Hand Li Yu? The crowd's brains raced, searching for information about Magical Hand, but found nothing. It shouldn't be, logically speaking. Such a strong person couldn't be unknown. Could he not be a local? Thank you, Mr. Li, and this little brother for saving my life. By the way, may I ask how to address this little brother? Gao Bansheng then looked at Bei. Bei, I am Gao Bansheng. My father is Gao Shanha, the president of the Jinfu Merchant Association. I have met Mr. Li and little brother Bai. The others came back to their senses and quickly expressed their thanks. The middle-aged man holding dual guns said gratefully, I am Dual Guns Li Beitian, a bounty hunter. Thank you both for saving my life. If you ever need help in the future, I, Li Beitian, will not hesitate and will definitely not charge any reward. I am Hejin Shouhu, Quick Shooter, Viper. The crowd sparsely reported their names to express their gratitude. Only Li Xiu stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze proud. With your strength, you haven't even made it into the ranks of the 10 kings, showing how blind the world is. Magical Hand Li Yu, your strength is not bad. There will surely be a place for you among the 10 kings in the future. It seems this trip to Black Mountain won't be boring. Li Xiu's words carried a hint of mutual respect among strong individuals. His cold, proud gaze, through the black mask on his face, fell on Li Yu. As if Li Yu was the only one among them who caught his eye. Li Yu was taken aback and thought, Who are you, buddy? Do we know each other? He glanced at Bai Yi, hoping to get some indication from him. After all, Bai Yi had only told him to act like a master, without going into much detail, and he didn't know how to deal with this seemingly strong, extraordinary being. At that moment, Bai Yi was preoccupied with the blood energy provided by Bone Breath, and didn't notice Li Yu's plea for help. Li Yu felt a tingle on his scalp. It was his first time pretending to be a strong person. Who could tell him how masters should converse? After thinking for a moment, he had to grit his teeth and maintain the persona of a tough guy who didn't talk much. He coldly asked, Who are you? Li Xiao smirked sharply and arrogantly replied, I am the Shadow Man, Li Xiao. Shadow Man Li Xiao? Never heard of you. Li Yu felt confused. He had just become an extraordinary being and had previously only mixed with low-end wasteland folks, so he naturally didn't know any famous extraordinary beings. The only ones he knew were two. One was the night girl from the Silent Court, and the other was the Ten Kings. He had only heard about the Ten Kings from Bai Yi. Li Xiao's mention of the Ten Kings seemed to imply that he acknowledged Li Yu could also become one of them. Li Yu suddenly realized and responded, So you're one of the Ten Kings. Li Xiao's expression froze, his lips trembled, and he was momentarily speechless. The others exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became strange. Li Xiao's expression was obscured by a black mask, but his eyes changed repeatedly. After a long pause, he finally buzzed, I am not. Oh no, this is awkward. Mistaking even one of the Ten Kings, will my persona as a strong person collapse? Awkward. Li Yu had no idea what to say and could only try to keep a straight face, awkwardly saying, Oh, what kind of attitude is that? Just because I'm not one of the Ten Kings, you don't want to say anything? Li Yu's behavior was perceived by Li Xiao as outright provocation. What does this mean? I said you could join the Ten Kings, and you mock me in return? Knowing full well my name isn't among the Ten Kings. And intentionally referring to yourself as one, isn't that implying that if you're not even one of the Ten Kings, what right do you have to judge? If Li Yu knew what Li Xiao was thinking, he would surely feel wronged. He truly didn't mean to provoke. It was Li Xiao who brought up the Ten Kings, saying something about joining them, as if he could determine who would be among them, even speaking with a hint of disdain for the Ten Kings. If that's the case, then you're not one of them, right? Chapter 44, starting with the inner layer. The atmosphere between the two became increasingly awkward. At that moment, Gao Banqing suddenly smiled and took out a check, breaking the deadlock. Mr. Li, here is a 5 million check for your review. The mention of a 5 million check almost made Li Yu, who was pretending to be a master, break character. He had never seen so much money in his life. He tightly pressed his lips together, afraid he might laugh out loud, just as he was about to reach out to take it. Bai Yi intervened and directly took the money, smiling as he said, Just give it to me. Mr. Li doesn't like such vulgar things. Li Yu's lips twitched slightly, and he felt a pang in his heart. Who said I don't like it? I love vulgar things. He knew once the money was in Bai Yi's hands, he would surely get nothing back, and he had acted for nothing. Gao Banqing nodded repeatedly, respectfully handing it over. Seeing the money accepted, his expression relaxed, and he said cheerfully, Are you two heading to the 189 shelter? Li Yu coldly nodded. That's great. We are also going to the 189 shelter. How about we go together? To be honest, our team is also a temporary assembly. Apart from Li Xiao and my maid, Xiao Kuei, the other companions were all met along the way, and they are all skilled bounty hunters. Since we have the same destination, I invite you both to join us. It would be good to have some support along the way. Meeting is fate, so why not travel together? Moreover, if you two obtain some good items from the shelter, it saves you the time of looking for buyers. No need to look for buyers? Bai Yi felt puzzled. Gao Banqing smiled confidently, because I am the best buyer. Little brother Bai, I'm not boasting. The prices I offer are absolutely the highest. Do you know why I am called Banqing? Bai Yi looked at him suspiciously. Is it because you only do things halfway and everything you produce is half finished, so you're called Banqing? That's right, huh? Gao Banqing was taken aback and almost laughed in anger. If it weren't for Li Yu's presence, he would have to argue back. Little brother Bai, you're joking. It's Banqing as in half a city, not half-finished products. One of the cities under the control of the Jinfu Merchant Association is called Wangguanjing. When I was born, my father gave me half of Wangguanjing, hence the name Gao Banqing. After speaking, he politely laughed. Hee, rich people's laughter. Upon hearing that laughter, Bai Yi knew that Gao Banqing was definitely not lying. Someone worth less than 100 million couldn't laugh like that. Mr. Li, what do you think? Gao Banqing asked. Li Yu had already learned of Bai Yi's plan and naturally wouldn't refuse, so he expressionlessly nodded. Seeing Li Yu agree, everyone showed joy. Who wouldn't want a master to accompany them? The group set off happily. With the addition of the magic hand Li Yu and Bai Yi, the expressions of the group members noticeably relaxed compared to before, with many seizing the opportunity to get close to Li Yu. After all, in this wasteland, knowing a strong person, even just chatting a bit, was capital for bragging in taverns later, especially for bounty hunters like the dual gun Li Beitian. Bounty hunters are a loosely organized group that survives in the wasteland, solving various problems for employers who post tasks, including assassinations, hunting, and even acting as mercenaries for various factions. They live a life on the edge, spending their days doing tasks or hanging out in taverns. To maintain his strong persona, Li Yu remained cold and taciturn throughout the journey, only occasionally whispering a few words to Bai Yi, fearing that speaking too much would expose his lowly identity as a wasteland dweller. Far from being annoyed, the others became even more enthusiastic, as if they felt that a strong person should behave this way. This made Li Xiao, who was traveling with them, feel quite uncomfortable. Before Li Yu appeared, he had enjoyed this treatment alone. But with Li Yu's appearance, everything changed. Even the employer Gao Banqing began to call him by name. This made Li Xiao secretly vow, once I defeat the tyrant Yang Jie and rise to become the new 10 kings, then you all will be unable to reach me. He didn't seek trouble with Li Yu. Firstly, because Li Yu wasn't one of the 10 kings, so winning would be pointless. Secondly, he couldn't bring himself to do it. especially after receiving help from Li Yu, even though it wasn't a help he requested. Brother Yi, that money is at the back of the team, Li Yu said, his lips moving. Money? What money? Where did the money come from? Mr. Li, why are you starting to talk nonsense? Bai Yi said with wide eyes. Brother Yi, I even broke my hand to cooperate with your act. You can't even cut my wages as a disabled person. Letting you act happily is enough. It's already good that I didn't ask you for money. Just as Li Yu was about to say something else, Gao Banqing came over, and he quickly shut up and pretended to be aloof. Little brother Bai, you're so young, yet have taken in forbidden items. Your future is limitless. Gao Banqing said with a beaming smile, seeing that Li Yu was indifferent to the others, so he approached Bai Yi to get closer. Hee, Bai Yi forced a smile. Not as good as Boss Gao, who has a maid carrying him. With those little arms and legs, don't let them break again. He glanced at the maid Xiao Kuei, who was carrying Gao Banqing on her back. This petite girl had never said a word, only silently carrying Gao Banqing forward, her porcelain-like face exquisitely resembling a doll. Bai Yi couldn't help but want to ask, did Gao the Fat see you when you were killing someone? Gao Banqing seemed oblivious to Bai Yi's sarcasm and chuckled. Little Bai, you've misunderstood. Although I, Gao Banqing, am wealthy, I never bully others. What about her? Bai Yi pointed at the maid Xiao Kuei. Gao Banqing smiled slightly. Oh, she's not human. Hiss. Bai Yi gasped, his eyes widening involuntarily, as if he was seeing the fat man in a new light. It's you after all. Only a capitalist could say something like that. He thought his standards were already low enough. But unexpectedly seeing Gao Banqing today truly made him realize that there are always lower depths. Little Bai, please look. Gao Banqing's chubby hand reached towards the collar of Xiao Kuei's clothing and pulled it down. What the hell? Is this something I can see without paying? Going straight for the inner clothing? Bai Yi hurriedly widened his eyes and stared intently. However, he was taken aback. A flash of silver metallic cold light nearly blinded him. Ah, my eyes. I'm going to get styes. The shimmering silver metal shell exposed to the air, with intricate threads and circular patterns nested layer upon layer. As Xiao Kuei moved, ripples of light appeared in the tiny grooves, as if liquid mercury was flowing beneath the surface. This metallic innerwear was quite unique. Gao Banqing was taken aback. What the hell is metallic wind? Are you out of your mind? Haha, little Bai, you're joking. This isn't innerwear. It's Xiao Kuei's body structure. As you can see, Xiao Kuei isn't human but a robot, one left over from the pre-catastrophe era, found by someone in a shelter and later bought by me. Bai Yi was secretly astonished. A robot? Such an advanced robot? He felt increasingly disturbed by the deformity of this world. Clearly, many people couldn't even afford food. Yet the rich had access to bionic robots. By the way, little Bai, I see your physical fitness is quite good, and there are no signs of gene serum injections. Have you practiced Qi and blood martial arts? Or are you an extraordinary person? Gao Banqing noticed Bai Yi could easily keep up with the group's pace. His expression unchanged and heart steady, with physical fitness clearly surpassing that of ordinary people, which prompted him to ask, Qi and blood martial arts? Bai Yi was not unfamiliar with this term. His friendly exchanges with officers had provided him with plenty of knowledge, including Qi and blood martial arts. It sounded mysterious, but was actually quite ordinary. To put it simply, it involved exercising the body in conjunction with breathing techniques. After the catastrophe, the surviving individuals underwent a certain degree of mutation. Although they appeared no different from ordinary people, they possessed a biological energy called Qi and blood within them. Research has shown that people before the catastrophe also had Qi and blood energy, but it was hidden within their bodies and not apparent. The mutation from the catastrophe simply activated this energy. Over the years, people continuously researched and utilized Qi and blood, ultimately forming Qi and blood martial arts. It wasn't a martial arts manual from a wuxia novel. It involved mobilizing the Qi and blood within the body through specific breathing frequencies, exercising, and continuously strengthening the Qi and blood to achieve physical qualities far beyond ordinary people. Even without using breathing techniques, as long as nutrition was sufficient and exercise was consistent, Qi and blood would continue to grow, making the body stronger and stronger. Breathing techniques merely enhanced efficiency. Qi and blood martial arts is also known as commoner's martial arts, as anyone can practice it, just like anyone can work out. However, to achieve success, one must put in a lot of effort, and in the end, it might not be as powerful as a gene-modified individual getting a shot. A saying popular in the wasteland goes, the poor rely on hard work, Qi and blood martial arts, while the rich rely on technology, gene modification, mechanical modification. As for extraordinary individuals, they are not divided by wealth, but entirely depend on talent and luck. Bai Yi thought for a moment and replied, Qi and blood martial arts. He wasn't an extraordinary person, nor had he undergone any injections or mechanical modifications. He had merely plundered some Qi and blood through forbidden items, which strictly speaking fell within the realm of Qi and blood martial arts. Haha, little Bai is indeed a hero at a young age. Achieving success in Qi and blood martial arts is difficult for anyone without great perseverance. It's clear that little Bai has lofty ambitions. Gao Banqing's emotionally intelligent remarks made Bai Yi take notice. Could this really be flattery? Who didn't know that Qi and blood martial arts was a path chosen by those with no other options? Most people practice Qi and blood martial arts their entire lives. only to find it less effective than a gene-modified individual getting a shot. As the crowd chatted idly, they proceeded on their way. And amidst the dangers of the Black Mountain, it felt somewhat like a spring outing. Bai Yi, who was mingling in the middle of the group, felt increasingly wise. They had already covered more than half the journey and expected to reach the vicinity of Shelter 189 by tomorrow. The reason for their swift progress was indeed thanks to Gao Banqing and Li Xiao. Gao Banqing had a map of the Black Mountain that he spent a great deal of money to obtain, which saved them many detours. Li Xiao seemed to be in a frenzy, eager to showcase his strength in front of Li Yu. Throughout the journey, he didn't need anyone else to step in. Whenever they encountered mutated beasts or mutated plants, he took the lead, showcasing his skills to slay them. After killing, he would turn back to glance at Li Yu. That night, the already quiet Black Mountain fell into complete silence, with only the faint crackling of the burning firewood. Bai Yi was roasting wild rabbit meat by the fire. Feeling content, they had saved quite a bit of time today. 2 minutes and 49 seconds. This was the time he had left, ever since joining the team. He hadn't used time stop again, and all crises were resolved by others. He took out his gold pocket watch to check. In 3 hours, he would earn another minute. Please, no accidents. Don't let me waste any more time. Just let me get through tonight safely. While eating the rabbit meat, Bai Yi prayed, and indeed, nothing happened. The next morning, everyone set out again. Along the way, Bai Yi felt slightly dazed. They really hadn't encountered any danger? The night forest was the most dangerous, and not facing any threats made him feel somewhat unreal, even doubting if he had been poisoned by the rabbit meat and was hallucinating. Before coming to the Black Mountain, it seemed like they faced mutated beasts 3 times a day. In chatting with Gao Banqing, Bai Yi's doubts were clarified. Chapter 46. What Panga Plan? Just a fantasy before dying. After the army of Dawn City discovered Shelter 189, they sent troops multiple times to eradicate the mutated beasts in the Black Mountain. The beasts that could be killed were dead, and those that could flee had fled, greatly reducing the threat level. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare come here. Bai Yi nodded. This made sense. The previous attacks by mutated beasts on the Gray Soil Town were ultimately the fault of Dawn City. So why haven't we seen the army of Dawn City along the way? Gao Banqing laughed. Because most of the troops have withdrawn. Withdrawn? Mobilizing troops was not a simple matter. Just the food issue was enough to cause headaches. Moreover, the dangers of the Black Mountain were not just the visible mutated beasts, but also poisonous insects, toxic miasma, and various unseen threats that were the most lethal. Although Dawn City was powerful, it couldn't possibly inject gene serum into all soldiers. After all, trained soldiers were just ordinary people. They could drive away mutated beasts with guns and ammunition, but found it hard to survive for long in the Black Mountain. I heard that the gates of Shelter 189 in Dawn City have been delayed in opening, and the commotion caused has led to the leak of information. Various factions, including some extraordinary organizations and bounty hunters, have flocked here, all wanting a piece of the pie in the shelter. Dawn City is backed by the Apocalypse Technology Company, which, although powerful, cannot afford to offend everyone at once. Therefore, they decided not to seal off Black Mountain, leaving only a group of elite fighters there, waiting for the right moment to act. Speaking of this, a hint of sarcasm appeared on Gao Banqing's face. In my view, it's clear that the Apocalypse Company knows they can't open the shelter's door, so they are allowing capable individuals from Northmang to come here, using others' power to open the shelter. Once the door opens, it will be the time for the Apocalypse Company to show its fangs. After all, Black Mountain is within the sphere of influence of the Apocalypse Company, unless the major factions tear their faces and start a full-scale war. Who can take it from them in this small piece of land? Bai Yi's eyes flickered. He didn't expect this wealthy fat man to have some intelligence. This is indeed the plan of the Apocalypse Company, which he had already learned from Mr. Ng. At that time, Mr. Ng said that only the tyrant Yang Jie could open Shelter 189, and afterward, he would target Yang Jie. Since you know the Apocalypse Company's intentions, why are you still wading into these murky waters? Gao Banqing chuckled, his face shaking with the jiggling fat as he sat on Xiao Kuei's back. The Apocalypse Company's goal is the Panga Project. As for the other things in the shelter, they won't care too much. With various factions sending people to Black Mountain, do you think they would exterminate everyone over some minor items? In other words, as long as you don't try to seize the Panga Project, you won't have a direct conflict with the Apocalypse Company. You're quite open-minded. Can you really resist the temptation of the Panga Project? What nonsense Panga Project? In my opinion, it's all rumors. Little Bai, do you know how many times the Panga Project has been mentioned? Bai Yi was taken aback. How many times? Gao Banqing extended 5 chubby fingers. 5 times. What the hell? Bai Yi's heart sank instantly. If there is no Panga disc in Black Mountain, then my time would have been wasted. 5 times. This thing is a big pit. Shelter 112, Shelter 134, Shelter 181, and 2 others I can't remember. In short, when these shelters emerged, they all claimed to harbor the Panga Project, but in the end, it was all nonsense. In my opinion, the Panga Project doesn't exist at all. It's just a fantasy of the people from the civilized era before they died. If the Panga Project truly possessed the power to create the world, how could the civilized era have been destroyed? Bai Yi felt his heart sink further. He even felt that Gao Banqing was right. In the shattered era of civilization, decision-makers might indeed weave a lie called hope to preserve the spark of humanity. Wait, Even if the Panga project is fake, the Panga disk should be real, right? The people of the civilized era couldn't have failed to preserve that precious knowledge. Phew, there's still a glimmer of hope. Someone ahead, Li Beitian, who was leading the way, suddenly crouched down and signaled everyone to be quiet. Someone, Bai Yi, followed everyone over. It wasn't surprising to encounter people in Black Mountain, especially since they were nearing Shelter 189, where the number of people was bound to increase. There were two groups facing off. Li Beitian whispered. This experienced bounty hunter pulled out a tactical binoculars from somewhere and began observing quietly. One group consisted of 8 people, dressed uniformly, likely belonging to the same bounty hunter team. The other group had only one person, a young man with 4 swords on his back. Let me see. Bai Yi reached for the binoculars, and the others were curious but had to let Bai Yi look first due to Li Yu's authority. With the binoculars, Bai Yi quickly saw the 2 groups Li Beitian mentioned. The young man with 4 swords was holding a ginseng, which still had fresh soil on it, likely just dug up. The other group of 8 was pointing guns at the young man, and it seemed they were discussing something. Bai Yi read their lips and gathered that they were arguing over the ginseng. Little Bai, let me have a look too. Gao Banqing exclaimed eagerly, like a bystander wanting to join in the fun. Bai Yi handed him the binoculars and said to the others, they probably found a ginseng in Black Mountain and are having a dispute over it. At this moment, Gao Banqing exclaimed, I know that young man with 4 swords. He is the sword-bearer Xiao Yi. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in them. The extraordinary person with a bounty of 85 million from the Eastern Federation, the sword-bearer Xiao Yi? Gao Banqing nodded, looking somewhat excited. Though no one knew what he was excited about, he handed the binoculars to Li Xiao. That's him. 85 million. Li Yu, who had been pretending to be a master, nearly lost his composure upon hearing this astronomical figure. If it weren't for Bai Yi's light cough beside him, his facade might have crumbled. Bai Yi was not unfamiliar with the Eastern Federation mentioned by Gao Banqing. To be precise, anyone living in this wasteland knew about the Eastern Federation. The continent they lived on is called the East Continent. The Eastern Federation is the highest ruling body of the East Continent, established by various factions to maintain balance. It appears supreme but actually manages regions very loosely, with major factions ruling themselves. As for bounties, they are a scheme implemented by the Eastern Federation to fracture extraordinary individuals and gene modifiers who possess powerful force. To serve as a warning, historically, heroes have violated prohibitions with their martial prowess, and in this era of great catastrophe, these extraordinary individuals and gene modifiers are even more so. The Federation has established a series of strict regulations targeting these types of people to stabilize its rule, such as not using extraordinary abilities for profit, not displaying them in front of ordinary people, and undergoing supervision monthly. Any violation of these regulations will result in a bounty. Chapter 47. Wait, hold on, stop. After being put on the bounty list, not only do you have to guard against the Federation, but also against other extraordinary individuals and gene modifiers who might take your life for money. With mutual vigilance, it becomes difficult for these people to unite. If you want to avoid being placed on the bounty list, it's quite simple. Join the major factions and become a dog for those big shots, and you will be exempted. Strictly speaking, extraordinary individuals like Li Yu are also considered wanted criminals by the Federation, but since he is not well known now, there is no bounty. This is a blatant scheme. A single decree makes it difficult for extraordinary individuals in the civilian world to grow. Some extraordinary individuals with a screw loose even take pride in high bounties, specifically challenging those with higher bounties to raise their own. I've been looking for him for a long time. I didn't expect to run into him in Black Mountain today. Li Xiao said coldly. Do you have a grudge against him? Gao Banqing asked in confusion, having never heard of it. Li Xiao lowered the binoculars, saying he had no grudge. Then why humph? It's just that I coincidentally killed a second generation of a prominent family, and I was given an 85 million bounty. That's 20 million more than me. It's truly a time without heroes, allowing a brat to become famous. Gao Banqing. Bai Yi, see, a lunatic has appeared. Li Xiao, I didn't hire you to go around looking for trouble. Gao Banqing said anxiously. Humph, don't worry. Li Xiao snorted coldly, his gaze dismissive. One of the 10 kings is about to arrive. A mere sword-bearer is not enough to pique my interest. Bai Yi secretly marveled. He realized that this show-off only has eyes for the 10 kings. No one else catches his interest. He rarely speaks, but whenever he does, he always brings up the 10 kings. Boss Gao, what should we do now? Should we take a detour, or ask Li Beitian for help? Gao Banqing smiled broadly. I'm a kind-hearted person. I can't stand to see bloodshed, so naturally, I will stop this conflict. In the depths of the forest, the sword-wielding man, Xiao Yi, dressed in a long blue ancient-style robe, faced the 8 armed men with a calm demeanor. Gentlemen, this century-old ginseng was discovered by me first, so I hope you can spare it. Just because you say you found it first, it's yours? I, the Black Panther, may be missing an eye, but my new metal prosthetic eye works better than a human's. I clearly saw it first. You just got lucky. A burly man holding a shotgun said fiercely, his metal eye glinting with a cold red light. Kid, as long as you hand over the ginseng, we won't harm you. The Black Panther didn't directly attempt to seize it. Unlike Gao Banqing, who had seen much of the world, he couldn't gauge Xiao Yi's true abilities. He only knew that anyone who could come alone to Black Mountain was certainly not an ordinary person. On a normal day, he wouldn't provoke someone like this. But the temptation was too great. That century-old ginseng was no ordinary herb. It was an altered herb that could enhance vitality and strengthen the body. It was a rare commodity in the black market, worth a fortune. Faced with such obvious benefits, and with their numbers, which were not weak, they naturally felt emboldened. Well, then let's get started. Xiao Yi sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead, his handsome face showing a hint of helplessness. A fierce glint flashed in the Black Panther's eyes. The group exchanged glances and began to load their guns, just as Xiao Yi suddenly shouted, "Wait. Now you're scared?" The Black Panther let out a laugh. But his expression changed dramatically the next moment. Clang. A crisp sound of a sword echoed as a cold light suddenly flew out from behind Xiao Yi. It was a sword forged in ancient style, flying towards the Black Panther like a white ribbon. The surprised crowd was taken aback because that sword was moving on its own, as if it had been set to automatic cruise, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the Black Panther. Swish! The shotgun in the Black Panther's hand split in two, snapping in half. The broken pieces fell to the ground with a dull thud. Xiao Yi smiled and waved his hand, and the sword flew back into the scabbard behind him. Looking at the stunned group, he smiled and asked, "Still want to fight?" The Black Panther's expression changed repeatedly. "Despicable. You just said to wait, but then you attacked sneakily. This is truly the act of a scoundrel." "Not at all." Xiao Yi shook his head with a smile. "What I meant by wait is not what you understood. It's the name of my sword. Wait. I'll go to hell." The Black Panther was furious, feeling mocked. His muscular body suddenly tensed up, muscles bulging, and a fine layer of black fur began to grow wildly. He crouched down, his back arching high like a leopard ready to pounce. At that critical moment, Bai Yi and others appeared on the scene. Gao Banqing jumped off Xiao Kuei and shouted, "Stop!" Seeing so many people suddenly appear, the Black Panther's eyes flashed with caution and wariness, halting his attack. Xiao Yi also turned to look at Gao Banqing and smiled. Nodding. Clang. Another sword instantly unsheathed from behind Xiao Yi, transforming into a streak of light that shot out. "You dare to sneak attack again?" The Black Panther's eyes widened in anger. He never expected Xiao Yi to be so shameless, always thinking about a sneak attack. However, the anger in his eyes quickly turned to fear, as the sword light was rapidly enlarging in his vision, the shadow of death enveloping him, causing a momentary paralysis. Gao Banqing's face turned a bit ugly. He didn't expect Xiao Yi to be so disrespectful. But at that moment, an unexpected scene occurred. The sword aimed at the Black Panther's head suddenly stopped, just 5 centimeters from his eyeball. The Black Panther, as if waking from a dream, quickly stepped back, only to find Xiao Yi had somehow appeared right in front of him, his right hand firmly gripping the sword hilt. Xiao Yi let out a long breath, feeling a sense of relief. "That was close. I just made it in time." His words left everyone confused. What was happening? He turned to Gao Banqing, casting a slightly resentful glance. "You can't just shout stop randomly. My sword is actually called Stop." "Gao Banqing, what kind of nonsense is this?" "Wait, stop. Who gives such names to their swords?" Bai Yi was also stunned. He didn't understand why extraordinary individuals were so abstract. Was it really because they awakened after mental stimulation, thus having the potential for madness? Li Xiao liked to show off. Xiao Yi was an old silver coin. And Li Yu was a big fool. Was there not a normal person among them? "Your other 2 swords won't be named just a moment and Stop as well, right?" Bai Yi blurted out. Xiao Yi was startled. "How did you know?" Clang. Another sword unsheathed from behind him, and he hurriedly pressed it down, his face turning red as he managed to suppress it. Chapter 48. "My father, Gao Shanha," Xiao Yi exclaimed. "Little brother, you can't shout that anymore. People will die." "But you only guessed half right. The sword I just used is called Just a Moment, while the last sword is not Stop." Bai Yi's expression was strange, and he had a vague suspicion. "What is it called then?" Xiao Yi smiled mysteriously and revealed 3 words. "I was wrong." Bai Yi was stunned for a long time by these 3 words, finally regaining his composure and giving Xiao Yi a thumbs up. "Awesome." Xiao Yi accepted it calmly. "Wait. Just a moment. Stop. If the enemy is still not dead after these 3 swords, then I can only admit I was wrong, hence the name I was wrong. How long are you guys going to chat?" The Black Panther, having calmed down, said angrily, feeling completely ignored. Xiao Yi turned around. "Still want to fight?" Although the Black Panther looked cautious, he refused to back down verbally. "It was just a sneak attack from you before, if it really comes to blows. I'm not necessarily going to lose. I'm a gene modifier who has injected 3 doses of serum." "Oh." Xiao Yi pretended to be surprised. "So you're a 3-dose powerhouse. Wow. I'll kill you. Everyone, please calm down. Give me some face. Let us just forget about this. We all came to Black Mountain to seek fortune. There's no need to fight here." Gao Banqing stepped forward, taking on the role of a mediator. The Black Panther's expression turned unfriendly. "Give you face? Who do you think you are?" Gao Banqing remained unfazed, smiling. "I am Gao Banqing." "Gao Banqing. I haven't heard of you. My father is Gao Shanha." "What?" "The president of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce, the richest man in Beimang." "Gao Shanha is your father?" The faces of the Black Panther and others changed dramatically, as if struck by thunder. Gao Banqing smiled and nodded. Producing a pure gold token engraved with mountains and rivers, clearly crafted by top artisans, each detail lifelike. "The mountain river token of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce?" The Black Panther exclaimed, clearly knowledgeable. May I ask if you could give me some face? Gao Banqing repeated his previous words, but this time the response was entirely different. The Black Panther scrutinized him for a long time, then paused before saying, since it's Boss Gao in person, I naturally have to give this face. However, he shifted his gaze, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yi. He stole my ginseng. How should this be resolved? By rights, the ginseng was discovered by both of us. So he should share half with me. If this ginseng is cut open, its value will greatly diminish. Don't think about it, Boss Gao. You shouldn't get involved in this matter, Xiao Yi said lightly. Gao Banqing smiled slightly, walked directly between the two groups, then pulled out a stack of checks and a pen, writing calmly and confidently. The price of this ginseng is around 1.5 million. So let's just say it's 2 million. With a flick of his hand, Gao Banqing tore off 2 checks and handed them to Xiao Yi and Haiba. Both looked at the checks in their hands and were instantly stunned. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. 2 million? You're also 2 million? Haiba was taken aback. One person. 2 million? They initially thought Gao Banqing would give 1 million to each. After all, that's what splitting means. The two exchanged glances and looked at the smiling Gao Banqing. I will pay double the price to buy this ginseng from both of you. Consider it a way to make friends. How about that? At this moment, both felt a bit blinded, illuminated by the aura of wealth Gao Banqing radiated. What does it mean to be rich without humanity? They had truly witnessed it. Apparently, for the wealthy, paying double is called splitting. As expected from the son of President Gao, so generous. I, Xiao Yi, am determined to be your friend. Me too. Haiba quickly echoed. After receiving the mutated ginseng, Gao Banqing turned and walked to Li Yu's side, expressing gratitude. Previously, I was saved by Mr. Li. I know you don't like mundane things like money, so I specially bought this century-old mutated ginseng for you. Please accept it. Li Yu stared blankly at the ginseng in front of him. You gave it to me? He was still immersed in the shock of Gao Banqing buying the ginseng for double the price, and suddenly the ginseng was gifted to him? Is this the world of the rich? This operation stunned not only Li Yu, but even Bai Yi. The power of money is indeed astonishing. Of course, what shocked him more was Gao Banqing's maneuvering. A 1.5 million ginseng, to make friends, first rounded up to 2 million, then paid double, satisfying both parties, and finally smoothly gifted to Li Yu. To this, Bai Yi could only say, I am also determined to be your friend. He swiftly took the ginseng and tucked it into his own pocket. Just give it to me. I will keep it for Mr. Li. After showcasing a bit of the charm of money, Gao Banqing naturally extended a team invitation to Xiao Yi and others. Unsurprisingly, both parties agreed without a moment's hesitation. Bowing down for money is not something strong people do. Li Xiao, who never regarded the sword-wielding Xiao Yi highly, now looked down even more. This statement was overheard by Bai Yi, who couldn't help but ask, aren't you also taking Gao Fatty's money? Li Xiao shot him a sidelong glance, coldly saying, I am different from them. They are here to seek wealth, while I am here for one of the 10 kings, the tyrant Yang Jie, and to earn some travel expenses. Is there a problem? To this, Bai Yi could only reply with one word, 6. I really am unnecessary to talk to you. You never stray from the 10 kings, double standards indeed. He found that Li Xiao and Gao Banqing were truly a match made in heaven. One always mentioned his father Gao Shana, while the other always brought up the 10 kings. No wonder these two could come together. With the addition of Xiao Yi and others, Bai Yi felt increasingly relaxed. Sometimes, to boost his morale, he had to rush to use Breath of the Undead, otherwise, there wouldn't be enough mutated beasts to share. Watching Gao Banqing getting close to everyone, Bai Yi even suspected that this fat guy's purpose for coming to Heishan wasn't just for refuge, but to recruit people. By noon, everyone arrived safely near the entrance of Shelter 189. Passing through this grove, the entrance to Shelter 189 was right ahead. Li Beitian pulled out a map of Heishan from somewhere and pointed to the red circle on the map. Why is there a mountain drawn in the red circle? Bai Yi asked curiously. Li Beitian smiled. Little Bai, you may not know, but Shelter 189 is located beneath the mountain. I don't know how the people of the old era managed to establish a shelter in such a place. Finally, we're here. Xiao Yi's spirit was invigorated as he took the lead in the team. Xiao, are you also here for the rumors of the Panga project? Gao Banqing asked. Not exactly. I'm here to find a few good swords, Xiao Yi replied. Gao Banqing was taken aback. The technology in the old era was highly developed, mostly using firearms. If you're looking for swords in the shelter, I'm afraid. Xiao Yi shook his head slightly and smiled. That statement is incorrect. I've heard that in the old era, there was a divine sword, its edge like a flash of lightning, with no substance or blade. Touching it would melt like snow in boiling water, and wherever its light reaches, armor would melt. Is there such a divine sword? Gao Banqing pondered for a long time, but couldn't find a sword that fit the description. Meanwhile, Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. Isn't that a laser sword? Xiao Yi was overjoyed. I didn't expect little Bai, despite coming from a humble background, to have such extraordinary insights and even know about the divine sword, the laser. Bai Yi's face darkened. You can skip the part about a humble background. That statement is incorrect. As the ancient saying goes, coming from a humble background is not a disgrace. Being able to endure and adapt is what makes a man. In my opinion, little Bai, you are young and talented. In befriending Mr. Li, you will surely achieve great things in the future. During this time together, everyone had learned a bit about each other's backgrounds. including the fact that the magical hand Li Yu had caught the mutated peregrine falcon. A laser sword is a high-tech weapon. It probably doesn't meet your sword requirements. Xiao Yi shook his head and said seriously, a laser sword is still a sword. As long as it's a sword, it can be used by me. Are you out of your mind? Then what about a supersonic fire sword, an aircraft carrier sword, or an interstellar war sword? Do they count as swords too? As everyone joked, they soon passed through the grove and arrived at an open area. Wow, so many people, Xiao Yi exclaimed. There were at least a few hundred people in this open area. These people seemed to be divided into two factions, occupying the north and south, with a clear path in between. The people on the south were all wearing uniforms, with the symbol of the Eye of Apocalypse on their chests. Clearly members of the Apocalypse Technology Company, numbering close to 200. They looked stern, standing like javelins, each exuding a strong aura of hostility. The northern group was larger. About 300 people, dressed in various outfits, with an assortment of weapons, gathering in small groups while keeping their guard up, resembling a rabble. Bai Yi paid no attention to these people. Instead, his gaze passed over the crowd, focusing on the shelter 189 he had been longing for. It was a massive cave within the mountain, surrounded by debris and signs of an explosion, with even a dozen charred corpses scattered about. The cave was pitch black, like a black hole consuming sunlight, making it impossible to see inside. These people seemed to fear the cave greatly, not daring to approach it, resulting in a vacuum area within 100 meters of the cave. The people on the south are the Gene Warriors of Apocalypse, Gao Banqing suddenly whispered. Bai Yi came to his senses and looked at the Gene Warriors, quickly being attracted by a man and a woman. They were surrounded by Gene Warriors, seemingly the leaders of the group. The man sat bare-chested on a large rock, his bronze muscles glistening in the sunlight, standing 2 meters tall like a small giant. His eyes were not human but beast-like vertical pupils, resembling a pair of poisoned amber. The woman was even more eye-catching, with chest muscles more exaggerated than the man's. Wearing a snakeskin miniskirt and a strapless top, her long, slender, fair legs exposed to the air, and sporting a standard snake-like face, sitting alluringly on the man's broad shoulder. Her enchanting eyes glanced at Bai Yi and the others, her red lips curling slightly. Xiao Yi, the sword-wielding man, and Li Xiao, the shadowy figure. I didn't expect you $2 million bounty extraordinary individuals to come together. Are Xiao Yi and Li Xiao that famous? Bai Yi secretly glanced at the two of them and saw that Xiao Yi was about to speak, but Li Xiao stepped forward, standing in front of the crowd. With his hands behind his back, he proudly said in front of the hundreds of people present, if you can recognize me, it shows you are not an unknown person. State your name. His dominance drew the attention of many, and it was clear he enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. A woman giggled, her laughter like flowers swaying. Silver Snake of the 12 Zodiac. 12 Zodiac? Bai Yi's expression became slightly strange as he thought of the imaginative Mr. Eagle. He subtly signaled to Li Yu, but Li Yu completely ignored him, his eyes fixated on the Silver Snake, his pupils shaking with the other's movements. Sighing deeply, Bai Yi felt at a loss for words regarding Li Yu, who indulged in smoking, drinking, gambling, and was greedy and lustful. Did he even have any redeeming qualities? He quietly approached Li Yu and cleared his throat. Li Yu finally snapped back to reality, wiped his mouth, and slightly parted his lips. What's up, brother Yi? Facing the 12 Zodiac, how do you see this? Li Yu swallowed hard. Of course, we watch it repeatedly. Damn it. Bai Yi was so angry he almost cursed out loud, but fortunately, he stopped in time. Can you be a bit more alert? He pointed to the worn-out sack containing 300 black snakes. Li Yu finally regained his senses and hurriedly hid the sack behind him. After getting it hidden, he paused for a moment, seemingly realizing, did you just insult me? No. Bai Yi shot him an annoyed glance. I said your mother is better than anything. Li Yu. In the arena, Li Xiao's eyes flashed with brilliance, completely ignoring the curvaceous Silver Snake, focusing instead on the wild man beneath her. Among the 12 Zodiac, the Silver Snake and the Underworld Tiger are always inseparable, known as the Tiger Head and Snake Tail. It seems you are the Underworld Tiger. The wild and muscular man known as the Underworld Tiger coldly glanced at Li Xiao, his eyes filled with disdain, and he remained silent, seemingly unimpressed by Li Xiao's presence. Li Xiao's expression suddenly darkened. I didn't expect the famous Underworld Tiger of the 12 Zodiac to be a mute. It seems Tianqi Company is indeed lacking in talent selection. What the hell? Bai Yi was dumbfounded. Dude, how dare you? They have 200 Gene Warriors with them. Do you think you're me? If I had known you flaunted your arrogance without regard for the occasion, I wouldn't have teamed up with you. Feeling the situation was dire, he quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. When he reached the end of the line, he found someone had gotten there even faster. Li Zua, when did you get here? Just a little before you. Li Yu shyly scratched his head. On the other side, the Underworld Tiger had already stood up from the boulder, his blood surging with a terrifying pressure like that of a fierce tiger, emanating the aura of a top predator. Shadow Man Li Xiao, do you want to die? Chapter 50. Gathering of the Strong. The shadow beneath Li Xiao stood silently, sneering. Just based on you? The atmosphere in the arena suddenly tensed, and many people showed expressions of anticipation. Gao Banqing was sweating nervously and hurriedly stepped forward. Wait, Mr. Underworld Tiger, my father, Clang. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the clear sound of a sword. Gao Banqing turned in astonishment to see Xiao Yi's sword flying over his head toward the underworld tiger. This action was directly interpreted by the underworld tiger and the others as a declaration of war. 200 Jin warriors simultaneously drew their assault rifles, aiming at Gao Banqing and the others. "Hey, come back." Xiao Yi dashed forward, grabbing weight, and awkwardly laughed at the crowd. "If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" What responded to him were the dark muzzles of 200 guns. Gao Banqing panicked, wondering what kind of teammates he had found. At least Mr. Li was easy to deal with and never said a word of nonsense. "Hey, where are Mr. Li and Brother Bai?" Just as a great battle was about to break out, Gao Banqing shouted, "My father is Gao Shanhe." A force named fatherly power suddenly spread out, silencing the entire venue. A flicker of surprise passed through the underworld tiger's eyes. He raised his hand to stop his men from firing. "Who are you?" Gao Banqing gasped. "I am Gao Banqing, the son of the president of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce." As he spoke, he frantically took out the Mountain River Order. "Mr. Underworld Tiger, this is just a small misunderstanding. My friends have no intention of opposing Tianqi Company, so please give me some face." The Underworld Tiger glanced at the Mountain River Order, his expression softening. "So you are the son of President Gao. The company has many collaborations with your Chamber of Commerce. So naturally, we should give young Master Gao some face. Put the guns away." Then, he sat back on the boulder, no longer speaking, as if waiting for something. But Li Xiao was not satisfied and wanted to continue provoking, scaring Gao Banqing into hurriedly stopping him, whispering, "Li Xiao, don't forget your purpose for coming to Heishan. Before killing the 10 kings, I, Li, don't mind teaching a lesson to the small fry." Gao Banqing wished he could slap Li Xiao. If the 12 zodiac were small fry, then there wouldn't be any strong people left in the world. He thought for a moment and came up with a plan. Then the Underworld Tiger is not even one of the 10 kings. If you make a move against him, wouldn't that be losing face for no reason? Once these words were out, Li Xiao's expression eased slightly, but he still coldly said, "What you said is not without reason. All right, I will let him go for today." Phew. Gao Banqing breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly urged the others behind him. "Let's go. We are heading north." The north gathered no less than 300 people. More than Tianqi Company, but their discipline was loose, scattered into countless small groups. These people wore various outfits, and their weapons varied widely. Some were bounty hunters. Some were from extraordinary organizations, and others were from various major forces. Tianqi Company was fighting on home turf, so they had a significant advantage in numbers and equipment, causing these people from various forces and organizations to temporarily unite to prevent Tianqi Company from monopolizing the 189 shelter. Bai Yi mingled among the crowd, quietly observing these people. Some groups were small, forming small circles, while others had dozens of people, and there were even solitary individuals. For example, the night girl from the Silent Court. Seeing her for the second time, Bai Yi was not surprised. It was obvious she had come for the 189 shelter, but due to organizational principles or personal intentions, the night girl chose to save the wasteland towns around Heishan. The night girl leaned against the mountain, seemingly preventing anyone from ambushing her from behind. Her long black hair swayed in the wind, and she held a slender silver cross sword in her arms. She was still dressed as before. Her colors limited to black and silver. There was a 2-meter radius around her with no one, as if people knew she was not to be trifled with, and no one approached. At this moment, the night girl seemed to sense something, her light brown eyes casting a glance at Bai Yi. Her eyes were calm and serene, just lightly nodding at Bai Yi before averting her gaze, receiving her attention. Bai Yi did not narcissistically think it was because he was too handsome that caught the girl's eye. He and T washed his face in 3 days. And after being blown by the wind and sun, his face was not much cleaner than the bottom of a shoe. He understood very well that the girl noticed him because of his actions in the wasteland town. Bai Yi also shifted his gaze, sizing up the others. At that moment, the bushes not far away suddenly rustled, and a man stepped out from the thicket, smiling as he glanced at the crowd before walking into the group to the north and finding a place to sit down, clearly just arrived. This solitary man attracted quite a bit of attention, and for good reason. He was very conspicuous. He was wearing a tattered suit, his face painted like a clown, with bright red lips that seemed to stretch to the roots of his ears. Although there were many others in strange attire, some wearing masks, some with beastly eyes, and some whose faces were entirely mechanical, there was no one else dressed like a clown. After sitting on the ground, the clown acted even more bizarrely, despite being alone. He laughed joyfully and kept talking to the air beside him, occasionally making funny faces. It seemed he had not come to Black Mountain for refuge, but rather to entertain. People looked at him as if he were insane, and many laughed at him, but he appeared to be oblivious, happily conversing with the air. Who was that fat guy? Bai Yi asked curiously. Based on his own summary of the extraordinary person's madness law, he felt that this clown must be very strong because the crazier they were, the stronger they became, the more abnormal, the stronger they were. Gao Banqing's face darkened as he glanced at Li Yu, deciding to swallow his anger. Following Bai Yi's pointed direction, his expression changed slightly. Phantom clown, this madman actually came too? Do you know him? Gao Banqing nodded. It's my first time seeing him. But his features are too distinctive. There's no way to mistake him. Is he also an extraordinary person? Probably not. Probably. Bai Yi was taken aback. The phantom clown was quite powerful, but he had never displayed any extraordinary abilities, nor had he undergone genetic or mechanical modifications. Qi and blood martial arts? Exactly. He has made quite a name for himself purely through Qi and blood martial arts. Even genetic modifiers who have injected 5 doses of serum are not his match. Bai Yi looked at the Phantom Clown again, surprised that this seemingly frail man had managed to cultivate Qi and blood martial arts to such an extent, rivaling genetic technology with just his physical body. Then why do you say he probably isn't an extraordinary person? Because he has an invisible girlfriend. Didn't you see him talking to the air? He's actually talking to his girlfriend. Chapter 51, Black Mountain Grand Stage. Don't come if you can't live. An air girlfriend? Bai Ye's perception was once again refreshed. Indeed, in this era of cataclysms, there were all kinds of oddities. To be precise, it was a phantom girlfriend, completely invisible, like a ghost. Others called him the Phantom Clown, and there were rumors that his phantom girlfriend might actually exist. That was his extraordinary ability. But it had never been confirmed. However, even if he wasn't an extraordinary person, his strength should not be underestimated. Do you know how much his bounty is? Gao Banqing asked mysteriously. How much? 170 million. What? Does that mean Li Xiao can't even match his smallest fraction? Li Xiao turned, casting a cold glare. Kid. Say that again if you dare. Bai Yi didn't give in, what? Can't I speak the truth? If you're so capable, why don't you raise your bounty to 170 million? Li Xiao was furious but did not make a move against Bai Yi. He seemed to have some principles, only provoking the strong. Watching the angry Li Xiao, Bai Yi silently counted down in his heart. 3, 2, 1, 10 kings. The tyrant Yang Jia had a bounty of 1.29 billion. Once I defeat him, a bounty of over 1.5 billion is just around the corner. Bai Yi wore an expression that said he wasn't surprised. I knew you would mention the 10 kings. He couldn't be bothered with Li Xiao and became more interested in the Phantom Clown, quietly moving closer to listen to what the Phantom Clown was saying to his phantom girlfriend. In the bustling crowd, the clown held the air with one hand. His movements gentle, wearing a smile, as if embracing an invisible woman. Do you also think the scenery of Black Mountain is beautiful? We should come here often. I've heard that the sunrise at the top of Black Mountain is even more beautiful. Once this is over, I'll take you to see the sunrise at the top of Black Mountain. After speaking, the clown paused, as if listening to his phantom girlfriend's response. The surrounding people whispered and laughed, wondering why the clown was joining in the fun instead of being at the circus, and joked about him going to see the sunrise at the top of Black Mountain, not fearing being fed to mutated beasts. Hey, keep it down. Don't let that madman hear you. Be careful he comes over to bite you, huh? In this age of information isolation, not everyone was as knowledgeable as Gao Banqing, the son of the richest man, who had access to information beyond ordinary imagination. The Phantom Clown was not a celebrity. Many people didn't know him. Even if he were a celebrity, it was hard for everyone to know him. Listening to the crowd's laughter, the Phantom Clown continued to smile, gazing affectionately at the air beside him, his eyes unable to accommodate anything else. In his vision, that wasn't just air. It was a girl sitting gracefully in a white pleated skirt, with gentle brows and a warm smile. This girl, in her early 20s, was not particularly stunning. But at the brightest age of her life, being with the one she loved was like a blooming flower, every expression radiating the unique charm of youth. Yi's gaze showed a mix of innocent curiosity and shyness as she unconsciously fiddled with the white skirt's hem, softly asking, "Why are they laughing?" The clown gently brushed Yi's hair, smiling as he said, "Because they can't see you." Yi looked up, gazing at the colorful-faced clown. Her eyes filled with laughter. "Then why are you laughing?" The clown smiled even more joyfully. "Because only I can see you." His tone carried a hint of pride and joy, like a little squirrel successfully stealing a pine cone and hiding its treasure under its tail. Hiss, not far away. Bai Yi gasped in shock. He couldn't see or hear Yi. He only saw the clown expressing heartfelt affection to the air. The sincere love contained in his words, intertwined with the bizarre act of talking to the air, made his scalp tingle. He quickly distanced himself from the Phantom Clown and returned to the group, just in time to see Gao Banqing chatting with someone else, both of them appearing very friendly. "Brother Bao, why are so many of you waiting at the cave entrance? Why not go in?" The man named Brother Bao whispered. "Boss Gao, you're the only one who would ask me this. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even give them the time of day. Did you see the dozen or so corpses in front of the cave? How did they die? Killed by the guards inside the cave. There are guards in the cave?" Gao Banqing feigned surprise. Brother Bao clearly enjoyed this, as being able to surprise the son of the richest man satisfied his vanity. Of course, a huge silver-armored figure. Its eyes can even shoot lasers. It's terrifying. With so many of us, can't we deal with a robot? Boss Gao, please don't underestimate this robot. It's a war weapon from the old era that can activate the legendary energy shield. That energy shield is no joke. Previously, we used guns, fire, bombs, everything we could, but we couldn't leave a single trace. Did you see the 12 zodiac signs over there? They've been here for a month, and they haven't broken through the robot's defenses. What should we do then? Are we just going to wait here? Gao Banqing's expression turned anxious. Don't worry, Boss Gao. We're not just waiting, we're resting. Earlier, the Steel brothers discussed strategies with the 12 zodiac signs. We attack the robot every so often. That robot is very rigid. As long as we don't step into a 100-meter range, it won't trigger its defense mechanism. We just need to wear down the robot's energy bit by bit. And it won't be long before we can wear it out. It has survived from the old era for 100 years now. I don't believe its energy can run out. Gao Banqing chuckled dryly. As the son of the richest man, he knew quite a bit about the secrets of the old era, including controllable nuclear fusion. If this robot has a controllable nuclear fusion power source, then this group of people will just die of old age, unable to consume it. Ah, what sound? Gao Banqing was startled by the sudden sound, which he was very familiar with. How could it appear in Heishan? Not just him, but most people present heard it. Bai Yi looked in the direction of the sound, and his gaze landed on the tent of the Apocalypse Company in the south. The tent was shaking violently, and the sound was coming from inside. While Yin Shi and Ming, who were nowhere to be seen. Damn, are they that thirsty? Bai Yi didn't understand, but was shocked. Are there no normal people left on Heishan? He felt both angry and amused. An inappropriate saying popped into his mind, but it precisely summarized this trip to Heishan. Heishan Grand Stage. If you can't live, don't come. Are they usually this open? Gao Banqing was completely shocked. Brother Bao chuckled. Boss Gao need not be surprised. We are used to hearing this. These two need to stretch every day. I've heard that the genetic serum injected into the 12 zodiac signs is different from those on the market, specially researched by the Apocalypse Company. While it can bring strong combat power, it also has obvious side effects. For example, it retains some animalistic traits. Beasts, after all, breed regardless of the occasion. Gao Banqing, Chapter 52 Robot. Half an hour later, the sound gradually ceased. Dressed neatly, Ming, who walked out of the tent holding the rosy-faced Yin Shi. The enchanting snake beauty appeared even more alluring at this moment. Finally out, but it took you long enough. The appointed time has passed. An old, thin man with gray hair walked out from the north. Behind the old man followed a dozen mechanical modifiers. Brother Bao, who was chatting with Gao Banqing, whispered, "He is He Qianjun, a powerful practitioner of Qi and blood martial arts, an instructor of the Steel Brotherhood. I've heard that the 100,000 Iron Guards in the Brotherhood were all trained by him, known as the Grand Commander of the 100,000 Iron Guards. One crane can resist 1,000 troops. Moreover, he is one of the few in the Steel Brotherhood who has not undergone mechanical modification." Gao Banqing narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect him to come as well. It seems the Steel Brotherhood is determined to take Heishan this time, but unfortunately, they are too far away and only brought this few people. Ming, who grinned at He Qianjun. This time you didn't perform well. Yin Shi shot him a reproachful glance, her soft hand also grabbing a handful of his chest muscles. He Qianjun's face darkened. If the 12 zodiac signs do not wish to breach Shelter 189, you may leave now. Ha. Elder He, do not be angry. We, the 12 zodiac signs, naturally aim to breach the shelter. Isn't that the purpose of our coming here? Ming, who said cheerfully. Though he spoke like this, he wasn't anxious at all, as he knew very well that with just these people, it was impossible to exhaust the robot's energy. The company had tried various methods before, all ending in failure, to deal with the robot. They could only wait for the tyrant, but unfortunately, the tyrant was too far away. Even if he learned about Heishan, it would probably take 3 days to arrive. What are we waiting for? Call your people to start. He Qianjun hunched over, hands behind his back, and walked towards the cave. Behind him, a dozen fully armed mechanical modifiers followed closely. Seeing him move, everyone else also got up, cautiously making their way to the cave, clearly having reached a common agreement. Boss Gao, let's go too. Everyone has agreed to jointly exhaust the robot's energy. Anyone who doesn't go will be targeted by everyone, Brother Bao kindly reminded. Then join the main group. Gao Banqing nodded. In that case, Mr. Li, Brother Xiao, Li Xiao, let's move as well. Just in time to see how powerful the war robots from the old era are. Everyone naturally agreed, and Bai Yi followed at the end of the line. Also curious about how powerful the robots from the age of civilization really were. As He Qianjun at the front of the line stepped into the cave's 100-meter range, a rumbling sound echoed in the cave, as if some gigantic creature had awakened, slowly emerging from the cave. Everyone's expressions immediately tensed. The ground began to tremble, rippling as if experiencing a mini earthquake. Even the small stones on the ground were jolted into motion. In the next moment, a silver giant silhouette slowly walked out from the cave, its bright silver metal shell flowing like liquid mercury, reflecting a cold, hard light. Every line on its body seemed to be cut with a laser. Standing at the cave entrance, it was at least 2 stories tall. With the armor on its shoulders slightly bulging, covered in diamond-shaped heat dissipation holes, wisps of white steam pouring out from within. This massive robot from the old era had no facial features. Its face was covered by a silver-white metal mask, with only a pair of scarlet glowing eyes exposed, like 2 flames that would never extinguish, scanning everything around. Warning! Warning! Scarlet plague infection detected. Immediate elimination. A cold electronic voice emanated from within the robot, and those scarlet glowing eyes began to flash at high frequency. Attack! He Qianjun shouted, and the dozen mechanical modifiers behind him raised their metal limbs. Accompanied by the sound of gears turning and metal clashing, their mechanical arms rotated, revealing Gatling-like metal gun muzzles. Tat tat tat. Eerie blue flames erupted from the muzzles, instantly weaving into a dense net of firepower, pouring onto the robot's body. However, in the next second, a beam of eerie blue light erupted from the robot, instantly forming a diamond-shaped eerie blue light shield. The bullets exploded and vaporized upon contact with the eerie blue light shield, leaving no trace whatsoever. Everyone attacked together. Ming Hu shouted, and everyone responded, joining the battle. However, no one dared to approach the robot, only taking out firearms to shoot from a distance. Hundreds of people opened fire together, stirring up a metal storm within Heishan. Logically, such firepower should be able to take down a small county. But they simply couldn't breach the silver-white robot. Bai Yi pretended to take out Bone's breath and fired 2 shots, but he didn't use qi and blood, so the bullets were just ordinary ones. He didn't believe that a snake-level taboo item could break the energy shield, so there was no need to waste qi and blood. Gao Banqing was also slacking off. As the son of the richest man, he didn't even pretend, standing behind the maid Xiao Kuei, and too lazy to fire his gun. Hey, Fat Gao, what was that scarlet plague the robot just mentioned? Bai Yi asked while slacking off. The scarlet plague is a mysterious virus that broke out during the Great Disaster. Those mutated beasts are caused by the infection of the scarlet plague, Gao Banqing shouted. As the gunfire was too loud, so he could only shout. So, does that mean that extraordinary beings and qi and blood martial arts are also caused by the scarlet plague? Bai Yi leaned close to Gao Banqing's ear and shouted. Hey, lower your voice, my ears almost went deaf. Gao Banqing hurriedly pushed Bai Yi away. That's right, it's all due to the infection of the scarlet plague. Many died when the Great Disaster broke out, and those who survived adapted to the scarlet plague, gaining qi and blood in their bodies. Those with good talent became extraordinary beings. Bai Yi's heart stirred. Since there are mutated beasts, why don't humans become mutated humans? Does that mean once a person is infected with the scarlet plague, they either die or adapt? Gao Banqing waved his hand, signaling Bai Yi to come closer. When Bai Yi leaned in, this son of the richest man began to shout at the top of his lungs, almost startling Bai Yi's soul out of his body. There are mutated humans. Shut up. Bai Yi directly kicked Gao Pengzi, but the kick didn't land because the maid Xiao Kuei raised her hand to block it. Xiao Kuei stared at Bai Yi with a blank expression. Her eyes were no different from those of a human, yet there was no hint of anger. Gao Banqing hurriedly comforted Xiao Kuei a couple of times, and only then did she turn her head away. He smiled triumphantly at Bai Yi. Brother Xiao Bai. I'm just an ordinary person with a bit of money. Since I dare to come to Black Mountain, I naturally have my backing. So you'd better not casually lay a hand on me. I'm afraid Xiao Kuei might misunderstand. Bai Yi, Chapter 53, Mr. Ing is still too weak. Gao Banqing continued. Many years ago, there were mutated humans, but they were long since wiped out by humans. In fact, mutated humans are quite weak. They can only scare ordinary people. You see, the reason humans are strong is that they rely on their brains, not their bodies. Mutated humans lack brains and only have a savage physique. How can they withstand firearms? They are even inferior to mutated beasts. Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. It seemed he had watched too many zombie movies in his past life. A zombie crisis nearly led to human extinction, and now he thought it seemed a bit unrealistic. Did he really think human firearms were just for show? Do you know the origin of the scarlet disease? And how the great catastrophe formed? Gao Banqing rolled his eyes. Brother Xiao Bai, if I knew everything, would my father still be the president of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce? Bai Yi was silent for a moment. That makes sense. While the two were conversing, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of bullets, Ming Hu, Yin Shi, He Qianjun, and others had actually engaged the robots in close combat. Not just them, but other famous strong fighters also rushed forward, such as Li Xiao, Xiao Yi, the Phantom Clown, and the Night Girl from the Silent Court. The robots were not as agile as they were, but their energy shields were too thick. This technology, far surpassing the current era, still posed a dimensional strike against these extraordinary fighters. Perhaps in people's minds, extraordinary beings with superpowers were mysterious and powerful. But in reality, extraordinary beings were also mere mortals, also carbon-based life forms. No matter if you could breathe fire, spit water, manipulate shadows, or wield swords. As long as you couldn't withstand a nuclear bomb with your body, you would still kneel before technology. However, this battle still allowed Bai Yi to witness the terrifying strength of top-tier fighters. Ming Hu roared, throwing a punch, and the air emitted a piercing sonic boom as it was torn apart by his fist. When his fist struck the energy shield, a terrifying white shockwave erupted from the fist, and the surrounding debris and dry leaves formed a hurricane that blasted backward, causing the energy shield to tremble violently. The robots within were actually pushed back several steps, their massive metal feet plowing deep furrows into the ground. A hint of shock flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. Previously, hundreds of people firing guns couldn't make the robots retreat a step, yet Ming Hu's single punch could push them back. Was this what the 12 Zodiac was about? It seemed that Mr. Ing was still too weak, having been shot dead by him with just one bullet. He must have relied on connections to rise to power. If Mr. Ing knew what Bai Yi was thinking, he would probably be so angry he could jump out of the underworld. Wasn't he even a combat-type Zodiac? He was a sniper. As Ming Hu attacked, others were not idle, each attacking the robots from different angles. However, except for He Qianjun, no one could match Ming Hu's terrifying might. There was a gap even among the strong. Ming Hu was undoubtedly among the top tier. And it was no wonder the leaders of both groups were Ming Hu and He Qianjun. Be careful, He Qianjun suddenly shouted. His hunched figure quickly lowered, and a red laser that pierced through the air swept over his head, the powerful heat causing the air to emit white smoke. Although he perfectly dodged the laser shot from the robot's eye, he couldn't escape the heat. The terrifying heat instantly curled and charred his already sparse hair, making it even sparser. The three mechanical transformers behind him were not so lucky. Even though they saw the laser coming, they lacked He Qianjuan's agility. Caught off guard, the three were severed in half by the laser, their mechanical armor crumbling like paper. They did not die immediately, but instead let out a piercing scream, blood gushing out like a fountain, forming pools on the ground. Such a horrific scene sent chills down the spines of more and more people, causing them to flee from the robots. In the end, only He Qianjun and the 12 Zodiac remained fighting. They performed with ease. Even if they couldn't break the energy shield, the robots couldn't harm them. Bai Yi watched for a while and found it uninteresting. Although he was initially surprised by their strength, over time it became easy to suffer from aesthetic fatigue because real combat lacks spectacle. It is just the simplest, most direct, and most effective killing moves. In short, He Qianjun and the others easily dodged lasers and then took the opportunity to attack the robots, then dodged again, then attacked, wearing them down bit by bit. However, one thing did catch his attention. The energy shield could extinguish bullets, yet He Qianjun and others' fists landing on it seemed completely unharmed. What was going on? He observed carefully for a moment and finally found the answer. He discovered that when He Qianjun and the others attacked the robots, a faint red light would emerge from their bodies, enveloping their fists and negating the damage from the energy shield, which was why they remained unscathed. Was this qi and blood? Bai Yi looked down at his hands. He clenched his fists with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't produce any red light on his fists. Was it because my qi and blood are too scarce? Or have I never practiced qi and blood martial arts and don't know the technique for protecting myself with qi and blood? He realized that he still knew too little about the extraordinary world. He was unaware of many basic concepts. Once the Black Mountain incident was over, he needed to make up for this knowledge. Why don't they take the opportunity to enter the cave? Gao Banqing, who was watching from the side, noticed a blind spot and asked the retreating Bao Ge. That's because there's a huge alloy door in the cave that can't be opened in a short time. If they rashly enter the cave, a closed space, once blocked by the robots, there won't be much space to dodge the lasers, and it would be certain death. Bao Ge explained, panting. An hour later, He Qianjun lightly tapped the energy shield on the robot's head with his toes, then executed a backflip in midair, drawing a long arc, and landed steadily 100 meters away from the cave. The others also seemed to have agreed and collectively retreated. The robot's sensing range seemed to be only 100 meters, and after everyone retreated, it stood still for a long time, its scarlet eyes flashing continuously, before finally turning and retreating into the darkness of the cave, returning to silence. Damn, this shell is as hard as ever. Bring me some alcohol. Ming, who returned to the camp, grabbed the drinks handed to him by his subordinates, and began to drink heartily while embracing the alluring Yinshi. Several empty bottles were scattered at his feet, clearly indicating that this was not the first time he had been drinking. After all, he had been stationed at Black Mountain for a month. It was a desolate place with no entertainment activities, and returning to the camp to drink after defeating robots had almost become a routine. Watching this, a group of bounty hunters couldn't help but swallow hard. They had been in Black Mountain for several days, and their food had long been exhausted. They could only hunt in Black Mountain to fill their stomachs each day, let alone have any alcohol. But the 12 Zodiac were different. They were backed by Dawn City and had plenty of manpower, with Gene warriors bringing them food and drinks every so often. So they could only watch as Ming, who drank and feasted with beautiful women, thoroughly enjoying himself. Chapter 54, Dark Tiger. You already have the path to death. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yi and the others couldn't help but feel envious, especially Li Beitian, Black Panther, and the other bounty hunters who were used to hanging out in taverns. They hadn't had a single drink since arriving at Black Mountain, which they could endure as long as they didn't see others drinking. Gao Banqing quietly observed everyone's expressions and thought to himself, I'll go buy some drinks. Boss Gao, you don't need to spend money on us. After this matter is settled, there will be plenty of opportunities to drink in the future, Xiao Yi said, obviously also craving alcohol, although his eyes occasionally drifted towards Dark Tiger. In the era of the Great Catastrophe, where spiritual civilization was lacking, alcohol had become a spiritual refuge for many. The harsher the living environment, the heavier the dependence on alcohol. You cannot change the harsh reality, but you can change your mood with alcohol, giving you a brief escape from reality. Haha, Gao Banqing laughed. To be honest, when I was at home, I spent all my time drinking and having fun. Now that I see others drinking, the craving in my belly has been awakened. Even if you don't drink, I will. This damn Black Mountain is so boring. What are we doing if we're not drinking? Just staring at each other? Bai Yi watched this and couldn't help but feel impressed by Gao Banqing's emotional intelligence. It was clear that he wasn't just craving a drink. He was deliberately trying to avoid putting everyone in a difficult position by saying it was his own desire to drink. Xiao Yi and the others also noticed this. Feeling quite touched, Gao Banqing approached Dark Tiger with Xiao Kuei, clasped his hands, and smiled. Mr. Dark Tiger, I would like to buy some alcohol from you, if that's all right. Dark Tiger slowly put down his glass, saying, young Master Gao is too polite. It's just some drinks, if you want to drink. Just sit down and share with me. No need to spend money. Gao Banqing shook his head. Of course, I need to pay. I have friends over there, and I need quite a bit of alcohol. Dark Tiger glanced at Li Xiao in the crowd, and then withdrew his gaze, smiling in a half-hearted manner. When did young Master Gao become friends with bounty hunters and wanted criminals? You are a nobleman and shouldn't casually associate with unsavory friends to avoid losing your status. His voice was loud, with no hint of concealment. Li Xiao and the others' expressions immediately turned ugly. Gao Banqing's smile slowly faded, and he lowered his hands. Friendship has nothing to do with status. As long as we get along, that's enough. If Mr. Dark Tiger wants to sell, then sell me some drinks. If not, there's no need to belittle my friends. Dark Tiger laughed, but his eyes showed no amusement. I want tea sell. Gao Banqing fell silent for a moment, then said, I take my leave. He silently walked back to the group, and behind him, Silver Snake's playful laughter could be heard. Brother Tiger, you've offended young Master Gao now. Dark Tiger sneered, He*s just a bastard. I previously let Li Xiao go as a favor to him, which was already magnanimous of me. Now I invite him to drink, and not only does he not respect me, but he also wants to buy my alcohol to bring back to Li Xiao. Does he really think I'm made of clay? Gao Banqing paused for a moment, standing still, but ultimately said nothing and returned quietly, observing the indignation on everyone's faces. He laughed heartily. If he doesn't want to sell, then forget it. Once we leave Black Mountain, I'll take everyone to the best hotel in Wangguanjing for drinks. His boisterous laughter made everyone even more silent. Bai Yi's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. He found Gao Banqing quite likable, as he was down to earth, and it was one thing to be mocked. But Dark Tiger not only mocked Gao Banqing, but dared to ridicule everyone. As the future god of the new era, he was already so low-key. Yet someone still dared to insult him from afar. Dark Tiger, you already have the path to death. Gao Banqing, his voice breaking the silence, was a tattered wasteland youth with a dangerous smile on his gray face. How about you pay, and I'll take care of Dark Tiger for you. Oh, I mean please, Mr. Li, take care of Dark Tiger. Everyone was stunned, their eyes darting between Bai Yi and Li Yu, not only surprised by Bai Yi's tone, but also by Li Yu's strength. Kill Dark Tiger, the Zodiac 12? Hey buddy, are you the 10 Kings? Gao Banqing's eyes flashed with a hint of gratitude, but he quickly waved his hands. No need, no need. Humph. Li Xiao snorted coldly. This matter started because of me, and I will give you an explanation. I'll be right back. Hey, really no need. Gao Banqing hurriedly stopped him. Bai Yi silently watched from the side, and then began to count down. No way, just a Zodiac 12, not even a 10 King. 321, 10 Kings. Li Xiao's words halted, and he looked at Bai Yi in shock, his face darkening. Are you copying my words? Bai Yi laughed heartily. So how did I guess? Am I right? You. Everyone looked at the trembling Li Xiao, their expressions strange, each tightly closing their mouths, afraid to laugh out loud. Gao Banqing finally couldn't hold back, his laughter triggering a chain reaction, and soon everyone was laughing together. They had been on this journey and weren't deaf. They naturally knew Li Xiao's speaking habits, but had never dared to mention it. Now that Bai Yi had pointed it out, they simply couldn't hold it in anymore. You all. Li Xiao's face was so dark that even his black mask trembled. He felt he had suffered immense humiliation. Suddenly, Dark Tiger, who was drinking, heard their loud laughter and paused with his glass in hand, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Brother Tiger, are they mocking you behind your back? Silver Snake laughed, hugging Dark Tiger's arm. Humph, after I kill the tyrant, I will settle the score with them. I have alcohol. While everyone was laughing, Li Yu reached into the tattered sack behind him and, as if performing magic, pulled out 1 bottle, then 2, then 3, 10 bottles of alcohol. Everyone stared blankly at the expressionless Li Yu. They had guessed to some extent what was in his sack, as it must be something good for a powerful transcendent to carry, but they never expected it to be alcohol. No way. Whose good man comes to Black Mountain carrying so much alcohol? This is low-quality liquor mixed with alcohol from wasteland people. I don't know if you can handle it. Li Yu coldly opened a bottle and chugged it down. He squinted his eyes, savoring the feeling, and then handed the bottle to Gao Banqing. Gao Banqing was taken aback, looking at the bottle that had no packaging and was murky as if covered with a layer of residue. He suddenly laughed, took the liquor from Li Yu, and also took a big swig. The intense alcohol rushed down his throat, igniting a fire in his stomach. Coughing, Gao Banqing had never drunk such low-quality liquor before, and he was instantly choked, his face turning red, but the smile in his eyes grew stronger. Indeed, it's low quality. But this is the most satisfying drink I've ever had. Chapter 55, Li Yu's elevated status. Xiao Yi laughed heartily, casually picking up a bottle of low-quality liquor. Drinking is not about the alcohol, but who you drink with and where. To drink with friends in the desolate Black Mountain, isn't that enjoyable? Just now, Gao Banqing defended them in front of Dark Tiger and clearly stated that they were friends, which naturally made them acknowledge Gao Banqing. Thud, thud, thud. Xiao Yi directly downed half a bottle without any hesitation, showcasing the physical prowess of a transcendent. Perhaps influenced by their boldness, more and more people picked up their bottles, raising their glasses to drink together. This group of bounty hunters was best at drinking and boasting, and once they lifted their bottles, a sense of confidence that reminded them of their home turf returned. The conversation opened up instantly. Starting with back in the day, some even made a fire on the spot, pulling out their previous hunts to start grilling meat. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. and even Li Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of desire. Yet, maintaining his persona as a cold-faced master, he refrained from taking any action. Even when others offered him a bottle of wine, Bai Yi secretly chuckled, his eyes darting around as he lifted a bottle and clinked it with Xiao Yi's, exclaiming loudly, "No wonder you're the sword-bearer with an 85 million bounty. Not only is the reward high, but your drinking capacity is also better than that of ordinary extraordinary beings." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, Bai Yi felt a blur in front of him as a shadow suddenly squeezed into the crowd. Grabbing a bottle and starting to chug it down against the mouth of the black mask. Uffed, he burst into laughter, adding deliberately, "Li Xiao, drink less. Leave some for Xiao Yi, he can handle more." Li Xiao remained silent, only drinking more. He raised the bottle even higher, nearly pointing it at the sky. Xiao Yi laughed heartily and also began to drink heavily from his bottle. Some enthusiastic onlookers even started to clap. This group of people from all corners of the world drank recklessly, appearing out of place in this desolate area of Black Mountain. Their boisterous laughter drew the attention of many. He Qianjun watched the lively young people drinking with gusto, a trace of nostalgia flashing in his aged eyes. The night girl observed silently. Her gaze wasn't on the wine but on the golden brown roasted meat. After watching for a long time, she suddenly scanned her surroundings cautiously. Seeing that no one was paying attention, the girl quickly took a piece of chocolate from her pocket and brought it to her mouth. However, she hesitated. Realizing that she was still wearing a mask, she scanned the area again warily, then used her left hand to cover her face, slightly moving aside her silver-white mask to reveal lips that looked as if they were soaked in rose juice. With her right hand, she swiftly stuffed the entire piece of chocolate into her mouth. After finishing all this, the girl adjusted her mask back and quietly leaned against the mountainside, as if nothing had happened. However, perhaps due to the size of the chocolate, she struggled to chew, her cheeks bulging, causing the silver-white mask to shake up and down with each chew, which was quite comical. The ghost clown hugged the invisible Yi, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes, yet he spoke gently, "It's okay, Yi. There must be a way to revive you in Black Mountain. And then you can eat. You're such a little glutton. I know you haven't eaten in a long time. How about I eat for you? I can describe the taste to you. You don't want to see it? Don't be upset, Yi. Then I'll go kill everyone who is eating. So you want to have to see it, alright? Oh, never mind. I want to kill them. Don't cry." He was flustered, like a child, comforting the non-existent Yi. Ming, who watched the smiles of Bai Yi and the others, his expression gradually darkening. Feeling that the fine wine in his hand had lost its flavor, he suddenly threw the empty wine bottle hard onto the ground. Bang! The sound of the glass shattering was particularly jarring, abruptly interrupting the lively conversation among Gao Banqing and others. Many people turned their gazes toward Ming Hu coldly snorted. "So noisy, disturbing my enjoyment of drinking." His voice was unabashed, even deliberately directed at Gao Banqing and the others. The originally cheerful crowd felt like they had been doused with cold water, and the atmosphere suddenly fell silent, their faces showing signs of discomfort. Ming Hu seemed very satisfied with their reaction, sneering as he picked up a new bottle of wine, casting a disdainful glance at everyone before leisurely pouring himself a drink. The expressions of the crowd grew increasingly grim. Gao Banqing's hand holding the wine bottle turned pale from gripping it too tightly, yet even so, he did not lash out because he knew he could not afford to provoke the 12 Zodiac, nor the Tianqi Company, especially in this territory of Black Mountain. Beside him, Li Xiao could no longer hold back and was about to stand up when Gao Banqing firmly grabbed him. No one noticed that Bai Ye's hand had quietly reached behind Li Yu, using his finger to write something. The wine glass was filled to the brim, and Ming Hu leisurely set the bottle down, lifting the glass to his lips, ready to drink in one gulp when a cold voice interrupted. "If you don't want to drink, then don't." At this remark, everyone turned in shock to look at the speaker. It was a ragged figure sitting among Gao Banqing and the others, with a right hand wrapped in thick bandages, resembling a disabled wasteland dweller. Yet, it was precisely this wasteland dweller who had dared to confront one of the 12 Zodiac, Ming Hu, in front of everyone. Ming Hu's hand holding the wine glass froze, his eyes narrowing as a fierce light flickered in them. He had just begun to speak when a sudden change occurred. Bang! The crisp sound of glass breaking echoed in his hand. The sound was faint, but it caused Ming Hu's expression to change drastically. The wine glass in his hand had shattered. Glass shards and wine splashed all over him, slowly trickling down his muscular bare upper body and soaking his pants, creating a large wet patch. He jumped up as if electrocuted, horrified as he looked at the expressionless Li Yu, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. A faint red glow of blood rising around his robust body, as if facing a great enemy. But Li Yu paid him no mind, not even glancing at him. He slowly lowered his bandaged right hand. Then, he picked up the wine bottle and calmly said to Gao Banqing and the others, "Drink." The group exchanged glances, unsure of what had just happened. They looked at the indifferent Li Yu and then at the sullen and silent Ming Hu, feeling an inexplicable shock. Combining this with Ming Hu's shattered wine glass, they vaguely began to understand something. It wasn't just them who were shocked. There were no ordinary people present, as ordinary people could not reach the 189 shelter. Those who could come here were at least extraordinary beings with bounties in the millions. But precisely because of this, they were astonished. They did not think a powerful being like Ming Hu would lose control of his body, accidentally crushing a wine glass and spilling it all over himself. Even if it were indeed Ming Hu himself who had crushed it, why did it have to happen at this moment? Why did the wine glass explode right after Li Yu spoke? And why did Ming Hu remain silent, truly stopping his drinking? What kind of method was this? Chapter 56. A moment of joy for the youth, worth a lifetime of remembrance. Ming Hu stared intently at Li Yu, his expression changing repeatedly. The smile on Silver Snake's face gradually faded as she looked at the shattered wine glass on the ground, a deep wariness flashing in her eyes. She whispered, "From the traces of the shards, the force was very light, just enough to shatter the glass. But how could such a slight force possibly cross such a distance? It's almost as if someone shattered it from a close range. Did you see what it was?" She had originally thought it was a small projectile like a stone, but if it was indeed fired by the bandaged man, such a distance would not have produced such minimal force. In fact, the slow speed of its flight would have caused it to be noticed beforehand. Ming Hu shook his head. "I saw nothing. My beast instincts didn't even give a warning, nor did I feel any movement in the air, as if nothing had happened, yet the wine glass just shattered." Silver Snake grew increasingly horrified. How could one defend against such a strange and silent extraordinary ability? This time it was just a shattered wine glass. But who could guarantee that the opponent couldn't shatter a skull? The unknown is often the most terrifying. Ming Hu, don't act impulsively. We still don't know the depth of the opponent's abilities, and we have important tasks at hand. We absolutely cannot complicate matters at this time. If we delay the company's major affairs, you know the consequences. Silver Snake said sternly. The Dark Tiger clenched his fists tightly, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes. But when he thought of his task to wait for the tyrant Yang Jie to arrive and then hold him back to provide an opportunity for the eagle to snipe, he could only reluctantly loosen his fists. Facing a mysterious and unpredictable enemy, even though he was confident in his ability to win, he could not guarantee that he would not get injured. Once injured, how could he hold back Yang Jie? He took a deep breath, looked seriously at Li Yu, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you, sir?" Li Yu took a sip of cheap wine and replied casually, "Magic Hand Li Yu." The Dark Tiger narrowed his eyes slightly, giving Li Yu a deep look. "Magic Hand Li Yu, I remember you." After saying that, he stopped drinking and silently sat down in the midst of the 200 Gene warriors with the Silver Snake. Not only did he remember, but everyone present also remembered. They seemed indifferent, but each one had their ears perked up like antennas, listening intently. They had never heard of the name Magic Hand Li Yu, but no one underestimated the weight of this name. A powerful figure who could make the Dark Tiger wet his pants, yet dare not speak out, was destined to become famous in Baiman in the future. What are you all dawdling for? Let's continue with the music and dance. Bai Yi laughed as he picked up a bottle of wine and started drinking again. He chose not to kill the Dark Tiger, but instead gave a warning, telling him not to be too presumptuous, which was pointless. Because killing the Dark Tiger would mean killing the Silver Snake and the 200 Gene warriors, which would not only waste a lot of time, but also trigger a chain reaction, in front of everyone. If the 12 Zodiac warriors and the Gene warriors were wiped out, it would likely scare the others to death. How would the tyrant Yang Jie react then? There were too many variables, which were not favorable for him to obtain the Panga plate. After Bai Ye's reminder, everyone finally came back to their senses. Stealing a glance at the drinking Li Yu before picking up their wine glasses again, and the atmosphere gradually returned to normal. At that moment, Gao Banqing suddenly raised his wine bottle with both hands and said seriously, "Mr. Li, I will never forget this meal you treated us to today." Li Yu looked at Gao Banqing's heartfelt expression, feeling somewhat at a loss, as he did not know what had happened. He was just following Bai Ye's instructions to show off a bit. Not knowing how to respond, he remained silent for a moment and then buzzed. "It's all in the wine." Gao Banqing was taken aback, looking down at the half-full bottle in his hand, gritting his teeth and stomping his foot. He raised the bottle and chugged it down. Having never drunk such cheap wine, he was choked to the point of tears, yet he insisted on finishing every drop. After downing the bottle, Gao Banqing's face turned red, and his eyes became blurry, but he laughed even more happily, grinning like a 250-pound fat man, which he indeed was. "Mr. Li, I won't say anything else. From today onwards." He performed a spitting act, causing everyone to burst into laughter, and the atmosphere heated up again. Bai Yi gulped down a large mouthful of wine, the corners of his mouth curling up. He suddenly felt that the 5 seconds he just spent were worth it. This world was not only about material value. True value is never inscribed in fame and fortune, but rather engraved in the youthful spirit of fighting for friends. Perhaps he would only meet this group of people by chance and would part ways in the future, but so what? At least at this moment, atop the Black Mountain, surrounded by heroes, they were friends sharing a drink. If someone made him drink uncomfortably today, then he would make them uncomfortable. He was, after all, a rebellious person, and his only pursuit in life was pleasure. He lived to enjoy, not to win awards. He firmly believed that a moment of youthful pleasure was worth a lifetime of memories. So what harm was there in wasting 5 seconds for a moment of enjoyment? Bai Yi was enjoying himself, but Li Xiao was somewhat distracted, his mind still echoing with Li Yu's brief 3 sentences. "If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Drink. Magic Hand Li Yu." The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. That cold demeanor, the disdainful attitude towards the Dark Tiger. Calmly raising his wine glass amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd. This was Without exaggeration, how Li Xiao saw himself. He glanced at Li Yu with a complex expression, feeling jealousy, admiration, and defiance. He instinctively straightened his back, unconsciously mimicking Li Yu's coldness, even wanting to wrap himself in bandages. After a hearty meal, a new round of attacks began. Everyone, as if in agreement, headed towards the cave to lure out the robots, and the battle erupted instantly. However, unlike before, this time, the Dark Tiger did not charge ahead but instead mingled in the crowd, casually taking action while keeping a vigilant eye on Li Yu. The piercing red laser swept through the air, and the Dark Tiger quickly ducked down to dodge it, not because he was faster than light, but because the robot's eyes would suddenly light up whenever they fired lasers, as if they were charging up. As long as he figured out the pattern, he could dodge in advance. After avoiding the laser, he supported himself with one hand, his arm bulging with veins. Using his hand as a pivot to twist his waist and abdomen, then kicked his right leg hard against the robot's energy shield, pushing it back several steps. Taking advantage of this moment, the Dark Tiger quickly got up and instinctively glanced at Li Yu, who was hiding in the crowd. Seeing that Li Yu was only watching from afar and had not made a move, he couldn't help but frown. He looked at He Qianjun beside him and found that the other was also secretly observing Li Yu. Not just him. All the top experts who dared to engage the robots in close combat were dividing part of their attention to Li Yu. Chapter 57. The Tyrant Yang Jie. A different entrance style. The Dark Tiger's heart moved, naturally understanding what these people were thinking. They were all competitors. Strong figures of the same tier. They could tolerate those weaklings standing far away, as they wouldn't be of any use anyway. But they absolutely could not tolerate a strong figure like Li Yu hiding away while not contributing. Especially since Li Yu's methods were mysterious and unpredictable. What if he had ill intentions and struck from behind? It was like a dozen people with ulterior motives fighting at the front line while another person, also armed, not only refrained from fighting, but stood far behind everyone else. Anyone would worry whether this person would shoot them in the back. With this thought in mind, the Dark Tiger suddenly had an idea. He turned around and said loudly, "Magic Hand Li Yu, with your strength, hiding in the crowd and not making a move. Are you trying to reap the benefits of others' labor?" His words subtly placed Li Yu in opposition to everyone, and many powerful figures turned their gazes towards Li Yu, scrutinizing and wary. The Silver Snake nimbly dodged a heavy blow from a robot and giggled, "Brotherly, even a weak woman like me is on the front lines. And you, a big man, are hiding behind." The increasingly strange looks made Li Yu stiffen, sensing something was wrong. He knew he had become the target of everyone's scrutiny. But he could not step forward to fight the robots. With his current strength and his right hand still heavily injured, going up recklessly would mean certain death. He cast a discreet glance at Bai Yi, who gave him a knowing look. Li Yu silently lamented, "Brother Yi, I already said I'm colorblind and can't read expressions." Facing the scrutinizing gazes of everyone, he hesitated for a moment and could only coldly say, "There's no need to make a move." "Oh," the Dark Tiger frowned slightly. "What do you mean by that? You want to enter the 189 shelter but don't want to exert yourself?" He was determined to force Li Yu to take action, wanting to see what Li Yu's extraordinary abilities really were. With so many people on the same front line, he was not afraid of what Li Yu might do. What to do? What to do? Li Yu's heart was shouting. He had never experienced such a situation before. The gazes of over a dozen top-tier powerhouses made his scalp tingle and his mind go blank. He didn't even know how to respond. So he could only harden his resolve and say, "I said, there's no need to take action." As everyone knows, people tend to become parrots when they are nervous. Ming Hu's expression turned completely cold. In his view, Li Yu's stiff response clearly showed that he didn't take him seriously. A hint of coldness appeared in the eyes of the other strong ones as well, feeling that Li Yu was being too arrogant. "What do you mean there's no need to take action? Do you think the robots of the old era aren't worth your effort? What do you think we are? Just a bunch of clowns?" Just then, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the east. At first, it was very faint, but as time passed, it grew louder. This sudden sound drew everyone's attention. What is that sound? Why does it sound like a train? Bai Yi had often taken trains before, so he was quite familiar with the sound. Xiao Yi was stunned. What a joke. This is the Black Mountain Abyss. Even off-road vehicles can't get up here. How could there be a train? The rumbling grew louder until it was deafening, even accompanied by the sharp blast of high-pressure steam bursting through a valve. "Look!" someone exclaimed in horror, pointing at the distant eastern sky. Everyone looked in the direction, and it was as if they had been struck by lightning. Above the eastern sky, a coal-black steam locomotive was actually speeding toward them. Thick gray-black smoke tore through the clouds, and the massive coal-black body resembled a 1,000-meter-long black dragon, winding its way across the sky, rapidly heading towards Black Mountain. This miraculous scene shocked everyone, causing their scalps to tingle. Even powerful figures like Ming Hu and He Qianjun were no exception. A 1,000-meter-long steam train. What a colossal object. It might not seem shocking when running on the ground, but when such a steel monster defies gravity and floats in the sky, the impact is unimaginable. Bai Ye's eyes widened as well. Although he had experienced the civilized era, he had never seen a train flying in the sky. Wait, is there someone standing on top of it? As the train got closer, Bai Ye noticed a figure on the train's front, and that figure's outline became clearer. Not just him, everyone present could see it. Amidst the white mist rising from the chimney, A man dressed in scarlet armor stood with his arms crossed on the front of the train. The crimson armor was adorned with dark golden patterns, and the shoulder armor had a beast's head that appeared fierce. His gaze was cold and condescending, looking down upon everyone like a deity. Tyrant Yang Jie. Li Xiao shouted in disbelief, his pupils shaking. The man he had seen on the wanted poster was here. The man he had regarded as his life goal day and night now appeared before him like a god. He had imagined countless scenarios of meeting the tyrant, even fantasized about defeating him with all his might, but at this moment, seeing the other party arriving on a 1,000-meter steam train, all his fantasies were ruthlessly shattered, even if they hadn't fought yet. Just a glance was enough to confirm that he was one of the 10 kings. Tyrant Yang Jie? Bai Yi gasped in shock, oh my. So this is what the 10 kings are like. The way he made his entrance is on a completely different level from everyone else. Others were either sword players, the night girl, Xiao Yi, or playing with girlfriends, the ghost clown, or empty-handed, He Qianjun, or wearing colored contact lenses, Ming Hu. While Tyrant Yang Jie directly rode a flying train. It felt like an adult entering a kindergarten. Although he didn't know what extraordinary abilities Tyrant Yang Jie possessed, just the fact that he could make a 1,000-meter train fly was terrifyingly strong. Bai Yi had thought that even if the 10 kings were stronger than Li Xiao, they wouldn't be too exaggerated, but now it seemed he had underestimated Li Xiao's courage. You have always regarded such a person as your goal. Bai Yi looked at the dazed Li Xiao and gave him a thumbs up. It's still you, Li Xiao? I used to think you were just putting on airs. But now it seems I was wrong. Not only do you put on airs, but you're also very humorous. Your humor clearly surpasses just showing off. I think you can change your name now. Don't call yourself Shadow Man anymore. You can be called Humorous Dart Man. Li Xiao didn't hear a word. He was staring intently at Yang Jie, his eyes flashing with unwillingness, ferocity, fear, and other complex emotions. He hated his powerlessness and cowardice. He had always regarded the 10 kings as his goal, but now, facing the tyrant, he didn't even have the courage to take action. Chapter 58, The 10 Kings. In the sky, Yang Jie tapped his fingertips on the chimney, and the steam train suddenly spewed out dense white smoke, like a black dragon breathing out clouds and mist. The train's front suddenly turned down, bringing him towards the open space where everyone was. Run! Someone shouted in panic, completely disregarding the robots, turning to flee. Others quickly reacted and hurriedly ran away. Who could withstand the terrifying crushing force of a train descending from the sky? In an instant, everyone had fled, as if clearing a space specifically for Yang Jie's arrival. Boom! The steam train landed steadily, causing the ground to tremble violently. Those hiding in the surrounding woods could even clearly feel the tremor. Damn it! How did Yang Jie arrive so quickly? Ming Hu gritted his teeth. Can't you see? He came by train. Of course, he arrived quickly. Inshi's narrow eyes watched Yang Jie descending from the sky, revealing a trace of longing. The tyrant was even more handsome than on the wanted poster. If only she could spend a night with such a man. She would be willing to lose 10 years off her life. She lightly bit her delicate lip, her complexion flushed. Shut up, you filthy person. Ming Hu snapped. He was about to say something, but suddenly froze and looked sharply at Li Yu, who was hiding in the woods, his heart stirred with turmoil. I said, there's no need to take action. Li Yu's indifferent words echoed in his ears, and he finally realized the meaning behind Li Yu's statement. Damn it. Where did the magic hand Li Yu come from? Did he sense the tyrant's arrival before everyone else? Such a terrifying perception ability even surpassed my beast instinct. Everyone present had heard Li Yu's words, and as the tyrant descended, many people, belatedly, looked at Li Yu with astonishment. Brother Hu, what's wrong with you? Inshi asked with concern. Ming Hu shook his head, temporarily setting aside the matter of Li Yu. The most critical thing now was the tyrant. I'm fine. It's just the sudden appearance of the tyrant disrupted my plans. Speaking, a hint of fear appeared on his face, fortunately. The company sent Eagle out a few days in advance. He must have already reached the top of Black Mountain by now. By the way, have you contacted Eagle? No. The magnetic field of Black Mountain is quite peculiar. It might have something to do with the 189 shelter. With our communication level, it's impossible to have a signal. But don't worry, Brother Ing is a very reliable person. He takes the mission more seriously than his own life, and has never missed a mark in all these years. Humph. How can I be at ease? This mission is different. The target is one of the 10 kings, and there must be no mistakes. I originally planned to send someone to connect with Ing Tian, but now that the tyrant has appeared early, there's no time for that. Silver Snake let out a charming laugh. Brother Ing, you're not like him. I remember one time when we were halfway through, the company suddenly assigned a task, and he just pulled up his pants and left without a second thought. From that moment on, I knew that among the 12 zodiac signs, the most reliable one is Brother Ing. Dark Tiger's face turned slightly green as he lowered his voice and said, You and him have something going on? Silver Snake hurriedly reassured him. Oh, come on, we're all colleagues. Don't be so formal. Besides, I'm just playing around with them. My heart is true to you. They? Dark Tiger hissed. Keep your voice down. What if the tyrant notices us? The company has a grudge against him. Dark Tiger snorted coldly. Don't worry. As long as we don't provoke him, he won't make a move against us. Silver Snake was taken aback. Why? Because Yang Jie is too arrogant. People like him only desire to act against the other 10 kings. He looks down on everyone else. To him, attacking the weak is like degrading himself. Though Dark Tiger said this, he instinctively lowered his voice. After hearing Dark Tiger's words, Silver Snake's eyes seemed to sparkle. Oh dear. I think I like him even more now. What should I do? Dark Tiger was furious. This is not the time for your infatuation. He just looks down on the weak. If you dare to seduce him, he will kill you without hesitation. Outside the cave, on the vast open ground, there was only Yang Jie. His disdainful gaze swept over Dark Tiger and the others hiding in the woods, and a cold, sharp smile appeared on his lips. He knew this trip to Black Mountain was a trap set by the Tianqi Company specifically for him, yet he still came. Because he is the tyrant, one of the 10 kings, and that title is enough to disregard any trap. Warning, warning. Crimson disease infectee detected, immediate removal required. The robot emitted a cold electronic voice. Its crimson optical sensors flickering at Yang Jie. Yang Jie coldly stared at the robot, remaining still and not making any move. The size difference between the two was completely disproportionate, like a person standing before a building, which should appear very small, yet in reality, it was the opposite. Yang Jie's gaze was disdainful, his coat fluttering like a battle flag, the crimson battle armor reflecting cold metallic light under the sun, exuding an undeniable aura just by standing there. The figure standing with arms behind his back seemed more like a pillar of the heavens and earth than the towering black mountain in front of him. In an instant, everyone's attention was firmly drawn to Yang Jie, as if he were meant to be the center of the stage, the protagonist of the universe. Could Yang Jie deal with the robot? Do we even need to ask? After all, he is one of the 10 kings. But what of the 10 kings? They are also human. That robot has an energy shield from the old era, capable of defending against missiles. Did you not see how Dark Tiger and the other renowned powerhouses were helpless against the robot? Even if the tyrant is strong, can he really compete against everyone joining forces? Many people whispered among themselves. Some believed Yang Jie would definitely be fine, while others thought it was doubtful. However, the answer to the question came just a second later. The robot took heavy steps, charging towards Yang Jie, shaking the ground and kicking up dust, while its eyes began to gather red light, preparing to fire a laser. Yang Jie frowned, not because of the robot, but because of the dust settling on his crimson armor. He gently brushed off the dust from his shoulder armor, his expression indifferent. Old era war machines? Such weak creations. His voice was not loud, but it was enough to resonate throughout the venue. Everyone was stunned. Weak? Could that word be associated with the robot? If this robot was considered weak, then what were they, who had been besieging it for days? Suddenly, just before the laser was about to be fired, Yang Jie moved. Chapter 59 Dark Tiger, Tyrant. You must give me an explanation today. He slowly raised his palm, his middle finger and thumb crossing in the air. Snap. A crisp sound of fingers snapping echoed. In the next moment, a bizarre scene occurred. The pair of crimson optical sensors, which were about to fire the laser, actually exploded with a bang after the snap. Tiny red fragments scattered from the robot's eye sockets. Warning. Warning. Visual system damaged by external force. Immediately activate biological perception mode. The robot continued to emit a piercing alarm. So annoying. Yang Jie coldly raised his palm, making a grasping motion towards the robot. In an instant, the robot's massive body stiffened midair, as if someone had seized its throat. As Yang Jie tightened his grip, the robot's alarm abruptly ceased, and the steel on its body creaked under the immense pressure, as if an endless force were squeezing it. Bang, bang, bang. The hydraulic rods at its joints crazily broke apart, and countless tiny electric sparks erupted from its body. With the final loud explosion, the robot fell helplessly to the ground. Its form twisted like scrap metal. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Dark Tiger and the others' pupils shrank to pinpoints, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. The robot that had blocked them for days was actually killed in one move by the tyrant Yang Jie. Are you kidding me? One move to take down the robot. Is this even human? Why was the energy shield ineffective against him? It seemed he directly attacked the robot's core. Is this what the legendary 10 kings are like? Countless people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The scene before them completely exceeded their imagination. They had thought that even if Yang Jie could deal with the robot, it would take some effort. Yet he killed it in one move. Bai Yi was also astonished. What the hell? Is there really such a huge gap between people? Say something, Li Xiao. He nudged the seemingly petrified Li Xiao beside him. Li Xiao. Gao Banqing couldn't watch any longer and quietly comforted. Little Bai, don't provoke him anymore. Li Xiao. It's really not that exaggerated. It's just that the tyrant's ability is to control metal, which just happens to counter the robot. So he could achieve such an effect. Don't lose heart. There is still a long way to go. Li Xiao finally came to his senses. A glimmer of color resurfacing in his numb and desperate eyes, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Yes, you're right. It's a matter of ability countering. Metal abilities are best at dealing with robots, but that doesn't mean they are good against humans. I still have a chance. Gao Banqing was horrified. No, buddy. You can fool others, but don't fool yourself. Even if it's ability countering, he can make a 1,000-meter train fly into the sky. Can't you see the difference? Li Xiao, you really mustn't act impulsively. Control metal? Bai Yi pondered, realizing this was the tyrant's ability. No wonder he could send trains flying and directly kill robots. It's no wonder Mr. Ing said only the tyrant could open the door to the shelter. After Yang Jie dealt with the robot, he didn't even glance at the crowd. directly walking towards the cave. As he passed by the robot's remains, the robot's body suddenly emitted a piercing metallic scraping sound. Countless metal components floated in midair, reassembling and piecing together into a humanoid shape, closely following Yang Jia, clearly under his control. As he was about to enter the cave, Dark Tiger took a deep breath and glanced at Silver Snake. "Are you ready?" Silver Snake obediently nodded. "Don't worry. To deal with Yang Jia, I didn't bring any metal weapons." Dark Tiger's face darkened. "I meant the ribbons." "Ugh. Why are you being so fierce?" "The ribbons are ready too." The Silver Snake pulled out a red ribbon from her chest and began to style her hair, gathering her loose black locks into a ponytail. The long red ribbon hung down to her hips, fluttering in the wind like a small whip. "Prepare to act," the Dark Tiger said in a low voice, then took a signal gun from one of his subordinates and fired a shot into the sky. The red signal flare shot up into the heavens and exploded in the sky, signaling the eagle. His and the Silver Snake's mission was to restrain Yang Jia, giving the eagle a chance to aim and shoot. Although Yang Jia could control metal, the eagle was already prepared with specially made bullets. The role of the red ribbon was to serve as a reference point for the sniper. A shot from 3,000 meters away involved too many factors to consider: gravity, humidity, wind speed, wind direction. It was impossible for the eagle to sense the wind speed and direction at Yang Jia's location from 3,000 meters away, but the red ribbon could help him determine that. By simply observing the direction and amplitude of the ribbon's movement through the scope, he could make a judgment. "Stop!" the Dark Tiger shouted, suddenly stepping out from the woods, followed by the ponytailed Silver Snake and 200 fierce Gene warriors. Such a bold move did not earn the respect of the crowd. Instead, everyone looked at them as if they were fools. So eager to die? Yang Jia slowly stopped, turning around, with the huge robot beside him also turning. He lowered his gaze slightly, as if wondering why someone dared to call out to him. His eyelashes cast a hard shadow beneath his eyes, which looked like frosted gray glass, reflecting the coldness of the distant sky. Under the gaze of those eyes, the Dark Tiger's steps faltered. Even with 200 Gene warriors standing behind him, his primal instincts were still in a frenzy, warning him. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and approached. The Silver Snake's performance was even worse. Her eyes darted around, and her face flushed, like an innocent girl seeing her crush. "Tyrant Yang Jia, you destroyed a satellite city of our company. Shouldn't you give us an explanation for this?" the Dark Tiger said solemnly. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi could only cover his forehead with his hand, unable to bear looking directly at it. Thinking of the wildly imaginative Mr. Ng, he already began to feel embarrassed for the Dark Tiger. Yang Jia looked at the two with indifference. His gaze as calm as a deep well, either get lost or die. The Dark Tiger's face darkened, feeling the tyrant's arrogance. So handsome, so handsome." The Silver Snake's eyes sparkled, proudly puffing out her chest towards Yang Jia. "Attack!" The Dark Tiger wasted no time. He dropped to all fours, and his muscles suddenly tensed, charging towards Yang Jia like a cannonball. The 200 Gene warriors behind him roared in unison, like 200 wild beasts howling. The noise they made comparable to thousands of horses charging. Such terrifying momentum made even the long-established strongmen's expressions turn grave, marveling at the foundation of Dawn City. Among the 200 Gene warriors, most had received 2 injections of Gene serum, and a small portion even had 3. Not to mention the leading Dark Tiger of the 12 Zodiac. This lineup was enough to sway the outcome of a battle involving 10,000 men. Yet now it was being used against just one person. Chapter 60. The Silver Snake's steel ring faced with such a disparity in numbers, Yang Jia remained indifferent. His right hand, which was crossed over his chest, slowly withdrew. The Dark Tiger's expression changed dramatically as he came to a halt, raising his palm to signal a stop. The 200 Gene warriors behind him also stopped, their expressions tense and uneasy, even daring not to look directly into those indifferent eyes. Unexpectedly, the raised hand of Yang Jia did not initiate any attack, but slowly fell onto the crimson shoulder armor on his shoulder, gently brushing off the dust. The faces of the Dark Tiger and the others instantly turned grim, and the atmosphere became awkward. The spectators not far away showed strange expressions. Just a simple hand gesture had frightened the 12 Zodiac and 200 Gene warriors into immobility. The name of a person is like the shadow of a tree. Is this the terrifying aspect of being one of the 10 kings? They even felt a sense of illusion, clearly. It was the Dark Tiger and his group surrounding the tyrant, yet it felt as if the tyrant was encircling everyone alone. A true king needs no weapons. A name alone can command thousands. Do you not even have the courage to look me in the eye? How boring. Yang Jia shook his head slightly and turned to walk towards the cave, not even glancing back at them. The Dark Tiger was furious, as one of the 12 Zodiac. Even if he was not as famous as the 10 kings, he was still a formidable presence. Now being so underestimated, how could he not be angry? Kill. The crimson blood energy seemed to ooze out from the gaps in his muscles, igniting his entire body like flames. He threw a punch, the blood energy boiling and surging, forming a fierce tiger head phantom on his fist. Tiger Fury. The fierce blood energy tiger head violently rubbed against the air, carrying countless scorching white air currents towards Yang Jia's back. Just as it was about to strike Yang Jia, a massive shadow suddenly descended, enveloping the Dark Tiger like flowing water. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded between the Dark Tiger's fist and the robot. The shockwave created by their collision turning into visible, transparent ripples that pressed outward. The woods where the crowd was hiding seemed to be swept by a level 10 gale, with many trees snapping in half and leaves flying everywhere. The robot's steel arm was directly shattered by the punch, falling to the ground with a dull thud. Its internal precision components had long been destroyed by Yang Jie. Unable to activate the energy shield and devoid of intelligence, it seemed capable of moving freely, but in reality, it was merely Yang Jie's steel puppet. However, puppets also have their advantages. They are not afraid of destruction. A precision robot would suffer system errors and circuit chaos when damaged, but a steel puppet would not. The originally fallen mechanical arm, under some invisible force, reconnected with the robot. The Dark Tiger clenched his teeth. He could reduce the robot to scrap metal, but he could not turn scrap metal back into iron. Even if he turned it into iron dust, Yang Jie could still restore it. Seeing their leader blocked, the 200 Gene warriors suppressed their fear of the tyrant and charged recklessly. Boom! The coal-black steam train came to life, resembling a fierce black dragon. Its whistle sounding like a dragon's roar, dozens of coupled carriages sweeping towards them like the dragon's tail. Countless screams and the sounds of bones breaking erupted as the steam train, like autumn winds sweeping away leaves, directly sent the 200 Gene warriors flying. After one strike, only a few dozen remained standing, and some unlucky Gene warriors even turned into a mist of blood on the spot. As Yang Jie was about to enter the cave, at that moment, a seductive and enchanting figure appeared before him, as if teleporting. The silver snake shyly covered her small mouth with her hand and giggled, "Tyrant brother, I admire you." Bang! A train carriage detached from the steam train, hurtling towards the silver snake and violently knocking her away, embedding her into the mountainside along with the carriage. The crowd stared in disbelief. The two members of the 12 Zodiac and 200 Gene warriors combined could not even make Yang Jie stop. Just when Li Xiao thought he was capable again, his heart sank. Li Xiao, I see the 10 Kings aren't so impressive after all. He doesn't even dare let the Dark Tiger and the others approach him. He must be very weak. Why don't you throw a dart at him now? You might just become someone. Bai Yi was strategizing for Li Xiao from the side. Li Xiao? He now desperately wants to plug Bai Ye's mouth. Is it because he dares not approach? Clearly, they can't even get close, and here I am, throwing him a dart, and I'm done for like a ghost. A giggle echoed from behind a train car embedded in the mountains. Bang! A terrifying force directly lifted the train car away, and Silver Snake elegantly stepped out, gently brushing off the dust from her clothes, smiling. Brother Tyrant, you really don't understand how to cherish beauty. Oh, Yang Jie paused for the first time, a hint of interest appearing in his gaze as he looked at Silver Snake. The world claims that a tiger has a snake's tail, but it seems the rumors are not trustworthy. Silver Snake's smile became even more enchanting, her elongated eyes shimmering with a snake-like glint. Brother Tyrant, you flatter me. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Yang Jie calmly nodded. Indeed. Silver Snake's smile faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure and continued to smile. Although I cannot defeat you, defeating me might not be so easy. Perhaps your strength surpasses that of the underworld tiger, but you are too foolish. Silver Snake's brows furrowed slightly. Am I foolish? You dare say I am more foolish than the underworld tiger? While speaking, she subtly adjusted the red ribbon in her ponytail. Brother Ing, why haven't you made a move yet? Yang Jie replied indifferently. Knowing that my ability is to control metal, yet still bringing metal to meet me. Isn't that extremely foolish? Silver Snake suddenly froze. Metal? Did I bring metal? Impossible. I didn't even bring my best Silver Snake whip. Where would the metal come from? She instinctively looked at herself, and when her gaze fell on her chest, her face instantly turned pale. She incredulously raised her head. Steel ring? Yang Jie responded with a grasp into the void. Bang bang. Two muffled explosions sounded in front of Silver Snake. Ah! A shrill scream akin to a soprano erupted from Silver Snake's mouth, her chest a bloody mess, with two indistinct blood holes faintly visible. At the moment she was heavily injured, a train car suddenly soared into the air, crashing hard into her delicate body. Silver Snake was sent flying dozens of meters away, her body mangled, bones shattered, rolling down the mountain along with the car, disappearing from everyone's sight. Chapter 61. We all rushed forward before Yang Jie exhausted his mental energy. Silver Snake. The underworld tiger's eyes were about to pop out. He bore the brunt of a robot's attack, crazily rushing to Yang Jie, fists clenched into hammers. Smashing down heavily, Yang Jie's crimson shoulder armor automatically detached, silently floating, effortlessly blocking the underworld tiger's heavy blow. His eyes were blood red, fists raining down, while pieces of armor fell off Yang Jie like countless spinning red rose petals, blocking all of the underworld tiger's attacks. The spectators in the distance were still immersed in the shock of Silver Snake being killed in an instant. Xiao Yi was utterly confused. What is going on? Did Silver Snake have bombs on her? How did her chest explode suddenly? Bai Yi was equally perplexed, but it was Li Beitian, a bounty hunter who had long been mingling in taverns, who revealed the truth. You clearly don't understand women. What do you mean? Bai Yi was somewhat unconvinced. He had seen everything, albeit through a screen. Do you know that women's undergarments have steel rings? Steel rings? What steel rings? What are those for? Li Beitian glanced around and whispered, "Steel rings can shape and provide support, making them appear more upright." Bai Yi, another day of learning something new. He finally understood why Silver Snake exploded, because Yang Jie controlled the steel rings. With this thought, he looked down at himself and hissed. He suddenly felt an intense pain. Too painful, Silver Snake, you died such a tragic death. While the few of them were educating each other, the battle on the field underwent new changes. The Underworld Tiger was actually bracing against the crimson armor pieces, tightly pinning Yang Jie. His body had been cut by the armor pieces, and many pieces were even embedded in his flesh, blood flowing profusely. Yet, Yang Jie was indeed restricted. The terrifying physical strength tightly held Yang Jie, veins bulging on his arms, his hands gripping firmly behind Yang Jie, and in his hands, he was holding a long strip of cloth torn from his pants. Fluttering in the wind. Ying Tian, hurry and shoot. The Underworld Tiger shouted in his heart. He had exhausted all his strength to prepare the best sniping opportunity for Ying Tian, and now, all it took was for Ying Tian to shoot once. And he could kill the tyrant. Even though he was restrained, Yang Jie remained unfazed, even showing no sign of strain on his face. With the Underworld Tiger's strength, even steel could be twisted, yet he remained unscathed. The remaining crimson armor on him, under the enhancement of extraordinary power, completely blocked the Underworld Tiger's strength. Moreover, this power was continuing to grow. The Underworld Tiger's fingers were already pale, making cracking sounds under the unbearable weight, and compared to Yang Jie's composure. He appeared too disheveled, yet he was not the slightest bit anxious, rather feeling that victory was within reach. He firmly believed that Ying Tian, who valued the mission more than life itself, would definitely seize the opportunity he created and fire the perfect shot. At this moment, Yang Jie slowly lowered his head, his indifferent gaze falling on the Underworld Tiger's fierce face. What are you expecting? What? The Underworld Tiger's face changed drastically. An unimaginable terrifying force erupted from Yang Jie's crimson armor, and he could no longer hold on. His whole body was blasted away like a cannonball. As he flew, he wondered why he hadn't fired. Bang! The Underworld Tiger crashed heavily into the mountainside. Countless boulders shattered and rolled, burying him within. The entire scene fell into silence. Even the two from the 12 zodiac signs could not leave Yang Jie with a single injury, not even lasting 2 minutes. The tyrant's immense power was imprinted vividly in everyone's minds. Having dealt with the two, Yang Jie calmly walked into the cave, the silver robot following closely behind him. The atmosphere eerily fell into silence. At the summit of Black Mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist, a sheer cliff was faintly visible. At the edge of the cliff, a giant rock jutted out like an eagle's beak, and on the mottled stone surface stood a blackwood easel, a white canvas fluttering slightly in the mountain breeze. In front of the blackwood easel stood a tall and elegant man in white, holding a blackwood brush, focused on painting. However, he was not painting the majestic sheer cliff before him, but rather a portrait. Clearly facing an empty void, his eyes seemed to reflect countless figures. Those figures settling on the canvas following the strokes of the blackwood brush. The protagonist of the painting was a proud man in crimson armor, standing in the center, surrounded by enemies, including tigers, snakes, and humans. At this moment, the man in white suddenly raised his brush and gently pointed to the side of the canvas. A drop of ink shaped like a bullet slowly forming, aimed directly at the protagonist in the painting. But the next second, he let out a light "oh," revealing a playful expression, because that bullet of ink unexpectedly vanished into thin air. What happened, painter? A man dressed in a black suit and white gloves suddenly appeared behind the painter. His whole body seemed to be covered in a thick layer of ink, appearing somewhat blurry, with the only clear feature being his face, pale like a corpse. The painter smiled slightly. Failed. The man in the black suit remained expressionless. After all, the opponent is the tyrant. It's normal to fail. The painter shook his head. I know the eagle can't kill the tyrant. This scene is just the opening. A grand performance, and naturally, it has to be opened with the tyrant's blood. Unfortunately, the tyrant did not bleed, and the eagle is also dead. Dead. The man in the black suit spoke with a tone of confusion, yet his face remained rigid and devoid of any expression, as if the question hadn't come from him at all. The people capable of killing eagles in this area were all gathered at the entrance of Shelter 189. The eagle had gone to the back mountain, so why did it die? The painter looked toward the unfathomable cliff, his gaze deep and his mouth curving in a playful smile. It seems that an outsider has appeared in this good show. Who is that person? Unknown. Is it unknown? Or unwilling to say? The painter smiled at him. The canvas is only so big. How could I possibly paint all living beings? Fate is unpredictable, and my predetermined fate can only determine a part of it. However, who that person is doesn't matter. The tyrant's deadlock cannot be changed by anyone. Everything is under control, and all we need to do is wait quietly. After the tyrant Yang Jie had entered the cave for a long time. What do we do now? Someone asked. The robot guards had already been dealt with by the tyrant, and the alloy door inside certainly wouldn't hold him back. So of course, we should follow him into Shelter 189. Are you really brave enough to go in? You've seen the tyrant's strength. What if he kills us for money, just like a bird dies for food? Now that the treasure mountain is right in front of us, are we really afraid of just one tyrant? Listening to the intense discussion among the crowd, Bai Yi joined in the excitement. He shouted aggressively, "You're right. As long as we charge together, the tyrant Yang Jia won't necessarily be able to kill us all before his mental strength runs out." Chapter 62. Laser Passage. The heated discussion abruptly stopped, and everyone looked at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. The courage they had mustered with such difficulty was sunk by a single sentence from Bai Yi. The atmosphere remained awkward for a long time until someone hesitantly said, "The tyrant definitely looks down on the junk in the shelter. He can't take everything inside with him. Since that's the case, let him take the big stuff while we pick up some scraps. That shouldn't be taboo. Damn it, let us do it. The bold will thrive, while the timid will starve." A few bounty hunters gritted their teeth and stomped their feet as they walked out of the woods, heading straight for the cave. This triggered a chain reaction like a row of dominoes. People might not get rich, but watching others get rich while they do nothing is more painful than being killed. More and more people headed towards the cave. "What should we do?" Gao Banqing turned to ask Li Xiao and the others. Li Xiao remained silent and did not answer. Others also showed hesitation, their eyes involuntarily focusing on Li Yu, clearly regarding this mysterious powerhouse as their backbone. Li Yu was taken aback. "Why are they all looking at me? I'm definitely not going in. That would be seeking death. The tyrant isn't even human." He wanted to glance at Bai Yi, but didn't dare to be too obvious. Others feared the tyrant, but Bai Yi showed no fear at all. He was waiting to follow the tyrant and pick up the spoils. He definitely had to go into the cave. What if there were other secret passages inside? What if the tyrant found the Panga disc and left through a secret passage? Or what if the tyrant found the disc and simply took a flying train to leave? Even if he activated time stop, he wouldn't be able to fly. To be safe, he had to see the tyrant obtain the Panga disc with his own eyes. Then snatch it from the tyrant's hands. That would be reassuring. As for why he wouldn't take it himself, do I even need to say? All the people from the old era in the shelter are dead. How could there be no danger inside? It's better to leave the risky stuff to the professionals. He was only responsible for harvesting. So, while everyone was hesitating, Bai Yi directly stepped forward and walked out of the woods. "Xiao Bai, you're going?" Gao Banqing exclaimed. Not expecting that the one with the biggest courage would be the weakest Bai Yi. Bai Yi didn't look back. "Yeah, since I'm here, I might as well take a look." Everyone was slightly taken aback. For some reason, Bai Yi's words seemed to contain a strange power. "Yes, since we're here, why not go in and take a look?" Li Yu silently stood up and followed Bai Yi, as he knew who the real strongman was. Seeing that such a powerful figure as Li Yu was also going, the others immediately gained confidence. "Xiao Bai is right. Since we're here, if we don't go in, I'm afraid I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Xiao Yi quickly followed out. "We bounty hunters are people who lick blood off a knife's edge, as long as we can find a few treasures from the old era inside. We won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. Brothers, let us do it," Li Beitian said to several bounty hunters. The bounty hunters all stood up, their eyes fiery and determined. Li Beitian laughed heartily. "Brothers, let us make one last big score. Once we're done, we can retire in peace." They hadn't even set off yet, and he had already made a promise to himself. Black Panther and the others responded as well. Gao Banqing saw how bold everyone was and couldn't help but thump his chest. "I'm tired of the days of indulgence. I came to Black Mountain to make friends and seek excitement. Since my friends have decided to go in, how could I not follow? Xiao Kuei, let us go." He jumped onto Xiao Kuei's petite frame, raising his fist high. At this point, only Li Xiao had yet to express his stance. This proud shadowy figure seemed still immersed in the terror of the tyrant. "Don't forget your goal. Why did you come here?" He silently roared in his heart, and finally joined the group. In the pitch-black cave, many people took out their lighting devices. As the light flickered like stars, several gasps echoed through the crowd. Inside the cave was not the mountain body they had imagined, but rather silver alloy covering the cave walls, forming a sci-fi-like silver metal passage. The passage was long, with no end in sight, and very winding. Bai Yi and Gao Banqing followed behind the crowd, moving forward little by little. As they walked, Bai Yi frowned slightly. "Have you all noticed that this passage is going downward?" "It is indeed going downward. The information I received shows that Shelter 189 is built below the mountain, so we are currently moving downward." Gao Banqing shrunk his neck, trying to hide his plump body behind Xiao Kuei's petite frame. But he was simply too fat, giving off a sense of trying to cover up a belligerent sound. "The alloy door has been opened." Someone at the front of the line shouted in excitement. At the end of the passage was a heavily damaged alloy door, at least 20 centimeters thick and several meters high, now twisted and embedded in the wall. Behind the door was still a long silver metal passage. As expected of the tyrant, a door that explosives couldn't budge was so easily opened by him. "Stop talking nonsense. Clear the way and let me in." A one-eyed man wearing a mask rushed into the door. A few people followed him in, seemingly afraid that the treasures would be snatched away by others. However, many others chose to wait in place, observing the situation. People's thoughts differ. Those who waited were afraid there would be danger behind the door, while those who rushed in didn't seem foolish. They felt that since the tyrant had been inside for so long, any danger would have been dealt with by him. So it was better to go in early and find the treasure. Who is right and who is wrong can only be judged by the outcome. When the one-eyed man had entered the passage about 2 meters, suddenly, a faint blue electric current appeared on the silver metal walls, spreading like ripples. quickly enveloping the entire passage, as if some device had been activated. The faces of the one-eyed man and his companions changed drastically as they vaguely sensed something was wrong, and hurriedly stopped, but it was too late. In the next second, 3 scarlet lasers suddenly shot out from the left wall, racing towards the group at an incredibly fast speed. Run! The one-eyed man barely had time to swallow his cry of alarm when swoosh. The 3 lasers arrived in an instant. The first laser pierced diagonally from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, before the intense pain could register. His collarbone and half of his scapula twisted and peeled away like plastic melting under high heat, revealing a still-beating heart in his chest cavity. The second laser sliced across his navel, separating his upper body from his lower body in 0.1 seconds, a series of blood droplets bursting forth from the broken spine, only to be instantly evaporated by the laser. The third laser vertically cleaved towards his right hip, his mechanically modified right leg crumbling like paper, falling onto the silver alloy floor. Chapter 63. The Black Knight. The others behind the one-eyed man were terrified, their souls almost leaving their bodies. After a brief moment of paralysis, they quickly turned to flee, but the speed of the lasers was too fast. They barely managed to turn halfway before being torn apart in an instant. Thud, 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 flesh hit the ground with a series of dull sounds. Death came too quickly and too brutally. The crowd outside the door was stunned for several seconds before they regained their senses, their eyes reflecting a hint of lingering fear. Just a moment, a mere thought's difference. Truly a thought could lead to heaven or hell. Is it a laser corridor? Gao Bansheng exclaimed in horror, his face paling slightly. Damn it, there's actually a laser corridor here. How did the tyrant pass through? Bai Yi replied slowly. It's not surprising that the tyrant can pass through the laser corridor. What's truly surprising is that he could easily destroy all the laser emitters with his control over metal, yet he chose not to do so. It seems he doesn't want anyone else to enter. He must look down on others, but he has no obligation to help them eliminate danger. What do we do now? Gao Bansheng had begun to hesitate. This laser corridor was not something an ordinary person like him could breach. Xiao Yi focused on the scattered corpses, speaking solemnly. I just observed for a moment. The lasers are indeed formidable, but their movement speed is not beyond the naked eye. If one is agile enough, perhaps they could make it through. He was clearly somewhat tempted, confident in his own abilities. But he did not attempt it immediately because he did not know how many lasers were in the corridor or their trajectories. The best method would be to wait for others to go in first and test the laser trajectories to ensure safety. But who would be willing to take the risk of paving the way with their life? Those who would do such a thing either possess immense confidence in their own strength, like the tyrant Yang Jie, or are selfless and fearless, willing to lead the charge. At this moment, many people subtly glanced at the Steel Brotherhood's instructor, He Qianjun. This elder, known as the commander of 100,000 iron guards, was renowned for his martial prowess throughout Baiming. Over the years, countless powerful extraordinary beings and gene modifiers had perished at his hands. Even someone as formidable as the Nether Tiger treated He Qianjun with exceptional courtesy, indicating his strength. If anyone were most likely to breach the laser corridor, it would undoubtedly be He Qianjun. Sensing the gazes of the crowd, He Qianjun remained unchanged in expression, quietly standing without taking any action. As the crowd remained in a stalemate, an unexpected figure slowly stepped out from the masses. It was the night girl from the Silent Court. This girl, who had come alone, silently stepped into the laser corridor, as if she were a magnet, drawing everyone's attention. Her petite knight's black boots lightly tapped on the metal floor, producing faint sounds. It's the Black Knight of the Silent Court. She actually entered the laser corridor first. Someone gasped in a low voice. The Black Knight was known for her elusive nature, a sharp blade of the Silent Court punishing criminals. It was said that even wanted criminals with bounties exceeding hundreds of millions had perished at her hands. No wonder she dared to step forward first. The Silent Court's Black Knight. Bai Yi frowned slightly. That didn't sound like a girl's name. His impression of the unnamed girl was still stuck in Dusty Town, where she had wiped out hundreds of gray sparrows with a single sword. He had known then that her strength was formidable, but it seemed he had underestimated her. With a swoosh, the night girl moved, her toes lightly tapping the ground, her figure gliding into the laser corridor like a ghost. The hem of her black dress rippling like dark ink in the airflow. The laser corridor seemed to sense the intruder, and the lasers shot out instantly. As the first laser descended from above at an angle, she had already slid across the ground with the agility of a black cat, the scarlet beam brushing past the edge of her silver mask. The second laser sliced horizontally at her waist. She pushed off the ground with her palm, leaping into the air, tracing a graceful arc as she successfully cleared the laser. The third laser lit up above her head, nearly splitting her in two. But her breath remained unruffled. Like an elegant dancer in the center of a dance floor, she glided past the laser, having deftly evaded the 3 lasers. Many in the crowd gasped in amazement. The girl did not stop. Her speed increased, and more lasers ignited, coming at her almost simultaneously. Yet she always managed to find the tiniest gaps to pass through effortlessly. The crowd was transfixed, but they were not watching the girl. They were focused on the lasers. 18 lasers. A total of 18 lasers, some horizontal, some vertical, some diagonal, and others just 20 centimeters off the ground. They furiously memorized the trajectories the girl was testing. At this moment, The girl had reached the edge of the corridor, and just as she was about to exit, an unexpected event occurred. A scarlet light suddenly flared up beneath her feet. Just when everyone thought the girl was doomed, she leaped back into the air as if she had foreseen the danger, narrowly avoiding the lethal laser. But it wasn't over yet. The most terrifying scene unfolded. The 18 lasers she had previously evaded suddenly reversed direction, all shooting towards her back at once. It's over. She is done for. Everyone believed the girl could not possibly evade 18 lasers. Yet she did just that. In midair, with no leverage, her slender waist suddenly exerted force. Her black dress swirling like a spinning dark enchantress as she evaded the first 8 lasers at an incredible angle. Then, she pointed her sword sheath at the wall, shifting her body horizontally in midair, narrowly brushing past several lasers. As she moved from the left wall to the right wall, her long legs made contact with the wall as if magnetized, running a half circle along it. At this point, she had dodged 17 lasers, but the last one was unavoidable, as her escape route had been completely sealed off while evading the other lasers. Facing this lethal 18th laser, clang, the girl's pure silver cross sword suddenly unsheathed. The sword light shimmering like a suspended galaxy, meeting the laser head-on, reflecting it away in an instant. From a distance, that blinding red light seemed to illuminate the sword, while also lighting up the silver-white mask that flashed in everyone's eyes. Seizing the moment, the girl once again reached the edge of the corridor, this time changing direction to break through. However, lasers shot out beneath her feet like bullets once more. This time, she was prepared. With a tremor of her pure silver cross sword, she accurately blocked the laser, then flashed out of the corridor like a ghost, disappearing into the depths of the corridor without pausing for even a second. The crowd fell silent, all stunned by the girl's skill. Chapter 64. Not yet. Do you have a life too? After a long time, someone murmured, what material is her sword made of, that it can even block lasers? Look, He Qianjun is moving too. He Qianjun, who had not moved until now, finally stepped into the laser passage with his hands behind his back and hunched over. With the Black Knight paving the way, he had completely figured out the pattern of the laser passage, and naturally saw no need to wait. If he didn't hurry in, someone else would beat him to it. You're carrying those iron gadgets. You can't get through the laser passage. Stay outside to assist me. Yes, instructor. A dozen mechanical modifiers replied loudly. He Qianjun nodded, feeling relieved as he entered the passage. In the face of the incoming lasers, he was even more calm and composed than the night girl, taking less time as well, and soon reached the edge of the laser passage. However, anyone with keen eyes could see that the reason He Qianjun took less time was not necessarily because his strength was much stronger than that of the night girl, but rather because he had prior knowledge of the laser trajectory. When he reached the edge, everyone wanted to see how he, without the girl's sword, would pass the final barrier, but He Qianjun stood still. He slowly straightened his back, and the muscles on his body suddenly bulged. His originally skinny frame became like that of a small giant. Then, he suddenly exerted force, and his figure transformed into a series of afterimages. As he swept past the edge, the sensing laser beneath his feet instantly lit up, triggering within almost 0.1 seconds. But the laser was fast. And He Qianjun was faster. The laser practically grazed his back. He landed outside the laser passage, and only then did the 18 lasers behind him arrive slowly. But they couldn't reach him at all. Everyone was stunned, not expecting that He Qianjun's method was simply relying on speed faster than the laser's firing. He Qianjun seems to be stronger than the Black Knight. By Yi's side, Xiao Yi beside him shook his head. It's hard to say who is stronger or weaker. The Black Knight's speed is also very fast, but the last laser was very concealed, triggered suddenly, catching the Black Knight off guard, forcing him back to face the 18 lasers. And He Qianjun already knew in advance that the last laser would launch a sneak attack, so he was naturally prepared and could respond easily. Don't mention him. Even I could get through. You? Bai Yi looked at him suspiciously. Hey. As the old saying goes, those who are close to vermilion get stained red. Those who are close to ink get stained black. Look at you, and Li Xiao. You've all learned to boast. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. Don't believe it? Just watch. After saying that, he walked directly towards the laser passage. Are you serious? Bai Yi hurriedly shouted. Wait a minute. Don't be so impulsive. Xiao Yi turned back and smiled. Didn't he expect little Bai to care so much about me? Don't worry. Without absolute certainty, I want T first. Hand over that 200,000 check for me to safeguard. Then you can go. Don't let the laser destroy the check. Xiao Yi. In the end, he left with a dark face. As he said, none of the lasers in front could stop him. Xiao Yi's skills were also not weak. Even if he wasn't as good as the Black Knight or He Qianjun, he was sufficient to deal with the lasers. However, the last laser was not so easy to handle. The instant trigger sensing laser was too fast. It didn't appear ahead like other lasers, attacking like swords, but was like a firearm, giving you a shot unexpectedly as you reached the position. Facing this last laser, Xiao Yi took a running start, shouting, stop. Everyone was stunned by the command to stop. Stop the laser? Did his brain get kicked by a donkey? But the next moment, clang. The sword name stop shot out instantly, and Xiao Yi took the opportunity to grab the sword handle, soaring out of the passage like a sword immortal flying in the sky. This works too. Bai Yi was taken aback, not expecting the sword could be used like this. With so many successful cases ahead, More and more people couldn't hold back, trying one after another. However, they were clearly overly confident. Some died after passing 3 or 5 lasers, while others died at the last one. But some succeeded, like the Phantom Clown. This clown held hands with his girlfriend, as if entering an amusement park, laughing while passing through the laser passage. He stood at the other end of the passage, smiling and asking the air beside him, "Was it funny? Do you want to play again? Okay, then, I really can't do anything about you." Then, something astonishing happened. This clown actually pulled his girlfriend back and forth several times before completely disappearing from everyone's sight. Sometimes, the gap between people is this big. What is a near-death experience for others is merely a playground for the clown, and the speed he displayed was not at all inferior to that of He Qianjun. By Yi side, even more, truly a grand stage of Heishan. If you don't have life, don't come. This group of people is too extraordinary. He poked Li Xiao. "Hey, humor dart man, these well-known strong ones have all gone in. Can you do it?" "Humph, a mere laser passage, I need only 1 second," said Li Xiao with a cold snort. "You see, he is being humorous again, isn't he?" Li Xiao ignored by Yi's taunts and strode towards the laser passage. The shadow under his feet stood silently, then suddenly shot out a shadow dart, which was formless and intangible, not triggering any laser. A shadow connected between the dart and Li Xiao, and as the distance increased, this shadow was stretched longer, resembling a black line. When the dart flew through the laser passage, the shadow beneath Li Xiao suddenly slammed into him, wrapping him instantly, and then he disappeared along the shadow line. The already past shadow dart suddenly surged with a large amount of ink-like shadows, which then transformed into a human shape, revealing Li Xiao's figure as the shadows faded away. "What the heck? Wait, you have a life too?" Bai Yi was astonished. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a dozen Jin warriors were laboriously clearing the boulders when suddenly, the pile of boulders exploded open, sending several Jin warriors flying. Amid the rising dust, the grim-faced Yin slowly walked out. In the woods, several Jin warriors lifted a deformed train car, and when they saw the silver snake crushed by the train, they couldn't help but gasp. It was tragic. Too tragic. The silver snake's alluring face had already deformed, her chest was a bloody mess, and her limbs twisted into irregular shapes, simply dead beyond recognition. "Let us recover the body of Lady Silver Snake." A Jin warrior forcefully pulled the silver snake out of the pit in the ground. Chapter 65 Waiting for you to die. I'll cry even harder. Oh, there's clearly a long crack on Lady Silver Snake's head. Why isn't there any brain matter? Did any of you see Lady Silver Snake's brain matter? Everyone looked around, glancing at each other. Strange, how is there no brain matter when the head is cracked? Could it be that the Jin warriors' faces changed drastically? Lady Silver Snake has no brain? Who said there's no brain? The deformed corpse of the silver snake suddenly spoke. It startled everyone, and they dropped the corpse on the ground. In their horrified gazes, they saw the crack on the silver snake's head getting bigger, wet hair slowly squeezing out from inside, accompanied by skin tearing. The body making a sizzling sound as it rubbed against the slime. Gradually, a pale-skinned, beautiful head emerged, followed by slender arms, a torso, long legs, and smooth little feet. It was indeed the silver snake. The naked silver snake slowly rose, her shed skin instantly shriveling and becoming transparent, like a snake shedding its skin. The Jin warriors stared at her in shock, their brains somewhat malfunctioning. Is it beautiful? The silver snake displayed herself generously, a beaming smile on her face. Very beautiful. One person swallowed hard and said. The silver snake's smile became even more radiant. I'll make sure to tell Brother Tiger every word you said. That person instantly turned pale, hurriedly kneeling on the ground, keeping his head down, not daring to look at her wet little feet, even for a moment. The others did the same, lowering their heads and not daring to look further. Please spare me. I won't look anymore. Humph. Then hurry up and take off your clothes for me. Moments later, Ming Hu and the silver snake met up. How are the injuries? Ming Hu asked darkly. The silver snake tugged at her oversized clothing to cover her bare shoulders. It's nothing serious, just shed a layer of skin. Ming Hu nodded. Ying Tian is such a waste. I clearly gave him such a good opportunity, yet he didn't even fire a shot. The silver snake pouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Brother Ying must have run into trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have not fired. Woo woo woo. Stop crying. The silver snake sniffed and reproached. Are you jealous? Don't worry. I promise to cry even harder when you die. Ming Hu became furious. Shut up. You wretched girl. How annoying. You scared me. Now the priority is the Panga disc. The original plan was to kill the tyrant, so no one could snatch the disc from us. He Qianjun and his group don't have enough manpower to pose a threat. But the plan has failed, and if we go back like this, the company will never let us off. Without the stabilizer for the gene potion, we won't last a few months. Since we're dead either way, we might as well take a gamble. What do you plan to do? The matter was about life and death, and the silver snake couldn't help but become serious. Of course, we'll enter the 189 shelter and get the Panga disc before the tyrant does. I've already arranged for people to notify the company to mobilize manpower. As long as we can hold off the tyrant, there might be a chance. Mr. Li, it seems we are fated to be unable to enter the 189 shelter. You don't have to wait for us. Gao Banqing and the others sighed. Li Yu's expression stiffened, cursing in his heart. Who the hell is waiting for you? If I could go in, I would have gone in already. Gao Banqing and the others didn't know what Li Yu was thinking. They were very certain, even blindly believing that Li Yu could get through the laser channel. After all, if even Li Xiao could get in, there was no reason Mr. Li couldn't. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Bai Yi, on the side, noticed Li Yu's predicament, but he couldn't think of a good solution for the time being. He couldn't just activate time stop and carry Li Yu over, right? The laser channel wasn't a problem for him. It was as easy as walking on the ground. But the issue was, wouldn't that expose him? Would he just suddenly teleport to the other end of the laser channel in front of everyone? Mr. Li, you really don't need to wait for us. If you don't go in soon, you might miss out on the good stuff, Gao Banqing kept persuading. With a hint of emotion in his eyes. Why isn't Mr. Li going in? Clearly, he doesn't want to leave us behind. Mr. Li is really a good person. Li Yu's brain raced. What to do? What to do? Brother Yi, say something. He subtly gestured to Bai Yi. Bai Yi immediately understood. Just as he was about to change the subject, he suddenly noticed a commotion in the crowd. The crowd parted to make way, and a grim-faced Ming Hu and the Silver Snake led the remaining Jin warrior troops in a fierce manner. At that moment, Ming Hu was covered in wounds, with spots of blood, but he showed no signs of being in a sorry state, instead adding a few more points of ferocity. The Silver Snake, however, was unscathed, without a single scratch on her. She wore a clearly ill-fitting black uniform, the shoulder seams drooping below her collarbone, exposing a section of her fair neck, her long, fair legs alternating back and forth beneath the hem of the uniform, and she wasn't even wearing shoes, but that bright red nail polish was particularly eye-catching. These two actually survived. Bai Yi was increasingly convinced that Mr. Ing definitely had connections to enter the Zodiac 12. I said there were no eagles among the Zodiac 12. He died with a single shot, and look at Ming Hu and the Silver Snake. They were both badly injured yet still full of life, especially the Silver Snake. Bai Yi really couldn't imagine how a fatal injury for a woman could leave the Silver Snake unscathed. Not unscathed. But why does it feel like she shrunk a lot? Could it be silicone, so she avoided a fatal blow? Ming Hu and the Silver Snake stood before the laser channel, their eyes flickering. They weren't blind, seeing everyone frozen in place. With over a dozen bodies cut by lasers on the channel, they naturally understood what was going on. Ming Hu casually grabbed a bounty hunter, his large hand tightly gripping the throat, demanding, "Tell me everything that just happened, word for word." Faced with Ming Hu's forcefulness and the crowd of Jin warriors behind him, everyone dared not speak out in anger. The bounty hunter, frightened, recounted the events of the laser channel in detail. "So that's how it is, you go in." Ming Hu directly threw the bounty hunter into the laser channel, watching the person proceed cautiously. As expected, that person met a gruesome end. Then he forced the others to enter the laser channel. After a few tries, he figured out the pattern of the laser channel. The cost was just a few unrelated bounty hunters. He Qianjun, Black Knight, and other powerful figures had already passed through the laser channel. Ming Hu and the Silver Snake were in a dominant position. They only feared Li Yu, but they dared to provoke anyone else. "You all wait outside for support." After Ming Hu coldly dropped this sentence, he and the Silver Snake charged into the laser channel. As beings who could fight the tyrant and not die, the mere laser channel was naturally no obstacle, and soon the two disappeared at the end of the channel. The remaining weaklings exchanged glances, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Chapter 66. Stubborn? Do you believe Mr. Li can make you all stiff? The laser channel was like a filter for the strong. Despite this group of people having impressive names and strong appearances, once the tide receded, they realized who was swimming naked. Li Yu felt like he was stripped bare and hung in front of everyone. Countless puzzled gazes directed at him, giving him a sense of social death. Not only Gao Banqing and others were puzzled, but other passers-by were also confused. Why was the renowned magician Li Yu, a figure even the Zodiac 12's Ming Hu dared not provoke, not entering the laser channel yet? Li Yu was truly at a loss. He could only grit his teeth and call out to Bai Yi. He led Bai Yi to a secluded corner. Everyone saw it, but no one dared to follow and eavesdrop, fearing they would anger Li Yu. Li Yu scanned left and right. Seeing no one nearby and the cave was pitch black, his expression instantly fell, the image of a strong man collapsing in an instant. "Brother Yi, what should we do now?" This group of freaks found a way to get through the laser channel. Even the humorous dart thrower made it, and here I am. "I'm not getting through." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, a smile on his lips. "You're not getting through? Don't you think you're actually the most likely to survive in the entire Black Mountain? You've managed to fool everyone." Li Yu panicked. "Brother Yi, what time is it? Stop joking around. Think of a solution." "Don't worry, I already have a way. Not only can it get you through, but it can also get everyone through." "What way?" "Lean in and listen." Moments later, Li Yu felt a sense of calm in his heart, with the boost of confidence. His imposing aura as a strong individual became even more pronounced. He walked slowly toward the laser passage with the stride of a powerful person, and everyone around him retreated. "Mr. Li, are you finally going to set off?" Gao Banqing exclaimed with joy. "You've wasted too much time waiting for us. Hurry up and take action." Li Yu's indifferent gaze swept across the crowd as he said lightly, "Who wants to pass through the laser passage? Raise your hand." His voice wasn't loud, but it resonated in everyone's hearts like thunder. The crowd even doubted their ears. What does Mr. Li mean? Is he going to help us get through the laser passage? But how could that be possible? Just as everyone was in shock, Bai Yi, the accomplice, was the first to raise his hand. "Me. I want to go through." Gao Banqing immediately reacted and hurriedly raised his hand. Me too. Me too. Black Panther and others followed suit, raising their hands one after another. Like the bandwagon effect, more and more people raised their hands, many with strange expressions, feeling a sense of shame like when a teacher asks questions in class. In other words, if it were someone else speaking, no one would raise their hand. They would even consider it a joke. Bai Yi boldly addressed the confused crowd, saying, Mr. Li is kind-hearted and can't bear to see you return empty-handed, so he's specially helping you pass through the laser passage. You only need to pay a ticket fee of 10,000 each. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and get your money out. Ticket fee. Do you think this is a tourist attraction? The crowd was dumbfounded. Having experienced great storms and trials, they had seen everything. But they had never seen a shelter charging an entry fee. Is this something a normal person would do? 10,000 to pass through the laser passage? How could there be fools willing to pay? Little Bai, here's a 200,000 check. I've got the brothers' money covered. Gao Banqing took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Bai Yi. The crowd was stunned. Bai Yi grinned widely, taking the check and heading toward the members of the Steel Brotherhood with a sack in hand, facing a dozen tall mechanical modifiers. He boldly extended his hand. What are you waiting for? Get your money out. Do you want to watch He Qianjun isolated and helpless inside? One mechanical modifier hesitated and asked, Can Mr. Li really help us get in? Bai Yi replied impatiently, How would I know? The money is collected on Mr. Li's orders. If he can't do it, you can go to him. With so many of you, are you afraid he won't pay up? Liu. After much hesitation, the mechanical modifier ultimately took out the money. 10,000 wasn't much for him. It was better to trust this mysterious strongman, treating it as a hopeful investment. As he watched the sack grow heavier, Bai Yi was overjoyed, realizing he was indeed a dedicated man, having loved money faithfully in his past life. And it turned out to be the same in this life. It was proven that genuine affection doesn't change with the times. Bai Yi actually wanted to collect more money. But the problem was there was no place to store it. Not everyone was like Gao Banqing, carrying checks with them. Most people had cash. The number of people paying increased because they didn't mind parting with 10,000. However, some were unwilling to pay even that amount, seriously suspecting Li Yu was trying to make money off them. Little brother, I didn't bring any money this time, said a bounty hunter wearing a cowboy hat with a silly smile. Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed as Bai Yi's gun was already pressed against his head. No money? You dare come to Black Mountain for a tour without cash? Get lost. The man dared not protest, fearing to offend Li Yu. Bai Yi continued, Everyone listen up. Mr. Li said this place does not welcome poor folks. Those who can't afford the ticket should leave quickly. Anyone who refuses, go discuss it with Mr. Li. Don't say I didn't warn you. Mr. Li has a bad temper. If he gets unhappy, he'll make your whole family unhappy. Li Yu instantly became the center of attention. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, he secretly groaned, having to maintain his strong persona, pretending to look down on everyone. Many actually bought into this act and pulled out their money. The cowboy hat man forced a smile and said, Little brother, I really didn't bring any money. Bai Yi's eyes flashed with defiance. Still being stubborn? Do you believe Mr. Li will make you hard all over? I wouldn't dare. I suddenly remembered I found 10,000 on my way here. I'll pay it now. Bai Yi turned around, and the sack was nearly full. But a few people still hadn't paid. These few truly had no money. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk offending the magician Li Yu over 10,000. One person with a sorrowful face said, I really didn't bring any money, nor did I find any. Me too. Little brother, can you write an IOU? Could you negotiate with Mr. Li and let it slide? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. A watch? What watch? Several people's expressions stiffened as they reluctantly took off their watches and handed them over. Those without watches took out some bullets. Bai Yi then nodded in satisfaction, dragging the heavy sack back to Li Yu. Mr. Li, I've collected all the ticket fees. Let us get started. Chapter 67. Only the likes of the 10 kings are worthy of being compared to Mr. Li. Li Yu twitched the corners of his mouth. Okay. He walked slowly to the front of the crowd, standing at the entrance of the laser passage, leaving everyone with an inscrutable silhouette, under everyone's watchful eyes. This magician slowly unwrapped the bandages on his right hand, moving steadily and deliberately, as if tearing open the seal of a demon king. The atmosphere unconsciously grew tense. The darkness in the cave flowing like water, oppressive. The blood-stained bandages fell to the ground like serpents, revealing a pale hand to everyone's gaze. Li Yu carefully recalled the tyrant's might, and then grasped the air toward the laser passage. Time stopped, as the massive golden clock enveloped the world. Flowing time was paused by the divine. Bai Yi dashed out, stepping into the laser passage as if it were flat ground. His method of helping everyone through the laser passage was simple. Destroy the laser passage, just as he had thought before. He couldn't vanish into thin air in front of everyone and then cross the laser passage. It would expose him. But he didn't possess the agility of a knight or a maiden. Since he couldn't solve the problem, he had to eliminate the source of the problem. He observed for a long time. The lasers in the passage were emitted by laser emitters hidden within the silver-white walls, which had many deep, small holes. They were impossible to destroy from the side, as the walls would block them. To destroy them, one had to face the small holes directly. But doing so would undoubtedly get pierced by the lasers. However, all of this was not an issue for Bai Yi under the time stop. The lasers had not been activated. He took out a dagger and easily inserted it into the small holes, destroying the laser emitters inside. Then, he repeated the process. taking only 14 seconds to take down the small laser passage. Everything Bai Yi did was not just to collect ticket fees or avoid exposure. It was more to let these people provide him cover. If entering Shelter 189 was this difficult, one could imagine how many dangers awaited him inside, making the importance of having someone scout the way evident. Moreover, he was determined to obtain the Panga disc. If he and Yang Jia, He Qianjun, Ming Hu, and others entered the shelter together, it would be too easy to raise suspicion once he snatched the disc from Yang Jia. By then, the whole world would know that the Panga disc was in one of their hands, and he didn't want to attract the pursuit of major forces for possessing such a treasure. So, the more people there are, the easier it is for him to take advantage of the situation. After doing all this, Bai Yi returned to his original position, and he still had 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Time resumed its flow. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Yu's right hand. As he made a grasping motion in the air, several shattering sounds rang out in succession, and tiny sparks erupted from the small holes of the laser emitters. On the silver-white walls, a dark blue current flickered like a power outage, eventually dimming completely. Li Yu slowly retracted his hand, and everyone fell silent. Had he succeeded? Did Mr. Li just destroy the laser passage? How is that possible? He just raised his hand and broke it? What is his extraordinary ability? Could it be like the tyrant's? Truly a magical hand. Simply miraculous. The crowd looked in awe at Li Yu's right hand. At this moment, Li Yu had already picked up the bandage and re-wrapped it around his hand, his face still cold and ruthless, as if he had done something trivial. Li Yu turned around, his indifferent gaze sweeping over everyone, actually looking for Bai Yi. Seeing Bai Yi subtly nodding, he felt relieved and coldly said, "Everyone, please." After saying that, he took the lead and stepped into the laser passage. He walked slowly, feeling uncertain, to be honest. He was also unclear about what Bai Yi's extraordinary ability truly was. It felt like an ultimate version of a magical hand. He speculated that the previous destruction of the Ming Tiger wine cup was Bai Yi using that ultimate magical hand to destroy the cup from a distance. Now, the destruction of the laser passage was also Bai Yi extending several magical hands to simultaneously break the laser emitters. In his imagination, Bai Yi should possess countless magical hands that could extend infinitely and move faster than his own hands, activated with just a thought. Li Yu moved forward slowly, afraid that Bai Yi might miss a laser emitter. But to everyone else, Mr. Li's mysterious and unpredictable figure seemed so tall, and his steps were so calm and unhurried, exuding composure. Finally, he successfully passed through the laser passage without triggering a single laser. Someone in the crowd cheered excitedly. "Mr. Li is amazing. Is this Mr. Li's true strength? In my opinion, the 12 Zodiac and Silent Court cannot compare to Mr. Li's magical hand. Indeed, they could only dodge the lasers alone, but Mr. Li could lead everyone through, making the difference clear." "What are you talking about? The damn 12 Zodiac and Silent Court dare to challenge Mr. Li? In the entire Bei Mang, only the likes of the 10 Kings can be compared to Mr. Li." Hearing these flattering words, Li Yu felt numb. "Stop praising me. Stop praising me. If the tyrant hears this, I'm definitely dead. Didn't you say everything is under control? Why are you starting to paint again?" At the top of Black Mountain, the man in a black suit watched expressionlessly as the painter hurriedly wrote. The painter wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a bitter smile, "It's all messed up, completely messed up. That person outside the script actually let everyone into the shelter. Originally, this scene in the shelter was supposed to involve only the strong. But with hundreds of people rushing in, countless fate lines intertwined, it truly is impossible to cut through the chaos. Still under control? Yes, of course. It is still under control, but it requires more effort. It seems necessary to deal with that person outside the script. Otherwise, the trajectory of fate may deviate." Everyone successfully passed through the laser passage and cautiously moved deeper. Soon, rows of magnetic levitation tracks came into view, neatly laid out on the ground, covered in dust and rust, but there were no vehicles. People from the old era should have taken vehicles from here to the underground shelter. But it seems the vehicles are gone, so we can only walk, Gao Banqing explained. The crowd began to run along the tracks. The presence of tracks indicated that vehicles should have been used, which meant there was still some distance to the shelter. If they didn't hurry, perhaps all the good things would be taken by the Ming Tiger and the others. After running for a long time, they finally saw a scrap track vehicle at the end of the tracks, along with a giant platform-like elevator. However, it seemed there had been a collapse. The elevator was mostly buried and could not be used. "There is an emergency passage," someone shouted, pointing to a small door next to the elevator. A loose sign hung above it, with 4 glowing green words that read "Emergency Passage." However, due to broken lines, these 4 words had long since lost their brightness. Chapter 68. Wow, so many Rambutan. The small door to the emergency passage had been violently destroyed, and the marks were fresh. Definitely done by Yang Jia and the others. The crowd surged into the emergency passage. The road inside was steep, almost 30 degrees down, and constantly winding, spiraling downward. As they progressed, they found the passage becoming narrower and deeper, and the group that had been walking side by side gradually turned into a long, single-file line. "This can't be hundreds of meters underground, can it?" Someone murmured in the darkness. "No way, we've been walking for so long. I feel like it's over 1,000 meters. Look, there's sunlight ahead." "Sunlight? How can there be sunlight underground?" It should be lighting facilities. The few people at the front moved towards the light and discovered that the brightness actually came from the end of the passage. They squinted their eyes to adapt to the light, and when they finally saw the scenery behind the light, they were astonished and hurriedly stepped into the brightness. "What's in there?" The people behind shouted loudly, but did not immediately enter. After a long while, the astonished voices of those few came from the light. "It's a city. A city, and the sun. There's a sun here. Where the hell did this come from? Is this still underground?" The few exclaimed incoherently, seeing no danger. The others hurriedly entered the light, followed by waves of exclamations. "Not only is there sunlight, but there's also a sky. Wow. What's that thing floating in midair with red fur? That thing looks like rambutan. A rambutan with a diameter of dozens of meters." Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. "Rambutan? What the hell is that?" He knew what rambutan was and had even eaten it. Rambutan is a tropical fruit, round and red, covered in red hairs. Hence the name. But the problem is, even the biggest rambutan is only palm-sized. Where did a rambutan with a diameter of dozens of meters come from? He became more curious about what everyone was seeing and kept pushing and shoving the people in front. "Hurry up, we won't make it if we don't get there soon. The good stuff will be taken away." The person he pushed turned back angrily, and upon seeing it was Bai Yi, they instantly smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to react. Nowadays, who doesn't know that this ragged wasteland boy has the magical hand Liu backing him up? Can't provoke him. After squeezing for about 2 minutes, Bai Yi finally entered the light. His vision was suddenly clear, as if he had crossed into another world. Wow, so many rambutans. It turned out that those people weren't lying. There really was a hidden city here, along with countless rambutans floating in the air. This was a vast modern city, with distorted and collapsed skyscrapers standing tall. The furthest buildings had crumbled into rolling hills, and abandoned magnetic levitation tracks wound through the ruins like a dead giant python coiling around the concrete carcasses. A viewing tower, hundreds of meters high, inscribed with Eye of the Universe, was slanted into a dried-up artificial lake, its glass curtain walls completely fallen off, exposing the interior's honeycomb-like metal framework. Above the dome was a blue sky with white clouds, and a sun radiating light and heat. The most eye-catching sight was the rambutan floating in midair above the abandoned city. Rather than calling it rambutan, it resembled a virus magnified 1 billion times. With a massive scarlet sphere covered in dense, sharp spines. The spines extended infinitely, becoming thinner and thinner, with the tips almost as fine as human hair. These hairs intertwined, forming a gigantic red web that enveloped the entire city. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Is this the 189th shelter? Did people from the old era actually build a city beneath Black Mountain? But what about the sun and the sky? Li Beitian exclaimed. Bai Yi observed the sky for a moment and realized it was not the sky at all, but a massive screen covering the city. With blue skies and white clouds merely displayed images on the screen. Though the technology was shocking, he could still accept it. It was the rambutan he could not accept. The densely packed, virus-like gigantic scarlet sphere looked nothing like a technological creation. Had the aesthetics of the people from the old era become so distorted? Perhaps these rambutans were the reason for the deaths of those in the shelter? Bai Yi stared at the rambutan, and for some reason, he suddenly felt an illusion that the rambutan was staring back at him, as if it were alive. Suddenly, a strange feeling spread in his heart, and as the gaze lingered, the strangeness intensified. Bai Yi's vision blurred, and he instinctively blinked. But the moment he opened his eyes, the rambutan had changed. Countless pale, vengeful eyeballs sprouted from the rambutan, or rather, they were squeezed out, accompanied by thick green slime and a hissing, slippery sound. 1, 2, 3. Countless eyeballs piled up, making anyone who looked feel their scalp tingle. But as Bai Yi blinked again, all the eyeballs vanished, like an illusion. An illusion? A faint sense of horror and eeriness lingered in his heart. He withdrew his gaze and stopped looking, but when his eyes fell on himself, he froze. A strong sense of unfamiliarity constantly stimulated his brain. Is this my body? Why does it feel so strange? Bai Yi stared at his hands, which were so familiar. Yet he felt extremely alienated, as if someone had forcibly installed them on him. Suddenly, a wave of irritation and nausea surged in his heart. He wanted to tear his hands apart to reveal the true self wrapped inside. The scream, like that of a pig being slaughtered, awakened Bai Yi. He felt as if he had just woken from a dream and turned to find many people sharing the same expression, all looking as if they had just awakened from a nightmare. The rambutan had a major problem. He had no time to think when he saw Gao Banqing, who had fallen from Xiao Kuei's back, frantically tearing at his own body with his fat hands, leaving behind bloody scratches. It turned out the scream was from Gao Banqing. Being an ordinary person, he had a weak resistance to the rambutan and had already started to self-harm. Just as Li Beitian and the others tried to stop Gao Banqing from harming himself, a golden light suddenly burst from his chest, flashing in an instant. Gao Banqing seemed to awaken from a dream, stopped self-harming, and climbed up from the ground, cold sweat covering his forehead as he gasped and cursed. Damn it. I almost went to see my great-grandmother. This rambutan is strange. It can't be looked at directly. As he spoke, he grabbed the red string around his neck and pulled out an ancient bronze coin. He kissed the coin several times, still shaken, and said, "What a treasure. It saved my life again. Is this a forbidden item?" Bai Yi's eyes lit up. Chapter 69. Exclusive forbidden item for the wealthy. Startled, Gao Banqing hurriedly put the coin back into his pocket. This is a Clash Jiao forbidden item, life buying money. If you encounter a fatal injury, you can use it to buy your life. Bai Ye's eyes shone brightly, almost writing the words I wanted on his face. Gao Banqing took a step back. Little Bai, don't think about my life buying money. Even if I give it to you, you can't use it. If you don't give it to me, how do you know I can't use it? I'm telling the truth. You don't meet the conditions for using life buying money. I've had forbidden items before. I could easily handle a life betting breath of bones. What's a mere life buying money worth over 100 million? Bai Yi was momentarily speechless, then suddenly furious. Isn't this just bullying the poor? Moreover, you have to pay 1 million every month to it, and if you encounter danger, it costs extra. The greater the danger, the more money you owe. For example, just now, I have to pay it 3 million within a month, or it will backfire. Why are you explaining so much? Do I look like the kind of person who robs friends of their forbidden items? Bai Yi said with a reproachful look. Gao Banqing chuckled. Gao Banqing's words not only extinguished Bai Ye's desire, but also made others who had their eyes on him give up their thoughts. No one would refuse a life-saving forbidden item, but to say you had to have 1 billion in assets to use it? Useless forbidden item. Even dogs wouldn't want it. After this incident, everyone understood the danger of the Rambutan and stopped staring at it. At that moment, Bai Yi finally understood why an ordinary person like Gao Banqing dared to venture into Black Mountain. It turned out he had a forbidden item to protect him. As he was pondering, he suddenly noticed that the number of people around him was decreasing. Looking up, he realized that these people had already impatiently left the group and were stepping into the city in search of treasures. Mr. Li, Boss Gao, let's set off too. The fierce-looking Black Panther urged anxiously. Gao Banqing glanced at Li Yu, who nodded slightly, and then he waved his hand. Let's go. A group of them marched into the abandoned city. When they got close to the city, they discovered that the abandoned buildings were covered in red lines that twisted like blood vessels. These red lines varied in thickness, with some as thick as octopus tentacles and others as fine as hair, but they all had a common source, the Rambutan floating in midair above the city. Not only on the buildings, but there were also many on the ground, sending chills down the spines of those who looked. Everyone carefully avoided the red lines on the ground while continuously scanning the surrounding buildings. A bounty hunter saw an open door to a house and wanted to enter, but was stopped by Li Beitian. The experienced middle-aged bounty hunter explained, the 189th shelter is too big. Truly valuable items can't possibly be in a house. Each of us can carry limited items, so we can't waste time in places like this. Look at that dome-shaped building ahead. There must be a lot of good things inside. His words gained the agreement of the crowd, and they quickly walked towards the dome-shaped building. This building was peculiar, resembling a half-dome turned upside down on the ground, with its silver-white alloy walls in a state of decay. There was also a discarded sign on the ground at the entrance. Gene something? Gao Banqing carefully discerned the filthy sign and could only make out these 3 characters. The rest was unreadable. His expression brightened. This might be related to gene agents. After all, the gene technology of the disaster era came from the old era. The crowd rejoiced. Who didn't know the power of gene technology? The disaster era merely inherited part of the gene technology from the old era, leading to countless powerful gene mutants, with the 12 Zodiac being among the best. If they could obtain all the gene technology from the old era, surpassing the 12 Zodiac would be easy, right? Don't celebrate too early. 100 years have passed. Even if there are gene agents inside, they must have expired long ago. Bai Yi poured cold water on everyone. His attention was not focused on the genetic lab, but rather on scanning the depths of the city, trying to see where Yang Jie and the others were. Gene drugs were worthless. The Pangopan was the real treasure. Unfortunately, after Yang Jie and the others entered the shelter, they seemed to have evaporated from the world, leaving no trace behind. I need to think of a way to leave the group. Yang Jie and the others must be deep in the city. The Black Panther hurriedly walked towards the main gate, not caring if it was expired. Even if it was, selling it outside would still fetch a high price. When he reached the entrance, he hesitated because the gate was covered in countless dark red blood vessels that seemed to be alive, slightly wriggling. He was afraid to touch them, fearing he might contract some virus, so he pulled out the gun from his waist and fired several rounds at the gate, causing blood and flesh to splatter and leaving several small dents, but he could not completely destroy it. Let me do it. Li Beitian stepped forward, revealing a large-caliber single-shot rifle. Bai Yi looked at him in surprise, scanning Li Beitian from head to toe. He was only carrying a tactical backpack. But how did he pull out such a large gun? Iron Spine Viper 03. The Black Panther exclaimed. This gun is rarely seen on the black market. I didn't expect you, Old Li, to get your hands on one. Li Beitian chuckled heartily. For this trip to Black Mountain, I spent everything I had to acquire this gun. Although it can only fire one shot and has a limited range, its power is enormous, comparable to the breath of the bones in Xiao Bai's hands. Of course, it only matches in power. It cannot compare to the otherworldly taboo items. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. A huge fireball erupted, as if a grenade had been fired, and the dilapidated gate was blasted away. The blood vessels attached to it turning into a sky full of blood foam. Once the foam dissipated, everyone hurried into the genetic lab. Inside was a scene of devastation, with shattered glass, various bottles and jars, and rusty equipment everywhere. The groups searched like locusts, looking for anything of value. No one noticed that the remnants of the blood vessels that Li Beitian had shot were wriggling on the ground, seemingly attracted to each other, causing them to continuously converge. In midair, a huge rambutan floated silently towards the genetic lab, with thousands of red blood vessels hanging down from it, tightly connecting to the lab. Clearly, the blood vessels that had just been shattered came from this rambutan. Chapter 70. The exposed woman in the shelter. Bai Yi walked on the glass, the slight cracking sounds underfoot making him frown as he looked around. What's wrong, Yi Go? Li Yu whispered beside him. Now, everyone was busy searching for treasure, and no one paid attention to their conversation. Don't you think it's strange? Li Yu nodded gravely. It is indeed strange. It's one thing that there are no corpses on the street, but there are none in the houses either. Bai Yi looked at him in surprise. It was the first time they had thought of the same thing. Don't look at me like I'm an idiot, okay? I'm a professional con artist. I won't say much, but my observational skills are definitely above average. Li Yu rolled his eyes. You're right. Even if a long time has passed, and the people in Shelter 189 are long dead, there should still be some corpses left. As we walked, although the streets were in ruins, there were absolutely no corpses, not even inside the houses. Given the size of this city, at least tens of thousands of people must have lived in Shelter 189. Where have all those corpses gone? Li Yu thought for a moment. Could it be? This is mine first. Let go. This robot is mine. A loud argument from the second floor interrupted their conversation. Bai Yi and Li Yu exchanged glances and walked towards the second floor. They entered a room that resembled a bedroom, where the Black Panther was arguing with a bounty hunter. On the dirty and messy bed lay a woman dressed provocatively. The Black Panther was pulling her arm while the bounty hunter was gripping her slender ankle, both of them tugging back and forth. A woman? How could there be a woman here? Bai Yi was stunned. He looked closely and immediately noticed something was off. Although the woman was very exquisite and lifelike, there was not a trace of vitality in her eyes, and she remained completely still. Looking at her clothing style, wasn't this a doll? It seemed that no matter how advanced technology became, humanity's most fundamental needs remained unchanged. You two, stop arguing. There are plenty of robots in the shelter. There's no need to fight over this one, especially since this robot is clearly not a combat model. Gao Banqing interjected, trying to mediate. But the Black Panther sneered. Although this robot isn't a combat type, it's even more valuable. I once saw a similar robot at a black market auction. The auctioneer referred to her as a companion doll. Her skin is indistinguishable from a real person, and her expressions and movements are even more vivid than a real person's. Some big shots offered millions to compete for her. I found her first. The bounty hunter glared angrily, and if he could have, he would have pulled out his gun. So what if you found her first? Treasures naturally go to those who are capable. The Black Panther had no intention of letting go. You really have no sense of reason. Bai Yi shook his head slightly, marveling at the interesting nature of humanity. Just a short while ago, they were friends clinking glasses. And now they were tearing each other apart for profit. He was not disappointed because he knew that humanity was never purely black or white, but rather a sophisticated shade of self-interest. Fortunately, not everyone was like that. That's enough. Gao Banqing began pulling out his checkbook. We're all friends. There's no need to argue over a small matter. How about? Bai Yi placed a hand on Gao Banqing's shoulder. Gao Fatty, you should know that not everyone can become friends, especially when it comes at the cost of compromising one's dignity. Gao Banqing paused, looking at the calm gaze of the young man. After a moment of silence, he put away the check. You're right. Bai Yi signaled to Li Yu. Li Yu stepped forward quietly and said coldly, it's a bit noisy. His indifferent voice brought the heated argument to an abrupt halt. The Black Panther's expression changed repeatedly, and he looked at Li Yu with caution, forcing a smile onto his fierce face. Sorry, Mr. Li, I was rude. What Boss Gao said is right. There are plenty of treasures here, and there's no need to fight. Bai Yi almost laughed out loud. Look at that. Who said the Black Panther was unreasonable? He was quite sensible. Mr. Li, Boss Gao, the Shelter 189 is so large. Our efficiency in searching together is too low. Why not split up? The Black Panther suggested, his eyes flickering. Good. Li Yu replied calmly. Farewell. Let's go. The Black Panther immediately signaled his followers to leave without any hesitation. Gao Banqing's expression darkened slightly. He naturally understood why the Black Panther and his group were leaving. Bai Yi didn't have time to deal with someone like the Black Panther. Instead, he began searching for other things in the room. Just now, everyone's attention had been focused on the companion doll, and they had not thoroughly searched this room. This room must have belonged to a high-ranking member of the genetic lab, as it was quite large and showed signs of luxury. Of course, the most critical point was that this room was the only one with a companion doll. Soon, he found a rusty safe in the wardrobe. What was the password again? Bang. The muzzle of the Breath of the Bones gun puffed out smoke. The password was correct. A light green syringe and a decayed experiment notebook. The gunshots attracted everyone's attention, and Li Beitian and others looked at Bai Yi with envy, knowing that finding a complete old-world gene serum would surely make him rich. Bai Yi first picked up the syringe and examined it. The light green liquid inside seemed to have deteriorated long ago, appearing very murky with many floating filaments. Looking somewhat disgusting. There was also a blurry label on the side. Crimson Virus Serum? Bai Yi muttered, recognizing only these three characters. Crimson Virus Serum? Gao Banqing's eyes lit up. This should be the serum for the Crimson Virus. Definitely created by people in the old world to combat the crimson disease during the Great Catastrophe. How much is this worth? Gao Banqing extended a finger. Bai Yi was taken aback. 100 million? Gao Banqing shook his head slightly. 10 million? He shook his head again. Bai Yi's expression turned strange. 1 million? Worthless. Gao Banqing laughed. Bai Yi was furious. Why is it worthless? Because people have already coexisted with the crimson disease. Those who couldn't adapt have turned into aberrants and have long been hunted to extinction. Perhaps some research institutions would be willing to pay for this expired serum. Unwilling to accept this, Bai Yi put the serum away, thinking that even a mosquito's leg is meat. What if they're SA sucker? He then picked up the experiment notebook, but as soon as he lifted it, it fell back, leaving only a portion of black residue in his hand. The decay was too severe. Bai Yi rubbed his hands and cautiously flipped through the notebook. Mutated Crimson Origin Experiment No. 34. Divine Sample Experiment produces giant crimson pseudo-beings. Control group number of divine prohibited objects. Chapter 71. Divine prohibited objects. What are these? Divine? Pseudo-beings? Divine prohibited objects? Crimson origin? Bai Yi played a fill-in-the-blank game. The experiment notebook was too decayed, and many pages were stuck together. Divine prohibited objects. Gao Banqing hurriedly squeezed forward, staring intently at the three characters. Do you know about divine prohibited objects? Gao Banqing nodded gravely. Most of the terms written above, I don't recognize. But I've seen the term divine prohibited objects more than once in the information storage of the Jinfu Chamber of Commerce. Bai Yi immediately became interested. What is a divine prohibited object? Brother Xiao Bai, do you know the levels of prohibited objects? Snake, Jiao Dragon. That's right. Prohibited objects are divided into 3 levels from low to high. Snake level, Jiao level, and Dragon level, while divine prohibited objects exceed Dragon level. They are so powerful that they are said to provoke the gods' dread, hence the name divine prohibited objects. Bai Yi's eyes brightened. So? There is a divine prohibited object in Shelter 189. There may be more. Gao Banqing pointed at the writing in the notebook. Look. The term divine prohibited object appears more than once, and there are even numbers. This indicates that there may be multiple objects in the shelter. Hey, where are you going? Bai Yi, already at the stairway, didn't look back. Obviously, I'm going to find the divine prohibited object. Brother Xiao Bai, slow down. I'm just guessing, theoretically. It's impossible for all divine prohibited objects to be in the same shelter. The response was Bai Yi's light footsteps. Ah! A piercing scream made Bai Yi pause on the stairs. That voice is from Black Panther and the others. Gao Banqing's face changed, and everyone hurried down the stairs. The first to reach the first floor was naturally Bai Yi. The moment he arrived, he caught a glimpse of the window, and that fleeting glance revealed a scene that made his eyelids twitch. A massive, crimson, spiky rambutan was protruding from the window. Thousands of crimson bloodlines hung down, as if a red rain had begun to fall outside. In the pouring red rain, Black Panther and the others were struggling madly, desperately trying to cut through the restraints of the red rain. One of Black Panther's subordinates was wrapped into a cocoon by the red bloodlines, which, as thin as hair, surged into his eyes, mouth, and ears until he was completely submerged. What the hell is this? Gao Banqing's face turned pale, nearly collapsing on the hard, petite body of Xiao Kuei. Bai Yi frowned. He suddenly thought of the incomplete words in the experiment notebook. Mutation, giantization, crimson virus. Could the rambutan be the mutated form of the crimson virus? Quick, save him. Li Beitian shouted, raising the Iron Spine Viper 03 and firing through the glass. The powerful shot directly severed countless bloodlines, and several of Black Panther's subordinates escaped in terror. As for Black Panther himself, being a 3-needle gene powerhouse, he flexed his muscles and let out a beastly roar, tearing apart the bloodlines that bound him. Looking at his dead subordinate, Black Panther's eyes were bloodshot as he drew the micro-submachine gun from his back and opened fire on the crimson virus. I'll kill you. With a burst of gunfire. The massive crimson virus was riddled with bullet holes, but the next moment, as it wriggled, the bullet holes instantly healed. Damn! Black Panther threw away the gun, then dropped to all fours, his sharp claws glinting like eagle's talons. As he stomped the ground, the already decayed floor cracked with spiderweb-like patterns. A circle of white gas waves rippling outward from him. Black Panther seemed to truly transform into a fierce leopard, leaping several meters high, his claws suddenly lunging forward and embedding into the surface of the crimson virus. He exerted force, his body sliding down with gravity, and his sharp claws directly ripped open the crimson virus. He crouched elegantly on the ground, his fierce gaze fixed on the heavily injured crimson virus. The countless bloodlines on it twisted and writhed madly, and the once round body began to cave in irregularly, deforming. Gurgle, gurgle. Something was surging inside the crimson virus. Black Panther slowly stood up, grinning savagely. You couldn't even withstand my attack. Humph, just a trinket. The next moment, bang. The crimson virus exploded like a punctured balloon, showering blood and bloodlines everywhere. This was truly a rain of blood. But the expressions of the crowd changed drastically. When the crimson virus burst, they finally saw what was inside this massive sphere. Corpses. Countless corpses piled tightly together. These bodies seemed to have been kneaded together by a giant hand and then stuffed into the body of the crimson virus. Now, with the virus ruptured, they were all revealed. The corpse sphere quickly fell to the ground under gravity, and the body at the very bottom instantly turned into a pile of meat paste. It was like throwing a steak into a plate full of sauce. With a loud slap, the juicy meat collided with the sauce, splattering everywhere. The corpse sphere eerily and horrifyingly settled on the ground, its height even surpassing that of some surrounding buildings. So the bodies in the shelter were all inside the Crimson Virus, Bai Yi murmured. At this moment, the blood foam and blood lines scattering in the air began to writhe strangely. They gathered madly, continuously taking shape, and in an instant, transformed into countless smaller versions of the Crimson Virus floating in midair. They looked like red dandelions dancing in the sky, enchanting yet eerie. I have a bad feeling about this. We should hurry. Before Gao Bansheng could finish his sentence, the countless bodies atop the massive corpse sphere suddenly opened their eyes. Pairs of eyeballs covered in blood lines stared fiercely at everyone, and panic spread instantly. Run! Li Beitian shouted loudly, urging everyone to escape. They ran for their lives. The sound of bodies rubbing and crawling coming from behind them. Xiao Kuei, on the back of Gao Bansheng, turned back to take a look during a moment of respite, and a chill ran up his spine. Those corpses were actually struggling to fall off the corpse ball one by one, their appearance indistinguishable from humans. Except for the blood-red madness in their eyes. What kind of monster is this? Are they aberrants? But their bodies showed no obvious deformities, still retaining a complete human form. Gao Bansheng said uncertainly, Damn, who cares about aberrants? Just fight. Black Panther sneered, pulling out his pistol from his waist and starting to shoot at the wave of aberrants rushing towards them. His subordinates raised their submachine guns and joined the battle. The tongues of flame from the gun barrels spitting fire, instantly transforming into a metal storm that shredded hundreds of aberrants. Chapter 72. Liu. Just at this moment. Aim for the head. The weakness of aberrants is their skull. Li Beitian drew his twin guns, and the bullets accurately shot into the heads of the aberrants, causing the hit aberrants to fall to the ground. Facing the aberrants attacking from the side, he swung both hands fiercely, and the yellow-orange bullets actually traced two perfect arcs in midair, bypassing the obstructing buildings and hitting the aberrants. Gunfighting technique. Bai Yi was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Li Beitian, who had always been inconspicuous, had such a skill. Truly a veteran bounty hunter. The powerful firepower instantly suppressed the army of aberrants. But gradually, they realized something was wrong. The aberrants that had been shot in the head actually crawled up from the ground again. From the grotesque blood holes in their skulls, countless tiny blood lines wriggled, and then the wounds automatically stitched themselves up. How is this possible? Black Panther was taken aback. Aren't aberrants much weaker than ordinary aberrant beasts? How can they not be killed by bullets now? He was both shocked and angry. Directly abandoning his gun, extending sharp claws from his fingertips, and crossing his hands in the air to form a diagonal cross, tearing an aberrant apart on the spot. The scattered limbs on the ground continued to wriggle, countless bloodlines extending from the wounds, intertwining like twisted strands, and 2 seconds later, that aberrant stood up again, intact. Black Panther struck again, this time chopping the aberrant into hundreds of pieces, the scattered flesh twitching on the ground for a moment before falling silent. Although he successfully dealt with one aberrant, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. These aberrants were completely different from the aberrants they knew, almost comparable to immortals. Yet even the powerful aberrant beasts did not possess such terrifying regenerative abilities. How could the weaker aberrants do so? Bai Yi narrowed his eyes, suddenly recalling the words he had seen before. Pseudo-humans. They are not aberrants. They are the pseudo-humans mentioned in the experimental records. The people engaged in fierce battle could not hear Bai Yi's words at all, or rather, they had no time to care about what the immortal monsters were. Whether they were aberrants or pseudo-humans, they were all enemies. The sun above the dome began to change color, shifting from its original incandescent white to a dim yellow, perfectly mimicking the setting sun. The afterglow of the sunset dyed the ruins of this abandoned city a dark red, casting increasingly dark shadows, like the gloom in people's hearts. Bang! A scarlet bullet shot out from Breath of Bones, exploding a pseudo-human's head like a watermelon hitting the ground, and this time, it did not get up again after falling. A glint flashed in Bai Yi's eyes, faintly grasping the blind spot. The bullet fired by Breath of Bones had a fundamental difference from ordinary bullets. Qi and blood. Qi and blood are the weaknesses of pseudo-humans. Hearing this, Black Panther hesitated for a moment, then suddenly exerted force throughout his body, channeling Qi and blood to gather on his claws. He knocked a pseudo-human to the ground. And sure enough, the bloodlines inside that pseudo-human no longer appeared. However, there was no sign of joy on his face. Instead, it grew even uglier because a person's Qi and blood are limited. Even though he was a three-needle realm powerhouse, with Qi and blood far more abundant than others, he still couldn't possibly kill thousands of pseudo-humans. Some bounty hunters turned pale. Their Qi and blood were too weak to project like Black Panther. In fact, even Bai Yi couldn't project his Qi and blood. The reason he could injure pseudo-humans was that Breath of Bones directly extracted his Qi and blood. Among those present, only 2 could project Qi and blood, Black Panther and Li Beitian. Black Panther was a genetically modified person of the three-needle realm, with extraordinary physical strength and ample Qi and blood, making it normal for him to project. But Li Beitian was not a genetically modified person, however. The methods he displayed were even more powerful than Black Panther's. Black Panther could only attach qi and blood to his claws, while Li Beitian could attach qi and blood to his bullets, creating a similar effect to Breath of Bones, albeit with less power. The two of them, plus Bai Yi who could barely be considered half, were like a drop in the bucket against the army of thousands of pseudo-humans. Seeing the army of pseudo-humans gradually surround them, everyone unconsciously looked towards Li Yu. In desperate situations, one must look to Mr. Li. But now Mr. Li was more panicked than anyone else. Mr. Li, please take action. If you don't, we will all die here. Black Panther, having torn apart two pseudo-humans, turned back urgently. His qi and blood having been severely depleted, his face already pale. Yes, Mr. Li, please act quickly. Gao Banqing also looked pale, but he was scared. Up to now, this wealthy fat man had not been injured, and his robot made Xiao Kuei displayed terrifying lethality. That steel body, with every punch and kick, contained unimaginable power, easily able to knock away several pseudo-humans. If it weren't for her lack of qi and blood, she could definitely lead everyone to carve out a bloody path. Li Yu felt as if he were being roasted on a spit. With things having come to this, he had no choice but to act. He waved his hand, and that invisible magical hand suddenly exerted force, sweeping away dozens of pseudo-humans, who crashed through the surrounding buildings and were buried under the falling debris. Unable to crawl out for a moment. Truly Mr. Li. Everyone felt their spirits lift and looked at the calm Li Yu with respect. With a single wave of his hand, sending dozens of pseudo-humans flying. Dealing with the remaining pseudo-humans was merely a matter of a few more slaps. But Li Yu secretly grimaced. That blow just now had taken all his strength, and his mental energy was nearly drained, leaving his mind still dizzy. He gritted his teeth against the dizziness and coldly raised his hand again. Suddenly, he let out a low grunt, tightly covering his right hand, which was wrapped in bandages. Gao Banqing and the others were alarmed. Mr. Li, what's wrong? Just then, Li Yu's right hand fell weakly, a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. Bai Yi quickly cooperated. Mr. Li was seriously injured before and cannot act frequently. Gao Banqing and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They finally understood why Li Yu had been wrapped in bandages all along. It turned out he had been injured earlier. What kind of being could injure Mr. Li? Could it be another of the 10 kings? Even when severely injured, Mr. Li could still kill aberrant beasts like the peregrine falcon with one blow. Intimidating one of the 12 zodiac signs, the underworld tiger. How strong must Mr. Li have been in his prime? What to do now? Without Mr. Li's intervention, who would deal with the army of pseudo-humans? The only option now was to run, Li Beitian said solemnly. But at that moment, Black Panther suddenly knelt down in pain. And everyone looked over, instantly horrified. At some point, Black Panther's body had become covered in red hair. The tiny scarlet viruses silently attached themselves to him, their crimson spikes piercing into his skin like writhing granulations, growing madly inward. Chapter 73. Brother Yi, I think I'm about to die. The Black Panther howled in pain, tearing at his own body with both hands. His flesh was ripped apart by his sharp claws, exposing raw meat to the air, as thin bloodlines, like strands of hair, writhed within his muscle fibers. In terror, he tried to pluck out the bloodlines with his fingers, but they did not break. Instead, they elongated, far exceeding the reach of his arm. Save me. He trembled, seeking help from the crowd, but several bloodlines abruptly crawled up his pleading and terrified eyes. In an instant, his eyes were completely covered by the bloodlines, turning a vivid crimson. It was as if someone had sewn his eyes shut with red thread. One stitch after another. His screams suddenly stopped, and the Black Panther's twisted body slowly rose, his scarlet eyes staring intently at the crowd, indistinguishable from a pseudo-human. Meanwhile, the air was filled with scarlet viruses the size of eyeballs, swarming towards the crowd like a horde of insects. The crowd was struck with fear. Dealing with the pseudo-humans was already difficult, and now it was worse. These scarlet viruses could transform people into pseudo-humans, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Breakthrough. Bai Yi threw a mechanical leg he pulled from a torn sack. It was the last leg of the officer. As the revolver bullet hit the joint of the mechanical leg, the officer exerted his last strength, blasting a path for the crowd to escape from the encirclement. The bounty hunters also pulled out their last grenades and bombarded the pursuing enemies behind them. Just as they thought they could escape, fate played a small trick on them. At the other end of the street, more pseudo-humans and scarlet viruses surged forth. Two waves of pseudo-humans advanced from both ends of the street, surrounding them. And scarlet became the dominant color of this dimly lit street. It must be that others have also broken the scarlet virus and released the pseudo-humans. Li Beiqian's face turned pale. Without hesitation, he crashed through the glass of a nearby house and leapt inside. The crowd was in a panic, scattering in all directions. Following Li Beiqian's example, madly rushing into the buildings on both sides. With so many pseudo-humans, even Bai Yi felt his scalp tingle. Even if he activated time stop, he wouldn't be able to kill them all. Over here, Li Yu smashed through a large door with a punch and urgently called out to Bai Yi. The two quickly slipped inside, without pausing, and jumped out through a window on the other side of the house, running wildly. The moment they escaped the house, the densely packed scarlet viruses and pseudo-humans filled the room, with inhuman screams sharp as nails scraping against a blackboard, triggering intense physiological discomfort in people. After jumping over several houses, the screams behind them finally began to fade away. Liu let out a breath, still feeling a lingering fear. We almost died. Black Mountain is really not a place for humans. I wonder how Gao Bansheng and the others are doing? Don't worry, Gao Bansheng has forbidden objects for protection. Plus he is so rich and has battle-made robots to protect him. He definitely won't die. Bai Yi gasped for breath. As for the others, it might just depend on luck. However, I feel that Li Beitian should be fine. He has been very low-key all along. But his strength displayed at critical moments is not weak. He is proficient in gunfighting and blood martial arts. In a real fight, even the Three-Needle Realm Black Panther might not be his match. Brother Yi, what should we do now? As soon as this was said, Liu felt a sense of relief. It was indeed pleasant to not speak and pretend to be strong, but over time it also became suffocating. Keep running. The scarlet viruses and pseudo-humans will surely spread outward. We need to get away from them. Bai Yi pushed open the window of the house and jumped out. Liu nodded and followed closely. Bai Yi quickly ran to another house, intending to break in to avoid the scarlet viruses and pseudo-humans. The best way to do that was to move through the buildings, using them to obstruct their movement. At this time, the sun had already set behind the ruins, and the whole city was like being submerged in ink, with only the outlines of the ruins writhing in the darkness. Bang! Bai Yi kicked open the door, and the inside was pitch black, with dust rising from the fallen door, turning into a hazy black smoke. As he walked into the house, his footsteps suddenly froze. Scarlet viruses. The room was full of scarlet viruses. They floated inside, nearly occupying all the space, as if Bai Yi had plunged into a sea of red dandelions. He could even clearly see a scarlet virus landing on the tip of his nose, then extending dozens of tiny tentacles, plunging down fiercely. Damn! Bai Yi cursed angrily, grabbing the scarlet virus on his nose and throwing it away. At that moment, other scarlet viruses completely surrounded him. Time stopped. Brother Yi, be careful. Liu's urgent call came from behind him, and then the surrounding scarlet viruses seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, grabbed and crushed. A vacuum suddenly formed around Bai Yi. Without hesitation, he turned and fled the house. The two kept running, turning left and right until they found a safe house to hide in. That previous house must have been visited by someone else, who likely led the scarlet viruses into the room, then jumped out the window to escape, trapping the viruses inside. Damn, what bad luck. Bai Yi cursed a couple of times. However, all he received in response was silence. Bai Yi froze for a moment and turned to look at Liu. He saw Liu gripping his right hand tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his face pale. Following Liu's right hand, he saw that the 3-meter-long invisible magic hand was no longer invisible, but had a streak of scarlet, as if uneven red paint had been sprayed on it. Brother Yi, I think I'm about to die. Liu forced a smile. You were infected by the scarlet virus. Liu shook his head. I didn't come into contact with the scarlet virus. I just crushed them with the magic hand. I thought it would be fine since the magic hand isn't a part of my body, but who would have thought he looked down at his magic hand, where the scarlet color spread like red ink on paper, dyeing the entire magic hand red. This was also the first time Liu's magic hand was fully revealed. Over 3 meters long, with a giant palm, resembling a giant's arm. Bai Yi's face darkened. With me here, you want to die? He took out the scarlet virus serum he had found earlier, preparing to give Liu an injection. Although it was long expired, it was better than nothing. Just as he was about to inject it, a hand blocked Bai Yi's way. Liu's lips had lost their color, and he trembled as he spoke. It's useless. Brother Yi, I can feel that my body hasn't been invaded by the scarlet virus. Look at where I have bloodlines. Chapter 74. Liu's last wish and lies. Bai Yi's hand holding the syringe paused slightly. Currently, Liu's symptoms were indeed completely different from the Black Panther's. The virus infected the magic hand, and the magic hand was closely related to my mental power. The virus crawled into my mind through the magic hand, and I have no hope. Then I'll inject the serum into your magic hand. He pushed Liu's left hand aside and stabbed the scarlet magic hand. Crack. The needle broke. He forgot that Liu's magic hand was as hard as iron and could not be pierced by the needle at all. Looking at the half-broken needle, Bai Yi fell into silence. Liu was on the brink of death to save him, even though he didn't need anyone's rescue at all. Yet, Liu still saved him. Liu's pale face reflected in his pupils, and his body temperature gradually dropped, exuding a chill reminiscent of a corpse. After crossing over, the first opponent he encountered, the first friend he made, was now about to die in this dark, abandoned corner, and he could only watch helplessly. Assuming a person can live for 60 years, that would be approximately 189, 216, 000 10-second intervals. I don't feel wronged by the wheel of fate. Take care. Though I fear death, I fear even more living the rest of my life in regret and guilt for leaving my friend behind to escape alone. The words from the past still linger in Bai Yi's ears, causing him to feel slightly dazed. Brother Yi, Liu's weak voice interrupted Bai Yi's reverie. Before I die, I have one last wish. Bai Yi took a deep breath, knowing very well what Liu's wish was, and solemnly promised, don't worry. I will take care of your mother. Liu shook his head laboriously. No, that's not the wish. Bai Yi was momentarily stunned. Not that? Is there something more important than your mother in Liu's heart? What wish? Just tell me. I will surely fulfill it. and I will take good care of your mother. Brother Yi, my mom doesn't need taking care of. Bai Yi frowned slightly. Why not? I have no mom. Bai Yi widened his eyes at Li Yu, even doubting if he had heard wrong. What do you mean, you have no mom? Hee hee. Li Yu smiled weakly. Actually, I lied to you. My mom passed away when I was young due to illness. I kept saying that just to survive. Bai Yi was shocked. Born? I don't think so. If my mom is watching from above, knowing she saved her son so many times, she would definitely be very happy. Li Yu smiled silently, his gaze gradually losing focus as he stared blankly at the pitch-black ceiling, his vision becoming blurry. Mom, your son misses you. I can finally see you again. Wake up. Bai Yi hurriedly shook Li Yu. What is your wish? A hint of clarity returned to Li Yu's eyes as he looked at Bai Yi. He opened his mouth, but could no longer make any sound. Suddenly, Bai Yi felt a gentle tap on his calf. He turned his head to see Li Yu's foot kicking him. Once, twice, 3 times, before the movement abruptly stopped. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, then realized he was being made to laugh by Li Yu. He knew what Li Yu's wish was, to repay the previous 3 kicks. When they were in Grey Dust Town, after Li Yu had just become an extraordinary being, he had sent a note in the middle of the night to meet him. At that time, Bai Yi had subdued him with a gun and had given him 3 kicks to the rear. But he didn't expect Li Yu to remember it until now. Li Zua, your memory is sharper than a needle. Bai Yi opened his mouth, but the words didn't come out because Li Yu had already slowly closed his eyes, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his pale face. Bai Yi gripped the cold syringe tightly, his anger gradually filling his chest, but when his gaze fell on the syringe, he suddenly froze. He seemed to realize something, quickly aiming the syringe at Li Yu's crimson magic hand. However, this time he did not inject it. Instead, he pushed the syringe to let the murky green liquid drip onto the magic hand. Since the crimson virus could permeate the magic hand, why couldn't the serum? As the first drop of light green water fell onto it, a miraculous scene unfolded. The crimson seemed to meet its nemesis and was directly dispelled by the green liquid. Although the green liquid was quickly consumed, the crimson also faded significantly. At this moment, Li Yu's chest showed slight rises and falls. Bai Yi was overjoyed and continued to drip the serum. He didn't dare to use it all at once. After all, too much medicine can be poisonous. What if he overdosed and killed Li Yu? After 1/3 of the serum was dripped, the crimson on the surface of the magic hand completely faded, but inside, crimson veins resembling tree branches still remained, like human blood vessels. It seemed the serum could not penetrate the inside of the magic hand. He dripped a few more drops, but the crimson veins remained unmoving. Li Yu suddenly sprang up from the ground, his eyes wide with terror as he looked around, gasping for breath, appearing both terrified and full of life. Is this the underworld? Damn, Brother Yi, when did you die? Bai Yi walked to Li Yu's side with a blank expression, then kicked him 3 times. Ouch, why are you kicking me? That hurts. Wait, dead people can't feel pain. Am I alive again? Li Yu looked at his body in surprise, finally focusing on the magic hand filled with crimson veins. He waved his arm, and suddenly the magic hand extended at a visible speed, from the original 3 meters to 5, 8, 10 meters. He was increasingly thrilled with a thought. The magic hand began to shrink again, gradually returning to the size of an ordinary person's arm. It can stretch and shrink freely. My magic hand can stretch now, and it seems to have become more flexible and harder. Don't be too happy too soon. The crimson virus still remains in your magic hand. The bloodline is the best proof. Although it has mutated your extraordinary ability, there will likely be after effects. Bai Yi poured cold water on him. The joy on Li Yu's face slightly faded as he looked at the densely packed veins in the magic hand with some worry. The magic hand's greatest function was invisibility. And now, although it was stronger, it had lost its invisibility function, which felt like a loss. Let me see if I can hide the blood vessels. He gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength like he was constipated, his face turning red. Finally, the blood vessels inside the magic hand began to contract, with countless tiny branches returning to the main trunk. Chapter 75, The Kill Against Bai Yi. Breathe. Li Yu gasped for breath, his eyes filled with joy. Great. Brother Yi, the blood vessels can be retracted, but I'm still not very skilled right now. I can't retract them all at once. If I practice a few more times, I will definitely be able to. His excited voice suddenly stopped, his gaze trembling as he stared into Bai Yi's eyes. Brother Yi, your eyes. Bai Yi felt an ominous premonition rise sharply in his heart. What's wrong with my eyes? The bloodline. There's a bloodline in your eyes. Li Yu shouted in panic, his voice somewhat distorted. Damn, Bai Yi cursed under his breath, directly pulling out a dagger and placing it in front of his eyes to examine. On the clear blade, his eyes were faintly reflected, and he saw a red line, akin to a worm, writhing in the white part of his eye. Seeing this, Bai Yi didn't hesitate at all. He raised his finger and thrust it fiercely into his eyeball. As his finger touched the surface of the eyeball, he fought against the impulse to close his eyes, pinched the writhing bloodline hard, and then pulled with force. A half-meter-long bloodline was forcibly yanked out of the eye socket, accompanied by a spray of blood. Bai Yi's right eye instantly turned crimson, and the intense pain forced him to close his right eye. But he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to search his body. He knew full well that the crimson virus must have invaded his body when he was attacked earlier. At that time, there were too many crimson viruses, and even he couldn't notice all of them. He should have discovered it earlier. But he hadn't noticed his own abnormalities while trying to save Li Yu. Your back. Look at your back. Li Yu exclaimed. On the torn part of Bai Ye's shirt on his back, a crimson virus was attached to his skin like a leech, with countless tiny bloodlines rooted in it. Let me. Li Yu's magic hand instantly shrank to the size of an ordinary person, precisely pinching the crimson virus, then yanking it hard. A chilling sound of flesh tearing echoed as the crimson virus was pulled out, but dozens of bloodlines remained connected to Bai Ye's back. Li Yu edged through the physiological discomfort, pulling and retreating, the bloodlines stretching longer and longer, creating the illusion that he was tugging on Bai Ye's blood vessels. The bloodlines looked so much like blood vessels that it felt as if he were grabbing a section of a blood vessel and forcibly pulling it out of the human body. With a pop, the bloodlines were pulled from Bai Ye's back, and at this point, his wound was already riddled with holes, forming a bloody cavity filled with rotten flesh, as if someone had stabbed him with a needle hundreds of times. Brother Yi, are you feeling better? Li Yu asked with concern. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, cold sweat covering his face, and the intense pain from his wound continuously stimulated his nerves. It's no use. The virus has invaded for too long. As soon as Bai Yi opened his mouth, he felt a tickling sensation in his throat, as if countless tiny bugs were writhing inside. Those tiny bugs multiplied rapidly and soon crawled out of his mouth along his tongue. Bai Yi bit down hard. The texture was tough, like biting through noodles. Phew. He spat on the ground, and several severed bloodlines and blood splattered on the floor. Looking at the writhing bloodlines on the ground, Bai Yi instinctively felt a bit nauseous. And the thought of having all those things inside him made him feel even more disgusted. Fortunately, there was still half of the crimson virus serum left. Since it could cure Li Yu's magic hand, it should also be able to cure him. He raised the syringe and thrust the broken needle harshly into his arm. As the light green liquid was injected, the strange feeling in his body immediately lessened significantly, and the bloodlines in his mouth shrank down to his abdomen. Li Yu watched nervously from the side, wanting to help but unsure of what to do, appearing somewhat at a loss. Brother Yi, are you feeling better? Bai Yi nodded with difficulty, about to speak, but his face suddenly turned pale, and he clutched his abdomen tightly as a wave of excruciating pain engulfed him. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Li Yu exclaimed in shock. Is it that the serum isn't enough? I'll go get you medicine right now. Bai Yi opened his mouth, but couldn't make any sound. In his panic, Li Yu didn't even open the door. He slammed into it, and fell to the ground along with it. Ignoring the pain, he quickly got up and dashed out into the street, randomly choosing a direction and running wildly. He didn't know where to find the serum, but he didn't dare to stop. At least searching meant hope, while stopping meant losing all hope. In the pitch-black room, Bai Ye's frail body seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. He could clearly feel the crimson virus gradually infecting his body. The feeling of death approaching was like being trapped in a gradually shrinking cold iron box. Oxygen being drawn out bit by bit, eardrums buzzing, until all that remained was the pounding of his pulse against his temples. The same serum that cured Li Yu could not cure him. It could be that the serum dosage was insufficient, or perhaps it was the spirit of infection, or the physical body infected, or it could be due to different constitutions, as he was not an extraordinary person. The reason no longer mattered. What mattered was, damn it. Bai Yi roared, his dark eyes filled with defiance. He felt no fear of death, only endless anger. Want to kill me? I'll kill you first. Time stopped. Buzz. A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared, and the boy stood defiantly on the giant golden dial like a wounded, dying lone wolf. As time began to freeze, the bloodlines causing chaos in his abdomen quieted down. Sure enough, the living beings I come into contact with when time stops also freeze. Their time is paused, unable to act on their own, but can be pushed by me as if they were inanimate objects. When he captured the peregrine falcon before, the falcon did not regain its ability to move, which led him to this guess. Bai Yi expressionlessly lifted a dagger and stabbed it fiercely into his abdomen. He let out a muffled groan, cold sweat pouring from his face, but his hand did not stop. The sharp dagger slowly cut through his abdomen, blood instantly staining his hand. He threw the dagger to the ground and thrust his right hand straight into his abdomen. The warm, slippery, and viscous sensation transmitted from his right hand to his brain's cortex, but he felt nothing because the pain was overwhelming, flooding his nerves like a tidal wave. He nearly bit through his teeth, enduring the agony as his right hand searched through his abdomen, finally feeling a bundle of blood lines. He yanked hard, pulling the blood line out of his belly and tossing it to the ground. This action nearly made him faint, but his body felt a wave of relief. He repeated the process, continuously reaching in to pull out the blood lines, discarding them, and repeating it over and over again. Chapter 76. The Pseudo-Person Bai Yi. Blood pooled at Bai Ye's feet. Logically, such actions would be unsustainable even for an extraordinary person's physical quality, but he somehow held on. It wasn't that his physical quality was strong enough, but rather the Crimson Virus was at work. The pseudo-person infected by the Crimson Virus possessed a terrifying regenerative ability akin to immortality. Now, as Bai Yi gradually transformed into a pseudo-person, although his regenerative ability was not as strong as a true pseudo-person, it had already surpassed that of a normal human. It was precisely this regenerative ability that allowed him to purge the bloodlines from his body. A minute later, he collapsed almost exhausted on the ground. The recovery brought by the Crimson Virus was not a perpetual motion machine, but rather came at the cost of draining his life force. In just this short minute, his life force was completely depleted. At this moment, Bai Ye's face was as pale as paper, but the corner of his mouth was smiling. A tiny virus dares to attempt to kill a god? I am the god of the new era. He smiled silently, feeling that the serum in his body had reached a certain balance with the Crimson Virus. Previously, it was because the bloodlines spawned by the virus were too numerous that the serum was powerless to counteract them. But with the removal of the bloodlines, the serum finally took effect. Oh no, time. Bai Ye's smile abruptly stopped, his expression changing drastically as he hurriedly closed the time stop, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Damn, almost wasted time, he muttered, but his vision began to blur. After all, he was not a pseudo-person, and the significant blood loss led to fainting. He did not know how long it had been, but Bai Ye was awakened by a strong, bitter taste in his mouth. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was spit. What the hell? So bitter, why is there so much gunk in my mouth? Huh, Li Zua? When did you come back? Li Yu, with a resentful expression, wiped the spit off his face and complained, Brother Yi, is this how you treat your life-saving benefactor? What life-saving benefactor? What did you feed me? I fed you 2 million. 2 million? Bai Ye was taken aback, then suddenly realized the bitter taste in his mouth. Mutated ginseng? He quickly lifted his shirt to reveal 8-pack abs, and the originally gruesome and bloody wound had somehow healed, leaving only a faint red mark. He remembered that after he emptied the bloodlines, the wound in his abdomen began to heal, but due to the depletion of life force, the wound only healed halfway before he fainted. It seemed that Li Yu had returned, saw that he had lost too much blood, and fed him the ginseng. Good job. Li Zua, you even thought to give me ginseng. Bai Ye took a deep breath happily. Guess what? I didn't die. I searched for a long time and couldn't find any serum, so I thought about coming back to collect your body. But then I found out you were still alive. Just lost too much blood. I figured ginseng should help replenish blood, so I fed you some, and unexpectedly, it really brought you back to life. So tell me, Brother Yi, how are you going to thank me? Li Yu said, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. Thank you? Bai Ye shot him a sideways glance. I could have just taken a nap and been fine, but you wasted a ginseng worth 2 million on me. I'm keeping tabs on this. Remember to pay me back 2 million in the future. Li Yu's face instantly darkened, and then his bright eyes slightly shifted as he suddenly said mysteriously, Brother Yi, can you guess why you could eat ginseng even after fainting? Bai Ye was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned pale. You, it can't be. No, it is just as you think, Brother Yi. I chewed a little bit and fed it to you. Ugh. Bai Ye immediately bent over and dry heaved, suddenly feeling that being alive seemed meaningless. Ha. Li Yu laughed loudly. I was just messing with you. If you wanted to, I wouldn't even want to. You don't know. The moment I put the ginseng to your mouth, you grabbed it like a starving ghost and shoved it in. You bastard. Bai Ye glared at him. I find that you never say a truthful word. You tricked me with ginseng, pretended to be a filial son. And if it weren't for the fact that you were about to die, I doubt you'd ever tell the truth in your life. Is there anything else you lied to me about? Speak. Li Yu's smile gradually faded, and he said solemnly, there is indeed one thing. What is it? Sorry, Brother Yi. I just lied to you again. In fact, the ginseng was really me using my mouth. I'll kill you. Moments later, Li Yu squatted in the corner of the room with a black eye, drawing circles on the ground with his finger. After venting his anger, Bai Ye picked up a dagger from the ground and lightly cut his own arm, instantly bleeding profusely. Li Yu was shocked. Brother Yi, you don't have to harm yourself to apologize to me. Get lost. Bai Ye said without turning his head, staring at his wound, feeling a tingling sensation, like ants crawling on it. Then something miraculous happened. The wound actually healed at a visible speed, just as I expected. This mutated scarlet virus has given me powerful regenerative abilities, and my physical condition seems to have improved significantly. I just hope there are no side effects. Bai Ye thought silently. By the way, Li Zua, how long was I unconscious? Li Yu was still drawing circles. About an hour. An hour? Bai Ye quickly took out his gold pocket watch. It was already 8:29 p.m. Oh no, Yang Jia and Ti have already found the Panga disc and run away. Would he? Stop squatting. If we don't hurry, all the good stuff will be taken. Bai Ye was eager to rush out, but he was suddenly pulled back by Li Yu's magic hand. Brother Yi, we can't go out now. It's full of scarlet viruses and faux humans out there. Li Yu said anxiously. I have my ways. How about this? You stay here and wait. I'll be back soon. Without further explanation, Bai Ye opened the door that Li Yu had just repaired and rushed out. The moment he stepped outside, he suddenly stopped, as if he had entered another world. Countless eyeball-sized scarlet viruses filled the city, floating like a sea of red dandelions. He was not surprised. Hundreds of people had rushed into the 189 shelter. Faced with the attack of the giant scarlet virus's tentacles, people would definitely not sit back and wait. In retaliation, the giant scarlet virus would naturally burst, releasing countless faux humans and small scarlet viruses. I can't delay any longer. The longer I wait, the more dangerous it becomes. Once the scarlet virus fills the entire city, even I would have to retreat. Bai Ye took a deep breath, ready to activate time stop to cross the street, but suddenly froze. Wait, why aren't these scarlet viruses attacking me? He was astonished to find that the sea of scarlet viruses completely ignored his existence and quietly floated in midair. Could it be? A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. It must be that I have already been infected and cured of the scarlet virus, causing my body to mutate and be regarded as one of them. Chapter 77. How can mere mortals understand the numbers of fate? I hold the cause and effect to determine the universe. But what about Liu? Brother Yi, wait for me. I'll go with you. We can cover each other on the way. Liu rushed over in a hurry. At that moment, the floating scarlet viruses in the street seemed to have spotted prey, pausing eerily for a second before all flying towards Liu. Oh shit. Brother Yi, run. Bai Yi didn't run. Instead, he directly closed the door, standing alone in front of it. The scarlet viruses halted in front of him, quietly swirling around Bai Yi. Some even landed on his hand, their tiny scarlet tendrils wriggling in the wind, but they did not pierce his skin. Just as I thought, Bai Yi was increasingly overjoyed. Without the threat of the scarlet virus, he could save so much time. But why can't Liu? Brother Yi, what are you doing? Hurry and come in. Liu's anxious voice came from inside. I'm fine. The scarlet viruses seem to treat me as a faux human and want to attack me. Liu immediately reacted. Is it because you've already been infected by the virus? But why can't I? Is it because I was infected with the magic hand and not my body? Brother Yi, let me try with the magic hand. Bai Yi slightly moved aside, and the door was quickly opened a crack, followed by an invisible hand with scarlet veins slowly reaching out. This time, the scarlet viruses indeed did not attack the magic hand. Damn, this isn't fair. We both got infected with the virus and injected with the serum. Why can you be fine all over while I can only use one hand? Liu said, frustrated. Enough with the nonsense. If you're going, hurry up and come out. I'm not going. I'll just be a burden if I go. It's better to take this opportunity to familiarize myself with the mutated magic hand and try to hide the veins as soon as possible. Bai Yi nodded. He understood that Liu's desire to go was out of concern for him, not just to find treasure. Now that he saw that he could ignore the scarlet viruses, there was no need for Liu to follow him. All right, then you wait here. After saying that, Bai Yi charged into the sea of viruses, constantly waving his hands to drive away the nearby viruses before officially setting off. At this moment, the already desolate city felt even more lifeless. There was not a single person on the street, and from the distant shadows, occasional howls of faux humans could be heard. The hundreds of people who came to seek treasure were either dead or hiding. He scanned the city and wore a thoughtful expression. He didn't know where the Panga disc was, but it probably wouldn't be in the residential area or the commercial street. So he headed towards the edge of the city. In the abandoned city, Bai Yi walked alone, with the sky full of red dandelions swirling like heavy snow, adding an eerie scarlet touch to this century-old city. He stepped over the dusty wreckage of flying cars, crushing the dandelions beneath his shoes, while broken billboards swayed in midair. And red fluff flowed like a river of blood over the iron bridge. The false moon in the sky cast a light, pinning his shadow to the asphalt road overgrown with weeds. He seemed to be the only traveler in this city, moving upstream against the falling red snow. Still holding on? A man in a black suit asked the sweating painter while roasting a wild rabbit. Holding on, holding on. The painter anxiously circled around the canvas. I have a grasp. But this shouldn't be. According to the fate line, this character outside the script is just a minor figure. I meddled with fate, triggered a killing intent. He was clearly doomed to die, yet he hasn't died. Not only did he not die, but his fate line actually became thicker, which is quite unscientific. The man in the black suit glanced at him. You, an extraordinary being who plays with fate, talking about science is inherently unscientific. The painter paced for a long time, and suddenly a gleam flashed in his eyes. I understand. It's a divine taboo object. A small figure, without anyone else's help, able to change a doomed fate line. Must have used external power, and such great power must be a divine taboo object. Then, the painter showed a thoughtful expression. This is troublesome. With the help of a divine taboo object, predestined death will also find it hard to kill him. Unless what? The man in the black suit broke off a golden brown roasted rabbit leg, just about to put it in his mouth, but was snatched away by the painter first. It's really delicious. The painter chewed on the rabbit leg, mumbling indistinctly. Unless we make him lose the divine taboo object. What a stunningly brilliant method. Thanks to your reminder, I suddenly thought of a better way to kill the tyrant. What method? The man in the black suit said expressionlessly. Let's quit smoking and drinking now. Go to bed early and get up early. Let him live for 100 years. And after 100 years, without lifting a finger, the tyrant will surely die. The painter. Now I finally understand why you deal with dead people all day long. Because your mouth can drive living people to death. Only dead people can communicate with you. You're flattering me. If you were to drop dead now, it would prove that what you said is not false. The painter laughed in anger. I can't be bothered to argue with you. My method may seem like nonsense. But it actually is. It actually is nonsense. The painter angrily said. In fact, it is the simplest and most efficient. Any complex scheme ultimately aims to achieve a goal. That person has a divine taboo object protecting him. So to kill him, of course, we need to make him lose the divine taboo object. Still nonsense. You painter. He took a deep breath, constantly reminding himself to keep his composure. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. He no longer paid attention to the man in the black suit, but focused on the canvas. Murmuring, his fate line was protected by the divine taboo object. A single killing robbery was insufficient to cope with it. So he only needed to connect his fate with someone who was destined to die, using the other party's killing robbery to erase him. While muttering, he began to sketch on the canvas. Soon, a girl in knight armor, holding a pure silver cross sword, was outlined. The man in the black suit frowned. Black Knight? If you kill her, aren't you afraid of the judgment of the Silent Court? I'm not going to kill her, but she is destined to die here. It's better to go with the flow, connect their fates, and let her die together with someone not in the script. What if that person relies on the divine taboo object to help the Black Knight break through the killing robbery? This is what I mean by making him lose the divine taboo object. If the divine taboo object is with him, he naturally won't casually throw it away. But what if he is no longer himself? What do you mean? The painter smiled slightly. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. He casually drew two laughing monkeys on the canvas, as if silently mocking. Satisfied with his artwork, he smiled and recited. How could a mere mortal comprehend the fate? I hold cause and effect to determine the universe. Chapter 78. The son of 1,000 gold does not sit in a hall. The ruler of 10,000 chariots does not venture into danger. Bang. Ah. The painter cried out in pain, clutching his stomach and vomiting, wasting the rabbit leg he had just eaten. The man in the black suit silently retracted his fist. Gu Huangquan, why are you acting crazy? Why did you hit me? The painter angrily cursed. Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly, you ate my rabbit meat and still scold me. You deserve to be hit. I was composing poetry. Yes, you were composing poetry to insult me. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Bai Yi discovered many pseudo-human corpses nearby. These pseudo-humans seemed to have been cut in half by some sharp weapon, all with a single fatal blow. The opponent used qi and blood to shatter the qi and blood on the pseudo-humans with one strike, preventing them from recovering. Looking at the familiar wounds, the figure of the night girl emerged in his mind. This sword wound looked very much like it was made by the pure silver cross sword in the girl's hand. Bai Yi felt a surge of joy. The night girl was the first to enter the 189 refuge, after the tyrant, and her purpose must also be the Panga plate. Now that he discovered the girl's trace, it indicated that he had not taken the wrong path. He quickened his pace, following the trail of battle. Suddenly, a roar from a pseudo-human came from the shadows of a nearby alley. Bai Yi frowned slightly, immediately activating Breath of the Bones, aiming his gun at the dark alley. Soon, a fierce figure burst out from the alley. When it saw Bai Yi, it was momentarily stunned. Its crimson eyes, covered in bloodlines, stared unblinkingly at Bai Yi, as if questioning whether the person before it was of the same kind. It seems that not only does the crimson virus not attack me, but neither do the pseudo-humans. Bai Yi thought to himself, what if I attack it? Bang! The yellow-orange bullet instantly pierced through the pseudo-human's abdomen, enraging it. Its eyes turned even redder as it roared and charged at Bai Yi. It seems that as long as I don't attack them, there's no problem. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and a crimson bullet blew the pseudo-human's head apart. It helplessly collapsed to the ground, its brain splattered. After passing through several collapsed skyscrapers, his vision opened up, as if entering another area of the city. It was very spacious here, with a few sentry-like buildings by the roadside, and many abandoned robots lying on the ground. It was somewhat similar to an abandoned military stronghold, and the traces of battle here were more numerous. This is it. Bai Yi's eyes gleamed as he crossed over the abandoned obstacles and moved deeper into the area. He was surprised to find that the crimson virus was extremely scarce here. Moreover, as he continued to advance, the crimson virus almost disappeared, as if there was something they feared in this area, making them dare not approach. He didn't know how long he had walked when he suddenly heard faint sounds of battle. The sounds came from a distance and were almost imperceptible by the time they reached him. He followed the sounds and continued forward, soon coming into view of a massive base. This base covered a vast area, almost a quarter the size of a city, surrounded by a circular alloy wall. Every 5 meters on the wall stood a machine gun resembling a Gatling gun. However, from the design, these machine guns were not traditional kinetic weapons. Their streamlined metal bodies had display screens on the sides and no place to load bullets, resembling the legendary laser weapons. Fortunately, these weapons had already been abandoned. Otherwise, ordinary people would really be unable to break in. The sounds of battle were coming from within the base, and the sounds became clearer. Bai Yi even heard the angry roar of the underworld tiger. He circled the perimeter of the wall and found the location of the main gate, which was violently breached. The thick alloy door having been smashed open, and a rusty sign hung on the nearby wall. Experimental base, no entry. The underground space of the 189 refuge was already limited, yet the people of the civilized era carved out such a large area to build an experimental base, indicating its importance. If he guessed correctly, this should be the core of the Panga project. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes, silently thinking that since the Panga project was said to open up the heavens and earth, the experimental projects inside would surely be diverse. The previous pseudo-humans and the mutated crimson virus were very likely part of the Panga project. As the people of the civilized era sought to crack the secrets of the crimson virus or control the virus, only to end up creating the mutated crimson virus. The people in the shelter have all turned into pseudo-humans. It seems something unexpected happened, leading to the mutation of the scarlet virus, which infected everyone. He slipped through the main entrance, moving along the outer wall of the experimental base, inching toward the direction of the sound, then quietly peeking out, revealing half of his head and eyes. Hiss! Bai Yi gasped in shock. What kind of monster is this? Another pseudo-human? On the other side of the experimental base, more than a dozen 5-meter-tall humanoid monsters were chasing after Ming Hu and the others. Their muscular bodies were covered in bulging veins and rotting flesh, and their hands were disproportionately large, resembling giant claws rather than human hands. Sharp knuckles glinted like the scythe of death, shining with a cold light. In addition to the dozen or so that were fighting, over 20 other bloodied humanoid monsters lay on the ground, apparently having just died. Where is Tyrant Yangjia? Bai Yi felt puzzled. He saw Ming Hu, the night girl, and even the show-off Li Xiao present. The first ones to break through the laser passage were all here. Yet Yangjia was missing. He scanned his surroundings, and, upon seeing a large hole in a certain wall of the experimental base, understood that the tyrant had already broken into the base. These monsters could block Ming Hu and the others, but they couldn't stop the tyrant. However, the tyrant's situation didn't seem optimistic either, as intense metallic clashing sounds and explosions echoed from within the base, loud enough that even Bai Yi, hiding far away, could feel the walls tremble. Dangerous. It was too damn dangerous. Bai Yi wisely chose not to join the fray and decided to just watch from here. After all, whoever finds the Panga disc will eventually have to come out of the experimental base, and at that time, he could just snatch it without putting himself at risk. As the old saying goes, a wealthy son should not risk his life in danger, and a ruler with thousands of chariots should not venture into perilous situations, let alone someone like him, a new era god. Those damn experimental subjects. They can't be killed without draining their life force. Ming Hu punched and shattered the arm of an attacking experimental subject, then rushed to the side of Silver Snake. Chapter 79, Birth. It's all about birth. The experimental subject with the shattered arm let out an angry roar, and a blazing scarlet light surged from its body. Glimmering spots of light gathered at the point of the broken arm, and in a flash of scarlet brilliance, the severed muscle, bone, and skin rapidly regenerated, restoring it to its original state in the blink of an eye. Silver Snake's charming face lost its smile. The tyrant's forceful entry into the experimental base broke the containment devices inside, unexpectedly releasing so many experimental subjects. She had no idea what the people of the old era were researching. Every monster they created was comparable to a transcendent being with a bounty of over 100 million. Ming Hu exerted his strength, grasping the arm of the attacking experimental subject and flinging it away like an ant lifting an elephant. There was no time to waste. They had to find the Panga disc before the tyrant. Let us go. He dropped to all fours, his muscles bulging dramatically. Seeing this, Silver Snake immediately leaped, her muddy little feet landing on Ming Hu's back. Ming Hu charged forward like a mount, while Silver Snake struck fiercely, her delicate white arms like soft, boneless venomous snakes, each blow tearing away large amounts of flesh from the experimental subjects. With their combined efforts, they quickly broke through the encirclement and dashed into the large hole created by the tyrant, disappearing without a trace. Humph. 2 births. He Qianjun coldly snorted, feeling very dissatisfied with the actions of Ming Hu and Silver Snake. Originally, everyone had worked together to kill over 20 experimental subjects, and they were on the verge of finishing them off. But at that moment, Ming Hu and Silver Snake had run away, leaving the remaining people to bear the pressure. The silver-haired He Qianjun suddenly leaped up like a bamboo shoot after the rain, his swift form dodging the incoming claws in midair. He then exerted force with his feet, climbing up the thick arm of the experimental subject as if climbing a mountain, and finally stomped hard on the creature's head. Using the rebound force, he glided towards the large hole in the wall of the experimental base. Although he was still 100 meters away, according to his falling momentum, he wouldn't reach the hole. But in the next second, his arms spread wide like a white crane taking flight, and a tremendous life force surged from within him, transforming into countless scarlet streams that passed through his outstretched arms. Those life forces seemed to form a pair of scarlet wings, forcefully dragging him to glide 100 meters and land precisely on the edge of the hole. He Qianjun stood at the edge of the hole, hands behind his back, coldly glancing at the others still fighting. I'll go ahead. Birth. You 3 are born to hide knives and jokes, betraying and going back on your word. Xiao Ichi cursed furiously. Wait. Clang. The sword behind him suddenly unsheathed, transforming into a streak of light, chasing after He Qianjun. The instant the sword passed over his head, Xiao Yi quickly reached out to grab the hilt, and then he was abruptly pulled away. Xiao Yi also ran. This group of births. Li Xiao looked at the remaining experimental subjects attacking him, his eyes almost bursting with rage. He believed that the strong should keep their word, and once they agreed to work together against the experimental subjects, they should follow through. He never expected this group of strong individuals to run away one after another. His shadow suddenly shot out a dark shadow dart towards the hole, and with a movement, Li Xiao ran as well. Let us go in too. The phantom clown spoke to the air beside him. You want to help that night girl? He glanced at the night girl who was in a tough battle. The cold sword light severed the encircling experimental subjects time and again, but they kept regenerating. But I feel like she doesn't need help, right? The phantom clown tilted his head. Just as he said, the night girl indeed didn't need help. She was far from the hole, and couldn't shift like Li Xiao. If she wanted to enter the hole, she would have to charge in. But she didn't T-charge in. Instead, she quickly ran towards the nearest wall of the experimental base, with 7 or 8 experimental subjects hot on her heels. The encirclement shrinking until they cornered her. The girl showed no signs of panic, raising her pure silver cross sword and gently stabbing it into the wall before her. Clang! The pure silver cross sword instantly sank into the wall without any obstruction, as if cutting through tofu. Following that, the girl drew a circle with her sword, and clang! A heavy circular wall panel fell, and she gracefully slipped inside. The massive experimental subjects couldn't squeeze through the hole and could only extend their grotesque arms to scratch continuously. Inside, the girl quietly watched as the sharp claws fell near her, yet they couldn't touch her clothes at all, the featureless silver-white mask mocking her silently. The short 3-centimeter distance feeling like a chasm. Oh dear, not only does she not need help, but she is also drawing the experimental subjects away from us. Hold on tight, E. The phantom clown gripped the air with one hand and lowered the broken top hat on his head with the other, rushing forward like a ghost, leaving behind trails of afterimages in the air. Several experimental subjects tried to grab him, but he dodged them by a hair's breadth. Like a clown walking on a tightrope in a circus, swaying dangerously yet never falling. The last experimental subject blocked the entrance, and the phantom clown slid under its legs, then leaped into the base. With all targets lost, the experimental subjects howled in rage, the visible sound waves spreading out, shaking Bai Yi, who was far away, to cover his ears. A few clever experimental subjects chased after him, while the remaining 3 foolish ones were still scratching at the night girl. Is the show over? Bai Yi pouted. He couldn't see the battle inside the experimental base anymore and could only wait boredly in place. Anyway, he would never go in. Who knows how much danger is inside? It would be much better for him to wait for others to go through all the hardships to find the Panga disc, and then he could just reap the benefits. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the sounds coming from inside the experimental base not only didn't decrease, but instead grew louder. It sounded like a legion was fighting inside, with violent explosions occurring from time to time. Damn, these people won't ruin my disc, will they? They shouldn't, after all. Their target is also the disc. They can't be that stupid, right? Right? Boom. A violent explosion occurred behind Bai Yi, and before he could react, he was directly blown away. Countless broken bricks buried him. Bai Yi crawled out from the rubble, cursing angrily. Is there no sense of public morality? Can bombs be thrown around carelessly? The hole that was blown open was pitch black, with no one responding. Only the continuous sounds of explosions could be heard. He glanced around and saw a broken metal box that had been blown apart, looking like some kind of precision instrument, but he didn't recognize it. He guessed that someone had sent this metal box flying during a battle, and it exploded after hitting the wall here. What bad luck, fortunately. My physical fitness is tough enough. As he spoke, the wounds on Bai Yi's back had already healed completely. This won't do. It's not safe here. I should hide further away. Just as he was about to retreat, he caught a glimpse of a reflective object in the corner of his eye from the blasted ruins. He hurriedly dug through the rubble, and upon seeing the reflective object, he was stunned. Chapter 80. Forbidden Object, Number 001. Unnameable, unrecordable, uncontainable. Is this a phone screen? He saw a rectangular, semi-transparent screen quietly lying among the rubble, with cracks all over it. He picked up the phone screen and examined it closely, only to find that the cracks concealed a precision circuit board. It shouldn't be a phone screen. It's too thick. This thickness is more like a phone. Could this be a phone from the civilized era? Just a plain screen? Looking at the cracks on it, Bai Yi thought it was a pity. He used to love playing with his phone before the crossing, playing every day, and after crossing, he even experienced withdrawal symptoms. Now that he had finally found a high-tech phone, it turned out to be broken. He fiddled with it for a while, but had no idea how to turn it on, so he had to stuff the phone into his pocket. Perhaps there would be a chance to repair it in the future, and then he could play with the phone again. The appearance of the phone inspired him. Although he couldn't go inside the experimental base, he could still scavenge outside. After all, so many explosions had just occurred, many walls had been blown apart, and maybe other good things had been blasted out along with the rubble. Bai Yi couldn't help but glance at the place where everyone had entered. That was where the most explosions had happened, and the most rubble was. Since he was free anyway, he might as well look for treasures. He immediately set off toward that direction. At this moment, the 3 experimental subjects with questionable intelligence were still digging, not knowing if their arms were stuck in the hole. But they just kept digging. He didn't care about the experimental subjects. They were all infected with the crimson virus, all on the same side. Tap, tap, tap. Bai Yi walked briskly, stepping over the rubble past the 3 experimental subjects. This immediately caught their attention, and 3 pairs of terrifying crimson eyes fixed their gaze on him. Oh, you guys are busy? I'm just passing by, carry on. Bai Yi waved his hand, and was about to pass the 3 idiots. But unexpectedly, the 3 idiots actually pulled their hands back from the hole, slowly stood up, and looked down at Bai Yi from their towering height of over 5 meters. Bai Yi's heart sank. What are you doing? Look clearly, we are all comrades. We're on the same side. Damn it. 3 huge shadows charged toward him. And he turned to run. With your level of intelligence, you can't even recognize your own kind? It was unclear whether it was low intelligence or that the experimental subjects and pseudo-humans were not even considered the same kind, but when the 3 idiots attacked, they showed no mercy. Although the 3 experimental subjects were large, their movements were very agile, and they closed in on Bai Yi in an encircling manner. For a moment, all his escape routes were blocked, and the only chance he had was the hole where everyone had entered before. Without any hesitation, Bai Yi dashed into the hole, and the three idiots followed closely behind. After running for more than 10 meters, he encountered a corner, and he quickly dodged and slid around the bend, cutting off the three idiots' line of sight. Suddenly, time froze. In an instant, everything fell silent. In the world, only the sound of the boy's heavy breathing echoed. If it weren't for the fact that I can't kill you, I would have definitely taken care of you today. Bai Yi cursed angrily, then retraced his steps, directly bypassing the three idiots and slipping out of the hole again. Time resumed. As time flowed again, the three idiots, still unaware of what had happened, plunged into the corner and disappeared. Watching their disappearing figures, Bai Yi felt a bit puzzled. He couldn't shake the feeling that the three idiots were intentionally trying to push him into the experimental base. He sneered. Wanting to force me into the experimental base to die? No way. He chuckled. After spending 5 seconds, the crisis was completely resolved. Bai Yi happily began to scavenge. The experimental base was now full of holes, with many areas having collapsed due to Yang Jie and others' actions. He didn't venture deep inside, but rummaged through the rubble outside. In no time, he found quite a few items: a metal cup with holes, a broken pen split in two, the head of a smart robot, a segment of a chair leg, and a scrap version of a fully automatic coffee machine. Bai Yi was completely exasperated. After spending 5 seconds to distract the three idiots, he ended up with a pile of junk. This deal had cost him dearly. Now he only had 2 minutes and 25 seconds left. I really don't believe that such an advanced experimental base would only yield this little garbage. After relentless searching, Bai Yi finally found a valuable item, a notebook that had been burned for the most part. He carefully opened it, and the thick black title made his heart race. Containment of Forbidden Object Number. Although he couldn't see all the text, he could roughly guess the meaning. This notebook should record the containment conditions of various numbered forbidden objects. Even a forbidden object like Breath of Bones, which is classified as a snake-level taboo, requires containment to be used, let alone forbidden objects, whose containment conditions are likely even more stringent. As he turned the charred pages, Forbidden Object, number 001, Unnameable, Unrecordable, Uncontainable. Bai Yi was filled with questions. This page was relatively intact, but the problem was that the middle was all blank, with nothing at all, and it ended with 3 unstatements. It made him really want to ask the record-keeping personnel, what is so unacceptable? He continued flipping through. Forbidden Object, number 002, Unnameable, Unrecordable, Uncontainable. Bai Yi was almost amused. He thought, if all of these are like this, then you might as well not record them. It's a waste of a notebook. He flipped through several pages until he reached Forbidden Object 010, and finally found a bit more writing, but it was still all black and charred. Damn. Forbidden Object. Number 039, The Forgotten One, will be attracted by erudite, complex, and interesting humans to feed on information, memories, knowledge, thoughts, etc., all non-material information carriers. Cannot attack. Cannot kill. Can be contained. Containment conditions. Finally, he found a page that was relatively intact, but after reading it, Bai Yi was left in a fog. The name of 039 is The Forgotten One. Humans? Can that even be considered a forbidden object? Turning to the next page, there was an illustration for 039, but it was charred and barely discernible, seemingly depicting a man. He flipped through it for a long time before finally closing the notebook. It was somewhat useful, but not much. This was Bai Yi's evaluation of it, as most of the information was damaged. He only knew the names and numbers of many anomalous objects, and for some, he only knew the containment conditions. He didn't even know how many numbers there were, as the later pages were more severely damaged, with some completely burned away. Chapter 81, Anomalous Object, number 169, Twin Monkey, Statue Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded. Bai Yi was startled and quickly looked towards the experimental base, his pupils contracting sharply. He saw a large hole blasted through the roof of the experimental base, billowing black smoke rising into the sky, and amidst that smoke, a massive hand resembling a dragon's claw covered in black scales burst through the hole. Countless fragments of stone flew, and dust rose, as if it were raining stones from the sky. This hand was enormous, comparable in size to the experimental subjects. What kind of monster is this? Just as he was astonished, countless metal spikes shot out from the hole, piercing through the black-scaled giant hand, followed by another loud crash, like the sound of some massive object colliding. The black-scaled giant hand fell back into the hole, and the experimental base collapsed even more severely. The sounds of battle intensifying. It was Tyrant Yang Jie fighting it. Bai Yi recognized that ability to control metal. Judging by the commotion, the owner of the black-scaled hand was extremely terrifying. Being able to fight Tyrant Yang Jie to such an extent was telling. Bai Yi was increasingly glad he didn't go inside. It was too dangerous. Even 2 minutes and 25 seconds might not be enough to survive. He couldn't defeat a single one of these monsters, and even using time stop wouldn't work, as the opponent was comparable to an immortal being. He simply didn't have enough time to completely wear down their vitality. Time to get to work. Despite his surprise, Bai Yi didn't forget to scavenge. The recent explosion had scattered quite a few items. 5 minutes later, holding a pile of debris, he suddenly stopped. his eyes lighting up as he stared intently at a nearby pile of rubble. This is an anomalous object. With a clang, Bai Yi threw away all the junk he was holding and rushed towards the black statue, which was half buried in the rubble. The statue was quite peculiar. About the size of a palm, with half of its body buried, only a pitch-black monkey head visible, grinning in a very eerie manner. Anomalous Object 169, Twin Monkey Statue. What was it again? Bai Yi stopped in front of the statue and quickly pulled out his burnt notebook, flipping through it until he found the entry for number 169. Anomalous Object, number 169, Twin Monkey Statue. A statue of two monkeys embracing each other. Containment difficulty, grade D. Twin Monkey Statue. Containment difficulty, grade D. His eyes shone with greed, devoid of any emotion. The notebook recorded that containment difficulty was classified as A, B, C, D, with anything above grade of being uncontainable. Containment difficulty often also represented the danger level of the anomalous object. Not all anomalous objects were harmless. Grade D containment difficulty meant that the twin monkey statue was of very low danger. Heaven does not bestow without consequences. This should belong to me. Bai Yi didn't reach for it directly, but instead picked up a piece of rubble and threw it at the twin monkey statue, which showed no reaction. He then dragged over a severed arm of a deceased experimental subject and touched it several times, still encountering no danger. Although the containment difficulty was grade D, it was still an anomalous object, so it was better to be cautious. After all, even the breath of bones could still extract vitality. After a while, he finally confirmed that the twin monkey statue should pose no danger and cautiously extended a finger. His finger touched it and immediately retracted as if electrocuted. But there was still no danger. 2 fingers, 3 fingers, and finally, he picked up the monkey statue with no adverse effects. The feeling in his hand was no different from an ordinary wooden statue. Wait, why is there only one monkey? Where's the other one? He was bewildered. The illustration clearly depicted a twin monkey statue with 2 monkeys embracing, but the statue in his hand only had one big laughing monkey with its arms wide open, embracing thin air. Was half of it blown away? Can this thing still be used? Bai Yi's heart sank. Although he was scavenging, he didn't actually want to pick up trash. Clinging to a slim hope, he began to study the single monkey statue. After flipping it over for 10 minutes, and even counting the number of hairs on the monkey, he still couldn't figure out its use. Forget it. Having something is better than having nothing. He comforted himself a bit, and then put the single monkey statue away. Inside the experimental base, the night girl of the silent court was walking down a dark corridor, wielding a pure silver cross sword. The sword had already been stained red with blood, and as she walked, crimson droplets continuously dripped from the sword's tip, forming a broken trail of blood on the ground. Surrounding her lay several rats infected with the scarlet virus, their bodies twitching as they lay in halves. Why are there rats in the experimental base? A serious expression crossed the night girl's light brown eyes. She had previously found the species catalog of Shelter 189, which recorded all animal species and genes brought into the shelter by people from the old era. Although the catalog included rats, it only contained rat genes, meaning there shouldn't be any live rats in Shelter 189, while the old era had mastered cloning technology and could clone rats. She felt that things wouldn't be that simple because rats offered no benefit to the shelter. It should be noted that people in the old era had long stopped using lab rats for experiments and instead used clones directly. If it were for pets, it would be hamsters or white mice, not these black-furred, disease-ridden rats. Of course, it was also possible that someone had a peculiar hobby. It wasn't that she was being overly sensitive, but seeing the rats reminded her of a very dangerous person. The Zodiac hidden rat. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. The priority now is to find the Panga disc. The night girl hurried through the corridor. Her time was running out, and she had to find the disc before the tyrant, or she would never have another chance, as no one could take anything from the tyrant. Fortunately, no one knew where the disc was stored within the experimental base, not even the tyrant, who had to search little by little. 5 minutes later, she stopped, her gaze falling on the rows of alloy doors on either side of the corridor. If it weren't for the appearance of the alloy doors, she might have suspected she was going in circles, as the corridor's layout hadn't changed at all, like a scene copied and pasted countless times. Most of the alloy doors had long been violently destroyed, with only 2 remaining tightly closed. The night girl first checked the damaged doors one by one, finding them empty. Then, she approached the closed alloy doors. Although the hope of finding the Panga disc here was slim, she had come this far, so she had to take a look. Chapter 82, Life Exchange Clang. The pure silver cross transformed into a sharp silver light, and the alloy door broke apart. The room's interior was exposed to her view, and she frowned slightly, as behind this door were only some discarded computers, hard drives, and mobile phones, all electronic products. It was a complete mess, like a storage room. She searched through the pile of junk with her sword for a while, and after confirming it was all scrap, she immediately walked towards the last alloy door. With one swing of her sword, the alloy door opened, revealing a pitch-black monkey-like statue in front of her. The statue was placed on a metal pedestal, covered by a square transparent glass case. It was a monkey with its arms wide open, grinning broadly. The metal pedestal was engraved with the text, Divine Forbidden Object, No. 169, Twin Monkey Statue. Divine Forbidden Object? A hint of disappointment flashed in the night girl's eyes. Although divine forbidden objects were precious, they were not her target. She slowly exited the room and then kicked a piece of rubble. Whoosh! The rubble accurately shattered the glass case, hitting the monkey's head. The twin monkey statue fell to the ground, completely unharmed, and showed no signs of any supernatural phenomenon. The night girl remained silent for a moment before turning to leave. Moments later, she returned holding an arm that she had previously severed from a test subject. She threw the arm onto the twin monkey statue, but still nothing happened. She re-entered the room and poked it with her pure silver cross sword. The razor-sharp sword left no marks on the statue. After a series of tests, she finally picked up the statue with her hand clad in knightly gauntlets. It was at that moment that the previously inert statue suddenly emitted a cold black light. The grinning monkey's mouth widened even further, as if mocking her silently. Finally, she took the bait. The night girl reacted quickly, and almost the instant the black light appeared, she threw the statue away. But no matter how fast she was, she couldn't outrun the light and inevitably got hit by the black light. Meanwhile, outside the experimental base, Bai Yi, who was picking up garbage, suddenly felt a chill run through him. What the hell? He quickly pulled out the single monkey statue from his body, only to see a thick, ink-like black light erupting from the statue. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw the statue away. Clang! The wooden statue landed on the hard silver-white metal floor, making a crisp sound. Bai Yi was momentarily stunned. He blinked, doubting he had eaten poisonous mushrooms and was hallucinating. Just a second ago, he was picking up garbage in an open square, and now he was in a closed room made of silver-white metal. Looking at the monkey statue lying on the cold metal floor, he stared blankly for a moment before a flash of joy crossed his eyes. So that's what the ability of 169 is. It can teleport if thrown on the ground. But where the hell did this come from? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Bai Yi suddenly froze, his expression turning to one of fear. No. Why does my voice sound like a slightly trembling girl-esque voice? What the hell? Is this the side effect of using 169's teleportation? The clean and bright girl's voice burst forth with a series of curses, possibly out of shock. The ending even carried a slight quivering tone, like a little dog angrily wagging its tail. Clearly a mix of anger and shock, but the words coming out sounded like they were laced with hard candy. Sweet, yet tinged with reckless urgency. Bai Yi was increasingly horrified. At that moment, he truly panicked. He hadn't been this scared even when he was almost killed by the scarlet virus, but now he was truly at a loss. He hurriedly looked down at his body, and was stunned again. Knight armor? Why am I holding a pure silver cross sword? The more he looked, the more familiar it became. This was obviously the outfit of that night girl from the Silent Court. Could it be? Two keywords suddenly flashed through his mind from the record book of divine forbidden objects. Twin, soul. No way. Bai Yi dashed towards the monkey statue, scooped it up from the ground, and took a closer look, his face instantly paling. This was not the monkey statue he had picked up. The one he found had its embracing direction to the left, while this one was to the right. Now he understood everything. The function of the twin monkey statue was soul swapping. The night girl must have picked up the other half, and since both were held simultaneously, it triggered the statue's ability. Monkey bro, let me switch back. Bai Yi kept shaking the monkey statue. The statue laughed silently, showing no response whatsoever. Damn you, monkey. If you don't let me switch back, believe it or not, I'll chop you to pieces with one sword. Bai Yi angrily raised the pure silver cross sword and was about to strike the monkey statue, but halfway through, he was shocked to find that the pure silver cross sword was gone. Not only that, he felt lighter. The knight armor had also vanished, along with the silver-white mask on his face. The monkey bro is showing its spirit? Did I switch back? He hurriedly felt around his body, but suddenly froze. He was missing one item and had two new ones. Looking down, his vision instantly darkened. A black dress, with a slim curve at the waist, and two white lotus-like calves stood beneath the hem, with a faint shadow cast by the hem at the knees, resembling tinder leaves not fully opened in late spring and early summer, exuding a sense of unrefined pink and sweetness. He could even smell the girl's body fragrance, mixed with a scent similar to perfume, but not quite. It was more like the incense used by ancient noble families, very elegant. I'll kill you, monkey bro. The black-dressed girl angrily threw the monkey statue on the ground, her delicate and exquisite patent leather princess shoes stomping on the monkey statue one after another. While stomping, she cursed continuously, a stream of foul language pouring from her lips, and the crisp sound of her heels grinding against the statue could be heard, alongside her huffy breaths. Like a little beast being stepped on its tail, her ears flushed in anger. Bang! The silver-white metal floor was crushed into a deep pit by Bai Yi's foot. Bai Yi was startled. It wasn't he until this moment that he realized just how much strength was hidden in the seemingly fragile body of the night girl. After venting for a while, he calmed down, mainly because there was no way to remain calm. It had come to this. So he needed to find a way to switch back his soul. I'm now in the night girl's body, so she should be in mine. The record of the divine forbidden object said that the containment difficulty of 169 is Class D, which means it shouldn't be hard to switch back. The twin monkey statue, which displayed two monkeys embracing each other in the picture. Perhaps if I can piece the two monkey statues together, I can switch back. So the priority now is to quickly find myself. Bai Yi picked up the statue and walked out of the room, only to see a long corridor. Damn! The black-dressed girl wrinkled her delicate nose and cursed. Where the hell am I supposed to go? Chapter 83. And Xiao Tong Baiyi realized he didn't have the night girl's previous memories. So he had no idea where he was in the experimental base or how to get out. Holding on to the hope that a dead horse could be used as a living horse, he prayed that the night girl had a map and hurriedly started searching. The girl's black dress had hidden pockets, and when he reached into one, he felt a bunch of miscellaneous items. When he pulled them out, his face instantly fell. What the hell is this? Why is it all chocolate and fruit candy? There's not a single useful thing. Gulp. Baiyi unconsciously swallowed. There was a craving for candy coming from the girl's body. Eat, eat, eat. That is all you know how to do. Furious, Baiyi stuffed a piece of fruit candy into his mouth. Damn. It's strawberry flavor. I hate strawberries the most. While eating the candy, he rummaged through another pocket, this time pulling out a ring and a full-face sun protection mask. Sure enough, women never forget to apply sunscreen. He put away the mask and examined the ring. It was a ring made of alloy, engraved with a small white dove ready to take flight. A ring? A forbidden item? Or something else? Baiyi flipped the ring over and immediately saw the delicate inscription on the inner band. And Xiao Tong. And Xiao Tong? The name of the night girl? What good is knowing a name? Why are all that's left are some broken, pure silver cross swords? Where's the knight armor? Why is it all gone? After pondering for a moment, he thought of the answer. Perhaps the cross swords and the knight armor were not physical objects, but rather in Xiao Tong's extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary beings are products of mental transformation, and all abilities are closely related to the mind. Since the two had swapped souls, and Xiao Tong's abilities were naturally taken away as well, just as he still possessed the ability to stop time. His ability was also related to the soul. It was due to the misalignment of his own soul with the time of the present era, so no matter how many times his body changed, the ability to stop time remained. Outside the experimental base, and Xiao Tong looked expressionlessly at her dirty hands, tattered clothes, and the pile of rags at her feet. She had to accept this cruel reality. She had become Baiyi. Just now, to confirm her identity, she accidentally touched a part of him that still left her unsettled. It was her first encounter with such things, and the shock was too great. However, what she found hardest to accept was the weakness of this body. It was so weak that a single finger could kill it. Fortunately, my abilities and combat skills are still intact, barely providing a means of self-defense. I must find Baiyi quickly. It's too dangerous for him to be alone in the experimental base. Her impression of Baiyi was still quite good. This boy from the wasteland was willing to fight to the death for the residents of Grey Dust Town. This protective belief was akin to the concept of justice in the Silent Court, and Xiao Tong headed straight for the experimental base. As she took her first step, spiderweb-like silver threads crawled up her ankle, weaving a net on her body like moonlight spilling down from the sky. With her second step, the silver threads climbed up her calf, blooming into metallic scales at her knees, each reflecting a cold light. With the third step, a torrent of silver and black suddenly surged over her waist, the outline of armor rising like the tide, the shoulder pieces clicking together automatically. With the fourth step, a silver-white faceplate flowed over her face, leaving only her eyes glowing fiercely through the gaps. At this moment, and Xiao Tong slowly extended her right hand and grasped at the void. A dazzling silver light appeared in her hand, as if she were holding a myriad of galaxies. The starry river shimmering and flowing, while a slender pure silver cross sword slowly took shape. This fully armed knight showed no hesitation as she plunged into the dark abyss. It was done. The fate lines of the two had completed their intertwining exchange, both falling into a deadly calamity. The painter smiled slightly. Standing with his hands behind his back at the edge of a precipice, the wild wind blowing his white robe but failing to disperse the confident smile on his face. How did you know there are forbidden twin monkey statues in Shelter 189? Gu Huangquan's cold voice sounded behind the painter. Can you stay away from me? The painter turned around, helplessly saying, Why? Because when I stand at the edge of the cliff, I don't want anyone behind me, not even my own parents. No one is forcing you to stand at the edge of the cliff. You chose the location yourself, Gu Huangquan said expressionlessly. Artistic conception. Do you understand artistic conception? Standing at the edge of a towering cliff, overlooking thousands of peaks, watching flowing clouds rush like rivers beneath your feet, the vast sky is within reach. You can cover the heavens with a hand. So why do you know there are twin monkey statues in Shelter 189? The painter sighed, hand on his forehead, playing music to a cow. What is it you want? The painter's expression changed drastically as Gu Huangquan took another step closer. His expression devoid of emotion, as if he were forcing him to jump off the cliff. It's the hidden mouse. The hidden mouse told me. He cried out repeatedly, then dodged past Gu Huangquan, moving away from the edge of the cliff. How does the hidden mouse know? The painter returned to his calm demeanor and said lightly, Do you really think that after Apocalypse Corporation discovered Shelter 189, they did nothing? So, the Panga disc was already taken by the hidden mouse? Who knows? The painter shrugged. Anyway, the hidden mouse said there was no Panga disc inside. But there were some incredible things. His plan is to use these things to kill the tyrant. Why kill the tyrant? There are countless heroes in the world. And while the tyrant is strong, he's not the only one. The painter's smile gradually faded, his gaze distant. The tyrant must die. If he doesn't, all the major forces in Baiming will be troubled. Is it because of his extraordinary ability? Extraordinary ability is only part of the reason, more so. It's because of the person he is. Before him, there were extraordinary beings who controlled metals, but only he can be called the metal tyrant, the king who controls metals. Firearms, artillery, armored vehicles, powered armor. These are the pride of the major forces, suppressing everything extraordinary, but in his eyes, they are all toys. If you were one of those powerful figures, could you sleep at night? Can't you just win him over? Win him over? What kind of person is the tyrant Yang Jie? Such a person has only two paths, either to rule the world or die on the path to ruling the world. He will not bow to anyone. He alone can break the balance of the entire Biming situation. You could say that if he joined any faction, that faction could defeat all and rule the entire Biming. Chapter 84. Hello, humanity, I am Bai Zai. Gu Huangquan was silent for a moment. Unfortunately, such a terrifying figure is about to die soon. The painter smiled slightly. You are mistaken. The truly terrifying figure is not the tyrant. Who is it? Me. Gu Huangquan. Even a powerful tyrant will die at my hands. Doesn't that speak for itself? The painter suddenly let out a scream, his body curling up like a shrimp. Clutching his stomach tightly. Gu Huangquan, why did you hit me again? Gu Huangquan expressionlessly retracted his fist. I don't know why. I just couldn't help it when I saw your expression just now. There are dead mice here, cut by a sword, which means Xiao Tong came from here. I just need to follow the traces of the battle, and I should be able to get out soon. Bai Yi followed the trail of blood, proceeding down the dark passage. After about 5 minutes, he finally exited the passage and arrived at a hall resembling a cafeteria. The hall was filled with dust and cobwebs, and there were some food remnants that had turned black and rotten. There were 4 doors in the cafeteria, which puzzled Bai Yi. Which door did Xiao Tong come in through? He could only observe the marks on the doors one by one, and soon he noticed that the dust on one door was significantly less than on the others. And there were also marks on the ground where the door had been opened. He was overjoyed. It must be this door, and Xiao Tong had opened this door, causing the dust to fall and leaving marks on the ground. Bang! Bai Yi kicked the door open and was about to step inside when his pupils suddenly contracted. Behind the door, a man dressed in a white suit, wearing a gentleman's hat and holding a gentleman's cane, was walking toward him slowly. The man leaned on his cane, his steps leisurely and elegant, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, like a nobleman surveying his territory. With his handsome appearance, tall and straight figure, and the deep eyes hidden behind his single-lens glasses, he exuded a splendid mystery. The man slowly stood a few meters away from Bai Yi and smiled, saying, "Beautiful miss. How may I assist you?" Bai Yi narrowed his eyes, his body subconsciously tensing up, as the terrifying and boiling blood surged within his frail body. He was more concerned about the man's identity than being called miss. As far as he knew, there seemed to be no such person among those who had intruded into the experimental base. In fact, he hadn't seen this man at the entrance of the 189 shelter either. Although Bai Yi didn't remember everyone's appearance, the man's outstanding looks and demeanor were absolutely unforgettable. "Who are you?" Bai Yi asked. "Since it's our first meeting, let me formally introduce myself," the man said, gently placing his long, fair hand on his chest. His calm smile carried a hint of seriousness. "Hello, human. I am Bai Zai." "Bai Zai? Is that from the main family?" "No. Isn't that the name of a divine beast?" Bai Yi quickly realized that Bai Zai was a divine beast from ancient mythology, an embodiment of wisdom, capable of human speech, understanding the emotions of all things, and knowledgeable about ghosts and gods, reputed to comprehend both ancient and modern times. "Beautiful miss. May I have the honor to kiss the back of your hand?" Bai Zai asked politely like a gentleman. Bai Yi instantly felt goosebumps all over. He would rather face a ferocious experimental subject than a man who wanted to kiss his hand. Go home and kiss someone else. The delicate girl in the black dress grabbed a nearby metal table, and with terrifying strength, lifted the table, which was welded to the ground, with ease. She then hurled it fiercely at Bai Zai. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone who is smiling, but the problem was, Bai Zai wasn't human. What kind of good person greets someone by saying, "Hello, human"? Bai Yi was extremely sure that Bai Zai was problematic among those who entered the experimental base. He absolutely did not belong, which meant what? It meant Bai Zai was a person from this base. The civilized people in the base had been dead for 100 years. What good could Bai Zai be? Facing the rapidly approaching metal table, Bai Zai still stood smiling in place, completely motionless. When the table accurately struck him, a bizarre scene unfolded. The metal table passed right through Bai Zai, landing on the ground with a loud crash. "Oh no, I've encountered a ghost." Bai Yi's expression turned serious. Bai Zai smiled and said, "I am not a ghost. I am merely a lonely soul in pursuit of knowledge, thought, and interesting experiences." Knowledge, thought, interesting. Bai Yi suddenly recalled a piece of information from the catalog of forbidden items. Forbidden item, number 039, the Forgotten One. Attracted to knowledgeable, complex, and interesting humans. Feeding on information, memories, knowledge, thoughts, etc., all non-material information carriers. Cannot attack or kill, can be contained, containment conditions. You are 039. Bai Zai shrugged. I don't like that title. Humans arrogantly number the things they cannot understand as forbidden items. Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped speaking because Bai Yi had already run away. Watching the girl in the black dress gradually retreat, Bai Zai revealed a smirk, seemingly enjoying the chase. Bang! Bai Yi burst through a door in the cafeteria without looking back. Damn it. What terrible luck. First, I was tricked by 169, and now I've encountered the higher numbered 039. What is this situation? There was no choice but to run. 039 was clearly not something that could be dealt with by conventional means. The catalog of forbidden items stated clearly that it could not be attacked or killed. The earlier metal table had confirmed this. It was like a ghost. How could he fight it? Even activating time stop wouldn't be useful. After running for a while, Bai Yi turned left and right, arriving at a place resembling a laboratory. However, it was evident that someone had been there. Several bodies of experimental subjects lay on the ground. And it was a complete mess. Should be safe now, right? He looked back and found that Bai Zhe had not followed. Phew. Bai Yi let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he hadn't been pursued. After all, 039 liked knowledgeable, insightful, and interesting people. He, at most, could only be considered interesting. Miss Xiaotong, don't underestimate yourself. Bai Zhe's smiling voice suddenly rang in his ear. Shit. Bai Yi was startled and instinctively threw a punch at the suddenly appearing Bai Zhe. However, the punch passed right through him, having no effect. Bai Yi turned and ran, while Bai Zhe leaned on his gentleman's cane, elegantly following behind. Despite walking slowly, it felt as if he was shrinking the distance. And no matter how fast Bai Yi ran, he couldn't shake him off. Chapter 85, You smell so good. Why are you chasing me? Don't you seek knowledgeable people? Bai Zhe interrupted with a smile. In terms of knowledge and thought, few can compare to Miss Xiaotong in this world. I have no knowledge or thought. In my past life, I was a total failure, repeating a year just to get into college. If that counts as knowledgeable or insightful, then what doesn't? Bai Yi suddenly realized that Bai Zhe's words were not false. He came from a civilized era, from an age of information explosion, knowing the world without leaving home, able to travel the world through the internet. He had experienced battles in the land of runes, fought zombies in Raccoon City, been an assassin in the Middle Ages, a cowboy in the West, a gangster in the city, gradually becoming the strongest Shura of the Yada clan, and even broken into the Heavenly Palace, slaying countless gods and Buddhas. Looking back, the myriad worlds, ancient and modern, had paved his way. If this didn't count as knowledge and thought, then what did? In his own era, it had long been a norm, but in the current post-apocalyptic era, wasn't he someone with knowledge and thought? Many wastelanders had never even seen what the ocean looked like in their lives. What is Miss Xiaotong thinking? Bai Zhe's voice echoed in his ear. I can feel that your thoughts are rapidly changing. Countless sparks of thought are bursting forth. Truly fascinating. Sorry, I just can't help myself. I'll just take a little taste. Because you really do smell so good. Bai Yi instantly felt chills, and before he could react, he suddenly felt a jolt in his brain. As if something had been stripped away, leaving him feeling empty. He turned to look back and saw Bai Zhe standing still, holding a ball of yellow information, looking intoxicated as he tasted it. That was my thought memory. Damn it, what did he steal? Bai Yi was both shocked and angry, but the next second, his expression changed to one of awkwardness. Bai Zhe slowly inhaled, and wisps of yellow smoke rose from the yellow information ball, entering his nostrils, making him look even more enraptured as he savored it. This is truly refreshing knowledge. Anime, characters, role-playing. Who would have thought Miss Xiaotong would know so much about this? Bai Yi, my years of accumulated valuable knowledge have been mostly stolen. No wonder I felt so much clearer just now. Damn Bai Zhe. Since he stole my precious knowledge, he must also know that I am not in Xiaotong. Yet he keeps calling me Miss Xiaotong. What a twisted sense of humor. No way. I have to run quickly. I can't let Bai Zhe benefit from all my years of learning. Taking advantage of Bai Zhe's tasting, Bai Yi dashed forward. And soon he heard sounds of battle not far ahead, instantly feeling a surge of joy. Someone. Just in time to find someone to block him. He walked through the dark corridor and soon saw a familiar figure. Li Xiao. At this moment, Li Xiao looked very disheveled, fighting against a test subject. It was clear that he was not a match for the test subject. Although the shadow darts had left numerous wounds on the test subject, none were fatal. Humorous dart man. Bai Yi shouted in surprise, but Li Xiao seemed not to hear him, showing no reaction at all. Hey, are your ears deaf? He quickly ran to Li Xiao's side and patted him on the shoulder. However, Li Xiao still showed no response and remained focused on dealing with the test subject. Not only that, but even the test subject seemed to ignore Bai Yi, not attacking him at all. Bai Yi's heart sank, feeling an ominous premonition. It's useless, Miss Xiaotong. All the prey I focus on will fall into the boundary of existence and non-existence. Outsiders cannot receive any information from you. Bai Zhe's nightmarish voice echoed again, having finished the yellow information orb and chased after them once more. Unwilling to accept this, Bai Yi kicked Li Xiao, who was oblivious, and fell awkwardly to the ground. Yet still did not cast a glance, instead attacking the test subject fiercely. Cognitive self-repair. What a taste this time. Bai Zhe suddenly appeared in front of Bai Yi, his long fingers stroking his chin, as if troubled over what to serve for dinner. Time stops. Buzz. A huge golden dial appeared beneath Bai Yi's feet, and Bai Zhe stood like a statue in front of him, the playful and troubled expression on his face completely frozen. I let you eat. Bai Yi shouted angrily, and then punched Bai Zhe hard in the face, wanting to see if he could hit Bai Zhe in the time-stopped state, but failed. His small, pink fist passed right through Bai Zhe's face, as if hitting the air. There was no choice but to run. After running a long distance, he released the time stop. leaning against the wall to slowly calm his emotions. Damn 039. This cursed thing ignores any attacks and can directly consume people's thoughts. I wonder how the people in the shelter contain it. Miss Xiaodong. It's not ladylike to speak ill of others behind their backs. Bai Ye's face darkened as he turned to see Bai Zhe 3 meters away, smiling and mimicking his posture. Leaning against the wall. How did you know I was here? Bai Zhe smiled slightly and turned to patiently explain to the girl in the black dress. The fragrance emitted from your thoughts is like a gentle drizzle in spring, intertwining in the air. Even if separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, it can precisely capture my sense of smell, making me unable to resist pursuing it. Truly captivating. Bai Yi felt a severe psychological discomfort. It was too disgusting. Although he knew the other was talking about thoughts, the way he spoke made his hair stand on end. I didn't expect Miss Xiaodong to have a teleportation-like ability, which truly surprises me even more. Speaking of which, I must thank Miss Xiaodong for letting me out. It's precisely because of this that I can appreciate your captivating thoughts. Hearing this, Bai Yi was furious and wanted to curse in Xiaodong. As if it were your misdeed and I had to bear the blame. Let's continue, Miss Xiaodong. Bai Zhe slowly walked towards Bai Yi. Time stops. Whoosh. Bai Yi ran again. He searched for traces on the ground as he ran. He was looking for the tyrant Yang Jie. In his opinion, if anyone in the entire experimental base could deal with 039, it would definitely be one of the 10 kings, the tyrant. Even if the tyrant couldn't handle 039. With his experience, knowledge, and thoughts from becoming one of the 10 kings, perhaps he could attract 039's attention. Finding Yang Jie was easy. He just needed to look for where the metal had undergone significant changes, with the most exaggerated battle scars indicating the tyrant's presence. Chapter 86. Viewing people from a goddess perspective. After running for a long time, Bai Yi finally found the traces of twisted metal. He directly released the time stop and ran wildly along the metal traces. After passing a corner, he saw the corpse of a gigantic monster. The monster was covered in pitch-black scales and had a huge crocodile head. Even in death, the terrifying aura it emanated remained undiminished, causing fear. Bai Yi recognized this monster as the one that had broken through the base's roof, reaching out with its black-scaled hand. At that time, the tyrant was engaged in a fierce battle with this black-scaled monster, and now that he had seen the monster's corpse, the tyrant couldn't be far behind. Why hasn't Bai Zhe caught up yet? While running, Bai Yi felt strange because he had already released the time stop, and logically, Bai Zhe should appear soon. Just like before. Could it be that he was too far away to smell the fragrance on him? Or was he deliberately playing hide-and-seek? Bai Yi couldn't afford to think too much now. He had wasted too much time escaping earlier, and now he had only 1 minute and 26 seconds left. If he couldn't deal with Bai Zhe soon, he would surely die. Where's the tyrant? Tyrant. As Bai Yi dashed past a corridor, he caught a glimpse and was shocked to find a crimson figure standing in a large laboratory on either side. The laboratory seemed to have been ravaged by a storm, severely damaged, while the crimson figure stood with its back to Bai Yi, quietly positioned in the center of the storm, completely still. Is this the self-cultivation of a strong person? Even without an audience, they still act so pretentious? Bai Yi couldn't be bothered to comment. He only wanted to know if the tyrant could see him. Hey, Yang Jie. The girl in the black dress called out charmingly. The tyrant remained unmoved. Not even turning his head, like a statue. Bai Ye's heart sank instantly. Could it be that even the tyrant couldn't overcome the influence of 039? He had thought that 039 hadn't caught up for so long because the tyrant was here, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Undeterred, he quickly approached and cautiously patted Yang Jie's crimson shoulder armor. Suddenly, Yang Jie turned his head. Bai Yi felt a surge of joy. Could he notice me? But just as this joy arose, it was quickly doused as Yang Jie completely turned around. What met his eyes was a pair of blood-tear-filled eyes staring blankly. And Yang Jie looked expressionless, like a dead man. Holy crap. Bai Ye's scalp went numb instantly. He wasn't scared by Yang Jie, but rather a sense of ominous premonition surged in his heart. Everyone knew of the tyrant's strength, yet now he was in such a disheveled state, which could only mean. He subconsciously looked in the direction Yang Jie had been staring at, and he was instantly struck by lightning. On a silver-white experimental table lay a black gold box, which had been violently opened, revealing the object inside. The moment Bai Yi saw the object in the box, his consciousness felt like cotton thrown into a meat grinder. Becoming fragmented, countless sharp whispers pierced his cerebral cortex, like tiny insects crawling. The strangest part was that although he clearly saw the shape of the object in the box, the corresponding memory that should have formed in his mind disappeared. The sense of incongruity was overwhelming. His eyes saw something, but the shape of that thing couldn't take form in his mind, leaving him completely unaware of what he had seen, yet he had indeed seen it. A stream of blood tears flowed from Bai Ye's eyes. And only at this moment did he understand why the tyrant stood here motionless, and why 039 had not dared to appear. It was all because of the object before him. His thoughts became increasingly sluggish and oppressive, as if he had sunk into a pitch-black deep sea, surrounded by loneliness and despair. Just as his consciousness was about to be swallowed by the deep sea, he relied on his last shred of clarity and boldly activated time stop. Buzz. When the great power of time descended upon the world, Bai Yi instantly trembled. His entire body nearly drenched in cold sweat, his consciousness breaking through the surface of the deep sea. The girl in the black dress bent over, her hands resting on her thighs, breathing heavily. Strands of hair, soaked in cold sweat, clung to her fair and flawless face. Damn. Why is it that I encounter every kind of danger? Bai Yi gasped angrily. He always felt something was off, ever since entering the Black Mountain. Danger had come in a continuous chain, like a damn trap. And this was while he had been acting cautiously, avoiding risks. He hadn't even planned to enter the experimental base at first, but the experimental subject had forced him into a confrontation, which he dodged, only to be caught up in a soul swap, and ultimately was pulled into the experimental base completely unprepared. Once inside the experimental base, he was targeted by 039. And now he had been chased to the tyrant's location, only to encounter this thing? In the state of time stop. Bai Yi finally saw the full appearance of that thing. It was an eyeball, a blood-red eyeball, the size of an adult's fist. Its surface covered with worm-like raised blood vessels, and a murky crystalline lens emanating a strange gray mist. Even in the isolation of time stop, just gazing at the blood-red eyeball triggered a strong sense of psychological and physiological discomfort. What on earth is this thing? Not only can it immobilize the tyrant, but it also makes 039 afraid to approach. Could it be a divine object with a higher designation? Wait, my hands. Bai Yi stared blankly at his own long, fair hands. They looked just like before, yet an uncontrollable sense of strangeness and disgust surged within him. In fact, Xiaodong's hands were quite beautiful, resembling the newly blossomed magnolias of spring, with fair, delicate skin that exuded a subtle pearl-like luster, like a work of art. But precisely because they conformed to human aesthetics, at this moment, they only made Bai Yi feel nauseous. The feeling of disgust grew stronger, and he sensed that his cognitive perception seemed to undergo some kind of change. He was looking down at his own body from a higher perspective. From this perspective, he did not see the girl's fair hands, but something more essential. The seemingly smooth surface of the girl's skin was woven with colorful fungal filaments, forming a thick carpet, those filaments wriggling like tentacles, with countless tiny parasitic organisms crawling on them. Ugh, Bai Yi couldn't help but retch. His cognitive perception was forcibly elevated to an indescribable realm by the blood-red eyeball, as if he had suddenly been implanted with a divine perspective. Humans cannot comprehend the divine perspective, but if we liken the divine to a human, then this feeling is similar to a cockroach seeing a human and suddenly being implanted with the concept and cognition of being human. The cockroach reminisces about its past. Once a beautiful garbage mountain, now only makes it feel sick. Looking at its own body again, it sees millions of wriggling insect eggs in its belly, dirty antennae on its head, and its mouth still chewing on the corpses of its kind. From the cockroach's perspective, everything seems beautiful and normal, but from a human perspective, it is utterly unacceptable and despairing. Chapter 87 Bai Yi's self-hypnosis. Damn it. Time stop clearly isolated the corruption of the blood-red eyeball. So why do I feel like I've already been tainted? Bai Yi tightly covered his head, and the girl's beautiful face gradually twisted. Faintly, he heard the whispers of the evil god in his ears. He couldn't understand the incomprehensible syllables, but he could grasp the meaning within them. The evil god seemed to be saying, "You have seen the filthy essence of humanity. Only by believing in me can you find liberation." The voice of the evil god was extraordinarily beautiful, bringing hope and redemption to people. Only those who have truly experienced it can understand that beauty. To outsiders, the evil god's murmurs sound strange and evil, but once you truly understand, you can gradually comprehend everything. That is not an evil god. It is a benevolent and loving true god. He is trying to save you, to pull you out of the body of a cockroach and make you human again. The disconnection between cognition and reality gradually deepened, and Bai Yi struggled to suppress the intense desire to become human again, constantly reminding himself that everything was false. If he could not overcome this cognitive pollution, he feared he would never be able to live as a human again. He would become a monster. A monster? No, that is not a monster. That is a true human. As long as I believe in him, I can become a true human. Do you want to live in this disgusting world like a cockroach, or accept the guidance of the god and live as a human? The god wants nothing. He is so selfless and loving. Seeing the soul trapped in the body of a cockroach in despair, he wants to pull you up. And all you have to do is believe in him and be willing to grasp the hand of hope he extends to you. If it were you, what would you choose? Faced with a one-sided psychological battle, Bai Yi initially kept telling himself it was all fake, not to believe his nonsense. But the sense of nausea he felt and his longing for a beautiful future were all too real. In the face of ironclad facts, he could not persuade himself at all. The human psyche is so wondrous. Often, persuasion is useless, just like watching a horror movie. Knowing it's fake, but still feeling scared, unless you're wearing a yellow bagua robe, holding a copper sword, with a straight brow. Actually, thinking about it carefully, the god is quite nice. Bai Yi's tormented and twisted face suddenly broke into a mocking grin. He found a solution. Since the blood-red eyeball used cognitive alteration to shape a distorted reality, to persuade himself, he had to rely on reality as support. He needed to find a reality that was favorable to him and then establish a psychological advantage. And the reality favorable to Bai Yi was time stop. He looked at the blood-red eyeball immobilized by time stop, his smile widening until it became sinister. I can stop time, can you? You are nothing but trash. only fit to be locked in a box. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. After cursing, Bai Yi immediately felt refreshed. Elevating oneself and belittling the enemy is the best way to establish a psychological advantage. Coincidentally, he was best at elevating himself and belittling others. To completely break free from the influence of the blood-red eyeball, Bai Yi felt he should be extreme. When one becomes ruthless, one must even deceive oneself. An existence that cannot even control time, how dare it claim to be a god? If you are a god, then what am I? You want me to believe in you? What a joke. I am the god of the new era. The more Bai Yi spoke, the brighter his eyes became. And he began to believe in himself. Upon reflection, it really was the case. How could someone who can control time not be considered a god? I am not a god. Could a mere eyeball be a god? In front of the blood-red eyeball, all the tenacious will seem to turn to paper. And only the boy's self-proclaimed arrogance became the sole fulcrum. Don't you dare look at me like that. Seeing the blood-red eyeball staring intently at him, Bai Yi, already immersed in the act, suddenly felt his divine authority was being offended. Bang! He was furious and punched the scarlet eyeball. As the punch landed, he felt the cognitive shackles on him snap. However, the scarlet eyeball and the black gold box remained unharmed. Instead, the metal counter holding them was sent flying. The black gold box containing the scarlet eyeball snapped shut with a click and fell to the ground. With the closure of the black gold box, all the influences emitted by the scarlet eyeball were cut off. Bai Yi suddenly felt a jolt of clarity and fully regained his senses, but he was still trapped in the lie he had woven about becoming a god. However, when he sensed that there were only 59 seconds left, the god of time immediately fell from grace and became extremely anxious. Time must be restored. Hurry up and restore it. As time began to flow again, Bai Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the statue-like tyrant Yang Jie and immediately ran over to pick up the black gold box. He couldn't lift it. The black gold box on the ground seemed as heavy as a mountain. No matter how much strength Bai Yi exerted, the box remained completely still. This was impossible. He was well aware of Xiaodong's strength. She was known for her monstrous strength, able to bend steel with a single punch. There was no reason she wouldn't be able to lift the black gold box. If the black gold box was truly that heavy, it would have left a dent in the ground when it fell. The Eye of Ruin couldn't be lifted by physical strength alone. It required mental power. A cold voice suddenly rang out behind Bai Yi. It was the tyrant. Hearing the tyrant's voice, Bai Yi felt delighted instead of startled. As expected of one of the 10 kings, the tyrant actually noticed him. He was far from the likes of the humorous dart thrower. He turned around to look at the tyrant and asked, "What is the Eye of Ruin?" At the moment the girl in the black dress turned to look back. Yang Jie trembled slightly, and a figure buried deep in his memories uncontrollably emerged. The flow of time seemed to slow down at that instant. However, after a moment, his gaze returned to its icy demeanor. He stared at the girl in the black dress for a long time, making Bai Yi feel uneasy, and then slowly said, "You are the Black Knight. As a female extraordinary being, your strength, appearance, and temperament are all top-notch. Even I couldn't escape the control of the Eye of Ruin. Yet you managed to do it. Impressive. So what exactly is the Eye of Ruin?" Bai Yi had no time to waste arguing with him. He just wanted to know what this cursed thing was, and what it was used for. Yang Jie squinted slightly. "No one has ever dared to speak to me like this, but since you saved me once, I can tell you the answer." After hearing the first half of the sentence, Bai Yi almost thought Yang Jie would follow up with something like, "Woman, you have successfully captured my attention." Chapter 88 Tyrant. As long as you become my woman. There are many legends about the Eye of Ruin. Some say it is the eye of the gods. Others say it is the eye of the first infected by the scarlet virus, and there are rumors that it is a forbidden object of the gods. There are many claims. Which one you choose to believe is up to you. Saying that is no different from saying nothing. Bai Yi pouted. "Tyrant, you admit that I saved you once, so shouldn't you repay me?" Faced with the brazen request of the girl in the black dress, a flicker of surprise flashed in Yang Jie's eyes. He had never encountered a woman like this before. The women he had met before either admired him, hated him, or feared him, but the woman before him treated him with such indifference, even completely disregarding him. "How do you want me to repay you? In this experimental base? I have an enemy. You can help me deal with him." "Sure. Aren't you going to ask who the enemy is?" "It doesn't matter who it is." Yang Jie replied indifferently. TSK, humorous dart thrower. Learn from him. This is called effective showing off. Seeing the tyrant so agreeable, Bai Yi began to push his luck. "There's one more thing. Have you found the Panga disc?" "No." "All right, then when you find it, hand the Panga disc over to me, understand? That way, we'll be even." "Understood." Yang Jie answered without any hesitation. Bai Yi was taken aback. Who the hell said Yang Jie was a tyrant? Look how agreeable he is. He even knows to be grateful. A true good person. Truly rumors mislead people. However, Yang Jie's next sentence shattered that illusion. "As long as you become my woman, I can share the Panga disc with you." Bai Yi. "Wait. What the hell did you just say?" "Be my woman," Yang Jie said coldly, his tone carrying an undeniable meaning. "Are you crazy about women? Is this how you repay me? Isn't this repaying kindness with enmity? I'm not discussing this with you. Whether you agree or not, it's decided." Bai Yi. He was so angry he almost laughed. Who the hell said Yang Jie was a good person? While he was laughing in anger, he was also very curious about what Xiaotong looked like. He had only encountered 2 men in the experimental base. One was Bai Zai and the other was Yang Jie, and it turned out both of them had their eyes on in Xiaotong. Unfortunately, there was no mirror, otherwise he would have to see what kind of stunning beauty in Xiaotong was. Otherwise, he could just go take a leak later. Miss Xiaotong seems to be in trouble. Do you need my help? A voice as warm as jade suddenly rang out. Bai Ye's face darkened. Damn, another one. Next. There wouldn't be a scene where two men fought over a woman, would there? This is cursed. As soon as I get back to 169, the first thing I'm going to do is tear you to pieces. Yang Jie turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw an elegant man in a white suit, wearing a gentleman's hat and holding a gentleman's cane. Walking over. It was Bai Zai. Yang Jie, quickly kill this idiot for me. The girl in the black dress shouted angrily, pointing at Bai Zai. However, Yang Jie remained motionless, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. After a moment, he regained clarity, his brows tightly furrowed. That woman is gone. Interesting. I already know your identity. You can't escape. Then, Yang Jie walked straight toward the black gold box containing the Eye of Ruin, and with a grasp into the air, the silver-white alloy on the ground began to wriggle and sink. The black gold box was sinking deeper into the ground alongside the metal's depression. He actually wanted to seal the Eye of Ruin deep underground. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi felt his heart sink. He initially thought the tyrant could see him and might be able to deal with Bai Zai, but it turned out to be completely unfeasible. Miss Xiaotong. Although this man named Yang Jie is very powerful, that's only relative to humans, and I am not human. You want to use his strength against me? It's unrealistic. Because I do not exist for humans, how can a human attack something that does not exist? Watching Bai Zai approach him with a smile, Bai Yi clenched his fists. He only had 59 seconds left, which wouldn't support him in running very far. Moreover, based on Bai Zai's displayed abilities, even if he escaped the experimental base, the other party could probably catch up instantly. Damn, how do people in the civilized era contain this thing? Huh. Bai Yi took a deep breath. This time he didn't run away, but forced himself to think calmly. Force was useless against Bai Zai. He could only use intelligence. What could he think of to deal with Bai Zai? Bai Zai slowly stood still in front of the girl in the black dress, smiling like a gentleman. Miss Xiaotong. The way you think is becoming more and more charming. Please allow me the rudeness of tasting your flavor. Bai Yi seemed not to hear, still deep in thought. 039 feeds on thoughts, knowledge, and memories, making it immune to attacks, as if it doesn't exist in reality. The food it consumes is also intangible and ethereal. If one wants to attack it, they can only use those elusive things like thoughts, knowledge, and memories. But these are its food. Wait, who says food can't kill? Just like steamed buns are food for humans, how can one use steamed buns to kill someone? It's simple. Either make someone choke to death on a bun, or crush them to death with a pile of buns. Even water droplets can penetrate stone. Who says buns can't kill? But where to find so many buns? While pondering, Bai Zai smiled and reached out, slowly moving toward Bai Yi. Time stopped. Bai Yi immediately activated time stop to continue thinking. 59, 585756. Time passed second by second. But it wasn't time that was passing, it was his life. Time is life. He carefully recalled every detail after changing bodies. Those images replaying like a movie in his mind. Bai Zai said it wasn't Xiaotong who released him, and then he repaid her kindness by wanting to eat her. Isn't this just like Yang Jie? Aren't they all the same kind? Lost in thought, he continued to ponder. Suddenly, Bai Yi thought of something. Since Bai Zai is not a physical entity but can be imprisoned, does that mean there are limitations in the place that confines Bai Zai? He desperately recalled the place where he encountered Bai Zai before. That's right. That row of alloy doors, 169, was locked inside. The alloy doors are places for containing forbidden objects, and among the numerous rooms, only 2 were cut open by Xiaotong with a sword, one containing 169, and the other filled with electronic products like computers and phones. This means the room filled with electronic products is where Bai Zai is imprisoned. Why are there so many electronic products in Bai Zai's cell? Could it be? Chapter 89, Hard drives. Hard drives. I need hard drives. Bai Yi suddenly lifted his head. He finally knew how to deal with Bai Zai. It's not just people who have memories and knowledge. Computers and phones can also store vast amounts of information, and their capacity far exceeds that of the human brain. Computers. Phones. Where are they? Bai Yi scanned the laboratory and finally spotted an abandoned computer. He wasn't sure if his judgment was correct, but he had to try. So he picked up the abandoned computer and smashed it directly at Bai Zai. Bang. The computer hit Bai Zai hard, and this time it didn't pass through directly. Bai Zai rippled like a virtual person. Strange waves appeared on his body. It worked. Bai Yi was ecstatic and quickly raised the computer to smash again. But this time it passed right through Bai Zai. Huh. Did it fail? Is it because the information in the computer collided with Bai Zai and got extinguished? Without hesitation, Bai Yi turned and ran. He needed to find other storage devices. The time stop was momentarily lifted, and there were only 10 seconds left. While running, Bai Yi looked back and was surprised to find Bai Zai frozen in place, waves of crystalline blue ripples constantly appearing on his body. Countless tiny crystalline blue dots scattered from Bai Zai, dissipating into the air after half a meter of separation. At this moment, Bai Zai turned his head robotically. His gentle smile completely gone, leaving only a cold, lifeless expression. He enunciated each word clearly. You can't escape. Escape? Once I find more hard drives. I'll come back and kill you. Bai Ye's expression was defiant and arrogant. He grinned and made a slashing motion across his throat with his hand. Of course, this was just how he imagined it. In reality, it was the black-dressed girl tilting her chin, the corners of her rose-like lips curling into a proud arc, her light brown eyes sparkling with a rebellious glint. She extended her slender palm across her fair neck, her hair swaying gently with the motion, revealing a hint of carefree cuteness. Deadly. Hard drives. Hard drives. Hard drives. Bai Yi ran like the wind, and Xiaodong's terrifying physical qualities displayed perfectly at this moment, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. He didn't return to the room where Bai Zhe was imprisoned, although there were many electronic devices inside. The information must have been mostly consumed. He needed new hard drives. Roar. When he turned a corner, 3 terrifying experimental subjects attacked him. If he were present, he could only activate Time Stop to escape, but now facing the experimental subjects was the Black Knight and Xiaodong. I don't have time to waste with you. The black-dressed girl's gaze turned cold, taking a small step back, her fair, slender calves tensing with muscle. With a sudden burst of power, her feet, wrapped in black princess shoes, pushed off the ground. The sound of her shoes scraping against the floor echoed as she shot forward like an arrow, dashing toward the 3 experimental subjects. Bang! A shockwave erupted, and wisps of white smoke coiled around the speeding black-dressed girl. Her skirt fluttered like a black butterfly, her figure resembling a night falcon weaving through the forest. The grotesque claws of the 3 experimental subjects appeared to Bai Yi as if in slow motion. He leaped to avoid the first experimental subject's attack, then lightly tapped the wall with his toes and strangely shifted sideways to dodge the second one. Facing the unavoidable 3rd experimental subject, his internal energy surged, and his body elevated in midair, the claws narrowly grazing his feet. At that moment, he dropped down lightly, stepping on the bloodied arm of the experimental subject, quickly climbing along its arm to its grotesque head, and then with a forceful stomp. The experimental subject stumbled to the ground while he slid away for several meters. Is this the combination of blood and martial arts with extraordinary physique? Bai Yi was somewhat surprised. It felt like a low-level character suddenly becoming a high-level one. He didn't know how Xiaodong trained to achieve such remarkable accomplishments in both blood martial arts and the extraordinary path simultaneously. With both powers combined, she earned the title of Black Knight. It's already extraordinary for an ordinary person to achieve such success in one path, but Xiaodong managed to excel in both. It felt like holding dual PhDs. One person obtaining a PhD through hard work is already exceptional, let alone having 2. The difficulty is evident. After leaving that passage, Bai Yi finally saw the dawn. After being unlucky for so long, luck finally turned. Looking at the office area in front of him, filled with hundreds of workstations, his eyes sparkled. Computers. Everywhere there were computers. Just like the phone he picked up earlier, these computers had no main units. Just a piece of pale blue liquid metal display screen. Some were damaged, but most were still intact, just covered in a thick layer of dust. He rushed toward the office area, and at that moment, familiar footsteps approached from behind. Bai Ye's expression darkened. He knew that Bai Zhe had caught up. He didn't look back, but leaped into the air, dodging the hand reaching from behind, landing on a desk. Then, he grabbed the pale blue liquid metal display screen from the desk, his delicate hand stained black with dust, and with a vigorous swing, he smashed it behind him. You like to chase, huh? I'll make you chase. The display screen spun like a dart and rushed towards Bai Zhe. However, Bai Zhe merely flickered and disappeared from his original position, instantly appearing in front of Bai Yi. Bang! The display screen hit the hard ground and shattered into pieces. Bai Zhe stared at Bai Yi expressionlessly, then suddenly thrust his palm through his abdomen. Strangely, that hand seemed to lack substance, causing no harm to his physical body, but reaching directly into his soul. A chilling coldness erupted from Bai Ye's soul. His thoughts and consciousness felt as if they were about to freeze. If it had been the old him, this attack would have likely caused his thoughts to stagnate, but after experiencing the baptism of the Eye of Calamity, his consciousness seemed to undergo an indescribable change. This change gave his soul a subtle distinction from a normal human soul, granting him resistance to these soul-targeting methods. At the critical moment, Bai Yi mobilized his nearly stagnant consciousness and boldly activated Time Stop. Buzz! As the massive golden dial emerged beneath his feet, the brilliant golden light erupted forth, and facing the might of time, Bai Zhe was completely frozen, motionless like an ice sculpture. Bai Yi suddenly retreated, pulling his palm out from Bai Zhe's soul, leaving behind some sparkling light points in his abdomen, somewhat resembling the yellow information clusters that had been drawn out earlier. His rigid thoughts quickly recovered. He hurriedly tried to pat his abdomen with his hands, wanting to press the sparkling light points back in, but it had no effect. Aside from leaving several dirty handprints on his little black dress, he couldn't touch the light points at all. Chapter 90. Take this display screen to the face. Bai Ye's face turned grim. This time, he lacked the memory of his all-night study of foreign languages. Who doesn't know that a good command of foreign languages is essential? But after Bai Zhe's extraction, another foreign language was wasted. Anger surged from his heart. He panted heavily. Yet endless ferocity flickered in his eyes. Want to kill me? You're not worthy. Bai Yi picked up a piece of the display screen with both hands and swung it fiercely towards Bai Zhe's head. Bang! Bai Zhe's head shattered with a sound. turning into countless tiny crystal blue light points, which were also frozen in time, motionless and suspended around his neck. Time release. Bai Yi canceled the time stop. He knew that when Bai Zhe was hit by the information shock, he would become rigid like a computer crashing, so there was no need to waste time. His obsession with time was ingrained deep within him. Even in perilous situations, he never forgot to cherish time. As the time stop was lifted, the crystal blue light points floating around Bai Zhe's neck began to slowly gather, gradually piecing together the shape of a head. Bang! Another display screen hit. Bai Zhe's newly formed head shattered again. Hee. The ferocity in Bai Ye's eyes was evident as he continued to sneer. Weren't you boasting earlier? Show me another one of your tricks. Bang bang bang. One piece after another of the display screens smashed into Bai Zhe, creating afterimages of him. His body continuously disintegrating into crystal blue light points. Laugh. Keep laughing. Weren't you laughing quite happily before? Why aren't you laughing now? Are you naturally incapable of smiling? Bang 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 bang. Bai Zhe's entire body was smashed to pieces, and a vague humanoid shape made of crystal blue light points could barely be seen. Bai Yi stopped, raising an eyebrow. Is he dead? Bai Yi, you cannot kill me. A cold voice emerged from the humanoid shape composed of crystal blue light points. Bai Yi smirked. Now you know to call me Bai Yi? He naturally understood that Bai Zhe could not be killed. Otherwise, people from the civilized era would have already succeeded. What were you doing before? Don't you like to act like a gentleman? Keep pretending. Wearing a suit and tie. Do you really think of yourself as human? Bai Zhe's voice grew increasingly icy. The shock of information can only trap me temporarily. Once I recover, it will be your death date. Hee. Do you really think I was raised in fear? Bai Ye's gaze was fierce and menacing. Sneering. You don't even have a human form and still want to intimidate me? You think you can? Even when you recover, you won't be able to. Bang bang bang. Bai Yi continued to smash into Bai Zhe until he had smashed all the computers in the office area, finally stopping, feeling unsatisfied. At this point, Bai Zhe had completely fallen silent, unable to maintain even the humanoid form of crystal blue light points, dissipating like smoke in the air. Spit. Bai Yi spat at the crystal blue light points, then walked away contentedly. After taking a few steps, he suddenly realized, his face filled with regret. Oh no. I forgot I'm using in Xiaodong's body now. Did I just reward him? At the top of Black Mountain, the painter anxiously paced around the canvas. It's over. It's all over. What's wrong? Gu Huangquan asked expressionlessly. The painter suddenly turned around, his eyes bloodshot, pointing at his own hair. Do you see this? I see it. White hair, so what? The painter's face fell, and he spoke with a sobbing tone. I flipped the boat in the gutter. Who would have thought that person was so formidable, not only breaking the Black Knight's death calamity, but also taking down the tyrant's death calamity as well? Why is this happening? Your destined hit has always been invincible, hasn't it? The painter tugged at his white hair and said, Destiny has always been two sides of the same coin. Good luck and bad luck are like the two sides of a coin, always existing simultaneously. I can manipulate fate to a certain extent to bring various calamities. But there is no absolute death calamity. At most, it's a 9-death 1-life situation. That glimmer of hope cannot be erased. Gu Huangquan frowned slightly. What do you mean? I told you to read more books, but you never listen. The meaning is simple. Suppose I increase your bad luck, causing you to be bitten by a poisonous snake in the wild. Theoretically, you would be dead without a doubt. But the peculiarity of fate lies here. As bad luck increases, your good luck also increases, similar to a rebound. At that time, as long as you carefully search your surroundings, you have a chance to find the antidote for the snake bite. Within 3 steps, there must be an antidote. The painter nodded. That's about the idea. As the saying goes, heaven does not completely seal off a person's path. If heaven can do this, how much more so can I? So, the person you calculated found the antidote left by fate twice amidst the death calamities? Exactly, oh no. The painter screamed, clutching a small handful of black hair. Wanting to cry but having no tears, I pulled the wrong one. Looking at the black hair in his hand, he felt increasingly sorrowful. Crying out, 2 consecutive backlash from fate. I've at least lost 5 years of my lifespan. Gu Huangquan was silent for a moment. Probably not just 5 years. Huh. The painter was taken aback. You previously made unreasonable demands and asked the Apocalypse Company for so many benefits, yet you messed things up. I estimate that the Apocalypse Company won't let you live past tomorrow. The painter, thanks for your comfort. My heart that has been hanging all this time is now completely dead. You're welcome. I'll collect your corpse when you die. The painter laughed in anger. You don't need to worry about that. Although my combat power is not as good as the tyrant's, the Apocalypse Company won't find it so easy to kill me. The Apocalypse may not be able to kill you, but the person you calculated certainly can. Upon hearing this, the anger on the painter's face slowly dissipated, replaced by a chilling gloom, an eerie aura spreading from him. Suddenly, the fierce wind that had been sweeping around the cliff edge eerily came to a standstill. He said in a deep voice, this person is problematic. He is definitely not a nameless nobody. The glimmer of hope left by fate is not so easily found. I suspect his fate line is so weak that it is likely a disguise. Gu Huangquan's gaze shifted slightly. Are you saying that a terrifyingly powerful expert has deliberately disguised themselves and quietly mixed into the Black Mountain? Is it one of the other 10 kings? The artist shook his head solemnly. I don't know who it is, but it shouldn't be one of the other 10 kings. Otherwise, I would definitely recognize them, since they can disguise their own fate line to be so weak and deceive me. This person must have remarkable achievements in the path of fate. They are very likely from beyond the North Mang. Gu Huangquan nodded. That is possible. After all, the Eastern continent is so vast, I wouldn't be surprised by the emergence of strong experts. What do you plan to do next? Chapter 91. You are not in Shoudong. Who exactly are you? Come over here. Gu Huangquan frowned slightly. There are only the two of us here. Are you afraid of being overheard? What I mean is, come over and help me pull out my white hair. If others see this, where will I put my face? Gu Huangquan, exit, exit. The frantic Bai Yi finally saw the light in the experimental base. The cold moonlight streamed through the large hole where everyone had entered before, casting reflections on the silver alloy floor like mercury spilling over. He didn't know why, but ever since he dealt with Bai Zai, he felt that his luck seemed to improve. In his reckless rush, he actually found the way out. Finally, he could leave this hellish place. Bai Ye's face was filled with joy. He didn't know how long it would take for Bai Zai to recover, so it was better to get as far away as possible before that. Bai Zai was more troublesome than the tyrant Yang Jie. After all, Yang Jie was still within the realm of humanity and could be dealt with using time stop, but Bai Zai was immortal, could not be attacked, could not defend, and could even teleport. Too abnormal. Even such a monster was only numbered 039, with 38 even more abnormal cursed objects ahead of him. Who would want to stay in such a hellish experimental base? Now Bai Yi finally understood why the person who wrote the list of cursed objects didn't record number 001010. It turned out they were not just being mysterious. Cursed objects were too bizarre, and these existences that exceeded common sense would likely bring disaster just by being recorded. While he rushed toward the exit, he thought about his next plan. First, he had to switch back bodies within Shoutong, and secondly, wait for the tyrant to find the Panga plate. Such a difficult task should be left to the tyrant because he only had 5 seconds left. With just 5 seconds to find the Panga plate and retreat from the experimental base, it really relied on luck and skill. Compared to taking risks, he preferred to pick up ready-made opportunities. After obtaining the Panga plate, even if Bai Zai recovered, he wouldn't be afraid. When it came to stored information, the Panga plate was definitely number 1 in the world. The Panga plate was said to be the crystallization of the civilization era, and it must have stored the achievements of an entire era's civilization as well as various secrets about cursed objects and the Great Catastrophe. Perhaps it even contained methods to imprison 039. Otherwise, how did the people in the shelter manage to imprison Bai Zai? Even if it didn't, it could also be directly used as a weapon against Bai Zai. Summarizing this plan, it could be boiled down to 3 sentences. Switch bodies within Shoutong, snatch the Panga plate from Yang Jie, and kill that idiot Bai Zai. Whoosh. The girl in the black dress leaped out of the hole, her light body tracing a perfect arc in the moonlight, her little black dress dancing gracefully, with safety shorts on, no wardrobe malfunction. Bai Yi landed steadily, quickly scanning his surroundings, and then his expression changed. Where's in Shoutong? In the empty square, apart from the bodies of several experimental subjects lying around, there was not a single person. This is bad, he suddenly thought. Within Shoutong's fierce personality, she wouldn't have gone in to find him, would she? In other words, he had narrowly escaped with his life, while in Shoutong had rushed in, and they had perfectly missed each other. Why did you run around without any reason? Don't you know to wait in place if you get lost? Bai Yi habitually shifted the blame entirely onto in Shoutong. After all, he was a nonstick pan. No matter who was wrong, it couldn't possibly be him. At this moment, Bai Yi was in a dilemma. Should he stay in the safe square and wait, or go back into the experimental base to find in Shoutong? The experimental base was vast, comparable to a small county, and the terrain inside was even more complex. Trying to find someone in there was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But if he waited in place, he was worried in Shoutong might take his body to her death. If his body died, wouldn't that mean he would have to live as a woman for the rest of his life? After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose to wait in place for a while before going in to search, because it was already 23:15. What is this? So hot. Bai Yi was stunned. He felt something was heating up, pressing against his thigh. He reached in and pulled out a white dove ring from his pocket. It was the ring engraved within Shoutong's name. The white dove ring lay quietly in Bai Yi's palm, constantly flickering with a faint white light. And the heat was coming from the ring, getting hotter and hotter. What is going on? This thing isn't a bomb, is it? Just as Bai Yi was about to throw the ring away, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside the square. Shoutong. Bai Yi looked up abruptly and saw Li Beitian running swiftly into the square, coming right in front of him. Double gun Li Beitian? He maintained a calm expression, but a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. This experienced bounty hunter had previously traveled with him and the fat guy, but they had scattered when the scarlet virus broke out. He never expected to encounter him here. The other party clearly knew in Shoutong, and had come specifically to find her. Could it be that Li Beitian was also from the Silent Court? Bai Yi keenly noticed that Li Beitian was also holding a white dove ring in his hand. Shoutong, how did you come out? Could it be that you destroyed the Panga plate? Li Beitian asked in surprise, his words suggesting he was very familiar with Shoutong. This short sentence made Bai Yi slightly dazed. Destroy the Panga plate? Is that the goal of the Silent Court? They weren't here to seize it, but to destroy it. What the hell? Are they crazy? No, I encountered some dangers inside, and my mental energy was severely depleted, so I came out first. Bai Yi didn't know how in Xiaodong usually spoke, so he could only imitate the tone from when they first met in Dust Town. Li Beitian lowered his eyes, concealing the unusual color in his gaze, and smiled nonchalantly. As long as you're okay. By the way, where's your knight? Your mental energy is so depleted that you can't even maintain the night? Bai Yi nodded calmly, without saying a word. It seems it was indeed very dangerous inside. I didn't expect that even you, Xiaotong, couldn't handle it. I have a potion here to restore mental energy. You should take it first. As he spoke, Li Beitian reached into his pocket. If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly. Bai Yi suddenly spoke. Li Beitian's hand that was reaching into his pocket froze suddenly. He retreated violently, putting several meters between himself and Bai Yi, flipping his palm, and two handguns appeared out of thin air. You are not in Xiaodong. Who exactly are you? Li Beitian's eyes sparkled with a vigilant light as he spoke in a deep voice. Witnessing Li Beitian's reaction, Bai Yi felt no surprise at all. He had known he was exposed the moment Li Beitian asked about the knight. Chapter 92. Little White is here. The knight should be in Xiaodong's extraordinary ability. And Xiaodong has never revealed her true identity from beginning to end, whether in Black Mountain or Grey Dust Town, which shows that she wants to hide her identity. To this end, she is willing to continuously consume mental energy to maintain the night. Li Beitian has also been hiding his identity, clearly a member of the Silent Court. He disguises himself as a bounty hunter and even separates from Xiaotong. This indicates that hiding identities must be a rule of the Silent Court. After all, as an organization executing justice, they have too many enemies, which is understandable. The problem lies here. Even if the real Xiaotong cannot maintain the night, she would definitely use other methods to conceal her face, such as the full-face sunscreen mask in her pocket. Previously, Bai Yi thought the mask was really for sun protection. But now he realizes that it is used to prevent unexpected incidents and to cover her face. If she had put on the mask before encountering Li Beitian, he wouldn't easily suspect her, but now it's too late. However, being exposed is just right. Bai Yi doesn't want to be a spy. He needs help now. I am not in Xiaodong, but I advise you not to shoot, because this body is indeed the real in Xiaotong, Bai Yi explained. Li Beitian still did not let down his guard. What do you mean? Sigh, Bai Yi sighed. If it weren't necessary. He really didn't want anyone to know this dark history. I am Bai Yi. Li Beitian was taken aback. Who is Bai Yi? Bai Yi's face darkened. Little White. Li Beitian was instantly astonished. You are Little White, brother? How is that possible? Bai Yi impatiently recounted the details of their journey together, which finally convinced Li Beitian. However, he still did not lower his guns. Even if you are Little White, brother, what about Xiaodong? Why have you become her appearance? Because of the divine forbidden object. The twin monkey statue. Bai Yi took out the twin monkey statue. See, it's this thing. I picked it up while scavenging around the base. And who would have thought in Xiaotong found the other half inside the base, resulting in our souls swapping? Then why are you outside, and where is Xiaotong? Of course, I ran out by myself, and Xiaodong went inside to find me, and we missed each other. Don't say so much for now. Does your Silent Court have any soul transmission or mental link methods? Hurry and contact her and let her come out. If she doesn't come out soon, I'm afraid she'll let me die in there. Li Beitian seemed to realize the urgency of the situation. He put away one gun while still pointing the other at Bai Yi. The Silent Court doesn't have such means. We can only confirm positions based on the dove ring in your hand. Now that the ring is in your hand, I can't contact Xiaodong either. Bai Yi's face turned ugly. Then what are you hesitating for? Let's go in together to find her. Li Beitian shook his head. No need to complicate things. Can't we just call her out? Call. Bai Yi's eyes widened. Are you a tenor? In such a big place, you think you can just shout her name? Before he finished speaking, Li Beitian waved his hand at an empty space, and instantly, a half-human high sound system appeared out of thin air, complete with a microphone. Wait, are you a robotic cat? Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Earlier, when he saw Li Beitian pull out the Iron Spine Viper 03, he found it strange. Where did such a thick gun come from? Now he understood. Li Beitian was also an extraordinary being. Robotic cat. Li Beitian gave Bai Yi a suspicious glance. Little White brother, don't casually give others nicknames. My ability is not a robotic cat. Since you've seen it, I won't need to hide it anymore. You must have guessed it long ago. That's right. My extraordinary ability is void creation. Bai Yi blurted out. Cough, cough. Li Beitian almost choked on his breath. What nonsense. If I could create things from the void, what would I be doing as a bounty hunter? My extraordinary ability is alternate space, a space that can hold items. Oh, Bai Yi suddenly lost interest. What a useless ability. Isn't that just the storage ring that's common in cultivation novels? What kind of expression is that? Li Beitian's face darkened, angrily saying, although my extraordinary ability doesn't have much offensive power, at least it's convenient. I can store a lot of weapons and ammunition, directly turning into a human-shaped armory. And I can also store a lot of food and drinks, so I won't starve anywhere. The most important thing is, stealing things won't be discovered. Bai Yi. Li Beitian turned on the sound system, picked up the microphone, brought it to his mouth, and then took a deep breath, looking very serious. The posture was comparable to that of a karaoke king. Bai Yi hurriedly covered his ears. Just when he thought Li Beitian was about to call in Xiaotong, unexpectedly, he suddenly turned his head and asked, Does Xiaotong know you? Bai Yi felt a bit strange, but still nodded. Yes. He had met in Xiaodong in Grey Dust Town before. At that time, she had even spied on him and invited him to join the Silent Court. That's good. Li Beitian took another deep breath and then shouted, "Little White is here." The deafening sound erupted from the sound system, and Bai Yi could even see visible sound waves fluctuating. The terrifying sound waves swept in all directions, and for a moment, the sounds of battle and explosions in the experimental base eerily fell silent, completely overshadowed by the 4 words "Little White is here." Bai Yi was stunned. What are you shouting for? Meanwhile, in the experimental base, Li Xiao, who was being chased by the experimental subjects and fleeing in a panic, was taken aback, the huge sound making his eardrums ache. Little White? That guy with a poisonous mouth is here too? If he comes, then so be it. Why is he making such a big deal about it? I thought this guy was crazy, and now it seems he really is. A good candidate for becoming an extraordinary being. In another area, the blood-soaked Ming Hu and Yin Shi were continuously searching for anything resembling the Panga disc when they were startled by the shout of "Little White is here." Little White? Who is that? I don't know, but from the name, it should be a cute girl, right? Yin Shi giggled. In the divine forbidden object containment area, a man covered in armor was entangled with an experimental subject. Facing the claws of the experimental subject, his movements appeared somewhat uncoordinated, as if he was not yet familiar with this body. Bang! The armored man was struck by the claws, violently flying back and crashing into the wall, a streak of blood flowing down from his silver mask. If it weren't for the armor on him, that blow would have torn him in half. This body is still too weak. What strong recovery ability. Chapter 93. What did you do to my body? Tu and Xiaodong was surprised to find that this frail body contained unimaginable recovery abilities. That blow had clearly injured her internal organs, yet in the blink of an eye, the injury began to heal. Little White is here. A terrifying shout suddenly rang out, and Xiaodong's eyes flashed with a strange color. It was Uncle Li's voice. Little White? It's Bai Yi. Little White is here. Little White is here. Li Beitian shouted until his voice was hoarse, flipping his palm to take out a bottle of alcohol and started drinking. He casually threw the microphone to Bai Yi. Little White brother, you shout a couple of times. I've smoked too much, and my voice isn't good. Your voice isn't good? Bai Yi rolled his eyes, took the microphone, and paused before saying, with a voice this loud. And Xiaodong must have heard it long ago. If she hasn't come out yet, she must be in danger. No, I have to go save myself. Xiaodong, is that you? Xiaodong. Li Beitian suddenly put down the wine bottle, exclaiming in surprise. Bai Yi turned to look and his expression immediately brightened. I finally came out. A figure clad in black and silver armor slowly walked out of the large hole, holding a pure silver cross sword, with spots of blood on the armor, resembling a triumphant knight. It's me, Uncle Li. Beneath the silver mask, Bai Yi's calm voice rang out. It really is you, Xiaotong. Only you would be so stubborn. How many times have I told you to call me brotherly, not uncle? I'm getting old from being called uncle. Li Beitian quickly stepped forward. At this moment, and Xiaotong's silver mask slowly transformed into tiny silver gray particles, dissipating in the wind, revealing a dirty but handsome face. Her eyes, like obsidian washed by mountain spring water, were astonishingly bright, and the dust clinging to her eyelashes could not hide the spark of youth in her eyes. And Xiaotong looked at Bai Yi, and their eyes met, both showing a strange color. It was clear that it was the first time they were observing themselves from an outsider's perspective. Bai Yi's expression turned slightly strange, feeling a mirage-like sensation. Not to mention, I look a bit more handsome compared to when I look in the mirror. And Xiaotong examined her body, and when her gaze fell on the several dirty handprints on her black dress, her expression froze. Bai Yi was also examining his body and suddenly noticed a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, which made him tense up. He didn't know what Xiaotong had done at the experimental base. He hoped she hadn't caused any internal injuries. Being injured was minor. What he feared most was that Xiaotong had encountered some strange cursed object, and if there were any after effects, that would be disastrous. Both of them, realizing something was off, almost simultaneously shouted, "What did you do to my body?" The two were taken aback, and then Xiaotong's gaze turned cold, while Bai Yi's anger flared up, and Xiaotong pointed at the dirty handprints on her black dress. "What is going on with the handprints on my dress?" Bai Yi pointed at the blood stain at the corner of her mouth. "What is going on with the blood at the corner of my mouth?" The atmosphere gradually became odd, with light brown eyes and obsidian-like pupils tightly locked in a stare, neither giving way. And Xiaotong was not someone who easily got angry, provided her bottom line was not crossed. But the handprints on her dress proved that Bai Yi had crossed it more than once. Why are there no handprints anywhere else? But there are so many in that place. She could almost imagine what Bai Yi had done to her. Handprints? Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. He looked down and noticed the handprints on her dress. He had slapped too hastily at the time. He meant to hit her abdomen but accidentally expanded the range a bit. He realized he was being misunderstood, but before he could speak, a sharp sword light came rushing toward him. Bai Yi swiftly retreated, easily dodging the sword light. He shouted, "You occupied my body, and now you're attacking me?" As soon as he said that, he instinctively felt that something was off. Why did that sound strange? And Xiaotong remained silent, her face as cold as ice. Determined to kill the one who had defiled her, Bai Yi easily dodged, feeling like he was being chased by a child. He even had the leisure to tease. And Xiaotong, think carefully. You're not cutting me, you're cutting yourself. And Xiaotong stopped, seemingly even angrier, her face cold, and then raised her sword towards herself. Speak. What exactly did you do to me? Or don't blame me for being rude to your body. Bai Yi was enraged by Xiao Tong's actions, directly grabbing his own neck until his face turned red. If you dare to harm yourself with that sword, do you believe I would just strangle myself? The two stood in a standoff, swords drawn. Li Baitian watched, feeling his scalp tingle, finding the scene in front of him inexplicably strange. You two, don't rush to harm yourselves. The urgent matter is to switch back first. Not switching. Bai Yi immediately opposed. If I switch back now, this crazy woman will definitely kill me first, unless this crazy woman vows. And Xiao Tong tightly gripped the pure silver cross sword, coldly stating, you have defiled my purity. Even if I die, I will kill you. Who the hell defiled your purity? How dare you slander me? Do you think I have that capability right now? Then what's with those handprints? Li Baitian felt a headache coming on and hurriedly ran between the two. You two, stop arguing. There must be a misunderstanding here. Let's sit down and talk slowly. If this deadlock continues, what if the dual-born monkey statue has a time limit and we can't switch back for a lifetime? As soon as this was said, both of their expressions changed slightly. Neither wanted to stay in their current bodies forever. With Li Baitian's mediation, the two finally managed to communicate somewhat calmly. Moments later, after Bai Yi and Xiao Tong finished recounting their experiences at the experimental base, both felt relieved. Bai Yi, so it turns out it was internal injuries caused by the experimental subject. As long as it's not a cursed object, it's fine. And Xiao Tong, so it turns out it was to preserve the lost fragments of memory. As long as it wasn't he lifting my skirt, it's fine. Although the misunderstanding was resolved, the two still could not get along, one blaming the other for injuring their body, while the other blamed the other for defiling themselves. Subsequently, the three began to stare at each other. So how do we switch back? Li Baitian looked at the two halves of the dual-born monkey statue in their hands. Feeling troubled, let's try putting the two monkeys together, and Xiao Tong suggested. She took the statue from Bai Ye's hands and began to connect them. The two laughing monkeys finally embraced each other. Did we switch back? Li Baitian asked nervously. Bai Yi and Xiao Tong exchanged glances and shook their heads simultaneously. No. Hee, you two are quite in sync, Li Baitian chuckled, only to receive two sharp glares that felt like blades. He awkwardly smiled. Let us think of another way. Little Bai, you just said you found the record of cursed objects, which includes information about the dual-born monkey statue, right? Does it also record the containment method? Chapter 94. The other 10 kings, presiding judge of the silent court, Bai Yi directly reached out his hand to Xiao Tong. And Xiao Tong glanced at him. What do you want? The record of cursed objects. That was what I found, so it must be with you. Bai Yi looked disdainful, thinking how dumb this crazy woman was. It's not with me, and Xiao Tong calmly replied. Huh, where's the stuff? Bai Yi's eyes widened. You brought too many things. I couldn't possibly carry a bunch of junk to the experimental base, so I threw it all away. What did you say? What do you mean junk? You barbaric woman. Do you know that is the crystallization of technology from the civilization era? It is the torch of humanity exploring the unknown. The bright lamp illuminating the foggy universe, the innovative cloud beyond imagination. Bai Yi's continuous stream of words left Li Baitian feeling dizzy, and he hurriedly interrupted. Switching back to our bodies is more important. There's no one here. It definitely can't be lost. I'll go pick it up. Not long after, he returned with a pile of junk. Clatter. The junk was thrown at their feet. Bai Yi rummaged through it for a while, finally finding the burnt record of cursed objects. He flipped to the page about the dual-born monkey statue and pointed. See, this is all the information on 169. The containment method has long been burned. It only states the containment difficulty as grade D. Li Baitian and Xiao Tong looked at it for a long time, but ultimately found no solution. The three stared at each other again. If it doesn't work, let's leave Black Mountain first and go back to the silent court to find the presiding judge. He must have a way. Li Baitian's suggestion was met with a unanimous refusal from both. No way. Bai Yi glared fiercely at Xiao Tong, wondering why this woman always mimicked his speech. He absolutely could not leave Heishan now, as he had not yet obtained the Panga disc. Without the Panga disc, who would deal with Bai Zhe? He had already offended Bai Zhe to the extreme. Only by obtaining the Panga disc could he find a way to contain Bai Zhe. Just like the people in the shelter who imprisoned Bai Zhe. Otherwise, it would be only a matter of time before he was hunted down for revenge. At the very least, it could be used as a weapon. Otherwise, where would he find so many computers after leaving Heishan? Uncle Li, we can't go back now. We must destroy the Panga disc before Yang Jie finds it, or it will be too late, and Xiaodong said calmly. Damn. This crazy woman and Xiaodong wants to put me in a dead end. She's even thinking about destroying the Panga disc. Bai Yi asked. The Panga disc is the crystallization of wisdom from the civilization era. Why does your silent court have to destroy it? And Xiaotong exchanged a glance with Li Baitian. And after a moment of silence, it was Xiaotong who spoke, because the Panga disc will destroy all of humanity. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Why? Do you know how the Great Cataclysm occurred? Is it related to the Panga disc? And Xiaotong shook her head. To be precise, it's related to technology. In the civilization era, human technology had developed to an unimaginable level, but human hearts are bottomless pits of desire. No matter how advanced technology becomes, it cannot fill that desire. Thus, they began to research some forbidden areas, attempting to transcend. Transcend? Bai Yi was somewhat puzzled. What the hell is transcendence? to transcend the mundane and enter a higher dimension, thereby gaining immortality and understanding all the origins and secrets of the world. Isn't this ascending dimensions? Bai Yi suddenly realized, humans are three-dimensional beings, limited by three-dimensional rules, inherently subject to birth, aging, sickness, and death. But if they ascend to 4 dimensions, it's different. 3 dimensions are length, width, and height. The 4th dimension adds a time dimension. Becoming a 4-dimensional being means transcending time. To them, time is no longer ethereal but exists as tangibly as length, width, and height. They are not constrained by time, and naturally, they gain immortality. Li Beitian and Xiaotong looked at him in astonishment, not expecting this wasteland youth to articulate such profound theories. The Chief Justice mentioned something similar before. I didn't expect you, little Bai, to understand these things too, Li Beitian said in surprise. Who is the Chief Justice? He knows as much as I do. Bai Yi said without a hint of modesty. And Xiaotong calmly said, the Chief Justice is the creator of the Silent Court and one of the 10 kings. The 10 kings? Another 10 king. No wonder the Silent Court is so arrogant, daring to act in the name of justice and kill those who are heinously guilty. It turns out they have the backing of the 10 kings. And then, did the research into forbidden areas lead to the Great Cataclysm? The specific details have long been lost in the river of history, but broadly speaking, that is the case. Because people from the old era conducted endless research and exploration into forbidden areas, it led to the Great Cataclysm. Now do you understand why we must destroy the Panga Disk? Bai Yi nodded. I understand. Since the Panga Disk is the crystallization of wisdom from the old era, it must contain research on forbidden areas. You are worried that this research will fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, causing immeasurable disasters. So you want to destroy it. Exactly. Bai Yi sighed heavily and said earnestly, I'm not saying you, but your Silent Court is indeed a bit extreme. The problem is not the research results of forbidden areas, but human hearts. It's like someone using a gun to kill. You can't blame the sin on the gun itself. So if you really want to execute justice and maintain world peace, you should kill all the people, not destroy all the guns. After all, without guns, people can be recreated, but if people are gone, that is truly the end. And Xiaotong, Li Beitian, cough strategically. Let us not discuss executing justice for now. Let us talk about how you two can switch back. Little Bai, I see you have exceptional conversation skills and vast knowledge. Do you have any good ideas? Bai Yi frowned, stroking his chin in thought. Don't touch my face. And Xiaotong said expressionlessly. Fine, then I'll touch my own. With that, Bai Yi reached out to touch in Xiaotong's face. And Xiaotong, clang. The pure silver cross sword sprang from its sheath. Li Beitian hurriedly pressed down on the sword hilt, anxious. I'm really fed up with you two. Can you stop messing around? Let us discuss any issues once we switch back. I thought of a way, Bai Yi exclaimed, instantly attracting the attention of both. Li Beitian asked eagerly, what method? Bai Yi deliberately stroked his chin. The containment difficulty of 169 is ding, which means the method should be quite simple. Based on my years of experience, the answer might be in the literal sense. What is it, little Bai? Stop keeping us in suspense. In the literal sense. It's so obvious. Look at the number of the twin monkey statue. Li Beitian paused, murmuring, number 16? Chapter 95. What is wrong with me hugging myself? Li Beitian's face suddenly changed, and he quickly pulled Bai Yi over, frantically signaling with his eyes, and whispered, Little Bai, no, brother Bai, you're my brother. This joke can't be made carelessly. If Xiaotong finds out what it means, she will definitely fight you. And Xiaotong furrowed her brows. But a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. What are you talking about? What does 169 mean? Li Beitian turned his head back and chuckled awkwardly. Nothing. Little Bai was just joking. Bai Yi said in surprise. Old Li, what nonsense are you talking about? I meant for you to look at what the number says after it. Li Beitian was taken aback and looked at that segment of text. Forbidden item, number 169. Twin monkey statue. 2 monkeys embracing each other. Soul containment difficulty ding. Twin monkey statue. 1 body 2 lives. What is wrong with this? Look further down. 2 monkeys embracing each other. Smack. Bai Yi suddenly clapped his hands. It's this sentence. 2 monkeys embracing each other. Previously. And Xiaotong and I both touched the separated monkey statues at the same time, so our souls swapped. Now the 2 monkeys are combined. But in Xiaotong and I are not. The known condition for soul swapping is that people must be separated, just as monkeys must be separated. Therefore, the condition for the souls to return should be that both people and monkeys must be combined. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Beitian was stunned, realizing it made a certain amount of sense. Little Bai indeed had some cleverness. However, when his gaze fell on the 2, he found it difficult. Getting these 2 to imitate the monkey statue and embrace each other would probably. However, things did not develop as Li Beitian had imagined. Bai Yi and Xiaotong both stood up and walked toward each other, standing face to face, so close that they could even feel each other's breath. You didn't even want to be touched just now, and now you're fine with it? Bai Yi mocked. And Xiaotong replied calmly, what is wrong with me hugging myself? Bai Yi was slightly taken aback. That makes sense. Without any hesitation, the 2 embraced each other. And at that moment, it was unclear who was taking advantage of whom. The strange feeling of hugging oneself made both of them a bit uncomfortable, their bodies slightly stiff, moving like clumsy robots trying to complete a task. However, this scene in Li Baiqian's eyes was filtered, and what he saw was the moonlight like a silk thread pouring down, dyeing this dead land into a silver-white dream. The handsome night boy held the delicate girl in a black dress in his arms, her cheek pressed against his warm chest, listening to the strong heartbeat. The gentle moonlight spilled over the embraced figures, and the evening breeze quietly stopped, leaving only their breaths entwined. At this moment, time seemed to stand still for them, serene and beautiful. 5 seconds later, Bai Yi and Xiaotong's faces turned ugly, as they had not swapped back yet. It shouldn't be, could I have guessed wrong? Just then, Xiaotong said, perhaps we should laugh. Laugh. Bai Yi glanced at the monkey, grinning widely and laughing as they embraced. That makes sense. The girl in the black dress cackled, her expression strange and stiff. You laugh so ugly, and Xiaotong also grinned. Hey, my ugly laugh has nothing to do with me. It's because you look ugly. I think your laugh looks great, extremely beautiful. No wonder it's my face. Uffed. And Xiaotong was truly amused this time, both angry and laughing. Don't just laugh. The monkey statue has its face pressed against yours. Turn your heads to look at me, Li Baiqian shouted at the two. The two, realizing too late, reluctantly pressed their faces together, then grinned widely at Li Baiqian, looking utterly ridiculous. Click. The sound of a camera shutter echoed. Li Baiqian looked at the freshly taken photo with satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face. Not bad. Whoosh. 2 figures rushed over, startling Li Baiqian. Old Li, you're still taking pictures. Hurry up and delete the photo. Uncle Li. Bai Yi and Xiaotong both glared at Li Baiqian in dissatisfaction, but the next second, all three froze. Bai Yi looked at the girl in the black dress, beautiful like a moonlit sprite, then looked down at his tattered clothes, feeling ecstatic. Swap back. And Xiaotong felt the same, her light brown eyes sparkling with color as she continuously examined her body, feeling that powerful energy, both familiar and long lost. Then, she reached out and patted her dress, and after a few slaps, the dirty handprints were gone. Bai Yi immediately looked at the twin monkey statue, anger rising from his heart, fury surging. He drew out his breath of the bones and aimed at the twin monkey statue, starting to shoot. You little monkey. Are you messing with me? Bang bang bang. The crimson bullets hit the twin monkey statue accurately, but the statue remained unscathed, while the reflected bullets forced Li Baiqian and Xiaotong to dodge continuously. Little Bai, calm down, divine artifacts are not that easy to damage. Bai Yi then stopped, still seething with anger, knowing that divine artifacts were not easy to destroy, which was why he shot at it. He wanted to vent his anger. This experience was a great humiliation for him. Not only did he turn into a woman, but the most crucial part was that he wasted so much time. After going in and coming out, only 5 seconds were left, and his heart was practically bleeding. Just as he was furious, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Li Baiqian and Xiaotong whispering to each other, occasionally glancing at him. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes. These two bastards wouldn't be planning to kill him, would they? Because of this accident, he learned their identities and their mission to destroy the Panga disc. So it would be reasonable for them to kill him to silence him. Damn, wasting time again. Although only 5 seconds were left, he was not anxious at all. 5 seconds was enough to kill the two of them. What are the two of you conspiring about? Why don't you speak louder so I can hear too? Dangerous light flickered in Bai Ye's eyes. Li Baiqian laughed heartily. There's nothing you can't know, little Bai. We're discussing how to deal with you since you know some secrets of the Silent Court. Oh, so you're conspiring loudly in front of me, huh? Li Baiqian said in surprise. Inviting you to join the Silent Court is nothing shameful. Xiaotong and I have talked about your brave actions protecting the residents in Grey Dust Town. We've traveled together, I know a bit about you. Although you have a sharp tongue, you're not a bad person, which meets the conditions to join the Silent Court. Chapter 96. Judgment needs no words. Death is the verdict. Bai Yi was taken aback. You want me to join the Silent Court? And Xiaotong calmly nodded. The best way to keep a secret is to become one of us. But what if I say I disagree? Are you two going to take action against me? And Xiaotong's delicate brows slightly furrowed. The Silent Court does not kill innocents. We only kill evildoers. So principled. Bai Yi was somewhat skeptical. He was used to having no principles or bottom line, and now suddenly encountering two principled people in the wasteland felt a bit uncomfortable. Believe it or not, but since you're not one of us, let us do this officially. The twin monkey statue has half of me. Either you pay to buy mine, or I pay to buy yours. 100 million. Bai Yi directly made a lion's demand. Li Baiqian couldn't stand it. Little Bai, you can't treat us like high-priced goods. If you really don't want to sell, you can join the Silent Court. Then you can use it freely. And joining the Silent Court won't be a disadvantage for you. The presiding judge is one of the 10 kings, and there are many extraordinary beings within the organization. With such support, most troubles in Beimeng can be resolved, and all you need to do is execute justice with us. Bai Yi was a bit tempted at first, but when he heard the last 4 words from Li Baiqian, he instantly lost interest. Execute justice? How much time would that waste? In the eyes of the Silent Court, they are executing justice, but in the eyes of outsiders, the Silent Court is an extremist organization. Others kill people with some rationale behind it, but the Silent Court? They don't seek wealth. They just kill, shouting about justice and peace. Then rush up to kill you without a place to reason. It's dangerous, too dangerous. If they dare to punish evil today, Won't they dare to act on behalf of heaven and overthrow the federal rule tomorrow? Forget it. I'm naturally kind-hearted and most detest creating more killing. I don't even dare to kill a chicken on a daily basis, let alone punish evil. Bai Yi declined. However, Li Baitian didn't believe a word of it. He had been shouting about wanting to kill the underworld tiger while drinking before and during the laser passage. He had drawn a gun at someone's head just because they said there was no ticket money. Is that what being kind-hearted means? Little Bai, do you have any concerns? Not really. I'm just used to being lazy and don't want to be controlled. If you Silent Court can pay me a salary and let me do nothing, then I might consider joining. Li Baitian, by the way, Bai Yi suddenly thought of a question he had always wanted to ask. Why is there silent in Silent Court? It feels strange. Li Baitian opened his mouth, thinking about how to explain it, when in Xiao Tong's calm voice rang out beside them. Judgment needs no words. Death is the verdict. This is the Silent Court. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, secretly pondering this phrase. Judgment needs no words. Death is the verdict. What a murderous intent. I'm not saying you. But your Silent Court is indeed a bit extreme. Doesn't this phrase translate to kill you without a word? And Xiao Tong glanced at Bai Yi expressionlessly, and turned and walked towards the experimental base. Old Li, what is she going to do? Is she going to destroy the Panga disc? Of course. The time was wasted due to the soul swap earlier, and now that she has swapped back, she naturally has to continue executing the mission. Not just her. I have to go too. Little white brother, since you don't plan to join the Silent Court, it's best not to get involved in this messy situation. It's too dangerous inside. As for the twin monkey, you can keep it for now. We'll talk about it after we get out of Black Mountain. If we manage to survive. After Li Baitian finished speaking, he headed towards the experimental base, clearly lacking confidence in being able to destroy the Panga disc before the tyrant. Bai Yi immediately became displeased. He was determined to obtain the Panga disc. Yet you all want to destroy it? Wait. He called out to Xiao Tong and Li Baitian. The two turned back, puzzled expressions on their faces. Little white brother, have you changed your mind? I advise you not to go in. Bai Yi slowly took out the breath of bones, and his expression grew increasingly stern. Although he felt that Xiao Tong and Li Baitian would struggle to destroy the Panga disc, he was unwilling to take any risks. If these two didn't heed his warning, they could only blame themselves. Boom! The earth shook with a deafening roar, and a mushroom cloud of dust shot up into the sky, enveloping the scorching shockwave. In the shocked gaze of the three, the steel base that had been standing on the ground instantly exploded and collapsed into ruins. The shockwave from the explosion struck the ground like a giant hammer, and countless burning fragments, trailing long tongues of fire, streaked across the sky like a close-range meteor shower. Run! Li Baitian's expression changed dramatically as he urged the two to flee quickly. Bang bang bang. Broken metal and concrete whizzed past, and Bai Yi didn't hesitate for a moment before turning to run. He had initially been at the front, but as he ran, he became the last one. In terms of physical fitness, he couldn't compare to Li Baitian and Xiao Tong, both of whom were extraordinary practitioners of qi and blood martial arts. At that moment, sharp sounds of something cutting through the air rang out behind Bai Yi, followed by a searing heat. His expression changed, and without needing to look back, he knew that various debris from the explosion was crashing down on him. This kind of all-encompassing attack, like a shower of flowers, was impossible for him to evade. Although his recovery was far beyond that of ordinary people now, he was still not an immortal being. Such an attack would be hard for even an immortal to survive, as their recovery still consumed qi and blood, and if they ran out, they would die. In a life-and-death situation, Bai Yi couldn't afford to save time anymore. Time. Clang. A clear dragon's roar suddenly rang out, and Xiao Tong, clad in silver armor like a knight from a fairy tale, rushed to Bai Yi's side. The pure silver cross sword in her hand transformed into numerous sword shadows, instantly shattering the incoming debris. Then, Bai Yi felt his body lighten, his feet leaving the ground. He looked in astonishment at Xiao Tong, who was holding him and running wildly. The girl's profile flickered in the explosion's light, her lips tightly pressed, and her willow-like brows slightly furrowed in tension. The firelight reflected in her light brown eyes, resembling dancing flames. Resolute and beautiful, but Bai Yi had no time to appreciate it. He only felt a sharp pain in his ribs, as if Xiao Tong's grip would break them. And her hard armor was also painfully digging into him. Oh no, I've been saved by a beauty. After they ran out of the area, the three finally stopped, their expressions grave as they looked towards the experimental base engulfed in flames. Chapter 97. That year at 18, Black Mountain Shelter, standing like a minion. No one knew why the experimental base exploded, nor did they know what had happened inside. Can you let me down now? Bai Yi knocked on Xiao Tong's armor with his knuckles, and Xiao Tong glanced at him and then released her grip. Bai Yi rubbed his ribs, gasping in pain. He pulled up his shirt to check, and it was all purple. Can't you be gentler? Sorry. And Xiao Tong replied calmly. Bai Yi was taken aback, his eyes widening slightly. Did I just hear her correctly? This crazy woman actually apologized? It must be the explosion's noise that damaged my eardrums. He then heard Xiao Tong say, I didn't expect you to be so fragile. Bai Yi, he felt like his psyche had taken a hit. As a mighty god of the new era, not only had he been saved by a woman, but now she was also criticizing him for being too weak. The wind whipped up by the explosion blew, but it couldn't erase the desolation on Bai Yi's face. That year at 18, Black Mountain Shelter, standing like a minion. Damn it. Little white brother, thanks to you stopping us. Otherwise Xiao Tong and I might have been in danger. Thank you. Li Baitian grasped Bai Ye's hand, his face full of gratitude. Bai Yi chuckled dryly a couple of times. It's nothing. No need to thank me. By the way, how did you know an explosion was going to happen? Little white brother, your extraordinary ability isn't foresight, is it? Just a coincidence, actually. I was calling out to ask how much salary the Silent Court pays monthly, and if there are year-end bonuses. And Xiao Tong suddenly focused her gaze. Someone is coming out. Bai Yi followed her gaze and saw the humorous dart man transform into a shadow, suddenly rushing out. He landed and immediately started coughing up blood, his clothes in tatters, looking extremely disheveled. Now he finally believed that Li Xiao was no ordinary person. He hadn't perished? Following closely behind were Xiao Yi, who had been flung by a sword, He Qianjun, flying like a crane, Yin Shi riding on the Ming tiger, and the ghost clown, who was hugging the air like a princess. Only the tyrant was nowhere to be seen. Hey, humorous dart man, what happened inside? Bai Yi called out to Li Xiao, who was not far away, not because he was concerned about the explosion, but because he was afraid the Panga disc would be destroyed in the explosion. Gasping heavily, Li Xiao looked over with an extremely anxious and terrified expression and shouted, "Run! Run! The tyrant has gone mad." Before he finished speaking, Li Xiao immediately threw out a dart and vanished into the shadows as if something was chasing him. The Ming tiger, He Qianjun, and the others shared the same terrified expression. These people didn't spare a glance at Bai Yi and the others, desperately fleeing the experimental base. Little white brother, brotherly, what are you doing here? Hurry and run with me. In the end, Xiao Yi was the most loyal, rushing over with a long sword in hand, and then tossed 2 swords to Li Baitian and Bai Yi. He didn't give one to Xiao Tong. Knowing that the Black Knight's strength didn't require his help, Bai Yi took the long sword. What happened inside? Xiao Yi looked anxious, his face covered in blood. No time to explain, just get on the sword. Wait, hold on, I was wrong. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bai Yi was directly dragged away by I was wrong, turning into a streak of light rushing into the distance. The fierce wind made it hard for him to open his eyes, and he felt like cursing. What was going on? He had always thought flying on a sword would be cool, but now that he was actually flying, he didn't think so at all. This was not flying on a sword, it was clearly the sword flying him. Just as they were speeding away, a furious voice suddenly erupted from the ruins of the experimental base. Who is it? Who took the Panga disc? Yang Jie's voice, filled with rage and murderous intent, rose to the sky, enveloping everyone like the smoke from the explosion. Everyone turned back in shock to see countless pieces of debris defying gravity slowly rising into the air, densely packed, and blocking out the sun. And among these ruins, a scarlet figure emerged like a king stepping out of an abyss, gradually entering everyone's view. It was the tyrant, Yang Jie. At this moment, Yang Jie seemed to have transformed into a different person. The air pressure around him had dropped to freezing point. The shadows under his brow were as deep as if carved by a knife, and his pitch-black eyes resembled sharp blades forged from cold iron, coldly piercing through everyone. He took a step forward, and countless tiny metal fragments immediately gathered beneath his feet to form a staircase, like a ladder to the heavens, pulling him step by step towards the sky. And at the moment he reached the heavens, the piercing sound of metal grinding and squeezing echoed, as the silver-white metal debris from the explosion at the experimental base gathered in the air, piecing together into a 1,000-meter-long silver dragon. The dragon lowered its head, allowing Yang Jie to step onto its skull, then flew towards the crowd with him. Upon seeing this, Li Xiao and the others ran even faster. It was clear to everyone that Yang Jie was now furious to the extreme, as someone who once single-handedly destroyed a city. His rage was enough to ignite the entire 189 shelter. However, someone was even angrier than him, and that was Bai Yi. My Panga disc was taken away. Who did it? Bai Yi, who had long regarded the Panga disc as his own, was now filled with anger upon hearing such news. Suddenly, a shadow that obscured the sky and the sun loomed over the earth like a cloud of death. At this moment, everyone had already escaped into the city, and they looked up in horror, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. Under the high-hanging bright moon, Yang Jie rode the dragon, his icy gaze like a blade looking down at everyone. Ming Hu and the others came to a halt, for no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun Yang Jie flying. Since they couldn't escape, they could only prepare for battle. But just as they assumed their fighting stances, they were astonished to find that the dragon-shaped shadow hovering above them flowed past them like a stream, disappearing in an instant. The tyrant is leaving? Could it be that he already knows who took the Panga disc, so he went to chase that person? No, someone suddenly exclaimed, looking towards the direction of the flying silver dragon with eyes wide in horror. He isn't leaving. He is blocking the exit. The crowd was instantly horrified. At that moment, they finally understood what the tyrant intended to do. The tyrant did not plan to let them go. Instead, he intended to block everyone with his own strength. In their line of sight, beneath the high-hanging bright moon, the silver dragon pierced through the night, its metallic body shimmering with starlight, its 1,000-meter-long body like a river of stars cascading down. The crimson hue on the dragon's head resembled solidified flames, as one man and one dragon swept over the ruined city, emanating an oppressive force that rendered the world silent. The hundreds of people who had survived hidden in the city also noticed this scene. They did not know what had happened. But they only knew that the tyrant was very angry, and the consequences would be severe.